In the year 2845, for years into the apocalypse, at the flame base, a frail girl dangled in the air, suspended by a rope, mere feet above a horde of grotesque and terrifying zombies, their outstretched hands mere inches from her bare feet. If not for the slight rise and fall of her chest, one might have mistaken her for a corpse. As Lu Fei opened her eyes and beheld the zombies below, a subtle smile crept across her lips. Indeed, in moments of utter despair, one may find the humor in their plight. Fate had not been entirely unkind, having recently been brutally murdered by hired thugs after exposing a corrupt enterprise. She had miraculously been reborn, only to face an equally disastrous beginning if only she could simply perish. But nearby, several foolish individuals were engaging in a nonsensical tirade, further aggravating her already frayed nerves. Lu Fei, if you have any sense, hurry and hand over the jade pendant to Shui Shui, otherwise, you shall remain suspended from this wall, one voice demanded. Lu Fei, you and Shui Shui are sisters. She merely wishes to play with your jade pendant for a few days. How can you be so selfish and obstinate? Another voice chimed in. Shui Shui, do not be disheartened, we will procure whatever you desire. If Lu Fei dares to refuse, let her dangle there and reflect on her actions, a third voice added. Why waste words? Just toss her into the zombie horde, shall soon realize how benevolent we have been. Another voice suggested. As the cacophony continued, the individual closest to Lu Fei ignited a flame at their fingertips, aiming it directly at the rope that held her aloft. Lu Fei felt an intense heat against her back and turned her head, locking eyes with her tormentors. In an explosive moment, Lu Fei's mind was inundated with unfamiliar memories, and a sharp pain surged through her chest. Resentment, sorrow, anguish, and unyielding frustration intertwined, and as she assimilated these emotions, she finally recognized the startling truth. She had transmigrated into a novel. The narrative was a melodramatic tale she had recently read, titled Surviving the Apocalypse. I am spoiled by the big shots. Within its pages, a character named Lu Fei, who was merely a cannon fodder, met her demise shortly after the story began. Lu Fei was the half-sister of the protagonist, Lu Xue. Shui, a child born out of wedlock, was even a year older than Lu Fei, having entered the world alongside the mistress when the apocalypse struck. She had not only usurped Lu Fei's paternal affection and fiancé, but had also garnered the adoration of Lu Fei's 5 biological brothers. As the members of the Lu family awakened their supernatural abilities, Lu Fei remained stagnant, becoming an increasingly despised figure. Each time they undertook missions, she was sent forth as bait, enduring the most perilous tasks while receiving the least in terms of resources. In contrast, Lu Shui, with her sweet words and innocent demeanor, merely awaited the abundant supplies delivered to her at the base. On one occasion, Lu Fei had rescued an elderly woman on the road, gifting her a beautiful, translucent jade pendant as a token of gratitude, which Lu Shui had observed and subsequently snatched away. The following day, Lu Shui awakened her water-based abilities, becoming the favored darling of the group, seamlessly mingling with the powerful figures across the bases. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, during a mission alongside Lu Shui, was thrust into the fray of zombies by her brothers and met an untimely demise. Now, it seemed she had arrived at the scene where she was being coerced into surrendering the jade pendant. Observing her 3 brothers atop the wall, who regarded her with disdain, Lu Fei felt the weight of her misfortune. In the novel, the original character had been morally coerced by them, and, paralyzed by fear of being thrown into the zombie horde, ultimately surrendered the pendant in tears. This had led to further punishment, as they confined her in a dark room for 3 days, nearly starving her. How had she come to inhabit such an unfortunate role? Lu Fei gazed at her brothers with a quiet disdain, recognizing their noble appearances yet lamenting their base actions. Despite being your true sister, you choose to protect the daughter of the mistress. You make me feel utterly revolted, she remarked, her tone dripping with disdain. Lu Jiamu, who was attempting to sever the rope, felt a surge of anger at her words. Initially intending to intimidate her, he now genuinely considered tossing her into the horde. Fei, I understand your animosity toward me, but you cannot speak ill of your 2nd, 3rd, or 5th brothers. They merely wish to prevent you from making foolish choices. Your obstinacy is troubling while we are here to protect you. Should you find yourself alone in the future, it could lead to dire consequences. All we do is for your benefit. Moreover, I do not desire the pendant for myself. I merely thought it would please Father on his upcoming birthday. As it promotes tranquility, Lu Shui interjected, her voice laced with feigned sincerity. her graceful figure evoking a protective instinct in those around her. Lu Fei scoffed inwardly. Lu Xue's lofty rhetoric was nothing more than a guise to claim the pendant for herself. The sycophants of the Lu family failed to see through her pretense, blindly aiding her in her schemes. If you wish for the pendant, you can only dream. I shall never part with it, even in death, Lu Fei declared defiantly. Having been wronged and facing a new life, her indignation surged as she confronted this ridiculous situation. Rather than comply with a narrative that stripped her of dignity, she considered the prospect of an early demise and a fresh start. Her unyielding stance took her brothers by surprise, as she would typically have been weeping and begging for mercy by now. Lu Xue's frustration boiled over at Lu Fei's defiance, her eyes flashing with malice. In that moment, Lu Xue resolved to eliminate Lu Fei, ridding herself of an eyesore. If Lu Fei were to be torn apart by the zombies, she could seize the opportunity to recover the pendant while pretending to mourn her loss. As she contemplated this, her eyes glistened with feigned tears, reminiscent of a wronged little rabbit. Fifth brother, perhaps we should let this go. I can find another gift for father. Let us not allow this matter to create misunderstandings between you and Fei Fei. As she has stated, I am the child of a mistress and do not deserve your protection, Lu Xue said, forcing a bittersweet smile, her act of false strength tugging at the hearts of Lu Fei's brothers. While Lu Jiamu comforted Lu Xue, he turned and shouted angrily at Lu Fei, quickly hand over the jade pendant, or I shall truly cast you down, leaving you without a grave. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xue feigned to obstruct him. Fifth brother, let it be. Fei Fei has always been stubborn. It has been her nature for quite some time. We are family, and it would do us no harm to indulge her a little. If we indulge her now, who will do so when we are outside? She remains so selfish despite our familial bonds. What use is she to me? I, Lu Jiamu, require only one sister. Once Lu Jiamu finished speaking, Lu Xue displayed a touched expression, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls, striking the hearts of the three brothers of the Lu family. Seeing her in such distress only intensified Lu Fei's guilt. In a fit of anger, Lu Jiamu increased the flames, mercilessly scorching the ropes, and did not forget to pose one final question to Lu Fei. This is your last chance. Surrender the jade pendant. I refuse. Lu Fei unhesitatingly declined, even throwing him a scornful glance, which only fueled Lu Jiamu's flames further. Lu Fei, it seems you truly wish for death. Come on then, can you kill me? You are but a mistress's plaything. Her words were a blatant insult to the four atop the city wall, and Lu Jiamu could even hear Lu Xue's delicate, heartbroken sobs echoing in his ears. The last remnants of his sanity shattered. The flames at his fingertips spiraled out of control, severing the ropes completely, and with it, the frail form of Lu Fei plummeted into the horde of zombies like a kite severed from its string. In the final moment, Lu Fei managed to free her hands from the ropes and raised her middle finger at the panicked faces of those on the city wall. Lu Jiamu, Lu Xue, may the wrath of my ancestors be upon you. Chapter 2. Awakening of Abilities. Binding of the system. Unable to hear Lu Jiamu calling her name from the city wall, Lu Fei fell directly into a horde of zombies. Her descent inadvertently created a pit in the mass of the undead. Survival instincts propelled Lu Fei to quickly rise. The original owner lacked any abilities. And in a post-apocalyptic world where survival was paramount, she had been mistreated by her family, leaving her frail and emaciated, utterly incapable of combating the zombies. As the zombies drew closer, Lu Fei took out the jade pendant from her arms and held it aloft. In the sunlight, the pendant shimmered with a brilliant white light, captivating those on the city wall and igniting a spark of greed in Lu Xue's eyes. Her intuition screamed that this pendant was something extraordinary. She was determined to possess it, even if it meant tearing open a zombie's belly to retrieve it. What on earth is Lu Fei planning to do? As she contemplated how to manipulate the Lu brothers into slaying the zombies, a nearby person suddenly gasped in astonishment. Looking up, Lu Fei shockingly stuffed the pendant into her mouth. I would rather swallow it and let it become waste than let you have it, you foolish girl. After her declaration, Lu Fei burst into laughter, as if being killed by zombies was nothing new, as if no one had ever faced death before. Extreme fear morphed into intense anger and exhilaration, causing Lu Fei to overlook the fact that the pendant dissolved upon entry, effortlessly absorbed into her being. With a sudden jolt, Lu Fei felt a surge coursing through her limbs, an amalgamation of pain, itchiness, and a tingling sensation that rendered her unable to stand. Her body swaying precariously amid the horde of zombies, appearing even more fragile and small. Second brother, third brother, fifth brother, please save Fei. She only said those things out of anger. I truly don't mind. Lu Shue's heart simmered with resentment. Yet her face remained a mask of deep concern as she wept, clutching Lu Jiamu, pleading for them to rescue her. If only Lu Fei had half the sense. They wouldn't be in this predicament. Why save her? Look, even as she fell, she showed no remorse. Perhaps it would be better to let her perish. Though Lu Jiamu spoke thus, his fists were clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on the horde, fearing that the fragile figure would be torn apart. Lu Shui hastily shook her head, dragging him and the other two brothers toward the city gate. No, we are family. Even if Fei despises me, I cannot bear the thought of her being harmed. She has no abilities. Those zombies will devour her. I don't want her to die without a complete corpse. You must bring her back. Bring her back, and they could retrieve the pendant from her belly. Lu Shui covered her face, concealing the cold, sinister expression that had overtaken her. Ever since she laid eyes on that pendant, her body had screamed for it. Hearing Lu Shui's words, Lu Jiamu felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if he had found a way out. This time, I'll do it for your sake, otherwise, I wouldn't care whether Lu Fei gets torn apart. With that, Lu Jiamu dashed toward the city gate, his expression taut. Just as he rushed out, he witnessed the zombies lunging at Lu Fei, their decaying, twisted limbs poised to tear her apart. Get away from her. Despite all three brothers wielding fire abilities, the distance proved daunting. The massive fireball did not disperse the zombies. Instead, they grew increasingly eager to feast upon the nearly unconscious Lu Fei. Lu Fei, in his pupils. The image of Lu Fei being clawed and bitten by the zombies flashed vividly, and he could no longer suppress his anguished cry. Though he harbored disdain for this sister, he did not wish for her demise. Lu Jiamu could envision Lu Fei being shredded into pieces, causing his legs to weaken, nearly losing his footing. At that moment, a faint wave of air emerged from the encircled area, gradually intensifying into a whirlwind. At its center, Lu Fei's beautiful, serene face emerged. Unbeknownst to her, her body had undergone a complete transformation. She was no longer the emaciated figure, but had returned to a robust, well-proportioned form reminiscent of her pre-apocalyptic self. Her once dull hair now gleamed black and lustrous, akin to fine silk. With a roar, as Lu Fei opened her eyes, the zombies found themselves unable to approach her. Instead, they were caught in the storm, their rotting limbs sent flying in all directions, one hand even striking Lu Jiamu squarely on the face, delivering a resounding slap. Beep. Binding Purification System. Initial Level 1. All things purification. Range. 1 meter radius centered on the host. Beep. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. A brilliant purification once. Please confirm usage. Host. Having undergone her transformation, Lu Fei felt an inexhaustible surge of strength course through her body. The agonizing pain that had nearly brought her to the brink now felt like a distant dream. Recognizing the voice in her mind as linked to the jade pendant she had ingested, she felt a sense of empowerment. Though unsure why, in the original narrative, Lu Shui awakened water abilities with the same pendant. Lu Fei felt an unshakable conviction that she was destined for something greater. Use. As soon as the words left her lips, countless points of light surged from Lu Fei's body, expanding rapidly like a towering column. Everywhere it passed, zombies disintegrated into ash, and even the bizarre, mutated plants with human-like faces vanished. This dazzling display of ability drew many to the city wall, where they beheld Lu Fei effortlessly annihilating hundreds of zombies, standing unscathed. Goodness, everyone, come look at this miracle. My word, has Lu Fei awakened her abilities? What kind of system is this? It's incredible. The sheer number of zombies vanishing so effortlessly was something even the level 5 elites could not achieve. Those within the base gaped in astonishment at the spectacle Lu Fei had created, cheering for the emergence of yet another formidable ally. With such extraordinary powers, surely others from different bases would rush to curry favor with her. The more they pondered, the more exhilarated they became. Yet among them, Lu Shui remained unmoved. She trembled violently, casting a fierce glare in Lu Fei's direction, her beautiful features contorted into a mask of envy and hatred. It was all because of that wretched woman. Had she given her the jade pendant sooner, it would have been her awakening instead. The memories of the torment she inflicted upon Lu Fei and her mother flashed in Lu Shui's eyes, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Lu Fei must not be allowed to live. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Lu Fei's special effects concluded, and after her purification, the very air seemed to grow fresh. Is my purification ability truly this formidable at level 1? Lu Fei pondered, observing that within a 100-meter radius of her, not a single zombie remained. This supernatural power was astonishing. Certainly not, host. This is merely a one-time beginner's gift. If you wish to achieve this level routinely, endeavor to upgrade your abilities to level 5, the system replied. Just once. Host, strive to upgrade. There are many treasures awaiting you in the system shop. With this encouragement, Lu Fei nodded. She had not only reclaimed a life, but had also awakened her powers. If she did not emerge as a formidable personage and trample the Lu family beneath her feet, she would not be honoring the suffering of her predecessor. Just as Lu Fei intended to explore the system shop for treasures, a sudden pain shot through her wrist as she was roughly yanked back. Lu Fei, who gave you the audacity to be so ostentatious? Are you unaware that Shui has yet to awaken her powers? Your actions will only deepen her sorrow. Hurry and give her the jade pendant as an apology, or I shall no longer recognize you as my sister. Lu Jiamu's grip tightened on Lu Fei's hand, the words he wished to utter transforming into accusations due to his pride. Just as Lu Fei furrowed her brow, preparing to unleash a scathing retort, the system issued a task. Ding. Host, have you seen Lu Jiamu's face? Deliver a resounding slap, and you shall be rewarded with 2 bottles of stamina recovery potions. At this, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled. The system was certainly to her liking. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her free hand and delivered a firm slap to Lu Jiamu's face, causing an instant silence to envelop the world. Chapter 3. Is this not the Golden Bell Shield? Lu Jiamu staggered, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to Lu Fei with eyes brimming with rage. Lu Fei, I am your brother. How dare you strike me? Do you wish for death? Before he could finish, Lu Fei delivered another resounding slap, perfectly symmetrical, leaving her utterly satisfied. I am your sister. Did you not throw me into a horde of zombies? We are equally matched. What right do you have to scold me? Lu Fei rolled her eyes dramatically, attempting to wrench her wrist free from Lu Jiamu's iron grip. However, his fury only intensified, gripping tighter as if to snap her delicate wrist. Dare to move, and it seems your claws are no longer of any use to you. Lu Jiamu seethed, his teeth clenched in anger, hating himself for having ever shown concern for this scoundrel. The more he thought, the angrier he became, squeezing her wrist with increasing force. His mind fixated on teaching Lu Fei a lesson. He would not allow her to leave without weeping and begging for mercy. His dignity depended on it. Yet, Lu Fei did not grant him that opportunity. With resolve, she aimed a kick at his lower abdomen. With a yelp, Lu Jiamu released her, doubling over in pain. His face flushed like a ripe tomato. All the men witnessing this instinctively crossed their legs, a shiver running down their spines. Lu Fei. Lu Jiamu knelt, clutching his injury, cursing her name as if he wished to end her life. To hell with you. The last person who dared to speak to me like that is rotting in a cell. What do you think you are? With her powers awakened and a system at her disposal, Lu Fei no longer needed to scrape by in the Lu household. The sight of sycophants groveling before Lu Shui and her mother, who played the role of mistress, repulsed her. Her fiery gaze and fierce curses startled Lu Jiamu, who sensed a profound shift in the atmosphere, a nagging feeling that something significant was about to change. However, before he could process this, Lu Fei had already turned to leave, intent on returning to the base. Halt! Do you think we shall let you go? As your brother. How dare you strike me so? Lu Fei, where is your upbringing? Second brother Lu Tiancheng admonished her sternly, while third brother Lu Zimo blocked her path. In the past, Lu Fei might have found their identical handsome faces appealing, but now, when I was thrown off the city wall by Lu Jiamu, none of you uttered a word. Having barely survived, you now lecture me on manners? You are all fools. Do not provoke me, for I cannot guarantee what I might do. Having witnessed countless situations as an undercover reporter, Lu Fei was no longer intimidated by their threats. Seeing Lu Fei stand her ground without the fear and apologies of the past, Lu Tiancheng felt a tightening in his chest. A sense of losing control filled him with panic, quickly morphing into a desire to teach Lu Fei a harsh lesson for her insubordination. Oh, so we lack the qualification to instruct you? Very well, I shall make you see precisely what you are. Shui was right, with your character. If you do not mend your ways, you shall become a source of trouble. Lu Tiancheng, a level 3 fire ability user, excelled in his powers and would not allow Lu Fei to resist. He intended to suppress her rebellious thoughts, planning to use his fire abilities to confine her and ensure she learned her lesson. Just as he prepared to unleash his powers, a cacophony of zombie roars and clashing weapons erupted nearby. Turning to look, he saw a crowd of over 20 people fleeing in chaos, pursued by a horde of zombies. Damn it, have they disturbed a zombie nest? So many. Those on the city wall, upon witnessing the hundreds of zombies, felt a chill run down their spines and quickly sounded the alarm, calling for those with abilities to prepare for defense. Lu Tianxing and Lu Zimo quickly assisted Lu Jiamu as they made their way toward the base. Turning to observe Lu Fei, who stood motionless, they couldn't help but frown and admonish her. Are you foolish? Hurry inside. If you lag behind and find yourself surrounded by zombies, don't expect us to rescue you. Keeping you around is simply a waste of resources. Having scolded Lu Fei habitually in the past, they had forgotten that she had awakened an exceptionally rare ability and was no longer the insignificant person they used to deride. Get lost, you're just an eyesore here. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and continued her dialogue with the system. System, this scenario isn't in the novel, is it? I recall that it was only after Lu Shui obtained the jade pendant and awakened her powers that the zombie tide began, and she shone brilliantly thereafter, embarking on a dramatic and dazzling journey. Indeed, host, but the plot has diverged due to your involvement. Our role is merely to fulfill tasks within this altered narrative. Ding. Newbie task. Please rescue the level 5 powerhouse Guchanga during the zombie tide, and the reward will be 2 types of food from the system's marketplace. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled. Over 4 years of the apocalypse had not only brought zombies but also mutations in plants and animals, rendering many food supplies inedible. Otherwise, the original owner wouldn't have been reduced to a skeletal frame. With food secured, she wouldn't have to fear starvation any longer. However, hesitation soon followed. System, look over there. That's hundreds of zombies, not hundreds of rabbits. How am I supposed to save the powerhouse? Should I strip and seduce them? Rest assured, host. Your physique has been modified. You are impervious to fire, water, blades, and poisons. Even the toxins from zombies will not harm you in the slightest. Anyone who dares to provoke you will receive a swift reprimand. And as you level up, you will even gain the ability to unleash electric shocks, flames, and ice within your domain. Wow, really? So I essentially possess an invulnerable shield? The news filled Lu Fei with joy greater than winning the lottery. Just ask yourself, who dares to confront my host? I shall obliterate their paradise. A vision of a smug little honey badger appeared in her mind. Its adorable yet arrogant face emblazoned with the words Heaven's number 1. No wonder it felt no grievances. Armed with the system's confidence, Lu Fei boldly approached the group of zombies. Lu Fei, have you lost your mind? Come back. Lu Tianxing's pupils constricted as he attempted to pull her back, but was restrained by others in the camp. Not only that, they sealed the camp's entrance tightly once everyone was inside. What are you doing? My sister hasn't come in yet. Lu Jiamu shouted angrily, trying to open the door, but was firmly blocked. Are you willing to sacrifice thousands in the base for the sake of Lu Fei? If she chooses not to enter, don't blame the base for its cold heart. In the apocalypse, compassion is a luxury we cannot afford. The heavy sound of the city gates closing not only severed the Lu brothers' view, but also plunged the approaching group into utter despair. It's over, they've closed the gates. We're doomed. The crowd, clad in tattered clothing, lamented as the zombies drew nearer. Amidst them, a red-haired man using his powers to fend off the zombies suddenly spat blood, pushing those around him away with a pained roar. With a thunderous boom, flames engulfed his body, clearly indicating a surge of power. Host, do you see that blazing fireball? That's Guchanga. Go, purify him, and unlock a magnificent path for your life. Chapter 4. She emerges from the flames, the powerhouse Guchanga observing the towering flames. Lu Fei couldn't help but smirk. Good heavens, even movie special effects wouldn't dare to depict such a grand display. This is not a level 5 powerhouse. It's a walking gas canister. Captain, please hold on. Don't lose your sanity, or it will all be lost. Hudaba, a man over 6 feet tall, wept as he watched Guchanga engulfed in flames, sobbing like a hefty child. Had they not been so weak, the captain wouldn't need to exhaust his powers so frequently, leading to such a dire situation. Quickly, while I can still hold these zombies back, make your escape to the blazing base. Amidst the flames, Guchanga's hoarse voice was accompanied by agonizing screams. Even without seeing him, one could sense his suffering. Everyone understood he was trying to buy time for his teammates to escape. But the blazing base had its doors shut tight. They couldn't get in. Hudaba collapsed to the ground, faced with a horde of zombies while the closed gates of the blazing base loomed behind them. They were merely a bunch of level 2 and 3 small fries, and being consumed by zombies was only a matter of time. As Hudaba's cries echoed, the morale of the group plummeted. Watching the number of zombies swell, some even contemplated taking up arms against themselves to avoid a more gruesome fate. Could you please make way? At that moment, a melodious female voice captured everyone's attention. They turned to see Lu Fei standing there, her fair, rosy complexion and curvaceous figure exuding an air of tranquility that seemed ill-suited for the apocalypse. "Miss, what do you intend to do?" Hu Daba stammered through his tears, glancing back at the captainess' direction, realizing she was about to step into the flames. "Yes, I intend to go there. You're blocking my way." With over 20 people surrounding Guchanga, it was indeed impossible for Lu Fei to navigate around them. "The zombies are far too dangerous. While we hold them off, you should run." Seeing such a delicate girl show no fear, the others rallied their spirits. "Damn it, if we must die, let us take a few zombies with us." They resolved not to allow a flower-like girl to be torn apart. As they tightly shielded her, Lu Fei felt an unexpected warmth swell within her heart. Despite the blood ties that should bind her family, they cast her aside as if she were worthless. Yet, in the presence of strangers, she found protection. "It's all right. I can save your captain." Lu Fei gestured towards the still blazing fireball. "But if you continue to obstruct me, he may truly perish in the flames." Typically, when an ability spirals out of control, the individual either loses consciousness and becomes a zombie, or ultimately self-destructs, and given Guchanga's current condition, it was evident that he was leaning towards the latter. Upon hearing that she could save Guchanga, Hu Dabao's excitement surged, and he quickly urged everyone to clear a path. "Our captain is a level 5 fire ability user in a state of chaos. You must tread carefully. If it becomes too perilous, you should flee at once." Unable to bear the thought of such a beautiful girl meeting her demise, Hu Dabao's offered a final word of caution. "Rest assured, prepare for battle. Once your captain is restored, he will still have to contend with zombies." Lu Fei replied with a smile, her demeanor calm and graceful as she advanced towards Guchanga, her steps reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through her own garden. Observing the shabby attire of those around her, she noted their resemblance to the residents of Hongjian Base. Only a level 5 master could conjure such a fireball. Could it possibly be Guchanga? She wondered. Is Lu Fei out of her mind? She has just awakened her purification ability and is already seeking to provoke him. Does she truly not understand the meaning of danger? It was clear that Guchanga was on the brink of death. If Lu Fei approached him, she would either be consumed by the flames or devoured by zombies. Merely possessing a purification ability, which was far from being water, ice, or lightning-based, did she genuinely believe herself to be a savior? Meanwhile, atop the city wall, the onlookers were astonished by Lu Fei's audacious actions. The murmurs among the crowd caused the 3 brothers of the Lu family to instinctively clench their jaws, their hands gripping the wall tightly as if they wished to crush it. Standing to the side, Lu Shui appeared concerned, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement, almost anticipation. "How splendid. Just moments ago, I pondered how to eliminate Lu Fei, and now she has chosen to walk into her own demise. Oh dear, she has stepped into the flames. It's all over for her. She will surely be reduced to ashes." The gasps of the crowd snapped Lu Shui from her reverie. She lifted her gaze to see Lu Fei's slender figure indeed crossing into Guchanga's fiery circle. In an instant, her form was engulfed by the flames, rendering her invisible. "Bao Ge, do you think that girl can make it?" The teammates beside Guchanga were equally anxious, their eyes fixed on the vanishing Lu Fei, holding their breath for her. "If a girl we've never met can attempt to save the captain, why shouldn't we believe in her?" "Positions, everyone, prepare for battle." Hu Dabao's gritted his teeth, ultimately choosing to place his faith in Lu Fei. As the group readied themselves for combat, regardless of Lu Fei's success or failure, they resolved to fight until the last moment, honoring the sacrifice of the young girl. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, who had stepped into the fire circle, she indeed found herself enveloped in a protective aura, as her system had foretold. Aside from a slight warmth, not a single strand of her hair was singed. She traversed several meters through the wall of flames and finally laid eyes on Guchanga, who lay at the center, on the verge of death. His robust physique and striking red hair were impossible to ignore. Even with blood streaming from his wounds, his handsome features remained unblemished. What a pity it would be if such a handsome man were to perish, she mused. In her previous life, someone with Guchanga's looks would have undoubtedly been a star in the making. "Who are you?" Guchanga struggled to maintain his consciousness, attempting to buy time for his teammates, and thus overheard Lu Fei's murmurs. This only heightened his astonishment. The firewall was fueled by his life force, burning with ferocity beyond the ordinary. He watched, astounded, As an ethereal beauty emerged from the flames, the fire enveloping her like a graceful cloak, enhancing her mysterious allure. I am the one who will save you. Lu Fei approached with measured steps, crouching beside Gu Chang'e. As she neared, he felt a soothing presence wash over him, relaxing his taut nerves. Purification. Before Gu Chang'e could comprehend Lu Fei's words, a flash of golden light enveloped him in a gentle force. His withered veins were restored. The surging chaos of his abilities dissipated, and even the throbbing pain in his head vanished in an instant. Time seemed to lose its meaning as he was enveloped in brilliant light. With a resounding pop, the luminous sphere surrounding him burst apart, and he leaped to his feet, clenching his fists and reveling in the surge of energy within him. I have never felt this good. Task completed. Reward: 200 beef buns, 200 boxes of tomato and egg rice. Please continue your efforts. As Lu Fei heard the system's rewards, her mouth watered. The original host had not eaten well in ages, and despite her body being restored, her stomach still growled with hunger. Just as she contemplated fleeing to find a secluded spot to feast, a sudden thud caught her attention. Turning around, she was astonished to see Gu Chang'e kneeling before her. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. From this day forth, you shall be my sworn sister. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall reduce them to ashes. I'm only 22. I don't believe I am your elder, Lu Fei replied, her lips twitching at the eccentricity of this level 5 master. Addressing you as sister is a mark of my respect. It is a term of reverence, not dictated by age. Otherwise, you may call me brother, and I shall call you sister. My name is Gu Chang'e. What do you go by? Lu Fei facepalmed, bemused by Gu Chang'e's apparent lack of awareness. They had yet to become acquainted, and already he was insisting on familial terms. I am Lu Fei, the fragrant and flourishing grass. Please extinguish the firewall. Our comrades await outside. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Gu Chang'e's expression tightened as he waved his hand, extinguishing the raging flames. He had anticipated that the sight beyond would be filled with zombies or the astonished faces of his teammates. As the two individuals made their entrance, they were met with the sight of the Lu brothers confronting them. Oh, look at that. Gu Chang'e is still alive. Have you all taken on the audacity of a bear and leopard to bully my people? Gu Chang'e scoffed, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the Lu brothers, standing at the forefront, gulp nervously. Captain, you're truly back. Oh, it's such a relief. Hu Debaol, overwhelmed with joy, rushed over, pointing at their adversaries to recount their grievances. You have no idea how vile these scoundrels are. That young girl entered not long ago, and your fire circle expanded, incinerating numerous zombies. The remaining ones, for reasons unknown, suddenly retreated. We thought it safe and moved to clean the battlefield and collect the zombie cores, only to be confronted by these ruffians from the fire base demanding our expulsion and the surrender of our cores. Amidst Hu Debaol's tearful tirade, Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e grasped the situation. It turned out the firebase personnel believed Gu Chang'e and Lu Fei to be doomed, and under Lu Shui's instigation, they sought to take advantage. However, Hu Debaol and his companions stood their ground, refusing to leave until they had seen Gu Chang'e and Lu Fei, leading to a tense standoff. I recall the highest-ranking individual from the firebase is that level 4 Lu Juanhao, who wouldn't dare to confront me directly. Who gave you the audacity to rob us? Gu Chang'e toyed with flames in his hand, casting a chilling gaze upon the firebase members, causing them to shiver in fear. Dare to lay hands on me. Have you grown tired of living? With a thunderous roar, the Lu brothers were sent flying, while others tumbled like a row of dominoes, a clear display of overwhelming power. Gu Chang'e, do not overstep your bounds. Let us not forget that your Hongjian base still owes us supplies. What is wrong with us reclaiming a bit of interest now? Lu Tianqing, the second brother, clutched his aching chest, attempting to sound threatening, yet his tone lacked conviction. Repaying debts is one thing, but you lot are a bunch of shameless opportunists, taking advantage of my brothers. It seems you are itching for a beating, Gu Chang'e retorted, causing Lu Fei to feel a surge of satisfaction, prompting her to clap in agreement. Exactly. The people from the firebase are nothing but curs, especially those with the surname Lu, heartless and vile, lower than beasts, devoid of any conscience. With each word from Lu Fei, the expressions of the Lu brothers darkened further, until only the sound of their grinding teeth remained. Paying them no mind, Lu Fei caught Gu Chang'e's questioning gaze and briefly explained her situation with the Lu family, recalling how she had almost perished when they had thrown her into a horde of zombies. Lu Fei, you're also from the firebase. Hurry up and come over. Don't think that having Gu Chang'e backing you allows you to act so recklessly. He is merely a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, struggling to save himself. Do not make me drag you over, lest I break your legs. The Lu brothers' anger intensified as Lu Fei continued. They felt her words exaggerated the situation, thinking back to how she had not even perished. Before Lu Jiamu could finish his tirade, flames erupted from his mouth, causing him to cough violently, nearly scorching his tongue. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'e, playing with the flames dancing at his fingertips, wore a menacing expression. Clean up your filthy mouth. Should you dare speak ill of my elder sister again, next time at 1T, just be your mouth that burns. After delivering his warning, Gu Chang'e cast a glance toward Lu Jiamu's lower half, making him instinctively clamp his legs together, fearing the fiery wrath of this formidable figure. Ignoring Lu Jiamu's humiliated expression, Gu Chang'e gestured toward Lu Fei. She is my elder sister, Gu Chang'e. Anyone who disrespects her disrespects me. If you provoke me, there might still be a chance for you to live, but if you anger my sister, I shall take your heads and use them as balls. Upon hearing Gu Chang'e's threat, the fire-base personnel paled, especially Lu Shui, who shrank back into the crowd, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. This wretched girl not only survived, but also ingratiated herself with the powerful leaders of the Hongjian base. Why should Lu Fei have all the good fortune? She could not accept it. Lu Fei must die. With that thought, she gritted her teeth and rushed forward, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Lu Fei, feigning deep sorrow. Fei, I know you resent me, but all your kin and friends are at the fire base. How can you allow outsiders to bully you? It was merely a joke for my brothers. Why must you hold grudges? You now rely on the people from the Hongjian base for power. Don't you fear hurting our feelings? This familiar moral coercion was a tactic Lu Shui had mastered over the years, pushing Lu Fei into a position of conflict, inciting others to despise and hate her. As Lu Shui's words sank in, the glares from the fire base personnel toward Lu Fei were indeed filled with animosity. Lu Fei, don't think that just because you've attached yourself to Gu Chang'e, you can live carefreely. Once they leave, we shall see how we deal with you. You are the cold-hearted one. Indeed, siblings are bound by blood, and even if a family member is at fault, one cannot stand idly by while they are bullied. It takes two to tango. Lu Fei, it's no wonder the Lu family does not favor you. Even I cannot stand such a person, the murmurs echoed. And Lu Fei, already weary of such slander, let out a cold snort. Just as she was about to charge forward and slap the speaker, flames suddenly erupted, igniting Lu Shui and the gossiping individual. Help! Gu Chang'e, please retract your powers. The instigator of the gossip, now engulfed in flames, could only beg for mercy, rolling on the ground in despair, unable to extinguish the flames clinging to their body. Gu Chang'e's gaze was fierce, fixating on the inhabitants of the fire base as if they were mere ants. What was there to return to at this cursed place, dear sister? Come with us to the Hongjian base. From now on, whatever I have to eat, you shall partake as well, especially since you possess the purification ability. Beyond affording you the highest treatment, even if you were to defecate on our base leader's neck, we would still commend you for doing so smoothly. Chapter 6. It would be too easy to kill them. Gu Chang'e was utterly perplexed. How could someone as splendid as Lu Fei, endowed with such extraordinary powers, be despised by the people of the fire base? If that were the case, he could not be blamed for attempting to woo her away. A purifier, if not brought back to the base, would leave him slapping himself awake at midnight in regret. The thought of having Lu Fei by his side allowed him to unleash his abilities without restraint, no longer fearing a potential backlash. He could even capture the 8 leaders of the other bases to join him in his endeavors. All right, I'm going. Dear sister, do not heed their claims of our poverty. At the very least, we do not abandon our comrades as long as you agree to come with us. Yes? What did you just say? Gu Chang'e continued to extol the virtues of the Hongjian base, awaiting Lu Fei's agreement, still unaware of her reaction. I said I would go, but you must accompany me to gather my belongings. Lu Fei harbored no affection for the fire base, especially with the despicable Lu family making her stomach turn. She feared that if she lingered too long, she might one day succumb to the temptation of burning the fire base to the ground. Lu Fei, you dare! Before Gu Chang'e could revel in his excitement, the 3 Lu brothers shouted in unison. If you dare to go to the Hongjian base, do not think you can return. We will no longer acknowledge you as our sister. Lu Jimu, his tongue still numb, threatened with slurred words. He glared at Lu Fei, unable to fathom why she was so resolute in leaving. Although they were often strict with her, it was out of concern that she might become too spoiled to survive in this apocalyptic world. His previous intention was merely to frighten her, not to let her perish among the zombies. After all, He had come to rescue her. Humph, Lu Fei, do you think the Hongjian base is some paradise? Open your eyes and see how they dress like beggars. Even if Gu Chang'e is a 5th-level powerhouse, what can he do for you? That pitiful base is as impoverished as a sieve. As long as you are not by his side, there are still others who could easily kill you. Third brother Lu Zimo joined in the mockery, thinking Lu Fei's judgment was lacking, blindly willing to follow someone she barely knew without considering their background. Gu Chang'e was eager to counter, but he found himself rendered speechless, turning to explain when Lu Fei, unfazed, crossed her arms and looked at Lu Zimo. Oh, listen to your tasteless drivel. From what you say, it seems I could survive just fine at the fire base. The Hongjian base may not be a good place, but at least I have value there, and they wouldn't kill me. Yet if I stayed with you, even if I weren't killed by you, I would certainly be sickened to death. Today, I am leaving for certain. After declaring her intent, Lu Fei disregarded their expressions and strode toward the base. With important matters awaiting her, Gu Chang'e quickly called for his brothers to follow, as Lu Fei's agreement to accompany him meant that her safety would now be his responsibility. Should anyone dare to bully her again, they would be reduced to ashes. Lu Fei, come back. Lu Fei, if you dare to leave, I will break your dog legs. Lu Zimo attempted to threaten Lu Fei as he had in the past, expecting her to comply. However, before he could finish, a burst of flames erupted from his mouth. Had he not reacted quickly to use his powers for defense, he might have shattered all his teeth. I do not know if my sister's legs will be broken, but if you dare utter another word, I shall roast your tongue. Gu Chang'e coldly declared before following Lu Fei, leaving Lu Zimo coughing and clutching his mouth. With the protection of a 5th-level powerhouse, the inhabitants of the fire base exchanged glances, afraid to utter a sound, lest they provoke the elite and face their wrath. Regardless, Lu Fei was still a member of the Lu family, and I will not allow her to leave. Lu Jimu's face was darker than ever, his inner turmoil intensifying. A voice within him warned that should Lu Fei leave this time, she would truly sever ties with the Lu family. The people of the Hongjian base dared to intrude upon our fire base, clearly aiming to trample upon us. If we let them leave today, how can the fire base maintain its standing in this apocalypse? What does it matter if he is a 5th-level powerhouse? I refuse to believe he can annihilate us all. Second brother Lu Tianqing, equally incensed, clenched his teeth, stirring the emotions of the crowd to a fever pitch. Everyone clamored to confront Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e. The 3 Lu brothers surged to the forefront, ostensibly for the base and everyone else. But only Lu Shui at the back understood that their true aim was to stop Lu Fei. Lu Fei, you deserve to die? Lu Shui lingered behind, her eyes filled with unrelenting malice. After a moment's contemplation, she hurriedly sprinted in the opposite direction of the group, regardless of the firebase's stance. Everyone here was eager to support Gu Chang'e. Dear sister, thank you for saving our captain. From now on, we shall be your loyal subordinates. Command us without hesitation. If we hesitate for even a second, we are unworthy. Dear sister, I see that the Lu family dares to show you disrespect. We will hide outside the base and wait for an opportunity to ambush them, to vent your grievances. Why bother with that? Let our captain set them ablaze. Turning them to ashes would be far more satisfying. The crowd buzzed with indignation on Lu Fei's behalf, unanimously agreeing that the Lu brothers were foolish. Gu Chang'e observed Lu Fei's calm demeanor, seemingly unscathed by familial ties, and let out a sigh of relief. Dear sister, if you wish for anything, just tell me. The petty inhabitants of the fire base are no match for me. Slaying them would be as easy as pie. She had been far too lenient with them. It was time for them to experience the feeling of having nothing, the sting of being scorned. Lu Fei wore a cold smile, knowing that the hardships endured by the original owner of this body could not be in vain. Of course, if they were foolish enough to seek their own demise, she would not hesitate to send them to hell ahead of schedule. As she navigated through the memories of the original owner, Lu Fei, alongside Gu Chang'e and others, finally arrived at a dilapidated slum after several twists and turns. The low, drafty houses and the surrounding filthy environment painted a vivid picture of the lives of those who resided there. Wait, how could members of the Lu family, all possessing abilities, live in such a decrepit place? Surely, they should at least have ordinary accommodations, Lu Fei pondered. The dwellings at our Hongjian base are far superior to this. In a world where awakened abilities were rare, significant contributions were rewarded, and no family should be subjected to such squalor. Oh, the Lu family indeed lives quite well in their separate villa. My mother and I, lacking abilities, have no choice but to reside here. She recalled with a bitter laugh as she pushed open the door, confronting the ironic reality that the original owner's mother, the legitimate wife, had been relegated to this miserable existence by the machinations of a mistress and her daughter. The most despicable part was that the original owner's 5 biological brothers supported the mistress. Just the thought of them filled Lu Fei with a desire for vengeance against the Lu brothers. Cough, cough, is that you, Fei Fei? A frail voice emerged from within the house. Lu Fei instructed Guchanga and the others to wait outside, hastening inside, where she immediately spotted a gaunt woman lying on a bedboard, her frailty almost skeletal. If not for the faint rise and fall of the blanket, one might mistake her for a mere skeleton. "Mother, I'm back," Lu Fei said, her heart aching as she gazed upon the woman, Chen Wanyue, the one she could never bear to part with. The two had been forced to live in the slums for 3 years, relying on one another for support. While Lu Fei occasionally managed to eat well due to her missions, Chen Wanyue, who remained at the base, struggled to survive. Once a beautiful and elegant lady from a prominent family, she now appeared as nothing more than a collection of bones at the age of 51, aged beyond her years. Yet, every time Lu Fei returned, Chen Wanyue would offer her the meager rations she had left. If Lu Fei refused, her mother would feign anger and stop eating until Lu Fei finally relented. In the memories, the warmth shared between the two was the only solace for the original owner. Yet Chen Wanyue would never see her daughter again. System, what was the fate of Chen Wanyue in the story? After the original owner, Lu Fei, was pushed into a horde of zombies, Chen Wanyue remained unaware. The Lu brothers, feeling guilty, avoided her and sent the mistress and her daughter to deliver supplies instead. The mother and daughter, wishing for her demise, would never provide her with sustenance. Left without the original owner, they became increasingly brazen. She starved to death, clutching 2 pieces of bread meant for her daughter in her final moments, for she was the only one who had cared for Lu Fei with sincerity. Lu Fei slowly closed her eyes, suppressing the sorrow in her heart and the hatred for the Lu family. Just as she contemplated persuading Chen Wanyue to leave with her, the system handed her a vial of stamina potion. In the next moment, she felt a hard object shoved into her hand. Looking down, she found a rice cake as hard as stone. Fei Fei must be starving after her mission. The supplies just arrived, and I've eaten my fill, so please eat this, her mother urged, knowing Lu Fei would face difficulties in her tasks. Lu Fei, upon returning empty-handed, felt the weight of the rice cake in her hands, knowing her mother had not eaten properly for a long time, despite her insistence that she was full. "Fei Fei, I'm old and useless. Your brothers are blind and heartless, following Lu Shui to bully you. If it weren't for their threats, you wouldn't constantly be risking your life on missions. Each time you return injured, my heart shatters," Chen Wanyue lamented, her fingers trembling as she caressed Lu Fei's face, filled with reluctance and sorrow. "Listen to me and leave. Do not worry about me. My life has been a failure. I don't want you to suffer alongside me. Without me, you can live a better life. You shouldn't be enduring this torment." Tears fell onto Lu Fei's hand, reminding her of her mother's last moments, holding her hand and offering loving advice. "My Fei Fei, what will you do without your mother? I don't want to die. If I do, you will have no one to care for you." The faces of 2 mothers, so different yet strangely overlapping in Lu Fei's mind, caused her eyes to redden. "Mother, I will never abandon you." Lu Fei buried her face in Chen Wanyue's neck, her tears soaking into the fabric. Chen Wanyue was astonished by her daughter's rare display of vulnerability, even when she had suffered a broken arm. Lu Fei would insist she was fine. Sensing her daughter's pain, Chen Wanyue pulled her into an embrace, and together they wept heartily, experiencing the unique warmth of a mother. Lu Fei felt transported to a time when they were together, making it hard to leave. After a prolonged moment of shared sorrow, they finally straightened up, and a determined light flickered in Lu Fei's eyes. Regardless of the situation, she embraced the original owner's body, and Chen Wanyue would henceforth be her responsibility. She vowed to honor her as a true daughter would. "Mother, come with me to the Hongjian base. I forgot to mention, I awakened a purification ability and met a formidable 5th-level expert who invited us to the base. While conditions may be harsh, I have my strength and abilities. I will ensure our survival." As she spoke, Lu Fei coaxed Chen Wanyue into drinking the stamina potion. The potion slid down her throat, its taste far from pleasant. Yet it swiftly nourished her severely depleted body. In the blink of an eye, Chen Wanyue felt a significant improvement in her condition, her eyes sparkling with renewed vitality. "System, is there anything in the shop that can expedite my mother's recovery to her former state?" Lu Fei gazed at Chen Wanyue's appearance, her heart aching with a profound desire for her mother to regain her health swiftly. Host, your mother's body requires a gradual recovery. As long as you diligently complete tasks and accumulate crystal cores for exchange points, consume more restorative potions, and utilize rejuvenation pills, not only can she return to her previous state, she could even appear as youthful as your sister, the little honey badger in her mind proclaimed proudly. To Lu Fei, it was endearing. With the system's words resonating in her mind, Lu Fei was invigorated. Tasks and crystal cores were merely challenges to overcome. She was determined to work tirelessly to restore her mother's health. Child, such precious resources should be kept for yourself. Giving them to me would be a waste. While Lu Fei became distracted by the various restorative items in the system's shop, Chen Huanyue, feeling her condition improve, lamented, "You should awaken your powers and leave quickly. In my current state, I will only be a burden to you. Once we reach the base, I would merely be used as a pawn against you." Fei, do not worry about me, Chen Huanyue insisted, unwilling to be a hindrance to Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei knew that previously, Chen Huanyue had the opportunity to leave, but her maternal family's disdain for the Lu family had prevented her from taking any children with her. Chen Huanyue had chosen to stay, unable to abandon her children. The subsequent machinations of a rival mother and her daughter had driven a wedge between Chen Huanyue and her 5 sons, leaving only her youngest daughter by her side. Several times, the original host had faced life-threatening illnesses, only to be saved by her relentless search for medicine. How could Lu Fei possibly sever ties with such a mother? As soon as Chen Huanyue finished speaking, Lu Fei, with reddened eyes, fixed her gaze upon her. "Mother, is it because you are reluctant to leave that you stay for my brothers? I know I am not your only child, but you are all I have left." Lu Fei gently rested her head on Chen Huanyue's knee. "Mother, could you show me a little more affection? With you by my side, I have a home, will you?" Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, the tears that had just ceased flowing from Chen Huanyue's eyes began to fall again, swallowing back the words of consolation that lingered on her lips. Observing a slight softening in Chen Huanyue's expression, Lu Fei pressed on, tearfully recounting the incident where her 5th brother had hung her on the city wall, casting her into a horde of zombies, while her 2nd and 3rd brothers stood idly by. "Mother, you do not know. If it weren't for the leader of Hongjian base rescuing me, I would never have seen you again. How could they treat you this way, their own sister, just for the sake of the daughter of the 3rd wife?" Chen Huanyue trembled with anger, gripping Lu Fei tightly, her heart aching at the thought of losing her daughter forever, deepening her resentment towards her sons. Seizing the moment, Lu Fei hurried to the door, beckoning Gu Chang'e and the others waiting outside to enter. Without hesitation, they began to gather their belongings and prepare to leave. Gu Chang'e, seeing Chen Huanyue's frail condition, lifted her into his arms. "Mother, do not worry. Lu Fei is my elder sister, and you are my true mother. Once we reach Hongjian base, you can expect to enjoy a life of comfort and luxury. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath." Chapter 8. Has the order been placed? Chen Huanyue was momentarily taken aback by the sudden exclamation of "mother" as a group burst into the room, causing her to stumble over her words. "They are the ones who saved me outside the city wall. Since the flame base is no longer viable, why not find a better place?" Lu Fei did not give Chen Huanyue a chance to refuse, packing only their clothing and leaving everything else behind in a desperate bid to escape the distressing situation. However, just as they emerged from the slums, they were confronted by the 3 brothers of the Lu family, who had come to block their path. "Lu Fei, you are truly heartless. After all we have done to provide for you, how could you let our mother become like this? I regret not having burnt you alive earlier," Lu Jiemu exclaimed, shocked by the sight of their mother's emaciated form in Gu Chang'e's arms, consumed by rage. Typically, when they returned, they would have Lu Shui and her daughter deliver the supplies. Each time, Lu Shui would claim that Lu Fei had taken charge. So how could their mother have grown so gaunt? Listening to Lu Jiemu's words, Lu Fei rolled her eyes. "What abundant supplies. Every 3 days. You give her 2 pieces of bread and a bowl of dirty water. Is that what you call generous? Lu Jiemu, I spare you today only to prevent our mother from suffering. Once I escape the flame base, our next encounter will be one of sworn enmity." Lu Fei, recalling the hardships endured by the original host, and Chen Huanyue, felt an overwhelming desire to eradicate the ungrateful Lu family. "You lie. It cannot be so little. Each time we return, we always leave supplies for mother." The 5 brothers of the Lu family had accepted the 3rd and youngest wife, leading them to feel guilty every time they saw Chen Huanyue. Over time, they simply made excuses to avoid visiting her, opting instead to send supplies through others. They could never have imagined that the resources meant for their dear mother were being severely withheld by their seemingly virtuous stepmother. Just as Lu Fei was about to reveal the truth, a sudden, urgent wail cut through the air. Everyone turned to see Lu Shui, dragging a middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to her, rushing towards them. Without a doubt, it was the shameless third wife, Feng Tianhe. Ding. New task available for the host. Have you seen that third wife? Give her a good thrashing. Just one hit will earn you a bottle of stamina recovery potion. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Was this not a splendid opportunity? With a mischievous grin, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to demonstrate her prowess. Today, she would ensure that the third wife regretted her actions. Please, Fei, are you really going to leave the Lu family? You are breaking my heart. Feng Tianhe exclaimed as she stumbled and fell to the ground, sobbing pitifully. Unlike Chen Wanyue, who has withered to a mere skeleton, Feng Tianhe not only possesses a well-proportioned figure, but also maintains a visage that surpasses that of the average individual. It is evident that she enjoys a life of considerable comfort, a life that she has acquired at the expense of the original owner and her daughter. Sister, you nearly caused my death with that abortion years ago. The children merely spoke a few words on my behalf, yet in your fury, you moved to the slums to humiliate the Lu family. Now that life has finally stabilized, I had hoped to have old Lu bring you back. So why must you disgrace yourself and cause me such embarrassment? Those unaware might think I am withholding from you. Feng Tianhe's pitiful demeanor, coupled with her expression of grievance, evoked sympathy from the Lu brothers, who had previously harbored doubts. They recalled that during the onset of the apocalypse, Feng Tianhe had been pregnant, and the family had eagerly anticipated the arrival of the child, only for her mother to forcefully induce a miscarriage. That incident nearly resulted in Feng Tianhe bleeding to death. While Lu Shui knelt before Chen Wanyue's door, desperately slapping her own face and pleading for mercy, the memories of that time lingered vividly, and the Lu brothers gazed at Chen Wanyue with reproachful eyes. With the emergence of the new mistress, Lu Shui hastily knelt before Chen Wanyue, repeatedly bowing her head. Aunt, it was all my fault. If you must assign blame, let it be upon me. You may strike or scold me as you wish, as long as you spare my mother. Fei, you have always regarded my mother and me as thorns in your side, but you cannot resort to such cruelty, allowing Aunt to suffer this way. What difference is there between you and a beast? The series of schemes orchestrated by the new mistress and the green tea bitch ignited an unusual fury among the Lu family and the members of the fire base. To allow personal grievances to starve their own mother to such a frail state is utterly heartless. The three Lu brothers trembled with rage. Wretch, watch how I deal with you. The most agitated, Lu Jimu, raised his hand to strike Lu Fei, only to be met with a searing pain in his knee from Gu Chang's fiery retaliation, causing him to kneel. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei grabbed Lu Jimu by the collar and began to strike him with abandon. You come to me now, yet where were you when the child died? You knew how to evade danger when the car hit the tree, but where was your filial piety then? Now that you have a voice, you dare to speak? Just wait, I will make you regret it. The resentment and grievances of the original owner, accumulated over the years, surged forth as Lu Fei unleashed her fury upon Lu Jimu without mercy. Fei, how can you strike fifth brother? If you must hit someone, then hit me. Lu Shui, feigning concern, approached to intervene, believing she had the backing of her second and third brothers. However, she was caught off guard as Lu Fei's slap landed on her. So you think I only hit him and not you? What right do you have to call my name, you illegitimate child? I have longed to strike you. Lu Fei had been itching to slap Lu Shui for some time, but with the three Lu brothers protecting her previously, she had refrained. Now, armed with her own invincibility and the formidable Gu Chang'e, she was ready to retaliate. Should they dare lay hands on her, they would face dire consequences. Ah, brother, save me. Lu Shui cried out in agony as she was struck, prompting Lu Tiancheng and Lu Zimo to rush to her aid. They collided with the eager members of Hongjian base, who were ready to exact vengeance on the eldest sister's family. Brothers, what are we waiting for? It is time for retribution. If we do not beat these three to a pulp, we are not worthy of being from Hongjian base. Hu Daba shouted as he charged forward, a swarm of people following behind like locusts, dragging the kneeling Lu Jimu along and unleashing a brutal beating. Castration, monkey stealing peaches, crows flying planes. Various tactics were employed, leaving the three of them gasping for breath. Their faces were swollen, and they would likely be unable to speak for days. On another front, Lu Fei had dealt with Lu Shui sufficiently, and, clutching her hair, turned to the hesitant Feng Tianhe. You shameless wretch. Did you just claim that my mother's starvation was intentional? I swear, if my mother and I had deliberately starved, we would be bitten by zombies, struck by lightning, and starved to death, only to have our bones collected by perverts for soup. Lu Feifei's vow was indeed fierce, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The thought of such a fate was too grim to contemplate. In the next moment, Lu Feifei lowered her hand and pointed at Feng Tianhe. Now it is your turn. You must swear that if you intentionally withhold supplies from my mother and me and falsely accuse us, your daughter Lu Shui will be subjected to 1,000 men, plagued by diseases and unable to escape death. As for you, you will end up destitute, rotting, and ultimately suffocated by your own daughter. With each word Lu Feifei uttered, Feng Tianhe's complexion paled. Just as she gritted her teeth, preparing to feign an oath, Lu Feifei smirked coldly. I must remind you, since this world can awaken abilities to preserve a glimmer of hope, it is possible that deities govern oaths. If you swear carelessly, and it comes to pass, both you and your daughter will truly become worthless. Chapter 9, 50 Slaps in Anger, Kneel Down. Feifei, how can you compel me to swear such a malevolent oath? Regardless, I have managed the Lu family effectively over the years. Perhaps there have been oversights, but my sins do not warrant death. I know you harbor hatred towards me, but your father and I genuinely loved one another. In love, it is the unloved who is the mistress. To hell with the unloved. Mistresses dare to embellish their own worth. The foolish dogs of the Lu family believe you. I shall not indulge you. Lu Feifei had intended to further address Feng Tianhe before departing, but alas, she insisted on provoking her fate, and thus she felt compelled to fulfill the task assigned by the system. Lu Feifei darted forward, and before Feng Tianhe could utter another word, she landed a sharp slap across her face. Help! Help! Feng Tianhe had not anticipated such a direct assault from Lu Feifei and attempted to flee, only to be yanked back by her hair. In the past, such a move would have surely summoned the Lu brothers to her aid, even intervening to teach Lu Feifei a lesson. At this moment, they had been thoroughly subdued, almost reduced to kneeling and singing in submission, leaving them with little inclination to assist her. Save her? I doubt anyone would dare to come to your aid today. One would face me, and two would suffer the same fate. Originally, Gunyin valued familial bonds, but now, under the relentless oppression of Feng Tianhe and her daughter, she had transformed into the vengeful Lu Fei, who would certainly repay both old and new grievances alike. As the sound of slaps echoed in the air, the system in Lu Fei's mind was incessantly reporting. Restoration Potion X1. Restoration Potion X11. Restoration Potion X30. Ding. Host. The reward limit has been reached. Further slaps will yield no additional potions. After delivering 50 resounding slaps to Feng Tianhe, she received 50 bottles of restoration potions. Upon hearing the system declare the limit, she reluctantly cast aside the now unrecognizable Feng Tianhe. TSK, how is it that there are only this many? I haven't even finished my fun. This is to prevent the host from exploiting the rules by continuously using this task to obtain potions. Cough. Am I really that kind of person? The system's words struck a chord with Lu Fei, who had entertained the thought of binding Feng Tianhe and mercilessly beating her for an endless supply of coins. Alas, such an effortlessly simple task had slipped away. While Lu Fei was still unsatisfied, Feng Tianhe, clutching her swollen face, was unable to even weep. Lu Fei, truly too aggressive, while Feng Tianhe, battered and bleeding, could barely form coherent words. She shot Lu Fei a pitiful glare, knowing that the more wretched her condition, the greater the guilt felt by the Lu family, allowing her to evade responsibility. My father? What is he even worth? If he were here today, do you think I would let him stand unscathed? Feng Tianhe, you had better pray you never step outside, for if I see you out there, it will be your journey to the netherworld. Lu Fei did not conceal the murderous intent in her eyes. In the original narrative, she and Lu Shui had been the ones to kill the original owner and Chun Wanyue, with the Lu family's lackeys acting as accomplices. Anyone who had wronged the original owner would find no respite. Sensing Lu Fei's oppressive aura, Feng Tianhe trembled involuntarily, genuinely feeling the terror of facing death. Realizing she had no one to support her, she dared not utter another word, only sobbing weakly while covering her face. Yet she forgot that her visage was now grotesquely swollen, her feigned vulnerability akin to Zhu Beiji's flirtations, both nauseating and an eyesore. Just as Lu Fei was about to expose Feng Tianhe's transgressions regarding the misappropriation of resources, a loud growl erupted from her stomach. The hunger pangs echoed like a signal, prompting the men from Hongjian base to follow suit, their stomachs protesting in unison. Lu Fei turned to see 20 or so men wearing sheepish expressions. We were chased by zombies early this morning, and we had to abandon our supplies. But don't worry, sister. Once we leave the fire base, we will gather resources, ensuring that neither you nor your mother will go hungry. Gu Chang'e felt immense shame. He had promised to treat Lu Fei to lavish meals, yet within a day, they found themselves starving. However, observing their shabby footwear and meager equipment, it was evident that they could hardly provide much food even under normal circumstances. Noticing Gu Chang'e's embarrassment, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a cold smirk as she turned her gaze toward the people of the fire base. Today, everyone has worked hard. Although it was Fei Fei who stirred up trouble, she is still a member of the Lu family, so lunch will be on us. With a knowing glance exchanged with Lu Shui nodded and, rising, led several members of the base back to the Lu residence. In a matter of minutes, they returned with a large pile of canned meat and dry rations, distributing them to everyone. Having done nothing, they were unexpectedly rewarded with lunch, and all were delighted to receive it. Those who had benefited naturally began to speak in favor of Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe. Oh dear. I say Lu Fei is simply ungrateful. The young lady of the Lu family is such a good person. Why does she always cause trouble? I believe she is deliberately instigating conflict as retribution, and she deserves to go hungry. Indeed, Lu Shui is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Everyone in the base knows that Lu Fei is merely jealous and has caused trouble. Had it not been for Gu Chang'e's protection, she would have been dead long ago. The Lu family has raised her for so many years, and she still wishes to sever ties with them. Truly a heartless creature. Listening to their words, Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe's expressions improved significantly, though they still bore looks of grievance. Please don't speak ill of Fei Fei. She is merely unwilling to accept the situation. In truth, if she were to apologize to my mother and brothers, she would still be one of us at the fire base. These provisions could be shared with her, but it seems she is not very interested. Lu Shui bit her lip, her few words inciting the wrath of those who were devouring the food voraciously. Is she not appreciative of the canned meat and dry rations? Does she wish to ascend to heaven? She is merely being overly dramatic. The people of Hongjian base speak a few kind words, and she follows them like a lapdog. When the time comes for her to starve for 3 days, let us see what spirit she has left to stand and converse with us. As the crowd began to feast, the aroma of the canned meat wafted over, further tantalizing the already famished Gu Chang'e and the others. Sister, I am truly sorry. Had it not been for my abilities running amok, we would not have lost our supplies, and you would not have to endure the mockery of those people. Otherwise, I would have burned them all, and lunch would have belonged solely to us. Upon hearing Gu Chang'e's words, a chorus of coughs erupted around them, silencing those who had previously boasted about Lu Fei, now fearful of being reduced to ashes by the wrath of the powerful. Oh, what is so delicious about this? If one must eat, let it be steaming hot rice and large meat buns. The reason Lu Fei had remained silent for over 10 minutes was that she was awaiting the system's approval to access food. At this moment, the permissions had just been granted. Lu Fei, surely you are not daydreaming. The people of Hongjian base cannot even provide water, and you speak of wanting meat buns and rice. If you were to bow and admit your faults right now, I might graciously reward you with a bowl of soup. Otherwise, I would remain indifferent to your plight, even if it led to your demise. Lu Jimu was still beneath Gu Chang'e's feet, yet he spoke with insolence, as though this was the only way to assert his significance in Lu Fei's heart. Just because the people of Hongjian base lack something, it does not imply that I do as well. Lu Fei rolled her eyes, too weary to explain to them. Stop boasting. If you can produce it now, I shall kneel and call you grandmother. No sooner had Lu Jimu finished speaking than 10 boxes of rice appeared in Lu Fei's hands. Go on, call me. Chapter 10. The Allure of Tomato and Egg Rice. The gluttons who turned traitor Lu Jimu. What? The crowd, seriously? It can't be. Wasn't Lu Fei supposed to have just awakened her purification ability? How does she also possess spatial abilities? Is she even human? Is that rice? Is that warm, fluffy rice? I think I can even smell the aroma of tomato and egg. As the apocalypse approached, many plants and animals mutated. Hens were no longer docile creatures, but lethal weapons capable of causing death. Even when slaughtered, their flesh and blood were toxic. Everyone could no longer savor chicken or eggs. And even rice became a rare delicacy, available only to the upper echelons of those in the bases. After 4 long years, the familiar and enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing tears to stream down the faces of those at Hongjian base, even those who were already full at Lihua base. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Lu Fei fixed her gaze on Lu Jimu. Go on, Kneel and call me grandmother. I've spent my life being a grandchild. I've yet to experience the feeling of being an elder. Lu Jiamu stared intently at the steaming boxes of rice, wishing he could shatter his own teeth in frustration. This must be a trick. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and turned to distribute the tomato and egg rice to the people of Hongjian Base. With over 20 individuals and only 10 boxes in her possession, despite their overwhelming hunger, they forced themselves to shake their heads. Sister, this is too precious. You and Annie should eat it. We can find supplies outside later. Hu Debo fiercely pinched his own thigh to resist the urge to grab a box of rice. The thought of passing up such delicious food made him lament internally. Sister, please keep it. We rough men would only waste it. Gu Chang'e swallowed hard. Equally resolute in her refusal, Lu Fei had expected them to fight over the rice, but instead, they each declined one by one. Remembering how the original owner had painstakingly searched for water sources, only to find the muddy remnants when it was her turn, a mocking smile crept onto her lips. So what if the people of Hongjian Base are poor? They are still far better off than the Lu family. Not allowing Gu Chang'e and the others to refuse any longer, Lu Fei shoved the boxes of rice into their hands. They stood there bewildered, holding the warm boxes of rice, staring at Lu Fei, words caught in their throats. Just as they were about to persuade her to take the boxes back, they witnessed her hands suddenly filled with another 10 boxes of rice. The crowd, what? There are more? The canned meat in my hand suddenly lost its appeal. I want that rice too. This is outrageous. Lu Fei not only possesses the rare purification ability, but also spatial powers. Why does she get all the good fortune? Rice. Rice. I haven't eaten it in over 4 years. Huh? Ignoring the lamentations of Lihua Base, Lu Fei handed each person from Hongjian Base a box of rice. Is this really for us? Gu Chang'e was practically drooling. This rice could fetch 100 crystal cores on the market, and people would fight over it. Of course. You all supported me and provided a place for me and my mother to stay. This is what you deserve. Unlike those who are ungrateful, accepting a mistress as a mother and casting their own sister into a horde of zombies. Lu Fei cast a cold glance at Lu Jiamu, who, for reasons unknown, felt uncharacteristically hesitant to meet her gaze. Thank you, sister. From now on, your affairs are our affairs. You direct us east, and we shall not stray west. You command us to chase dogs, and we shall not pursue chickens. Gu Chang'e, no longer resistant, reaffirmed her loyalty to Lu Fei and opened the box. Devouring its contents ravenously, the sour, sweet, salty, and fragrant flavors flooded her mouth, transporting everyone back to the days before the apocalypse. Each person could stroll freely down the streets without the fear of sudden zombie attacks. Whoa, this is so delicious. This is what people ought to eat. Hu Debo, after a few bites, found himself in tears, overwhelmed by his good fortune. The others nodded in agreement. Even Gu Chang'e's eyes brimmed with tears. Her resolve to treat Lu Fei as a revered ancestor solidifying. As others have said, Hongjian Base is so destitute that they might as well be bleeding. Merely maintaining basic sustenance is a blessing from the heavens. It had been an eternity since they had savored such warm, delightful meals. Seeing everyone reveling in their meal, Lu Fei opened a box for herself and sat directly in front of the Lu brothers, eating heartily. Gulp. The rich aroma of the food made Lu Jiamu swallow hard, realizing Lu Fei was intentionally teasing them, which only fueled his anger. Good grandson, do you wish to eat? If you do, call me grandmother. I might even let you have a sip of soup. Lu Fei, do not be so smug. We of Lihua Base would rather die than eat a morsel of your food. Lu Jiamu gritted his teeth in frustration, attempting to showcase how untempted Lihua Base was, only to be smacked in the face the next moment. Sister Lu Fei, we are all from the same base. Could you possibly share some with us? Someone, unable to contain their cravings, boldly approached to request food. Lu Fei cast a triumphant glance at Lu Jiamu, a glimmer of victory flashing in her eyes. Share with you? On what grounds? Lu Fei furrowed her brows as she addressed the group of speakers. First, you did not assist me when I was in peril. Second, you consumed the provisions of the old third party and spoke ill of me, adding insult to injury. Third, you are of no use to me. So why should I share this delectable food with you? Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Feng Tianhe and Lu Shue's expressions darkened, while the members of the fire base turned crimson, regretting their consumption of the food. However, some were reluctant to part with their share and discreetly hid it away. Their faces brightened as they tossed back the supplies they had concealed and hurried to Lu Fei. We did not partake in their supplies, nor speak ill of you. Does that mean we may enjoy your meal? Lu Fei glanced at the sullen-faced Lu Shue and smiled slyly. If you wish to partake in the meal, Demonstrate your usefulness to me, or perhaps bring me a semblance of joy. With that, her gaze swept over the Lu family brothers and the mother-daughter duo. Those who approached were quick-witted and soon grasped how to amuse Lu Fei. While the Lu family brothers dared not scold, they were indifferent towards Lu Shui and her mother. Feng Tianhe, you shameless creature. Not only did you seduce another's husband to ascend in status, but you also deprived Lu Fei and her mother of their sustenance. Someone like you deserves to be stripped bare and tossed into a horde of zombies. This person, hands on hips, unleashed a torrent of harsh words at Feng Tianhe, which, despite the reluctance of the Lu family brothers to admit, were undeniably true. Seeing Feng Tianhe trembling in fury, Lu Fei generously offered a bun to the accuser, a beef-filled delight. Its skin glistening with oil, exuding a rich aroma that had everyone salivating. Continue to berate her. Do so well, and I shall reward you. Encouraged by Lu Fei's affirmation, the man devoured the bun ravenously, thereafter turning his ire towards Lu Shui. You illegitimate child. You, a mere bastard, dare to flaunt your connection to the Lu family daily, claiming superiority over Lu Fei when you are but ordinary. You cannot even compare to a single hair of Lu Fei's, constantly feigning pity and vulnerability, collapsing into others' arms at every opportunity. Individuals like you will ultimately share the same fate as your deceased mother, a promiscuous wretch. The man, dry-throated from the vitriol, accepted another meal from Lu Fei before scurrying off to indulge. The members of the fire base, having tasted victory, turned their verbal assaults towards Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui, eager to hurl every insult and curse they could muster at the two, knowing that Lu Fei would reward them with meat buns or meals for their efforts. Lu Fei, although I just insulted you, I possess insider knowledge that could be traded for food. Years ago, Feng Tianhe's miscarriage was entirely deliberate. The revelation struck Feng Tianhe, causing her to sway dangerously. Chapter 11. Evidence and Witnesses. You and Old Bai have a sordid history. You lie? That was years ago. How could you possibly remember? You are merely fabricating tales to curry favor with Lu Fei. Lu Shui's face paled as she hastily attempted to deflect blame, but the accuser merely spat in disdain. Huh? Do you think you and your mother have been flawless? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act upon it. When I first arrived at the fire base, working alongside my uncle, you and your mother stealthily appeared the very next day, offering a trove of gold and silver trinkets in exchange for abortifacients. My uncle warned that surgery was too perilous, yet your mother wept, claiming childbirth in this era was fraught with danger and that her family opposed it. My uncle, moved by her plight, provided her with the abortifacients, only to later realize they had exploited that child to usurp the rightful wife. As Lu Shui attempted to weave more excuses, the accuser cut her off, asserting they had preserved evidence. After that incident, my uncle felt immense guilt, keeping everything you provided, hoping one day to present it to Lu Fei and her mother as atonement. Moreover, he habitually required all patients to sign for their medications. Thus I can retrieve those records to confirm your handwriting and names. With that, the individual turned on his heel, hastily seeking evidence. Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe attempted to intercept him, only to be blocked by the well-fed Hu Debao and others. What is this? Feeling guilty and trying to run? We shall see if we allow it. Despite having wept like a child while eating, Hu Debao emanated an aura of lethal intimidation in front of others, causing Lu Shui to collapse to the ground, trembling in fear. Upon hearing the evidence presented, it seemed as if a switch had been flipped in the minds of the onlookers, leading them to gather around Lu Fei, clamoring to voice their accusations. I can attest that this shameless woman has embezzled provisions from you too. I once overheard her using supplies returned by the Lu family to secretly barter for cosmetics. She even stated that the household's resources were not to be shared with you, wishing for your starvation instead. Indeed, I witnessed Lu Shui delivering supplies, deliberately spilling water and crushing the rations, tossing 2 crumbs at Lu Fei's face. She threatened that if Lu Fei dared to disclose these matters to the Lu family, she would ensure her mother met her demise during a mission. I also know that the old third party hoarded supplies in the basement, waiting for the Lu family to depart before trading them for various garments and cosmetics. Listening to these accusations, the expressions of both Lu Shui and her mother, as well as the Lu family brothers, grew increasingly grim. Aunt Feng, is this truly the case? Lu Jiamu gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Feng Tianhe. She had previously been assured that the resources they returned barely sufficed for their household's needs, and that Feng Tianhe had been reluctant to consume anything, preferring to leave provisions for them. It had instilled a sense of guilt in everyone, leading them to allocate their supplies to Feng Tianhe for equitable distribution. Yet now, the suggestion that Feng Tianhe had hoarded such a multitude of items merely to indulge her own desires was unfathomable. No, they are slandering me. I have done nothing wrong. You fabricate lies for the sake of a meal. Do you not fear the repercussions from the Lu family? Feng Tianhe, in a state of panic, vehemently denied any wrongdoing, never anticipating that so many would uncover her actions. If these matters were indeed exposed, her standing within the Lu family would be irrevocably shattered. How dare the Lu family seek vengeance against us? The misdeeds were orchestrated by you, and the suffering inflicted upon others was yours alone. We have no part in it. You refuse to acknowledge this, do you? Who among you will accompany me to the Lu residence? I am aware of where she concealed the items. I even accompanied her once to deliver cosmetics. Witnessing firsthand as she meticulously catalogued her supplies, one individual boldly confronted Feng Tianhe. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of acquiring a meal from Lu Fei, but rather a question of his own reputation. Upon hearing his words, many were eager to take action. A chorus of agreement arose, not only from the Hongjian base, but also from numerous spectators from the Liahua base. How could I possibly miss such an intriguing event? Quickly, summon my 3 brothers. Let them also bear witness to this extraordinary moment. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Gu Chang'e strode forward, effortlessly lifting both the second and third brothers with one hand each. The Lu family members, known for their tall stature, with the men standing over 6 feet, appeared almost diminutive in Gu Chang'e's grip. Unfortunately, Lu Jiamu was not as fortunate and was unceremoniously dragged away like a hapless pig. Did I not hear the eldest sister proclaim the desire to witness this miraculous moment? Those 2 shameless individuals should be included as well. Gu Chang'e directed the others to bind Lu Shui and her daughter with ropes, while selecting a reliable person to carry Chen Wanyue, and the group set forth towards the Lu family villa. Along the way, they encountered the individual retrieving evidence, who joined their ranks. Lu Jiamu, feeling increasingly anxious as they approached the villa, sensed an overwhelming dread, as if they were about to breach a portal of malevolence that would consume him whole. Let me go? You are trespassing. When my husband returns, I shall ensure you all meet your demise. Upon entering the villa, Feng Tianhe trembled in fear, terrified of being discovered with the incriminating evidence, resorting to threats. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Fei silenced her with a swift slap. Who do you think your husband is? Are you legally married? Do you possess a marriage certificate? You and that old fool are merely lovers. You are engaged in an illicit affair. Do you understand? As they spoke, they arrived at the villa's basement. The group exerted tremendous effort, but could not budge the door. It was fortified against zombies, robust, and not easily opened without a key. Residents of the villa area had fortified the basement for protection, which explained why Feng Tianhe had chosen to store supplies there. Lu Fei conducted a thorough search of Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui, but found no key. Fei, we are all family. Why must you escalate matters to such a standoff? If you despise me, simply have your father expel me. There is no need to bribe so many to harm me. She wailed, tears streaming down her face, attempting to evoke sympathy from the crowd. Yet, before she could elicit further pity, a resounding explosion occurred as a massive fireball engulfed the heavy door. Gu Chang'e raised her hand, controlling the flames, and soon the sturdy door that had withstood the undead was reduced to ashes. Enough of your lamentations. Let us proceed inside. Once the door was incinerated, Gu Chang'e clapped her hands as if nothing had transpired, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned before they regained their senses. Was this the power of a level 5 overlord? The fate of these small fry could indeed be sealed in an instant. What are you all staring at? Get inside. Do I need to invite you? Gu Chang'e turned her gaze to the motionless Lu Shui and her daughter, as well as the 3 brothers of the Lu family, and kicked each one inside. Once everyone was within, Gu Chang'e summoned flames to hover in the air, illuminating the basement's contents. My goodness, how much is there? Chapter 12. Feng Tianhe, you vengeful woman, the severance of maternal bonds. An overwhelming array of supplies lay scattered across the floor, an abundance of food, drink, and even numerous pharmaceuticals and clothing, all piled haphazardly like refuse in the basement. Many among them realized that even a lifetime of accumulation would not match the wealth of goods present here. These items do not belong to me. They are Lu Fei's. She intends to frame me with supplies from the Hongjian base. Feng Tianhe retorted sharply, refusing to admit that this was her hidden stash. However, Lu Fei merely scoffed and casually picked up a can of meat. All supplies brought back from missions were marked for ease of distribution. and these bore the unmistakable insignia of the Liu family. Furthermore, given the dire straits of the Hongjian base, could she not concoct a more plausible lie? With that, Liu Fei, as if by accident, tossed the can to the ground, where it rolled to the feet of the Liu brothers. The glaring emblem struck them like a resounding slap to the face. With the truth of the supplies laid bare, I have yet to present my evidence. This is a record left behind by my uncle, along with jewelry given to me by the third younger sibling, all of which can corroborate my claims. An individual opened a box, retrieved a ledger, and turned to a page from years past, presenting it to the Liu brothers, where Feng Tianhe's name was prominently inscribed in black and white. Isn't this my mother's jade bracelet? She once said she would reserve it for my dowry. I thought it lost, but it seems you have it. Ah, mother, look. There is also my diamond necklace from my coming-of-age ceremony. And the items I was wrongfully accused of taking from those foolish dogs are right here as well. Liu Fei continued to pull items from the box, revealing to the Liu brothers the very goods they had declared missing years prior. Liu Shui had incited suspicion, claiming the original owner sought to frame her for the loss. During their confrontation, the original owner had stated her own belongings were also missing, prompting Liu Shui to feign distress, kneeling and striking her own face, claiming she would rather face a zombie's bite than endure defamation of her reputation. The original protagonist, in a fit of rage, had a fierce argument with Liu Shui, deliberately rolled down the stairs to injure herself, inciting fury in her 5 brothers who deemed her malevolent. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded, leading Feng Tianhe to exploit a miscarriage, ultimately forcing both Chen Wanyue and the original protagonist out of the villa. How could this happen? Why was it like this? Liu Jimu glared at Feng Tianhe, his eyes bloodshot with anger, reflecting on the years of discord sown by her machinations, which had turned them against their own mother and sister, with an abundance of resources stacked around them. How could they remain oblivious to the fact that their mother was reduced to nothing but skin and bones? Feng Tianhe, you vile woman, how could you harm my mother? I shall end your life. With that, Liu Jimu rushed forward, disregarding the onlookers. As Feng Tianhe's lies were exposed, she saw the murderous intent in Liu Jimu's eyes and screeched as she attempted to flee, only to trip over an object and crash into a wall. Fortuitously, this wall concealed a hidden compartment, which burst open with a click, revealing neatly arranged high-end cosmetics and an array of designer clothing. In an era where basic sustenance was a struggle, cosmetics and finery were luxuries beyond compare. Feng Tianhe, in her quest to ensnare a man's heart, had squandered considerable resources to acquire these possessions. At her age, still adorning herself with makeup and flaunting her appearance, one could easily mistake her intentions for those of a woman seeking to attract a more powerful suitor to replace Lu Lao. Liu Fei's disdainful tone echoed in Gu Chang's ears, signaling the perfect moment to act. With a snap of his fingers, all of Feng Tianhe's cherished belongings were set ablaze. No, my cosmetics, my clothes, don't burn them. Feng Tianhe shrieked, attempting to extinguish the flames. But the fire raged uncontrollably, and her screams grew more agonizing, as if the flames were consuming her very soul. Liu Fei cast an appreciative glance at Gu Chang'e, recognizing his capability and insight, knowing that with such an ally, her future endeavors would be far less burdensome. Quickly, pack up everything here. This belongs to the Liu family, and you cannot take it. Liu Shui glared menacingly at Liu Fei, then turned to her 2 foolish brothers, demanding, will you just stand by and watch them seize what rightfully belongs to us? These are our rations. If they take them, we will starve. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Fei dashed forward and delivered a sharp slap to Liu Shui. Who gave you the audacity to claim these as Liu family rations? This is what my mother and I have traded our lives for. You and your mother have feasted on these luxuries while my mother and I have starved. How dare you utter such words? I shall take them regardless, and your hunger is of no concern to me. Why not let you starve to death? With a flick of her wrist, Liu Fei instructed the personnel from Hongjian base to continue packing, even suggesting they take the load-bearing walls, ensuring not a single item was left for the Liu family dogs. During the packing, Liu Fei distributed boxes of meals and dumplings to those who provided information, ensuring that even the bystanders who aided in the cursing received their share. Those who benefited expressed their gratitude profusely before departing, casting disdainful glances at the Liu family as they left. Humph, what a bunch of blind fools. Liu Fei, with her purifying abilities and spatial gifts, is not one to be trifled with. They deserve to be treated like mere pets. Liu Fei resolved not to ally with them again, recognizing that she was destined for greatness, and crossing her would mean incurring the wrath of numerous formidable figures. As the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, they quickly distanced themselves, leaving only the Lu family and the personnel from Hongjin base behind. Lu Tianqing, Lu Zimo, Lu Jiamu, now that the truth is laid bare, do you still have anything to say? Remember, today marks the severance of ties between us and the Lu family. Should we meet again, it shall be as sworn enemies. Lu Fei's cold voice sent shivers down the spines of the three, their hearts aching with despair. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, they realized the extent of their misconceptions. Gazing at their emaciated mother and their sister, who had completely turned her back on them, panic consumed them. Fei, mother, we are still family. Why must we sever our ties? All this is the doing of that wretched Feng Tianhe. Once father and elder brother return, we shall expel her. Lu Jiamo, kneeling before Chen Wanyue, lamented, yearning to grasp her hand, only to be kicked away by Lu Fei. Humph, it is solely because I wholeheartedly believe in mother, while you, from the moment you welcomed Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui into our home, have betrayed her. Over these years, had it not been for your deliberate neglect, and your failure to visit her even once, she would not have suffered such calamity at the hands of that wretched mistress. To have born sons like you, mother must have truly drawn the short straw. If I were her, I would have cast you straight into the toilet to drown at birth. Lu Fei's words fell like heavy blows, tearing away the facade of the three Lu brothers. That is not the case. These decisions were made by father. How could we, as sons, intervene? They protested. We act for the sake of this family. In such perilous times, should we let two fragile women perish? Lu Tianqing attempted to find an excuse, only to be interrupted by Lu Fei's derisive laughter. So you find joy in the thought of mother and I, two vulnerable women, meeting our demise? This excuse only serves to highlight your selfishness, which disgusts me. Lu Tianqing, you shall face retribution, mark my words. Having finished gathering her belongings, Gu Chang'e carefully cradled Chen Wanyu once more. Lu Fei cast a final glance at the grand villa, recalling the wretched state in which the original owner had left, and left a sinister smile directed towards the basement before departing. Gu Chang'e, too, glanced back at the dazed individuals, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. As Lu Fei and her companions departed the fire base unimpeded, the Lu family villa suddenly ignited in flames. The roaring fire consumed everything, erasing all traces of Lu Fei and Chen Wanyu's past. Ah, brother, save me. The fire is too fierce. Lu Shui, trapped amidst the flames, found her situation not too dire, yet she instinctively sought assistance. In the past, her brothers would have rushed to her aid, but this time, they did not come. As she turned to seek their figures, she saw them regarding Feng Tianhe with icy eyes, their murderous intent stark against the backdrop of the flames. No. Lu Shui's heart raced, and she screamed, attempting to rush forward, but it was too late. The beams of the basement collapsed, engulfed in flames, and Feng Tianhe, sensing danger, attempted to evade but was kicked back by Lu Jiamo. Ah, save me. Shui, please help your mother. Feng Tianhe tumbled into the inferno, rolling on the ground as she screamed, her cries piercing Lu Shui's ears painfully. However, fear held her back. She dreaded that the Lu brothers might direct their wrath towards her, casting her into the flames as well. Vile woman, the good days you have stolen from my mother over the years are due for repayment. Lu Jiamu glared at Feng Tianhe, placing the blame for their mother's departure squarely on her shoulders. They waited until the fire nearly engulfed the entire basement before Lu Tianqing finally dragged his two brothers away, their eyes burning with intense hatred. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shui helped her mother, now unrecognizable from the burns, to escape. Just as they emerged, the villa collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning to ash. Meanwhile, the surrounding areas remained untouched, a testament to the fire control abilities of a level 5 power. Serving as a profound lesson for the Lu family, Lu Shui, observing her indifferent brothers and her mother, who lay barely alive, felt an overwhelming sense of loss. No longer caring about the events at the fire base, Lu Fei resolved to live solely for herself and her mother. Sister, let us find a sturdy shelter to rest for the night before heading to the base, Gu Chang'e suggested, carrying Chen Wanyu, her leadership in the group becoming increasingly apparent. I am not adept at these matters. I shall follow your lead. And let us distribute the supplies, each receiving a share as my introduction to the team, Lu Fei added. She understood that establishing good relations was crucial for her mother's comfort at the base. Cheers erupted from the group, graciously accepting Lu Fei's generosity, as the hoard of supplies from the basement was indeed a significant bounty for their journey. Just as they contemplated continuing their trek, They were suddenly alerted by the sound of rustling footsteps and a foul odor in the air. Trouble. Zombies are approaching. Prepare for battle. Gu Chang'e, ever vigilant, quickly shielded Chen Wanyu and Lu Fei in the center. Within mere moments, a throng of zombies, moving with a grotesque, stiff gait, emerged. Why are there so many? Is there a zombie wave on sale? Hu Daba shouted, his scalp tingling at the sight. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e was in excellent form, incinerating the foremost zombies with fireballs, while the reinforcements from Hongjian base surged forward. Lu Fei cautiously shielded Chen Wanyu, who, protected by the system, remained unharmed. Fei, if danger arises, you must abandon mother. Chen Wanyu, witnessing the relentless and fearsome zombies, turned pale, her heart aching for her daughter. She realized that Lu Fei had truly risked her life all these years. Contemplating this made her loathe the Lu family even more. If you speak like that, I shall be the first to perish, Lu Fei sighed, then feigned sorrow, covering her face as she lamented, why must I suffer so? After finally being able to live well with you, you wish to give up on yourself. Woo. Am I truly the harbinger of doom, deserving of their scorn and abuse? Did they truly speak such words to you? Those wretches. When I see them next, I shall give them a piece of my mind. Upon hearing her daughter's grievances, Chen Wanyu became resolute, regretting her previous fainting spell, wishing she had chastised them all. Seeing Chen Wanyu's fiery resolve, Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief, only to notice the dwindling number of zombies, her brow furrowing in concern. This is peculiar. These zombies do not appear to have gathered here previously. Instead, they seem to be drawn by some unseen force. Hu Dabao's relentless assault on the undead had numbed his hands, and finally sensing something amiss, he raised his voice to confer with Gu Chang'e. Indeed, there is something wrong. A disturbance lurks among us. Gu Chang'e incinerated another batch of zombies, a dull ache forming on his forehead, igniting a simmering irritation that darkened his expression. Upon hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Lu Fei inexplicably sensed that the source of this trouble lay with her. In haste, she rummaged through her belongings, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. Ah, Fei, how did blood get on your pants? Logically, Lu Fei had always been well guarded, leaving no room for injury. Chen Wanyu feared that her daughter might have unexpectedly started her menstrual cycle, potentially attracting the zombies. Lu Fei quickly looked down to find a concealed bloodstain on her knee. Upon touching it and bringing her fingers to her nose, her face darkened with horror. Damn it, someone dares to play tricks on me. The blood was indeed real, but it was not her own. It was a special concoction designed to lure zombies. It likely splattered on her during her skirmish with the Lu family brothers or the Lu Shuem mother-daughter duo. Regardless, the intention was clear, to ensure their team would not return. Beep. Please eliminate 20 zombies to unlock the purification attribute for flora and fauna. Purification of flora and fauna? Does that mean they are devoid of toxins and safe to consume? Indeed, please proceed with determination. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei felt invigorated, motivated by the prospect of satisfying her future cravings. Chapter 14. The Expert in Explosions, Capturing Mutated Creatures. Mom, stay here and keep safe. I shall assist Brother Gu. Lu Fei borrowed a dagger from her protector and prepared to charge out. Chen Wanyu sought to intervene, but considering that these zombies were drawn by her daughter, she feared the ensuing blame if Lu Fei did not engage. Be extremely cautious. If anything happens to you, I shall accompany you in death. Chen Wanyu now lived solely for Lu Fei. Without her, life would hold no purpose. Do not worry, mother. My abilities are formidable. Today, I shall show you what it means to unleash a wolf into a flock of sheep. How? With a spirited declaration, Lu Fei dashed forward, while Chen Wanyu watched with bated breath, terrified that her daughter might be devoured by the zombies. Rest assured, Auntie, our elder sister is incredible when our leader goes berserk. Her firewalls are several meters deep, and she moves through these zombies as if untouched. They are no match for her. The protector, keenly aware, comforted Chen Wanyu, vividly recounting Lu Fei's heroic exploits. Is she truly that impressive? You are not deceiving me, are you? That girl is so proud, she never shares her troubles with me. If anything were to happen to her, before she could finish, Chen Wanyu witnessed Lu Fei charging into the horde of zombies like a miniature explosive, her heart leaping to her throat. Yet in the next moment, Lu Fei delivered a swift kick between a male zombie's legs. Roar, perhaps driven by instinct. The zombie instinctively shielded its vulnerable spot, exposing its weakness. Lu Fei seized the opportunity, swiftly slicing the zombie's throat with her dagger, its head tumbling down with a foul stench. Not so difficult after all. Lu Fei licked her lips in excitement. In her previous life, she had endured countless injustices. Had it not been for her last vestige of rationality, she would have long succumbed to a murderous frenzy. Now, she finally had a legitimate outlet to vent her pent-up frustrations, filling her with joy. With the agile movements cultivated over years of survival, Lu Fei thrived in her pursuit of the undead. Relying on her invulnerability, she launched relentless assaults, targeting male zombies with kicks and swift neck slashes, each tactic proving effective. By the time Gu Changong noticed Lu Fei joining the fray, she had already dispatched over a dozen zombies. "Brother Gu, burn this fabric." Lu Fei tore off the bloodstained portion of her pants and tossed it to Gu Changong. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignited it, reducing the fabric to ashes. Simultaneously, the mass of zombies seemed to lose their purpose, ceasing their advance toward them. As the group sighed in relief, they recognized that Lu Fei had been ensnared. The thought of being deceived intensified Lu Fei's resentment, and her strikes against the zombies became increasingly vicious. As the male team members observed her fiercely targeting the zombies with ruthless kicks, they instinctively clenched their legs, sharing a sympathetic pain that made them grimace. Even the emotionless zombies sensed Lu Fei's exceptionally eerie aura, hastily retreating from her presence. Yet, with her eyes set on completing her mission, Lu Fei was unwilling to let them escape. Brandishing her dagger, she charged forward, taunting, "You think you can flee? I shall slay you all. Ha ha ha." Hearing her malevolent laughter, Gu Changong and the others exchanged glances, realizing that their elder sister had undoubtedly endured significant grievances within the Lu family. Otherwise, how could she exhibit such madness? Hu Debeos observed Lu Fei explode another zombie's vulnerability, nervously swallowing hard, resolved never to provoke her again. This sister of his was not merely silent in her suffering. She was on the verge of an eruption. The hardships she faced over the years were the fault of those wretched Lu family members. From now on, if he encountered them, he would strike with lethal intent, taking full responsibility should any trouble arise. As Lu Fei's onslaught intensified, the remaining zombies dwindled. When the last few were finally vanquished, the battle reached its conclusion. After an hour and a half, they had eliminated over 300 zombies. Though exhausted to the point of being unable to lift their arms, they persevered, elated as they began to scour the battlefield for crystal cores. The new year is upon us. These crystal cores will provide us with sustenance for quite some time. Once we all level up, we will no longer hinder our captain. Indeed, with our elder sister here, our base will soar during the upcoming competition. This year, we shall finally experience what it means to be at the helm. As the chatter of the crowd filled the air, Lu Fei was engaged in settling her achievements with the system. Ding! The host has successfully completed the task and obtained level 1 purification for flora and fauna. Please continue to strive, dear host. With the system's voice echoing in her ears, Lu Fei unlocked the ability to purify small animals, and her heart sang with delight at the thought of roasted chicken and duck. However, upon glancing at her disheveled companions, a twinge of embarrassment washed over her. Had she not been so careless, they would not have faced this zombie tide. Reflecting on this, she retrieved stamina restoration potions and distributed one to each person. "Oh dear, such precious items are too much for us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gathered so many crystal cores. In fact, we've profited." Gu Changga and the others attempted to decline, but Lu Fei insisted, compelling them to accept. "Nightfall is upon us. If you do not restore your strength immediately, what will you do if we encounter zombies again? Moreover, I have tasks for you all to undertake. Drink up." Upon hearing that Lu Fei had further plans, the group complied without hesitation, downing the rather unpleasant potions. Instantly, their stamina was fully restored, leaving them in awe. Shortly thereafter, they finished collecting the crystal cores and swiftly relocated to a concealed shelter to rest. "What? You want us to capture mutated animals?" As they settled in, Lu Fei presented their task. Gu Changga and the others stared in disbelief. Those creatures were ferocious and seemingly useless. What purpose would capturing them serve? "Fear not. I have my own clever strategies. Just be sure to prioritize your safety." Lu Fei mused that if they could capture some animals tonight, they would soon feast on barbecued delicacies. It had been ages since the original host had savored fresh meat, and the thought of such delectable dishes made her mouth water. "I understand. The elder sister intends to capture the mutated animals as secret weapons to throw at the Lu family when they appear, causing chaos even if they don't perish," Hu Debuo suggested, as if in possession of some hidden knowledge. Lu Fei couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, one wouldn't lack for cunning individuals. Quickly, Let us gather zombie flesh and seal it in jars. That would serve as an impressive biological weapon. Hudabeos exclaimed with excitement. Guchanga playfully scolded them to hasten their capture of animals, remarking that no biochemical weapon could rival the threat posed by their foul-smelling socks, which not only stung the eyes, but also choked the nose. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among her companions filled Lu Fei with relief. The camaraderie here was 100 times better than that at the fire base. She felt she had made the right choice in venturing out. Ah, Brother Gu, you appear unwell. Are you feeling a bit under the weather? Turning around, Lu Fei noticed the fatigue masked by Gu Changa's efforts to appear relaxed. As a purifying ability user, she was particularly attuned to their abnormalities. I've utilized my powers a bit excessively today, but I'm not at the point of losing control. You need not exert yourself to purify me, he began, but Lu Fei had already approached him, placing her hand over his chest. Purification, with a gentle sound, accompanied by a refreshing aroma. The surging energy within Gu Changa was completely dispelled, leaving him feeling invigorated as if he could plow 20 acres without breaking a sweat. Wow, how marvelous. This is the power of purification, truly remarkable. The group marveled, and even Chun Wanyue was taken aback by the prowess of her daughter's awakened abilities. Just as Lu Fei basked in their praise, a commotion erupted outside. Chapter 15. Half of your supplies. Can animals be purified? Have you all gone mad? You dare to touch these mutated creatures? Are you not afraid of becoming zombies yourselves? A group of individuals clashed with the patrolling team, sparking a heated argument. Mind your business. We worked hard to catch those 2 chickens, and you just shot them to pieces. Are you out of your minds? The members from the Hongjin base, holding severed chicken wings, were infuriated. Blood and flesh splattered across their faces. They had been saved by Lu Fei and had amassed a bounty of supplies. Yet now they were being denied their hard-earned spoils. We helped you out of kindness, and you repay us with ingratitude? Perhaps these mutated beings should feast upon you instead. The leader of the opposing group, a burly man with a thick beard, glared angrily at the 2 members. The tension escalated as both sides bristled. On the verge of a brawl. Wait. Everyone, stand down. Gu Changa frowned and approached, recognizing the insignia on the opposition's uniforms. They belonged to the Phoenix base, which often required assistance during difficult times. It would not be prudent to escalate the conflict. I am Gu Changa from the Hongjin base. What is your intention? Upon hearing his name, the burly man paused, realizing that these seemingly inconspicuous individuals were actually associated with a prominent figure. We are from the Phoenix base, currently resting in a nearby shelter. While on patrol, we saw you capturing mutated chickens and assumed you were starving. We intended to intervene, but our good intentions went unappreciated. The burly man cast a disapproving glare at his comrades, frustrated that they had gotten involved in such a thankless task. It seems to be a misunderstanding. We seek the mutated chickens for sustenance, Lu Fei interjected, her melodious voice drawing attention as her exquisite beauty stood out amidst the ruins. The opposing group was taken aback to discover that the Hongjin base harbored such a stunning figure. Gu Changa and the others were astonished that Lu Fei intended to eat those creatures and were about to offer their counsel when the burly man burst into laughter. You wish to consume mutated chickens? Ha ha. Gu Changa, you must be famished beyond belief. If you truly cannot survive, you are welcome to join us at the Phoenix base. Given your status as a level 5 powerhouse, we can at least ensure you do not starve. The bearded man laughed with wild abandon, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. Gu Changa frowned, ready to deliver a scathing reprimand, but was interrupted by Lu Fei, who crossed her arms, a bemused smile on her face as she regarded the bearded man. Oh, dear brother, do you doubt our ability to consume mutated creatures? It was common knowledge, even among the children in the base, that eating mutated animals was tantamount to courting death, akin to consuming zombies. With a derisive snort, the bearded man cast a disdainful glance at Lu Fei. Though the girl was undeniably attractive, her intellect seemed lacking. Gu Changa had once found such banter amusing, but now he resolved to keep his distance to avoid being dragged into calamity. If that is the case, would you dare to wager with us? Lu Fei asked, her smile unwavering. Procure a few mutated animals, chickens, or ducks will suffice. If we consume them and remain unharmed, you will relinquish half of your supplies to us. She had opted for half, recognizing their initial good intentions. Otherwise, she would have demanded all of their provisions. All right, but what if you lose? The bearded man countered. If we eat the mutated animals and die, the remaining supplies will belong to you. At this, the bearded man scoffed. What worth could there be in the supplies from Hongjin base? Were they merely old, rancid socks, or the tattered garments worn by their inhabitants. Yet, the thought of witnessing this group meet a foolish demise brought him a sense of glee, and he readily agreed. Just don't regret it. He cautioned before departing with his companions to capture mutated creatures, leaving Gu Chang'e to watch Lu Fei with concern. Sister, please don't act recklessly. Those things are truly inedible. In the early days of the apocalypse, many had perished due to ignorance regarding the dangers of consuming mutated animals, and once the truth was uncovered, no one dared to entertain such thoughts again. They had finally found a purification specialist. They could not afford any mishaps. Just because others cannot eat them does not mean I cannot, Lu Fei replied, her confidence radiating as she surveyed them. The others wished to dissuade her further, but the bearded man returned triumphantly, carrying 3 mutated chickens. These creatures, having undergone mutation, were not only 3 times the size of regular chickens, but were also adorned with sharp teeth and carried the zombie virus, exuding an aura of danger. Here, let me see how you intend to eat these, he taunted. Once you perish, I will ensure you receive a proper burial, so your corpses won't fall prey to the zombies. He tossed the half-dead mutated chickens onto the ground, fixated on Lu Fei and her every move. Should they falter in their resolve, he would ensure they learned that Phoenix Base was not to be trifled with, even with Gu Chang'e, a formidable 5th-level adept, present. Sister, you really shouldn't eat that. If anyone should eat it, it should be us. As long as you keep our captain safe, our deaths would be inconsequential. Just as Lu Fei reached for a mutated chicken, she was halted by Hudaba, who solemnly expressed his last wishes, eager to sacrifice himself for her. Touched by their unwavering loyalty, Lu Fei gently pushed Hudaba's hand aside and approached the mutated chickens. Purification, with a decisive flourish. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air as the mutated chickens underwent a remarkable transformation. Their sharp teeth fell away, and their mottled skin reverted to its former appearance. Even the fierce, murderous glint in their eyes softened to innocence. All right, let's drain the blood and pluck the feathers. We shall feast on roasted chicken tonight. Lu Fei's actions left everyone around her utterly astonished. What? What have you done? You purified the mutated chickens? Goodness, you possess purification abilities? The bearded man shrieked, his astonishment surpassing that of witnessing a pig take flight. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Hongjian Base were equally taken aback. Sister, you can purify not just people, but animals as well. Hudaba stammered, his excitement overwhelming him as he waved his arms. Why not? It's all based on the same principle. Lu Fei shrugged innocently, sensing the awe in the air. She tossed her hair back, modestly concealing her prowess. Now, let us get to work. Everyone is hungry. She patted her growling stomach, and although there was leftover rice, it paled in comparison to the allure of roasted chicken. Rest assured, sister, we will handle everything, Hudaba exclaimed, as the others eagerly lunged towards the dead chickens. Having not tasted chicken in years, they were elated at the prospect of a feast. The fire and water abilities present at Hongjian Base ensured that within 10 minutes, the chickens were expertly prepared. Gu Chang'e transformed into a makeshift roasting oven, ensuring the chickens were evenly cooked, and soon, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted poultry. The scent drove everyone into a frenzy of salivation, especially the bearded man's companions, who craned their necks to watch the chickens cook. Brother Hu, that roasted chicken smells divine. We want some too. A teammate behind the bearded man was nearly drooling. He shot them a fierce glare. Eat, eat, eat. You think you resemble roasted chicken? Hurry up and run, or we'll lose half our supplies. Just as the bearded man prepared to flee with his companions, Gu Chang'e placed a hand on his shoulder. Where do you think you're going? The bearded man, seeing the ominous expression on Gu Chang'e's face, quickly shoved his comrades away. Go get the captain to save me. Chapter 16. Slaying zombies by day, selling one's rear by night. The bearded man screamed as he turned to embrace Gu Chang'e, drawing everyone's attention and allowing his companions to escape. Lu Fei, who had initially intended to return to care for her mother, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, just in time to see Gu Chang'e fuming at the bearded man. Sister, this rascal is trying to escape and has me pinned down. Gu Chang'e gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that he was wary of the Phoenix Base's immense wealth, upon which they heavily relied, he would have reduced this fool to ashes long ago. Lu Fei, hearing this, also sneered, her gaze laced with disdain as she observed the scruffy beard surrounding his chin. Is it true? You take your waste home with you? No wonder the Phoenix Base is so affluent. It seems their riches come from evading debts. Preposterous. I haven't defaulted on anything. You are the ones who deceived me, deliberately feigning weakness to provoke me. Otherwise, how could I have fallen for it? Hu Xingwang, now pinned down, refused to yield, loudly accusing Lu Fei and her companions of cheating. Feigning weakness? With your dull-witted brain, do you think you're worthy of such tactics? We merely sought to indulge in the mutant chickens ourselves, yet you insisted on intruding. Now you claim we tricked you? Is it not you who is merely running in circles? Lu Fei's words flushed Hu Xingwang's dark face with embarrassment, although he was too stubborn to admit it. The people from the Hongjian base were not entirely blameless either. After all, he simply could not acknowledge the truth, for that represented half of their supplies. Should he relinquish them, the captain would tear him apart. I may lack money, but I still have my life. If you can, just try to kill me. Hu Xingwang raised his head defiantly, embodying the spirit of a stubborn pig, believing that as long as he could endure until the captain arrived. These impoverished fools could never truly harm him. Gu Chang'e, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger, wishing to teach him a lesson, but fortunately, his subordinates restrained him. They could not afford to provoke the Phoenix base. Otherwise, during the extreme cold or heat, retreat would become impossible. Seeing Gu Chang'e seething with rage, Lu Fei couldn't help but smile. It had been a while since she encountered such audacious shamelessness. She stroked her chin, gazing at Hu Xingwang, but regrettably, she had encountered many like him before. Even if he had not a single cent to his name, she could still squeeze him dry. Upon hearing this, Hu Xingwang scoffed disdainfully. You delicate little girl. Aside from purification, what else can you do? You're merely coddled by everyone. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how to survive. Brother Gu, I reckon this guy has some strength. Once daylight breaks, he can toil at the base killing zombies. At night, he should consider working in the red light district. Or if that fails, selling his backside. Though he's unattractive, who knows, there might be those with a penchant for the grotesque. Besides, with a mask, it would be the same. Listening to Lu Fei's description, Hu Xingwang's eyes widened in horror as if he were gazing at a demon. You vile, wretched woman. I would rather die than let you defile my pure body. Clearly, Hu Xingwang had yet to fully grasp Lu Fei's character. After he hurled more insults, he continued. Once I can't entertain clients anymore, I could sell my organs before I perish. There's profit in that. As for my corpse, don't waste it. Send it to attract zombies for us to earn one last profit. With such a hodgepodge of ideas, it might even cover our losses. Lu Fei regarded Hu Xingwang, her eyes gleaming with the allure of wealth, causing him to tremble involuntarily. This woman seemed to be serious. My captain will come to save me. Huh. If I were you, I wouldn't be so optimistic. You lost the bet due to your arrogance and now refuse to acknowledge it, trying to bully us into silence. Even if we truly suffered a loss today, I will spread the word among the 9 major bases, ensuring everyone knows what kind of scum the Phoenix base comprises. In the end, it will be because of you that the people of the Phoenix base will be scorned. Lu Fei's words made Hu Xingwang's complexion darken, and ultimately, he let out a loud wail before fainting. Observing how easily he succumbed, Lu Fei scoffed derisively. With such feeble combat prowess, he dared to argue with her? Bind him and wait for our people to arrive. Let the festivities continue. With Hu Xingwang's interruption, the roasted chicken was on the verge of cooling down. Gu Chang'e quickly handed the 2 largest chicken legs to Lu Fei, who dashed away to deliver them to her mother, leaving the remainder for the others. At first, Chen Wanyue hesitated to eat, but Lu Fei disregarded her objections, tearing into the chicken and stuffing it into her mouth. Good girl, a kiss for mommy. Watching Chen Wanyue finish an entire chicken leg, Lu Fei kissed her cheek as if she were a child, feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully, the restorative potion provided by the system was effective. Otherwise, her delicate stomach could not handle such fare. You girl, I'm full now. Hurry and eat for yourself. Chen Wanyue was left bemused by Lu Fei's antics, wiping the drool from her face and gently pushing her away. Noticing her fatigue, Lu Fei laid down her clothing for her to rest on before stepping outside. As she munched on a chicken leg, she discovered that the 3 roasted chickens had long been devoured by Gu Chang'e and his crew, some even fighting over the bones. The Hongjian base was indeed impoverished. To ensure their members were fed, they would exchange even the most expensive canned meat for more affordable supplies. For years, they had not tasted any meat. Yet today, thanks to Lu Fei, they feasted on tomato and egg rice and roasted chicken, far superior to what was typically served at their base. All in all, they were living better than the leaders of their base. This chicken is divine. Oh, it's just too little. Everyone ate to the point of gluttony, overwhelmed with joy. Even Hu Xingwang, who had feigned unconsciousness, was roused by the aroma, gazing hungrily at the feast and swallowing repeatedly. Damn it! Had I known. I wouldn't have spoken so foolishly. Perhaps a few kind words might have earned me a bite. Even gnawing on the bones would suffice. You can still catch more. When you return, I'll help purify them for you. Lu Fei was satisfied after finishing a large chicken leg, but couldn't help but chuckle at their unsatisfied expressions. Captain, can we go catch more chickens? Hu Dabio and the others cheered with delight, yet they still dared not act on their own, turning to seek Gu Chang's approval. You may eat, but you must exchange something with the elder sister. Abilities have their limits. While we can request the elder sister's purification when we lose control, who will assist her when she is overwhelmed? The elder sister, possessing a kind heart, generously shared the chicken with us. Unlike others who often regard their subordinates merely as tools, you should all harbor gratitude. Do you hear me? Gu Chang's words prompted the crowd to nod solemnly, leading them to fetch a few more, albeit not too many, for fear of exhausting Lu Fei. Brother Gu, I'm fine. Lu Fei wanted to express that this minor purification was less tiring than running 800 meters. Sister, those little monkeys need a good scolding, otherwise, they'll soon dare to do as they please. If you purify for me, I cannot let you waste your strength. When we return to the base, I will give you all my belongings. Lu Fei gazed at Gu Chang's striking red hair. He appeared rough and impetuous, yet his mind was astute and perceptive. Collaborating with someone like him was not only comfortable, but also maintained a sense of propriety, so much so that Lu Fei had unconsciously included him in her circle. Brother Gu, we will rely on you for our journey. I am already very grateful that you can provide a place for my mother and me to stay. How about this? I will purify for you without charge, but when I purify for others, you help me raise the price, and we split it 80-20. With you getting 20 and I 80. Gu Chang'e initially intended to refuse, but considering the multitude at the base awaiting food, he could only muster the courage to agree. Rest assured, sister, I will certainly help you promote. As they conversed, a cacophony of footsteps drew their attention. Turning around, they spotted over 30 men clad in the emblem of the Phoenix base approaching. The leader, with long aquamarine hair, possessed a tall and slender frame, and his handsome face bore an undeniable aura of irritation and gloom. Typically, Gu Chang'e might have felt wary, but today he instantly broke into a smile, leaning towards Lu Fei with a wink. Sister, here comes the fat sheep. Chapter 17. The misfortunate cannon fodder antagonist. Does Hongjian base devour people? That is Luo Feiyu from the Phoenix base, a level 5 water ability user. I sensed a hint of his powers spiraling out of control the last time I saw him, and it appears to be even more severe this time. Sister, didn't we take half of their supplies? Soon, I will claim their remaining resources. Gu Chang'e whispered to Lu Fei with a conspiratorial look, and together they plotted to plunder the Phoenix base. Upon hearing the name Luo Feiyu, Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Wasn't he the first major antagonist in the novel, later becoming the unfortunate food source for the heroine, Lu Shui? In the narrative, after Lu Shui awakened her abilities, she ventured out with her team. Her arrogance drew the attention of numerous zombies, leading her to the Phoenix base's resting area. Coincidentally, Luo Feiyu was out surveying the terrain, leaving behind a team with diminished combat capability. Upon his return, he found his comrades reduced to mere remnants, their severed limbs and agonized faces haunting him. Consumed by rage, his powers erupted uncontrollably. Following the trail left by the zombies, he sought vengeance and ultimately found Lu Shui, who was basking in the accolades for the supplies she had pilfered from the Phoenix base, oblivious to the dozens of lives she had cost. Witnessing the belongings of his fallen comrades only fueled his wrath, transforming him into his zombie form, intent on taking them down with him. As a level 5 powerhouse, he single-handedly decimated numerous members of the Lihua base, and just as defeat loomed, Lu Shui, leveraging her jade pendant's ability, launched a surprise attack, severing Luo Feiyu's head and appropriating his powers, catapulting herself from level 2 to the pinnacle of level 5, and even hinting at surpassing it. Thus, Luo Feiyu and his comrades inadvertently provided Lu Shui with not only the means to enhance her abilities, but also the status of a hero in the Lihua base, laying a foundation for her future maneuverings among the various power players. Alas, what a tragic flower of adversity, Lu Fei mused, engaging with the system while regarding Luo Feiyu with a profound sense of pity. Such a commendable individual, reduced to a zombie by Lu Shui. It was a shame for such a well-built physique and handsome visage. Gu Chang'e, return my teammates. Luo Feiyu glared at Gu Chang'e, a persistent headache heightening his agitation. His striking features tinged with a pallor that signified imminent eruption. Why should we return them? You lost a bet and are attempting to weasel out of it. are you? The infamous Luo Feiyu, attempting to bully us mere impoverished souls? Gu Chang'e, unfazed, crossed his arms, gazing at Luo Feiyu with mockery. After all, this was a golden opportunity. He could not let it slip away. Only a bet, yet you demand half of our supplies? Surely, your appetite is insatiable. Do you not fear bursting? Luo Feiyu had sensed a burning gaze upon him since his arrival and looked up to find a remarkably beautiful girl. Though he had often been scrutinized by the opposite sex, none had ever regarded him with such pity and compassion. This realization only deepened his annoyance, and he yearned to hastily depart with his team. A bet is a bet. If you dared to wager, you must take responsibility. If you wish to renege, it is not impossible. Simply bow 3 times and proclaim that the Phoenix base is filled with cowards, and we will consider it misfortune on our part. You are going too far. Luo Feiyu's eyes glinted with cold light. I will give you at most 1/4. Take it or leave it. Luo Feiyu's powers clashed with Gu Chang'e's, and their mere presence aggravated one another. At this moment, he had no time to bicker, enduring a splitting headache. His cold aura intensified as he declared his bottom line and instructed his team to drop the supplies. Lu Fei sensed the impending eruption of Luo Feiyu's emotions. If left unchecked, it would likely escalate within a month. Ding! System task. Please purify 3 level 5 ability users. Reward: 1 random unlimited food item. Lu Fei thought. Just when she was worried about running out of buns and rice bowls, unlimited food appeared. To satiate her future cravings, she could not allow Luo Feiyu to escape. While Luo Feiyu and Gu Chang'e faced a standoff, both eager to engage in combat, a piercing gaze caught Luo Feiyu's attention. Turning his head, Lu Fei regarded him with an emerald gleam in her eyes, as if he were a delectable dish. You folks at Hongjian Base aren't planning to resort to cannibalism, are you? Luo Feiyu's words caused Lu Fei's expression to stiffen, hastily diverting her gaze to the sand beneath her feet, concerned that her intense stare might frighten him away. What is so appetizing about humans? We have our elder sister. She's the one who enjoys the finest delicacies. With your meager offerings, are you trying to appease a beggar? We've made our demands clear, and if you don't comply, the 9 major bases will soon learn of your folly. Under normal circumstances, Gu Chang'e would have lunged forward to seize the supplies, but today he stood firm, kicking the foremost batch of goods away. The elemental clash of water and fire heightened the tension, and Gu Chang'e's provocative gesture further frayed Luo Feiyu's already delicate nerves. A splitting headache surged through him, prompting him to unleash a sharp water blade. Had Gu Chang'e not dodged swiftly, he would have certainly been pierced through. Are you truly serious? Gu Chang'e's countenance darkened, his expression reflecting a determination that suggested he was not intimidated by Luo Feiyu. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a flickering flame that danced alongside his crimson hair, accentuating the resolute features of his face. A shadowy aura flickered across Luo Feiyu's visage, his deep-set eyes gleaming with a ghostly pallor reminiscent of a zombie. The surge of his powers ignited a murderous rage within him, his singular thought fixated on eliminating Gu Chang'e. The contrasting energies of heat and cold stirred the air into a tempest, causing those around them to withdraw, afraid to even breathe. The confrontation between the 5th-level powerhouses was beyond the comprehension of mere onlookers. Just as the two were on the brink of combat, a clear voice rang out, "Hold on. Brother Gu, come here for some roasted chicken." Lu Fei's melodious tone was akin to a refreshing summer drink, soothing the heightened spirits of both men. Gu Chang'e, instantly redirecting his fierce aura, donned a servile smile and hurried to Lu Fei's side. The impending violence that had consumed Luo Feiyu was abruptly interrupted, leaving him irritable as he turned to see Lu Fei smiling brightly at her team, who were returning with a mutated chicken. The team members dutifully placed the chicken down and stepped back to allow Lu Fei to showcase her abilities. Luo Feiyu, observing their sycophantic behavior, found himself drawn forward, curious about Lu Fei's mysterious prowess. The people from Phoenix Base, equally intrigued, wondered how they managed to consume the mutated chicken without succumbing to its toxins. As they craned their necks to catch a glimpse, Lu Fei strode forward confidently. Purification. With a gentle pop, a soft golden light radiated outward, accompanied by an alluring fragrance that enveloped the 30-odd mutated chickens, restoring them to their original state. The wafting aroma caressed Luo Feiyu's senses, oddly calming his earlier agitation. His previously stormy eyes now held a flicker of clarity as he gazed at Lu Fei in astonishment. Watching Lu Fei complete her purification, he stifled a yawn and decided to follow her. "Miss, could you assist me with purification as well?" Lu Fei regarded the strikingly handsome man before her, noting the urgency in his eyes, clearly tormented by the rampaging powers within him. Not far off, Gu Chang'e observed Luo Feiyu blocking Lu Fei's path and rushed over to push him aside. Why should I purify you lot of deadbeats? Do you take my sister's powers for granted? I will honor our agreement and provide half the supplies, but I admit I acted impulsively earlier, and for that, I apologize. Luo Feiyu, suppressing his irritation, offered a gentle apology, displaying a clever sense of timing. That is what you owe us. If you want my sister to purify you, you must also provide the other half of the supplies. Gu Chang'e reveled in finally asserting himself before Luo Feiyu, exuding an air of arrogance. Agreed. Luo Feiyu's swift acquiescence left Gu Chang'e smacking his thigh in regret, realizing he had undervalued the situation. Wait, I misspoke. Your supplies are insufficient for purification. Who doesn't know that you, Luo Feiyu, are the backbone of Phoenix Base? If you were to lose control, the base would suffer even greater losses. Gu Chang'e was clearly trying to demand a high price, and while Luo Feiyu felt a surge of irritation at his smug demeanor, he took a deep breath to quell his emotions. So, how much do you truly require? As they spoke, the people from Hongjian Base gathered their crystals and valuable items. Sister, this is all we have on us. Once we return to the base, we will make sure to provide the remainder. The group presented their offerings with respectful deference, eyes gleaming as they extended their hands towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei recognized their intentions to save face and graciously accepted their contributions. Host. Zombie crystals can be exchanged for points, allowing access to the system marketplace. Gold, silver, and jewels are also accepted. This system collects anything of value. In her mind, the little honey badger, adorned with a tuft of white fur, eagerly gnawed at its tiny paws, brimming with desire. You accept this? Indeed. Our system has assessments too. The annual best will receive a splendid body. The system playfully rolled around in her mind, and Lu Fei felt her heart soften, determined to accumulate points for her little buddy to help it become an exemplary employee. With a flourish, she sent hundreds of crystals to the system, and the little honey badger gleefully embraced them to exchange, occasionally sneaking a few to munch on when Lu Fei wasn't looking. Lu Fei displayed boundless patience towards her little system. After all, why not indulge it? Just then, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, signaling that the chicken was nearly ready. Not only the people from Hongjian Base, but even those from Phoenix Base found themselves salivating at the sight. They alternated their gaze between the roasted chicken and Luo Feiyu, their eyes sparkling with unrestrained desire. Captain, that roasted chicken looks absolutely delicious. Even if the Phoenix Base were to be abundantly wealthy, it could not compare to the sheer delight of indulging in roasted chicken. During these years of the apocalypse, their primary sustenance had been canned meat, and the moment they caught a whiff of the rich aroma, each one of them was eager to pounce. At this moment, Hu Xingwang, bound and unattended, resembled a worm as he leapt to Luo Feiyu's side, whispering conspiratorially, Captain, it wouldn't be impossible for us to share our supplies with them. After all, we could tag along and not only enjoy some roasted chicken, but also have you purified in the process. Then, you can employ your charm to lure her back to our base, and let us see if Gu Chang'e dares to complain. Listening to Hu Xingwang's incessant chatter, the irritation that Luo Feiyu had just quelled began to resurface. Yet, he had to concede that there was a kernel of truth in what he said. The fragrant allure emanating from Lu Fei calmed him considerably, and his gaze grew increasingly resolute. As long as she can purify me, you may have whatever you desire. To make amends for my earlier rudeness, I will provide you with 20 bottles of water as compensation. Captain, please, you must refrain from overexerting your abilities. Hu Xingwang exclaimed in alarm. He intended for the captain to receive purification, not to exacerbate his condition. Was it possible that the captain's ailment had worsened to the point of dull-wittedness? Ignoring his team's protests, Luo Feiyu summoned the people from Hongjian Base to bring him water containers, channeling his powers as streams of crystal-clear water flowed from his fingertips. In a short time, the containers were filled, but Luo Feiyu's complexion grew increasingly pale, shadows flickering in his eyes. Lu Fei understood that his state was not far better than Gu Chang'e's when he had been on the brink of self-destruction. I have already extended my apologies. Shall I have them deliver the supplies? Can we stay? Luo Feiyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Fei, not even realizing the fervent hope that shimmered in his eyes. This expression reminded Lu Fei of a timid stray kitten she had encountered during a heavy downpour, cowering in a corner and emitting faint cries for help. Despite Luo Feiyu's formidable strength, Lu Fei found herself associating him with that little kitten. and her desire to see him suffer further dissipated. We can stay, but we discovered this shelter first. If you wish to rest here, you must exchange crystal cores. As for the mutated chickens, I will offer 100 crystal cores for each you manage to capture. However, a level 5 ability user is far more challenging to procure than those mutated chickens. What do you believe your worth is? Lu Fei did not refuse, bringing joy to those from the Phoenix base, who hurriedly gathered their crystal cores, eager to satisfy their cravings, even if it would not be enough. Luo Feiyu too produced all his valuable possessions, crystal cores, firearms, daggers, and even a telescope. Ah, indeed, the Phoenix base is a place of wealth. These items are not easily acquired. Gu Chang'e delightedly toyed with the handgun and telescope, both scarce resources for Hongjian base. I brought these with me. If you trust us, you can accompany us back to the base, and I will share my savings with you. Luo Feiyu, now wiser, ignored Gu Chang'e's incessant chatter, focusing solely on Lu Fei. Fearful that her displeasure might lead her to withhold purification. He understood all too well that missing this opportunity would lead to his demise, whether by becoming a zombie or self-detonating. Neither fate was acceptable to him. Can you procure firearms and ammunition? Through the memories of the original owner, Lu Fei had learned that while the Phoenix base was not the largest, its abundant resources had made it the most prosperous territory. Meanwhile, Hongjian base was in dire poverty. Acquiring firearms and ammunition would serve as a bargaining chip to ensure a stable life for herself and her mother. Of course, my life is of great value. If you grant me purification, I can provide you with 50 handguns and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Gu Chang'e interjected, Sister, I believe the firearms are not the main issue, but rather our willingness to help. Am I right? Lu Fei was well aware of Gu Chang'e's eagerness. Hongjian base was filled with dilapidated goods, and such bounty was unprecedented. Tempted by the generous offer, Gu Chang'e was prepared to overlook Luo Feiyu's prior rudeness. Lu Fei, recognizing the moment to withdraw, remembered that she still had a mission to complete. Purification. Seeing Lu Fei's silence, Luo Feiyu mistakenly thought she was dissatisfied and was about to raise the stakes when he suddenly felt enveloped by a warm current. The familiar fragrance enveloped his senses, and the headaches and murderous impulses that had tormented him for 6 months vanished instantly, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of relief and vitality. Wow, is this the power of purification? How incredible! The people from the Phoenix base gasped in astonishment, rushing over to observe Luo Feiyu's transformation. As the golden light dissipated, not only did the captain appear rejuvenated, but his features seemed even more handsome. Experiencing this newfound comfort, Luo Feiyu gazed at Lu Fei with sparkling eyes, as if he had discovered a great treasure. Are you not afraid I might renege on our deal? In response to Luo Feiyu's inquiry, Lu Fei smiled gently. I advise you not to attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you may only learn the consequences in your next life. Chapter 19. Wealth is impressive. We have an elder sister. Firebase. Lu Juanhao Lu Fei would not divulge that she possessed not only purification abilities, but also the power of reverse purification. The chaotic abilities she absorbed were formidable, stored within her system. Any fool who dared to lay a hand on her would meet an unfortunate end. Luo Feiyu could clearly sense the coldness that flickered in Lu Fei's eyes and hastily assured her that he would not default on their agreement. Conveniently, their return to Hongjian base would take them past the Phoenix base, where they could collect their rewards and have the base's vehicle transport them back. Upon hearing they could ride back, the people from Hongjian base gleamed with excitement. Since the onset of the apocalypse, resources like fuel had become scarce, monopolized by only 2 bases. Others wishing to acquire it had to either pay exorbitant prices or trade for it by battling zombies. As for Hongjian base, while it had a multitude of vehicles, none were operational. They had been dismantled to reinforce the walls. Apart from working at other bases to repay their debts, they spent the rest of their time on the number 11 bus. How wonderful it is to have money. Gu Chang'e cast a glance at Luo Feiyu, filled with a mixture of admiration and envy, but when she saw Lu Fei, pride surged within her. No matter how wealthy the Phoenix base might be, their Hongjian base boasted a big sister. If they could procure a handgun today, tomorrow they might acquire gasoline, and perhaps even a helicopter the day after. While he was dreaming, the people from the Phoenix base had already brought back 10 mutated chickens. With a mere gesture, Lu Fei purified them in an instant, effortlessly obtaining 1,000 crystal cores, which made everyone else green with envy. Just look at the ease with which the purification experts earned their fortunes. Feel free to do as you please. I am going to rest. Having just arrived and faced a hard battle, compounded by a long afternoon's journey. Lu Fei was utterly exhausted. She yawned and returned to the shelter, casually draping a piece of clothing over herself before lying down beside Chen Wanyue, resting her forehead against her mother's back, feeling her heartbeat, and finally drifting into a peaceful slumber. Once Lu Fei fell asleep, the others instinctively lowered their voices, walking cautiously, as if even a fart could awaken their big sister. The people of Hongjian Base, well-fed and content, except for those on night watch, were sound asleep amidst the fragrant aroma of roasted chicken. Similarly, those at the Phoenix Base were enjoying their meal, blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Captain, that Lu Fei is definitely extraordinary. Her purification skills are remarkable. If she were to join our base, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Hu Xingwang, savoring the last piece of chicken bone, hesitated to discard it. For the first time, he found himself envying the impoverished folks at Hongjian Base and turned to his captain. Tall and handsome, with charm, wealth, and physique, he was convinced he could rival Gu Chang'e, that reckless man. As we follow this path, let us convey to others the utmost respect and obedience to Lu Fei. Anyone who dares to defy this should leave the Phoenix Base immediately. Luo Feiyu, recalling the serene fragrance that enveloped Lu Fei during purification, felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, a voice within urging him to draw closer to her, to stay by her side. In this world of survival, where conflict was the norm, it was uncertain where Lu Fei would ultimately choose to remain. A flash of brilliance crossed his dark eyes, and he couldn't tear his gaze away from Lu Fei throughout the night. As dawn broke, Lu Fei and her mother awoke to find breakfast already prepared. Thanks to Luo Feiyu's generous contribution of 20 bottles of water yesterday, the Hongjian Base had graciously prepared chicken porridge. Lu Fei and Chen Wanyue received the 2 richest bowls, while the others happily slurped up the remaining broth. Are you eating so little? Can you endure the hunger? Chen Wanyue glanced at the meager contents in her bowl, and then at the clear broth in Gu Chang'e's bowl, feeling a twinge of pity. Yet they laughed joyfully. Annie, we used to skip breakfast, but ever since we had a big sister, we've been well-fed for several consecutive meals. Hu Debao, without a hint of guile, blurted out the truth, only to be promptly kicked down by Gu Chang'e. Big sister, don't listen to him trying to scare you. Even if the Hongjian Base is poor, we can still ensure you and Mom are well-fed. Once we return, I'll clear out the base leader's house for you to stay in. Observing Gu Chang'e's cautious demeanor, Lu Fei recalled the ridicule directed at Hongjian Base in the past, where they had gone days starving. It seemed the accounts were not exaggerated, but rather realistic. Rest assured, I wouldn't disdain the base. The Flame Base may be considered average. Yet my mother and I were still left skin and bones. No matter how dire the circumstances at Hongjian Base, they surely couldn't be worse than that. Of course not, Gu Chang'e assured with a pat on his chest. I guarantee by the head of the base that you and your mother will be well-fed and plump. Lu Fei burst into laughter, and during their light-hearted banter, they tidied up their belongings in preparation for departure. As they stepped outside, they found the Phoenix Base personnel already ready, their array of genuine firearms and bulletproof vests making their armament far more luxurious than that of Hongjian Base. Humph, we're not envious. With a big sister, we will have these things sooner or later, Hu Debao and the others reassured themselves, walking with chests puffed out like roosters, determined not to be overshadowed by the Phoenix Base. Clad in combat attire, Luo Feiyu's broad shoulders and slender waist accentuated his tall figure, especially his long, aquamarine hair shimmering softly in the sunlight. Lu Fei realized that the gloomy, handsome man from yesterday had transformed into a striking and composed officer post-purification. Sensing Lu Fei's admiring gaze, Luo Feiyu flashed a fleeting smile, captivatingly radiant. Ahem, time is of the essence. If we dawdle any longer, we must hasten our journey. Gu Chang'e internally cursed Luo Feiyu as a crafty fox, quickly stepping between the two to shield Lu Fei's view, fearing that this scoundrel might employ his charms to lead her astray. With this thought, he regained his confidence and lifted his chin, jesting that his own exquisite visage was no less appealing than Luo Feiyu's. A group of over 60 marched towards the Phoenix Base, with 2 fifth-level experts leading the way, complemented by the advanced weaponry from the Phoenix Base. Even if they encountered a horde of zombies, they would be able to handle it with ease. When had the Hongjian Base ever fought such a well-equipped battle? Everyone was flushed with excitement, charging headlong into any zombie they encountered, eager to collect crystal cores and enjoy roasted chicken. At noon, the team paused to rest. Hu Debao, weighing his supplies, volunteered to hunt mutated chickens, promising to bring back a feast for everyone. Lu Fei, equally uninterested in dry, compressed biscuits, nodded in agreement, offering to purify one chicken for each of the two teams if they succeeded. Everyone dashed out eagerly, once fearful of the ominous creatures, now clamoring to catch them. Strange, it's been half an hour. Why haven't they returned? Guchanga furrowed his brow, reasoning that mutated chickens were readily visible and they shouldn't take this long to come back. Beside him, Luo Feiyu also furrowed his brow, for his team members had yet to return. The two exchanged glances, sensing an unusual tension, and were about to investigate when Hu Xingwang rushed back in a frenzy. Captain, it's bad. The people from the fire base are attempting to seize the spoils from the Hongjian base. Hurry, or you'll only be left to collect the corpses. At the mention of the fire base, Lu Fei instinctively lifted her head. Do you know who from the fire base it is? Lu Fei suddenly inquired. Hu Xingwang was momentarily taken aback, but recalling the captain's instructions from the previous day, he quickly replied with respect. It's the level 4 ability user, Lu Juanhao. From the fire base. Upon hearing that name, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Fei's eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile curled upon her lips. Her elder brother. How unexpected to encounter him so soon. As his little sister, it would be remiss not to greet him. In an instant, as Hu Xingwang's words fell, Lu Fei dashed off in the direction he indicated. Chapter 20. Sibling Confrontation. I shall not converse with the fool. Follow the elder sister. And let's wipe out those foolish brutes. Guchanga followed closely behind, ordering someone to carry Chen Wanyue, as they all hurried after Lu Fei. The Phoenix base was unaware, but they knew that the Lu family treated Lu Fei with utmost disdain, akin to enemies. It was unacceptable not to draw blood upon their meeting today. Flattery would not suffice. Violence was their forte. So it's the elder sister's elder brother. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Grab your weapons, and let us go take a look. The members of Hongjian base surged forward, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. Luo Feiyu's eyes flashed, signaling his team to prepare swiftly, donning their gear and racing toward the scene of the conflict. By the time they arrived, the clash of weapons could already be heard. Firebase, do not overstep. We were the ones who vanquished these zombies. On what grounds do you dare to steal? Hudaba's indignant voice reached them, spurring Lu Fei to quicken her pace. What you vanquished is of no consequence. We were the first to lay eyes on them. Enough chatter. Hand over all the crystal cores in your possession if you wish to live, or none of you will return. The opposing voice was brazen, betraying a familiarity with such highway robbery tactics. Lu Fei recognized this voice as that of Ren Zhong, Lu Shui's devoted sycophant, who had often played tricks on the original host during missions. Had it not been for her own cleverness, she would have fallen victim to Ren Zhong's machinations several times over. The memories of the original host's suffering darkened Lu Fei's expression further, upon finally spotting the enemy. She raised her pistol without hesitation. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck Ren Zhong's shoulder, causing him to stagger back in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Hudaba and the others found a moment to breathe. The crowd turned to see Lu Fei standing there, vibrant and poised, which astonished the Firebase members. Especially Lu Juanhao. Wasn't she supposed to be at the base? And how had she changed so much? Before he could voice his questions, Ren Zhong, realizing Lu Fei was the culprit, clutched his wound and began to hurl insults. Lu Fei, are you blind? How could you hit me, you worthless fool? Indeed, I am rather blind, Lu Fei readily admitted. After all, I aimed for your head. Ren Zhong was momentarily rendered speechless, his outrage caught in his throat. But Lu Fei's gun raised once more quelled his impulse to retaliate. Lu Fei, are you out of your mind? Why point your gun at me instead of those paupers? Captain, I think she's just spoiled. You should teach her a lesson. Lu Juanhao frowned at Lu Fei, his eyes filled with familiar disdain and contempt. Lu Fei, your audacity knows no bounds. Not only have you harmed a comrade, but you also absconded from the base with a weapon. Kneel and apologize at once, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you hear that? Your elder brother has spoken. Hurry and bow to me in repentance. Humph, unlike us sisters. Shui is obedient and sensible, while you are vile and contemptible. I truly cannot fathom how you are a member of the Lu family. Perhaps you were born from your mother's infidelity. Before the words could leave his lips, Lu Fei once again pulled the trigger. Had Lu Juanhao not been quick to activate his abilities, the bullet would have indeed pierced Ren Zhong's skull. Ren Zhong, if you do not perish today, I shall. Lu Fei's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she regarded Ren Zhong as though he were already dead. Lu Juanhao, previously incensed by Ren Zhong's words, felt an inexplicable fear wash over him upon witnessing Lu Fei's ferocity. Instead of admonishing her, he found himself issuing threats. Lu Fei, put down your gun while I still possess patience. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our sibling bond. At these words, Lu Fei could not help but scoff. Sibling bond? Where is it? I see none. Had you ever regarded me as a sister, you would not have allowed this fool to belittle me. Nor would you have stopped me from avenging our mother's honor when he slandered her. Oh right, how forgetful of me. You have already recognized your mistress as your mother, thus you are no longer my mother's son. So spare me your false intimacy. I refuse to converse with this fool. Impudent. Lu Juanhao, thoroughly incensed, unleashed a massive fireball, intending to teach this rebellious sister a lesson as he had in the past. However, instead of the fear and pleas for mercy he anticipated, he was met with a scornful smile from Lu Fei. Boom. A larger fireball erupted within the fire base, sending Lu Juanhao and Rin Zhong flying several meters before they crashed heavily to the ground, just as they were left in bewilderment. Pondering how Lu Fei could possess such formidable abilities, Gu Chang's striking red hair entered their line of sight. I see you are the ones who have overstepped. You dare to rob my people and show disrespect to my elder sister. Your elder sister? Lu Fei? Lu Juanhao clutched his injured arm, furrowing his brow as he glanced between Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e, utterly baffled by their connection. Humph, you are still unaware. My elder sister has officially departed from the fire base and joined our Hongjian. Henceforth, when you see her, remember to bow in respect, otherwise, I shall incinerate you each time I lay eyes upon you. Hearing that Lu Fei had left the fire base, Lu Juanhao's expression darkened even further. Lu Fei, is what you said true? The last 3 words were practically bitten out through clenched teeth. Of course, the fire base could not accommodate me, and I had no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. Would you prefer I wait for you to conspire against me for the sake of the mistress's daughter? Lu Fei rolled her eyes, bemused by the apparent lack of intelligence in the Lu family. She found it perplexing that her beautiful and dignified mother had fallen under some sort of spell, leading her to marry into such a cursed family. Lu Fei, you are not allowed to insult Shueshua. Clearly, it is your mother who has usurped her mother's position. Otherwise, she would not be a child born out of wedlock. Stop flaunting your so-called legitimate daughter status. Without your body, how could you possibly have climbed the ranks to Gu Chang'e? You and your mother are both utterly despicable. Rin Zhong, still lacking in memory, continued to slander Lu Fei and Chen Wanyu. Gu Chang'e could no longer tolerate it and set him ablaze. In an instant, he became a human torch, writhing on the ground in agony, unable to die immediately. The flames illuminated the surroundings, enhancing the brilliance of Lu Fei's eyes. Captain, save me. Please. Rin Zhong wailed in torment. Lu Juanhao wished to save him, but Gu Chang'e's level was superior, and having unleashed her abilities, she was now suffering from backlash, her entire body ablaze with pain. Look at this. Is this what you call sibling affection? Lu Fei scoffed disdainfully. You insult me and my mother, yet you consider saving him? Perhaps in your heart, you secretly agree with this notion? Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Lu Juanhao felt an inexplicable unease. As if her response determined his fate, he opened his mouth, about to deny it, but upon witnessing Rin Zhong's horrific state, he realized he could not further embolden Lu Fei's arrogance. Even if Rin Zhong has erred, it is my prerogative to punish him. What gives you the right to do so? Moreover, if you had not behaved so inappropriately by leaving the base to pursue Gu Chang'e, would he have spoken ill of you? Why can't you and mother learn from Aunt Feng and Shueshua? If only you possessed half the consideration to ease our worries, you would not have been expelled from the Lu family. Lu Juanhao believed that by suppressing Lu Fei, she would come to recognize her faults. However, the next moment, Chen Wanyu appeared, trembling with rage as she glared at Lu Juanhao. Mother, what are you doing here? If I were not here, how would I hear you speak so fondly of Feng Tianhe, wishing to become her son? Chapter 21 Lu Fei, you wretched heart. No, mother, it is all a misunderstanding. I did not mean it that way. Lu Juanhao attempted to explain, but his earlier words had already deeply wounded Chen Wanyu's heart. She raised her hand gently, halting his words. No need to speak. Since you have said that, it proves your heart has pondered it countless times. There is no misunderstanding here. Indeed, you take after your father more, selfish and cold-hearted like that scoundrel. From now on, consider Feng Tianhe as your mother. We are no longer mother and son. After saying this, Chen Wanyu seemed to exhaust all her strength, gasping for breath in evident fury. Lu Fei shot a fierce glare at Lu Juanhao and quickly offered her a restorative potion. Otherwise, in such a frail state, her heightened emotions could lead to fainting. Mother, how can you act so foolishly like Lu Fei? Can our mother-son bond be severed so easily? You indulge her whims, and despite the dangers outside, you still choose to follow her out. Come back with me. I do not wish to lose face before outsiders. The weight of frustration in Lu Juanhao's heart grew heavier. Feeling that things should not be this way, Lu Fei ought to remain under his control. Despite her stubbornness, she should not dare defy him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your pride is more important than your mother's reputation. That fool has insulted my mother and me, yet you only care for yourself. I truly wonder if, when you were born, the nurse discarded the child and kept the placenta for my mother. Otherwise, how could you have turned out to be such a wretched creature? His words struck Lu Juanhao, rendering his face ashen, akin to having tasted excrement. Lu Fei instructed others to take Chun Wanyu away to a more distant location. The ensuing scene might be too gruesome for someone as gentle as her to witness. Our personal grievances can be settled later. But you must grasp the gravity of attempting to rob the crystal cores. At the mention of the crystal cores, the people from the fire base scoffed derisively. What is there to settle? If one lacks the skill, one must heed the words of the strong. Guchanga. Do not think that just because you are a level 5 ability user, you can act with impunity. Do not forget, your Hongjian base still owes us supplies. When we come to collect, you will only be met with a heap of worthless scrap. This time, consider the crystal cores as interest. Otherwise, next time, even if you kneel before the fire base, you shall not receive a single grain of food. Meanwhile, Renzhong, having been severely burned, lay on the brink of death. The flames extinguished, but he had become a charred husk. This terrifying sight made the people from the fire base uneasy. They attempted to use past debts to threaten Guchanga, for who did not know that the Hongjian base was heavily indebted? They had survived only through humanitarian aid during extreme conditions. In the past, Guchanga might have hesitated. But now, things were different. They had her elder sister. And the rise of the Hongjian base was not merely a matter of holding the upper hand. Nevertheless, Guchanga's movements were still somewhat slow. Just as Lu Fei had not yet finished her tirade, she strode over and fired 2 shots, sending Renzhong to meet his end. Lu Fei, Lu Juanhao roared, feeling that her actions were a slap in the face to him. You wretched girl, not only do I intend to kill him, but you shall not escape either. Lu Fei disgustedly dug at her ear and aimed 2 shots directly at Lu Juanhao without a hint of hesitation. Had he not been quick enough to evade, his brains would have splattered 2 meters away. As she continued to aim her gun at him, Lu Juanhao finally realized that this sister truly intended to take his life. Lu Fei, what has caused you to transform into this? Lu Juanhao could not comprehend how, after merely half a month apart, they had become adversaries upon their reunion. I have not changed. I simply refuse to endure any longer. As for the reasons, you shall discover them when you are fortunate enough to return alive to the flame base. At that moment, Lu Fei relentlessly pursued Lu Juanhao, firing 17 shots, not out of compassion, but due to the constraints of her ammunition. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and save the captain. If he falls to that vile woman, how shall we continue to survive? The people of the flame base held Lu Fei in contempt and expressed their disrespect through their words. Guchanga let out a cold snort, rallying his team to charge forth. For the honor of their manhood and the dignity of their elder sister, they were determined to eliminate their foes. Despite the numerical superiority of the flame base, with Guchanga, a level 5 expert, and Lu Fei, an expert in explosives, within their ranks, it took merely 10 minutes for those who had previously boasted of strength and weakness to be left wailing on the ground. Lu Fei, you are betraying your own, and one day you shall regret it. Lu Juanhao grimaced, clutching his wounded shoulder, casting a fierce glare at Lu Fei, wishing he could obliterate her with his gaze. Rest assured, even if you regret it, I shall not. Remember, from now on, even if you kneel before me, I will offer you no assistance. This is your retribution. Lu Fei pressed her foot mercilessly upon Lu Juanhao's injury, relishing the sense of vengeance as she observed the pain contorting his face. Over the years of despair that the original owner and her mother endured in this apocalypse, she intended to return it all in kind. Just as she contemplated whether to inflict further injury upon Lu Juanhao for symmetry, her companions, Luo Feiyu and the others, finally arrived. Captain, they not only aimed to erase all evidence, but also intended to kill us upon our arrival. I overheard them plotting to use our bodies to frame the Hongjian base. No one would ever suspect them. They had split into 2 groups to capture mutated chickens and had come to investigate the sounds of combat. Upon witnessing the brutality of the flame base, they noted the superior equipment of the Phoenix base and were seized by malicious intent. They thought that since there were only a few of them, it would be best to eliminate them all, no one would know, and they could profit handsomely from the scheme. However, they had not anticipated that the Hongjian base, despite its poverty, could withstand a beating. Not only did they protect the people of the Phoenix base, but they also held their ground until Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e arrived. As Luo Feiyu listened to Hu Xingwang's embellished words, the murderous intent in his eyes deepened. With a mere gesture, the people of the Flame base found themselves engulfed by a colossal wave, flailing like drowning turtles, yet to no avail. As they began to lose consciousness, Luo Feiyu finally retracted his abilities. "My, how utterly pathetic you are," Gu Chang'e remarked, arms crossed, reveling in their misfortune. "Given your status as creditors of the Hongjian base, I shall generously dry you off." With a snap of his fingers, a torrent of flames enveloped them, forcing the members of the Flame base to roll on the ground in desperation. Lu Juanhao, relying on his level 4 abilities, managed to evade severe harm, yet remained in a state of panic. "Luo Feiyu, Gu Chang'e, if you truly kill us, the Flame base will not spare you. Do you wish to shatter the fragile peace that has been established?" Lu Juanhao bellowed amid the flames, bewildered by the unexpected cooperation between those who usually had no dealings with one another. Upon hearing this, the two shared a glance, contemplating that perhaps it was unwise to kill them so openly. Just as they were considering letting them go, Lu Fei interjected, "Brother Gu, we truly cannot eradicate them entirely. That would be too cruel. Yes, we all understand that if you kill us, it would violate the base's covenant. Lu Fei, you must compel them to cease their assault. If you comport yourself well, the Flame base may still consider accepting you back without holding grudges." Listening to the condescending tone of the Flame base members, a malicious smile flickered in Lu Fei's eyes. Chapter 22. Emptying their valuable possessions, burning Lu Laoding. Rather than annihilating them, they could seize all their resources as compensation for their brother's emotional distress. After all, they were outmatched. Even if they reported to the heavens, they would have no grounds to argue. The phrase outmatched had been uttered by the Flame base members earlier, and now, thrown back at them, nearly drove them to madness. "Lu Fei, do not go too far," someone shouted, and Lu Fei's expression darkened immediately as she responded with a cold snort. "Very well. Then I shall simply eliminate all of you. Brother Gu, make the flames more intense and reduce them to ashes so that no one can identify them. Once they are incinerated, as long as they refuse to acknowledge it, who would dare to claim it was the fault of the Hongjian base or the Phoenix base?" Gu Chang'e chimed in, casting a triumphant glance at Luo Feiyu. "See, my fire abilities are indeed invaluable, essential for both domestic life and the art of murder." In high spirits, he intensified the flames, while those trapped within wailed in agony. "I beg you, we will comply, please spare us." The members of the Flame base knelt, their heads banging against the ground, while Lu Juanhao gritted his teeth, steadfastly glaring at Lu Fei. "I would like to spare you. However, your captain seems rather resistant. Alas, he fails to recognize his errors. What if he seeks revenge later?" Lu Fei's words incited outrage among the members of the Flame base. She was deemed weak? How could one who had shot Renzhong show such vulnerability? How could she be weak when she could incapacitate several men with a single kick? Yet, at this moment, words held no power. They were at the mercy of those who dictated their fates. "Captain, is it not enough for you that everyone faces death?" they implored. "Had it not been for you and Renzhong's insistence on confrontation, we would not have met this fate. Kneel down at once." The public's discontent with Lu Juanhao reached its zenith. At a critical moment of life and death, he still clung to his pride, a true display of arrogance. Lu Juanhao's expression grew increasingly grim as he clenched his teeth in silence. Lu Fei let out a cold snort and shot a glance at Gu Chang'e, who snapped his fingers, intensifying the flames. The individuals engulfed by the fire could no longer endure the heat. In a fit of rage, they charged at Lu Juanhao, knocking him down. Several of them pounced on him, pressing him to the ground as they began to bow repeatedly. "Let me go?" With Lu Juanhao's furious roar, he was forced to bow over a dozen times. Lu Fei stood before him, reveling in a sense of satisfaction. Observing their compliance, she instructed Gu Chang'e to release them. As the fire circle dissipated, the members of the fire base collectively sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "What are you still dawdling for? Empty your pockets of valuables. Are you waiting for another round of this inferno?" Lu Fei's cold reprimand sent shivers down the spines of the fire base members, who quickly shook their heads. They were not eager to relive the ordeal. Trembling, they extracted their belongings, their backpacks having long been confiscated. Though Lu Juanhao attempted to resist, he was thoroughly searched and stripped of nearly everything, down to his undergarments. The members of the Hongjian base greedily eyed the pile of weapons and supplies. Such treasures. We hardly exerted ourselves this time. Just give us 30% of the spoils, and you can keep the rest. This meager offering did not even pique Luo Feiyu's interest. A slight concession might leave a favorable impression on Lu Fei. Indeed, Lu Fei smiled at him. Next time, I'll give you an 80% discount on purification. Encouraged by her approval, Luo Feiyu pressed his thin lips together, revealing a faint dimple, his youthful charm emerging as he masked his subtle demeanor. Before long, the members of the fire base were thoroughly stripped of their possessions, and Lu Fei finally waved her hand, dismissing them. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Our next encounter will be less forgiving. She left each of them with a dagger, a gesture of mercy to ensure future encounters remained civil. The members of the fire base departed, their faces contorted with indignation, particularly Lu Juanhao, who glared at Lu Fei as if he wished to tear her apart. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Fei quietly inquired if anyone had brought items to attract zombies. Luo Feiyu produced a small vial containing the substance Lu Shui had previously smeared on Lu Fei. Is there a way to discreetly apply this to Lu Juanhao? Lu Fei whispered, ensuring Chen Wanyue did not overhear. After all, he was her son. No matter how heartbroken she felt, knowing he was in danger would only deepen her concern. Of course, Luo Feiyu wrapped the vial in a cloth and hurled it toward Lu Juanhao's direction. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, drenching Lu Juanhao and the members of the fire base, allowing the substance to adhere to the target. Oblivious, they continued forward, and Lu Fei smirked. This was merely the beginning. The original protagonist's 5 brothers were all deserving of disdain. As the eldest, Lu Juanhao not only failed to protect his younger sister, but also, resembling their father, prioritized the Lu family's reputation above all else, forcing the protagonist and their mother into submission. Ultimately, it was under his tacit approval that the other 4 brothers deliberately neglected to visit their mother, leading to Chen Wanyue nearly starving to death. Furthermore, whenever on missions, he would send the protagonist as bait to showcase the supposed fairness of the Lu family. If she did not perform flawlessly, she would face scathing reprimands or be encircled by flames as punishment. Among the most egregious acts was when Lu Shui insisted on accompanying them. Lu Juanhao ordered the protagonist to protect her, and when the insufferable Lu Shui scraped her skin to evade zombies, Lu Juanhao promptly broke the protagonist's arm, leaving her with a high fever that nearly killed her. Each of these grievances was etched into Lu Fei's memory. Allowing Lu Juanhao to die easily would be too lenient. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted by the sound of an approaching vehicle's engine. Raising her gaze, she spotted the fire base's vehicle. Lu Fei's keen eyesight quickly identified Lu Zhan, the protagonist's father, seated in the passenger seat, the very instigator of the tragedies. How dare he remain so leisurely? Gu, did you see that car ahead? Lu Fei pointed at the approaching vehicle, signaling for it to be destroyed. Though Gu Chang'e was uncertain of her motives, his loyalty remained unwavering. With a snap of his fingers, the previously stable jeep erupted into flames, a mushroom cloud of fire bursting forth. Not far off, Lu Zhan scrambled out of the vehicle, using his powers to flee with the driver from the inferno. Confused by the sudden chaos, he had no time to comprehend the situation before the torrential rain began, drenching him to the bone. With no choice but to shield his head from the downpour, Lu Fei observed Luo Feiyu cleverly luring Lu Zhan toward Lu Juanhao, and she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in appreciation. Let us rest briefly. Then we shall express our gratitude for nature's gifts. Chapter 23. Hand over the crystal core. Old Bai Dang, if you speak of my mother again, I shall roar. A relentless wave of zombies surged forth, surrounding the members of the fire base in droves. Exhausted from their previous ordeal, they now fought for survival, driven solely by instinct. Damn it, will these zombies never cease? Are we truly destined to perish today? A plaintive wail echoed as Lu Juanhao, having repelled another wave of zombies with fire, wore a similarly dark expression. The defiance and humiliation from his typically obedient sister had struck a blow to Lu Juanhao's pride, and he channeled this fury into his assault against the zombies, unexpectedly displaying remarkable ferocity. In a moment of distraction, a zombie tore at his shirt, igniting a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. A fireball shot forth, incinerating several nearby zombies into ashes. Yet, he too was exhausted, panting heavily. The overuse of his powers left him with a splitting headache, radiating an air of defeat and gloom. The zombies have slowed down, and their numbers are dwindling. Brothers, hold on, we can survive this. Uncertain who first noticed the change in the zombies, The morale of the group reignited, and they fought with renewed vigor. Lu Juanhao's eyes flickered. He sensed that the situation was not merely coincidental. Midway through the battle, Lu Lao also rushed over to join them. After all, Lu Zhan possessed a level 3 fire ability, and with his assistance, the pressure on everyone significantly eased. At last, after 2 hours, the zombies were eradicated, and the exhausted group collapsed onto the ground. I thought we were doomed here. Lying there, devoid of the strength to even raise a hand. They felt a sense of relief thinking about the hundreds of zombies they had slain and the resources they could exchange for the cores. Indeed, fortune favors the brave. Quickly, let us gather the cores. At least we can compensate for our losses. Robbed? How could you have been robbed? Lu Zhan furrowed his brow at his son. Although he was not a level 5 powerhouse who could act with impunity, with his level 4 strength and so many people with him, it was unlikely they would have been easily robbed. Lu Juanhao bit his lip, his expression darkening. Before he could formulate a response, his father continued. Today has been quite unfortunate for me. My car exploded unexpectedly. Had I not escaped swiftly, I would have perished. And on such a sunny day, a torrential downpour followed. At the mention of the downpour, Lu Juanhao's brows furrowed even deeper, a revelation poised to emerge. The others, oblivious to the father-son exchange, shakily began collecting the cores, their faces reflecting the joy of having survived calamity. After spending another half hour, they finally finished gathering the last core. All right, everyone tidy up and rest a bit before we head back to the base, Lu Zhan said, feeling an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, sensing that something was amiss. Dad, Lu Juanhao contemplated for a long time before deciding to disclose the matter of Lu Fei's desertion. But before he could utter a word, Lu Fei's infuriatingly languid voice interrupted. At last, you've all finished tidying up. You're so slow that I nearly fell asleep. Everyone, upon hearing Lu Fei's voice, instinctively reacted as if they had seen a ghost. Indeed, there she was, grinning as she polished her pistol, beaming at them radiantly. Come on, hand over the cores. We are here to rob you. Lu Fei, you've gone too far. You nearly got us killed, and now you come to rob us? Do you have any humanity left? The members of the fire base could no longer tolerate it. Those cores were worth substantial resources, and they couldn't bear to see them easily taken by Lu Fei. What humanity are you talking about? You have two choices. First, obediently hand over the cores. Second, we will kill you all and take them anyway. After Lu Fei finished speaking, Gu Chang'e conjured a flame at his fingertips, poised to incinerate them at any moment. The members of the fire base were furious enough to grind their teeth in frustration. They wanted to retaliate, but found themselves powerless. You brought the zombies here. Lu Juanhao glared at Lu Fei. The car incident was your doing as well. His tone was assertive, devoid of doubt. All the coincidences, paired with Lu Fei's timely arrival, left no room for misunderstanding. Without hesitation, Lu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Happy? Surprised? I actually wanted to make it a bit more challenging for you. But I feared it might be too much, so I reluctantly settled for a beginner's level. It's no wonder the Lu family is a harbinger of misfortune. If they hadn't been following you, they wouldn't have faced such calamity. Lu Fei feigned a sigh, and Lu Juanhao instantly felt the weight of many hostile gazes upon him. He gritted his teeth and demanded to know why she had done this. Why? Of course. It's a case of treating you as you treated me. Your dear sister acted against me. So as your elder brother, you must face the same retribution. Lu Juanhao instinctively wanted to retort that Lu Shui would never act so maliciously. However, before he could speak, Lu Zhan erupted in rage, pointing at Lu Fei. You wretched creature, how dare you lay a hand on your own father and brother? Have the years of my upbringing meant nothing to you? Humph. This must be the work of that wretched Chen Wanyue. If only you had half the sense of Tianhe and Shueshue, I wouldn't have to drive you away. You deserve to perish outside. With a loud bang, a bullet whizzed past Lu Zhan's ear, cutting off his tirade. One more word, and I'll blow your brains out. Lu Fei glared at Lu Zhan with a murderous intent, devoid of any respect or affection a daughter should have toward her father. You old fool, dare to speak ill of my mother? If it weren't for her bringing a substantial dowry to marry you, could this bumbling man manage the Lu family? She continued, for so many years, she bore you children and managed your household. Yet you not only cheated on her, but ultimately abandoned her. A fool like you is unworthy to be her husband, let alone my father. Lu Fei exposed Lu Zhan's dark past. Had he not schemed to get close to Chen Wanyue, how could the heiress of the Chen group have ever considered him? A destitute? Chen Wanyue severed ties with her family for Lu Zhan, only to endure such a tragic outcome, infuriating Lu Fei further. to the point where she wished to end Lu Jun's life. You ungrateful daughter. Lu Jun trembled with rage, his words stumbling. Meanwhile, Lu Fei remained unfazed, casting a mocking glance at Lu Junhao. What are you staring at? Hurry up and throw the cores over. I'll count to 3, and if you don't move, we will act. Lu Fei aimed her gun at Lu Junhao's eyes, while Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu activated their abilities, creating a tempest of contrasting temperatures in the air that terrified the members of the fire base. 3, 2, 1. Don't attack. We'll give them to you. We'll give them to you. In the final moments, the members of the fire base relented, hastily tossing the hard-won cores at Lu Fei's feet. Lu Fei picked up the items and counted them. Indeed, the bounty was plentiful, making their prolonged wait worthwhile. You are quite astute in recognizing the situation. So I shall spare you this time, Lu Fei said, waving her pistol. Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu promptly retracted their abilities, understanding that from now on, every encounter with a member of the Lu family would result in consequences. If you wish to avoid entanglements, keep your distance from them. As for the reasons, you will naturally come to understand upon your return to the base. After delivering her words, Lu Fei left with a boisterous laugh, leaving behind a group of frustrated and exhausted individuals, cursing in anger. As she departed, Lu Fei glanced toward the direction of the fire base, hoping that Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe appreciated the gifts she had sent. Chapter 24. The tragic fate of the Lu family. Lu Shui's maternal filicide. While Lu Fei returned triumphantly, the people at the fire base faced a dire predicament. Not only did they have to guard against zombies, but they also had to return to the base without any provisions. After a day and a night of travel, they finally beheld the gates of the base. A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they shouted loudly beneath the city gates, attracting the attention of several patrolling guards. Oh, weren't you supposed to procure supplies from the Hongjian base? How is it that you return empty-handed? The guards inquired while opening the gates. Don't even mention it. We encountered Lu Fei along the way, and she attacked us like a madwoman, not only stealing our belongings, but also leading a horde of zombies right to us. The group exclaimed, their voices filled with agitation. Once inside the city, they noticed the pitying and knowing glances from others. As they entered, the brothers of the base kindly informed them about the events that had transpired, from Lu Jiamu and his companions hanging Lu Fei from the city wall, to her awakening her purification abilities, to discovering that Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui had been hoarding food supplies meant for the mother and daughter, even fabricating a miscarriage accusation against them. Thus, Lu Fei had seized the hidden supplies from the mistress and her child, and had even set the villa ablaze. What a spectacle that must have been. Ahem, let me tell you, from now on, steer clear of the Lu family. Lu Fei has become exceedingly formidable, and when you cross paths with her, it will be as easy for her to dispose of them as a game. The onlookers spoke animatedly in front of Lu Jun and Lu Junhao, showing no regard for their expressions. You are all fabricating lies. Lu Junhao vehemently denied their claims. For years, he had channeled his anger over the family's disintegration toward Lu Fei and their mother, but now everyone was telling him he was mistaken. The intense guilt and anguish made him instinctively reject the truth, leading him to deny it outright. His hypocritical demeanor elicited mocking laughter from the crowd. Believe it or not, but only your family could cherish a mistress and an illegitimate child so dearly. How impressive. TSK, Lu Fei is too soft-hearted. If I were her, I'd have the boss eliminate them all. Over the years, the Lu brothers had wielded their powers to dominate the base, breeding resentment among the others, who relished in their misfortunes. Humph, a bunch of petty people reveling in their triumphs. My family's affairs are of no concern to you. Speak further, and do not blame us for our rudeness. Lu Jun could no longer tolerate the gazes of the crowd, and with a fierce retort, he dragged Lu Junhao home to uncover the truth. Yes, hurry home and see what kind of state your lovely mistress has fallen into. Be careful not to soil your trousers in fright. The laughter of the crowd grew louder, aggravating Lu Jun, who quickened his pace. After a while, they finally arrived at their doorstep, only to find the site where the villa once stood reduced to ruins. It had indeed been burned down, just as everyone had said. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Lu Jun exclaimed, his anger causing him to stomp in frustration, drawing the attention of those in nearby tents. The three Lu brothers emerged, with tears in their eyes upon seeing their father and elder brother return. Elder brother, you have finally come back. The trio was profoundly affected, worn down and disheveled, having endured ridicule from the base for the disgraceful events that had unfolded. Now, with a pillar of strength in their midst, They clung to Lu Juanhao like children. What on earth happened? Do not conceal anything from us. Lu Juanhao felt that the people at the base were merely envious of the Lu family, intent on spreading malicious tales. However, to his surprise, Lu Jimu bit his lip, his eyes reddening, and he recounted the events with a heavy heart. When he described the basement filled with supplies, his anger flared. Mother has become nothing but skin and bones. Feng Tianhe traded their rations for cosmetics and clothing. Moreover, the items we lost were stolen by Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui, who framed our mother and younger sister, and we were foolish enough to believe them. After saying this, Lu Jiamu struck himself across the face, his already swollen visage now resembling that of a pig's head. Listening to his brother, Lu Juanhao's last flicker of hope extinguished. No wonder his younger sister had been so ruthless. He could scarcely fathom the life their mother and she had endured in recent years. Humph, regardless of the circumstances. That wretched child should not have acted so callously. Has she not brought disgrace upon the Lu family? Lu Jun remained adamant that he was not in the wrong, believing Lu Fei's actions to be blasphemous and deserving of divine retribution. At that moment, a faint voice emerged as Lu Shui timidly appeared from the tattered tent nearby. She no longer bore her usual charming demeanor. Her eyes were swollen, her hair a tangled mess, and she wore the same clothes from the day of the fire. Resembling a beggar. Daddy, elder brother, you have returned. I am so scared. Lu Shui reached for Lu Juanhao's arm, only to be rebuffed. She paused for a moment before rushing to Lu Jun, weeping profusely. Daddy, elder brother, second brother, third brother, and fifth brother, I truly knew nothing about those events. I admit that my mother and I lied before, causing Fei Fei and Aunt to leave, but that was because we loved you too much. I envied the days when you all cherished me. Please, please do not dislike me. In desperation, Lu Shui knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing her head before them. The other four individuals remained silent, their expressions inscrutable, yet Lu Zhan's demeanor noticeably softened. His daughter, Lu Fei, had nearly brought him to ruin. While this daughter appeared tender and reliant on him, which made him feel stronger, he feigned nonchalance as he patted Lu Shui's shoulder and inquired about Feng Tianhe's whereabouts. Lu Shui's expression stiffened, and she hesitated to speak. It was only when Lu Zhan began to show signs of anger that she pointed towards a nearby tent. The more she acted this way, the more curious Lu Zhan became. Usually, upon his return, Feng Tianhe would cling to him. Her absence now made him wonder if she had sustained serious injuries. He hurriedly approached the tent, lifting the flap, and was met with the sight of a charred figure. Feng Tianhe, her voice rendered mute, reduced to emitting incoherent sounds. She appeared like a wretched specter from the depths of hell, causing Lu Zhan to recoil several steps in fright. He was adamant about removing this abomination. The Lu family would not permit her within their threshold. Observing Lu Zhan's cold-hearted demeanor, Lu Shui contemplated interceding, but upon hearing his warning, her heart sank. I do not favor disobedient children. Should you choose to defy me, you shall be expelled from the fire base alongside your mother. I do not believe you will awaken any powers, like Lu Fei. Lu Shui's complexion paled as she realized this was an ultimatum. If she did not forsake her mother, she too would be forsaken. Lu Zhan disregarded Lu Shui's feelings and turned to seek new accommodations from the base leader. Regardless of the circumstances, all 6 men of the Lu family possessed combat prowess. Even if they were not well-liked, they could not be too openly offended. After Lu Zhan departed, the 4 Lu brothers followed suit, needing to procure supplies for survival. They directed their frustrations towards Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe, believing that if it were not for them, the Lu family would not have fallen to such depths. Ultimately, only Lu Shui remained outside the tent, her gaze a tumultuous blend of complexity and malice. After an indeterminate period, she cautiously entered the tent, observing the ailing Feng Tianhe, and slowly extended her hand. Mother, you once told me that to rise above, one must resort to any means necessary. You have become irreparable, and the Lu family has abandoned you. Living in pain is not worth it. Why not grant your daughter this final mercy? As she spoke, she tightened her grip around Feng Tianhe's throat. Gasping, Feng Tianhe's eyes widened as she beheld her once beloved daughter attempting to take her life, struggling and scratching at Lu Shui's hand. Yet, this did not soften Lu Shui's resolve. Only when Feng Tianhe's breath ceased did she release her grip, panting heavily. Mother, rest assured, I shall avenge you by killing Lu Fei. You must bless me. Chapter 25. I am not some syrup. Why pursue me? Lu Fei learned of the troubling events in the fire base through her small system. Upon discovering that Lu Shui had forcibly removed Feng Tianhe from the equation and returned to the Lu household, she was astounded. Wow. The protagonist of this tale is utterly devoid of conscience, and yet the plot remains intact? It is precisely because the protagonist character has been criticized to the point of reaching the rotten banana list that the host has been assigned this task to rectify the narrative. Thus, there is no need for concern about the collapse of the storyline. Simply act. Within Lu Fei's mind, the little honey badger rolled amidst a trove of riches, shaking its white fur in a display of avarice. The plot had now diverged entirely. Lu Xuan not only lost her chance to awaken her powers, but also saw her admirers dwindle, leaving Lu Fei feeling invigorated. Lu Fei, drink some water. As Lu Fei was lost in thought, a water bottle suddenly appeared before her. Luo Feiyu, eager to please Lu Fei, shot a provocative glance at Gu Chang'e beside him. The outcome remains uncertain. While we are still en route to the Hongjian base, I have every opportunity to steal a march. I refuse to believe that upon reaching the Phoenix base, such a favorable environment would not retain some individuals. Gu Chang'e, infuriated by Luo Feiyu's demeanor, snatched the water bottle from his hand and activated his abilities, transforming it into warm water within moments. Sister, it would be more comfortable to drink warm water. With that, Gu Chang'e returned the challenge in kind, and the tension between the two captains was palpable, as if they could hear the crackling of electricity in the air. As they journeyed, the rivalry between the two leaders became commonplace, while the others remained fixated on the roasted chicken over the campfire. Since Lu Fei had purified their food, they no longer regarded ordinary sustenance as satisfactory. They understood that, aside from crystal cores, gold and silver jewelry could also be exchanged for currency, leading them to scavenge through abandoned malls and jewelry stores at every opportunity. This mutually beneficial scenario resulted in a noticeable increase in their sizes. Captain, stop joking. It's time to eat. Hudaba, with enthusiasm, waved a skewer of roasted chicken, beckoning Gu Chang'e to partake. Suddenly, a yellow shadow darted past him. Was that a large yellow rat? Hudaba scratched his head, questioning his sanity, but the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Captain, my chicken is gone. Hearing this, the others turned in unison to Hudaba's crucial area, and he quickly understood the implications of his words. Embarrassed, he squeezed his legs together, pointing to his empty hand with a look of disbelief. What are you all looking at? I meant the roasted chicken in my hand. It was snatched by that large yellow rat. You can't be serious. It's clear you just wanted to hoard it for yourself. If you don't produce that chicken, we'll roast your own. Laughter erupted, leaving Hudaba's face as red as a tomato. However, the mirth was short-lived as others soon discovered their own chickens had vanished. What the hell? It's true. Captain, my chicken is gone too. I had such a large piece. In an era where meat was worth more than life itself, having one's roasted chicken stolen was akin to having one's spouse taken or one's parents murdered. The group armed themselves, prepared to hunt down the culprit. But after half an hour, not only had all the roasted chickens disappeared, but they were also utterly exhausted. Sister, please stay close to us. Do not wander off. Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu sensed that something was off, intuitively realizing that the large yellow rat mentioned by the others was far from ordinary. Fearing for Lu Fei's safety, Lu Fei nodded obediently and walked to the center of the two individuals. However, upon seeing the team members who had lost their food, wailing like banshees, she let out a helpless sigh. You all go catch some mutated animals. I will purify them for you. This time, it's free. At the mention of free, the dejected expressions of the crowd vanished in an instant, and they hurried off, shouting with excitement. Less than half an hour later, they returned, their arms laden with a bountiful catch, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they looked at Lu Fei, akin to large dogs awaiting their share of kibble. Purification. With a flash of golden light, the mutated chickens reverted to their original forms. Although everyone had witnessed this transformation numerous times before, each occurrence remained a source of wonder, especially with the delightful aroma wafting through the air, invigorating their spirits. All right, hurry up and roast them. Lu Fei retracted her hand, but before she could finish her sentence, she felt a tight grasp around her neck. She was hoisted up by the scruff, akin to a chick being snatched away. The swift motion caused the wind to whip against Lu Fei's face, making it difficult to open her eyes. Once she finally adjusted, she turned her head and gasped in astonishment. This was no mere giant yellow rat. It was unmistakably a leopard. Lu Fei's mind went blank for 2 seconds as she grappled with the absurdity of a leopard being present. Was it going to devour her or strangle her to hang from a tree as a source of sustenance? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Lu Fei felt she was on the verge of becoming the first unfortunate soul to hang lifelessly from a leopardess jaws when, at last, it came to a halt. Coughing and gasping for air, Lu Fei had scarcely regained her breath when she was unexpectedly licked by a warm, spiky tongue. Panicking, she stumbled back, her gaze falling upon the massive leopard before her, its eyes gleaming with a pale hue, causing her vision to blur momentarily. Alas, my fate is sealed. Host. He is a rare mutant animal, currently in a frenzied state. If you can purify him, one person is worth more than 6. And you will complete the task immediately. The little honey badger in her mind spun in excitement, almost wishing it could leap out and confront the great leopard. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. If she could purify this being, not only would she be out of danger, but she would also gain an endless supply of resources. She hastily reached out to purify the leopard, but the creature seemed to be in a frenzy, refusing to cooperate. They danced around each other like a cat teasing a mouse, leaving Lu Fei utterly exhausted without even grazing a single hair of the leopard, let alone purifying it. What is wrong with him? I want to purify him. Why is he running away? Fatigued, Lu Fei collapsed to the ground, while in the distance, the leopard joyfully wagged its tail, seemingly waiting for her to come and catch it. Its golden fur gleamed in the sunlight, stoking her frustration to a boiling point. This mutant has lost all rationality. His thought process has regressed to that of an animal. He probably thinks you are playing with him. Play with your grandfather. I want to purify him. I'm going back. Infuriated, Lu Fei rose again and turned to leave, only to be snatched back by the leopard within mere steps. Unyielding, she stood up again and attempted to walk away, only to be dragged back once more. This back and forth left her entirely exasperated. She was impervious to harm and unafraid of being bitten by the leopard, yet she couldn't overpower the fool, rendering her immobile, unable to purify or escape. Lu Fei felt akin to a turtle trapped under a pot, pulling at her hair in a fit of madness. I'm not some syrup. What are you chasing me for? Are you insane? Lu Fei fumed, berating the leopard, which tilted its head in curiosity for a moment. Suddenly, a warm roasted chicken fell at her feet. Upon seeing the food, Lu Fei realized she was quite hungry, fell silent, and sat down, imagining the chicken as the leopard before her, devouring it ravenously. She wondered if her mother would worry about her, or if anyone would find her. If only she hadn't purified those chickens. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she burst into laughter, realizing she had a way to escape. Chapter 26. The Ultimate Technique. Is that thing a major? Hee. I refuse to believe that this leopard can catch me again. After devouring 2 chicken legs, Lu Fei sprinkled the liquid from her pocket that attracted zombies onto the remaining food. No matter how formidable the leopard was, she doubted it could emerge unscathed from a horde of zombies. Excited, Lu Fei scratched her rear, envisioning the leopard being besieged by zombies and unable to flee. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her cheek as it was licked again, startled by the unexpected wet sensation. She almost dropped her chicken but seized the opportunity to grasp the leopardess head. Purification. Initially intending to give it one last shot, the leopard dashed away once more, evading her reach, leaving her to watch the dissipating light in the air, her patience finally wearing thin. Serves you right to become a zombie. I'm done with you. She tossed the roasted chicken beside the leopard. It approached to sniff, but, perhaps detecting an unpleasant odor, displayed a clear expression of disgust and swatted it away with its paw. Sitting down, it tilted its head, its gray-blue eyes glinting with interest, almost inviting her to chase it. Lu Fei rolled her eyes dramatically, and the two of them, a human and a leopard, exchanged glances from a distance of several meters. Hiss. Minutes later, Lu Fei distinctly heard the unmistakable footsteps of zombies, her eyes lighting up, pretending to play with the leopard again. She led the gathering horde closer and closer. A zombie charged first, reaching for Lu Fei, but she swiftly kicked it in the groin, causing it to tremble and kneel. What are you grabbing at me for? Go after that foolish leopard, she shouted, pointing at the lounging leopard in the distance. Kick those eggs of yours. Whether it was Lu Fei's brutal movements that frightened them or not, the male zombies shivered and obediently turned toward the leopard. Lu Fei, impervious to harm and unafraid of the zombie virus, reveled in the chaos surrounding her. Whoever dares to approach without understanding the situation will receive a sharp rebuke. Ultimately realizing her formidable nature and retreating to confront the leopard instead. At this moment, it is evident that they are all brimming with palpable resentment. Their combat prowess slightly heightened. Foolish leopard, entertain yourself for now. I shall take my leave. Witnessing the leopard surrounded by zombies brought immense joy to Lu Fei. who stuck her tongue out at him before turning to flee in the opposite direction. Huh. The leopard's menacing growl echoed in her ears, but she paid it no mind, for there were enough zombies to keep him occupied. She sprinted forward for quite a distance, but upon glancing back to check on the leopard's predicament, she was nearly startled into expletives. Lu Fei had initially thought that even the formidable leopard would be ensnared, yet astonishingly, he moved like a streak of yellow lightning, swiftly navigating through the horde of zombies, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Hundreds of zombies fell like blades of grass being cut down. It was merely a matter of time before he broke free from the encirclement. Who is this individual? I wondered, for I had thought that Elbu was already invincible. This thought raced through Lu Fei's mind as she turned and fled without hesitation. The leopard, enraged by Lu Fei's retreating figure, exhibited a fierce intensity in his cerulean eyes, attacking the zombies with renewed vigor. In an instant, dozens of zombies fell, and he finally tore open a path, charging directly towards Lu Fei. Host, host. The leopard is coming. The honey badger in her mind, with its sharp little claws and pristine teeth, warned her with fervor, wishing to leap out and confront the leopard itself. Cursing under her breath, Lu Fei realized she could not outrun the beast. Her eyes swiftly scanning for a place to hide, and she soon spotted an open sewer. With a swift motion, she slipped inside, just as the leopard leaped to the very spot she had vacated. Huh! The leopard's head plunged into the sewer, desperately attempting to drag Lu Fei out. Yet she deliberately crawled deeper, moving with the agility of an acrobatic cockroach. Ah! Little did you know, I was quite skilled at navigating sewers in my past life. Lu Fei scurried quickly, disappearing into the depths of the sewer. Remembering her past as an investigative journalist, she had honed the art of escaping through sewers when her identity was compromised. Though it was foul and repugnant, it was a means of survival, and she never expected to utilize it in this new life. The leopard watched helplessly as Lu Fei evaded him, his large body unable to fit into the narrow passage. Frustration evident as he pushed against the entrance. Instead of escaping, Lu Fei decided to crawl out through a nearby exit. Since you wish to enter, allow me to assist you. She observed the leopard's remaining half-body, a gleam of mischief flashing in her eyes. 1,000 years of mastery. A howl erupted, piercing the heavens as the leopard's form vanished into the sewer, and Lu Fei swiftly closed the lid with practiced efficiency. Farewell. In high spirits, Lu Fei made her way back, casually deploying a signal flare given to her by Gu Chang'e. Despite her modest combat abilities, she possessed numerous treasures bestowed upon her for protection. Joyously walking for a few minutes, the roar of engines filled the air as several off-road vehicles sped towards her, seemingly having spotted her presence, coming to a sudden halt in front of her. Cough, cough, cough. The abrupt stop kicked up a cloud of dust that left Lu Fei coughing. Once she regained her composure, she found herself face-to-face with a group of men clad in military uniforms. Miss, please do not be alarmed. We are from the Central Military District. Have you seen a leopard? Upon hearing the military was searching for the leopard, Lu Fei's lips twitched. Not only had she seen it, but she had also sent it plummeting into the sewer. Cough. I did see it. Just moments ago, it was surrounded by numerous zombies and sought refuge in the sewer. Lu Fei's words were a mix of truth and fabrication as she gestured towards the battleground, a testament to her difficulty in lying. The military personnel were not fools, and the signs of struggle were too apparent. The group exchanged serious glances before hastening towards the site, and Lu Fei reaffirmed her belief that the leopard was a troublesome entity, hastily retreating. Fortunately, she did not run far before spotting the approaching rescue party. Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu, relieved to see Lu Fei unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief, especially Chun Wanyue, who wept with swollen eyes, fearing for her daughter's safety. Mom, I'm fine, let us go? Lu Fei felt an instinctive urge to distance herself from the leopard, convinced it was a ticking time bomb. Though the others did not comprehend her urgency, they complied and began to retreat. However, they soon realized they were too late. With a resounding explosion, the sewer cover behind Lu Fei detonated, and an enraged leopard leapt forth. Roar! Its eyes had turned a ghastly hue, and the once leisurely demeanor it shared with Lu Fei evaporated, leaving behind a soulless, zombie-like creature. Major General, Lu Fei nearly buckled at the knees upon hearing the soldiers' cries. Was the leopard truly a Major General? She had suspected that the foolish creature would bring trouble, and she urged everyone to flee. Major General, please awaken. It's us. The soldiers struggled against the leopard, their eyes filled with compassion. Yet, the leopard displayed no semblance of emotion. After several encounters, the soldiers lay wounded on the ground. Just as the leopard approached the nearest soldier, poised to strike, a gentle breeze carried a delicate fragrance. A flicker of clarity crossed the leopard's gaze, compelling it to abandon its prey and charge towards Lu Fei instead. Chapter 27. Embracing the leopard's head, dressing the leopard in underwear. Host, the leopard is chasing you again. The system's warning left Lu Fei exasperated, and she angrily inquired of the honey badger if there were any items available to counter the leopard. Remarkably, there was indeed a solution, a 2,000-point exchange for a binding item that could temporarily immobilize him for a second, which would be ample time for Lu Fei to purify the situation. Why aren't you all rushing in? 2,000 points for just 1 second? Host, there's no way. He is a level 5 elite and a rare ability user, incredibly powerful. That second is quite precious. The system, having deducted a significant portion of her points, flailed its tiny paws in her mind. Lu Fei gritted her teeth in frustration, but found herself powerless, resigned to exchanging her points. Just then, a leopard pounced behind her, its body reeking of zombie blood, and dark red saliva nearly dripped onto her head. Get out of the way, sister. By the time Guchanga and the others noticed, it was too late. The leopard had already opened its gaping maw, ready to bite down on Lu Fei. A chill swept through everyone, with Chun Wanyue collapsing to the ground in a fit of anguished screams. Just as they expected Lu Fei to meet a gruesome fate, the leopard inexplicably paused midair. Purification. A melodious voice rang out, and the leopard was enveloped in golden specks of light, a fragrant aura wafting around it, stirring a wave of sensation among the crowd. They felt an overwhelming comfort coursing through their bodies. The purified leopard experienced the most immediate transformation. Its murky eyes cleared, and its golden fur gleamed radiantly, shimmering in the sunlight. With a soft pop, the light dissipated, and the leopard gracefully landed, stretching with satisfaction, its previous bloodthirstiness now gone. Major. The fallen soldiers scrambled to their feet, astonished to see the leopard return to calm. Just as they sighed in relief and moved to assess the situation, a slender figure leaped atop their major's head. Is this how you pounce on people? Planning to kidnap me? Not letting me purify? You're quite the big shot, aren't you? Yet here I have you caught. Lu Fei, feeling the sting of losing 2,000 points and recalling the torment she had endured to escape, let her anger boil over. She mounted the leopard and began to slap its face and gnaw at its head. Bite, bite, bite. Lu Fei imagined herself as a stapler, sinking her teeth into any available spot, pulling at the leopard's scalp until its eyes resembled triangles. Ow, ow. The leopard, feeling as though its brain was being drained, found the sensation slightly painful yet intoxicating. It adored the scent emanating from this human and refused to toss her aside, opting instead to roll around on the ground in playful submission. Hey, come on, get this thing away. Having had her fill of biting, Lu Fei stood and waved at the bewildered soldiers, casually spitting out the fur from her mouth. Feeling less agitated, she decided she could no longer bear to look at the bothersome leopard. While urging everyone to leave quickly, Lu Fei inquired about her lingering doubts. System. Why is he still a leopard after my purification? You must have made a mistake. Not at all, host. His rampage was too severe, and since he is inherently an animal type, you will need to purify him twice to restore him to human form. Listening to the system's evasive explanation, Lu Fei finally understood why it had claimed that simply purifying the leopard would complete the task. The required number of times had not been reduced at all. With a cold huff, she thought to seize the moment to complete the task, only to find out from the system that due to the leopard's unique constitution, she would need to wait 3 days for a second purification. Otherwise, even if she attempted 100 purifications a day, he would not revert back. Just as Lu Fei was about to curse, she suddenly felt that familiar sensation of suffocation around her neck. Before she could utter a word, the leopard whisked her away. Major. The shouts behind her grew louder and more numerous, and the leopard sprinted faster with Lu Fei in tow. Once it finally halted, Lu Fei felt as if she might lose consciousness from the pressure. Damn it. Just because I'm not a cat doesn't mean I'm in critical condition. Regaining her composure, Lu Fei caught sight of the leopard's excited expression, and in a fit of anger, she leaped back onto its head for another round of bites. Since it liked to carry her, she thought it only fair to let it experience what it was like to be held. The leopard's neck was bitten, and instead of resisting or reacting, it obediently lay down, curling up and emitting a purring sound akin to a cat, clearly enjoying the attention. When the others arrived, they beheld a 2-meter-long, over 200-pound leopard pinned beneath Lu Fei, who was tugging at its neck. While Gu Chang'e and the others were unfazed, the soldiers' expressions stiffened, and they hurried over to pull Lu Fei away. Roar! Just as they were about to touch her, the leopard suddenly sprang up, arching its back and issuing a threatening growl at the soldiers, making it clear it would not allow anyone to approach Lu Fei. Having vented her frustrations, Lu Fei spat out the fur in her mouth and prepared to leave without needing the soldiers' input. However, the leopard had other plans. It either tugged her back by her collar or followed closely, occasionally nudging her with its large head, resembling a colossal cat. Madam, you are a purification type ability user, correct? We are grateful for your calming of our major's rampage. Since he relies on you so much, why not accompany us? The soldiers, unable to separate the two, had to concede. Lu Fei felt somewhat reluctant, thinking the leopard was too much of a hassle. Of course, we will compensate you for your purification services and the care over the next few days. 1,000 crystal cores along with 10 barrels of fuel. Lu Fei, it wasn't he greed. The offer was simply too generous. After some bargaining, Lu Fei secured an additional 50 handguns, 20 AK-47s, and 2,000 rounds of ammunition, leaving Gu Chang'e and the others ecstatic, practically ready to worship her. Having accepted their payment, Lu Fei allowed the leopard to accompany her, waiting until the purification was complete in 3 days before parting ways. With their cooperation agreed upon, several soldiers immediately departed to relay the news and collect the payment, while the remaining ones stood guard over the leopard's safety. Though they claimed to be guarding it, the reality was that the leopard's focus was solely on Lu Fei. She is akin to a humanoid catnip, perpetually seeking affection and nuzzling close, her substantial form always yearning to burrow into someone else's embrace. Each time this scene unfolds, the expressions of the soldiers resemble that of someone who has just consumed something distasteful. One might ponder whether the Major General, upon returning to his human form, retains the memories of his time as a leopard. If so, could the recollection provoke such embarrassment and rage that he might contemplate ending his own life? While I cannot ascertain his suicidal inclinations, we witnesses may find ourselves in grave peril. Who could have anticipated that the stoic and frosty genius Major General Chao Zhengyu of the Central Military District would transform into such a state? Were it not for their fear of being pursued by the Major General, they would have relished the opportunity to document this spectacle and share it with their comrades in the military, which would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. However, they dared not, suppressing their urge to gossip fervently while simultaneously observing the Major General's sycophantic demeanor. Hey, can you make a pair of shorts for the kitty out of my shirt? Lu Fei remarked, glancing at the leopard cub, who was engaged in a rather compromising activity. The soldiers' mouths twitched in distress, their insides screaming in despair. Alas, they had not only witnessed the Major General's transformation into a flirty feline, but also his leopard form donning shorts. Would they truly be at risk of assassination upon returning? Chapter 28. My home lacks gas canisters. What folly is it to attract your attention? Kitty, come here, look at the camera. The incessant clicking of the shutter had left the surrounding soldiers in a state of numbness. Just yesterday, they had contemplated surreptitiously capturing a photograph to share with those in the military, only for Lu Fei to discover their camera and directly request to borrow it for a few snapshots. Cameras are rare treasures. I wish to capture memories with my companions. I shall reimburse you for the film. As a journalist, Lu Fei had an immense fondness for cameras. Despite it being an instant camera, she was utterly enamored. Initially, the soldiers thought little of it, believing that a few sheets of film were a small price to pay to cultivate a favor with Lu Fei. However, after she snapped a plethora of photos with her comrades, she even managed to capture her own Major General in his shorts. The plump leopard, comfortably rolling on its back beside Lu Fei, wore camouflage shorts around its important regions. Despite the persistent clicks of the camera, it paid no heed, indulging in playful antics. Kitty, look here. Yes, yes, lick your paw for a photo, ha ha ha. Scratch your ears for another, ha ha ha. When you transform back into a human, I shall show you all these, ha ha ha. Lu Fei snapped pictures with wild abandon, stashing them away for when the leopard reverted to human form. Eager to confront him, the soldiers, torn between their desire to defend their Major General's dignity and the enlightening lesson imparted by this seemingly delicate support-type healer, found themselves in a quandary. Not only did she face sporadic zombies with courage, but before anyone could intervene, she would dash in, delivering a flurry of slaps and kicks that rendered the undead incapacitated, ultimately culminating in a decisive headshot and extraction of crystal cores. She even purified mutated animals, allowing them to savor long-forgotten fresh chicken. They would have gladly called her their ancestor. Thus, a dozen soldiers, grappling with conflicting emotions. Actively collaborated to gather crystal cores and seek treasures to exchange for roasted chicken for Lu Fei. Being young, they effortlessly melded into a cohesive unit. The only imperfection lay in the leopard's erratic thought process, which proved unpredictable. Occasionally, if Lu Fei spent too much time with Guchanga and the others, it would sulk and whisk her away, creating a whimsical world for just the two of them. When they caught up, it would once again carry her off. Initially, Lu Fei would feign annoyance and nibble at the leopard, but she eventually grew accustomed to being whisked away. This time, the leopard once again carried her off, and Lu Fei skillfully threw her mother's handmade plush toy, which the exuberant leopard eagerly retrieved, only for her to toss it again. This cycle continued until Lu Fei, feeling mischievous, exchanged for a strength potion from the system, enabling her to toss the plush toy beyond the visible horizon. The leopard, oblivious, dashed away in pursuit. Just as Lu Fei relished a moment of tranquility, 3 jeeps came racing toward her, dragging along a dozen ragged individuals bound by ropes at the rear. The vehicles disregarded their pleas and cries, driving recklessly, causing those ensnared to stumble and bleed profusely, leaving a trail of crimson behind. Lu Fei furrowed her brow at the sight, yet, uncertain of the circumstances, hesitated to intervene. Before she could act, one of the vehicles screeched to a halt before her, kicking up a cloud of dust that further sullied her impression of these individuals. "Hey there, beauty, what brings you here all alone? Why not join us for some fun?" Lu Fei, graceful and stunning, despite her plain attire, commanded attention. The rotund young men in the vehicle, upon spotting her, felt their hearts race. Leaping from their vehicle and whistling lewdly in her direction, their eyes roving indecently over her chest and thighs, provoking a sense of discomfort within her. "Leave before I lose my temper," Lu Fei retorted, eager to distance herself from these individuals and seek out the foolish leopard. Yet, the men, having laid eyes on such a striking young woman, were unwilling to let her go. "Hey, don't leave. You stood here to attract our attention, and now that we're here, why the sudden aloofness? Remember, we like obedient girls." One man, towering at 5 feet tall and weighing around 200 pounds, gazed up at Lu Fei, as if he could see through her disdain. "Even if my family is impoverished and lacks mirrors, I have no need to attract your attention." Lu Fei's acerbic demeanor darkened the man's expression, his face falling as he felt his pride wounded, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes. "My dear, are you aware of my identity? Take advantage of my good mood and come here to please me, or else I might consider casting you into a horde of zombies, leaving no trace behind. I may not know your status, but I am aware that you, upon hearing my name, tremble and cry for violence." Lu Fei truly wishes to avoid conversing with these simpletons, but alas, 2 jeeps have arrived behind her. 4 stunning young women, clad in revealing attire, emerge from the vehicles. Upon seeing Lu Fei, a flicker of apprehension crosses their eyes. Such a beautiful girl could easily capture the hearts of young Master Wang and his companions, leaving them with no advantages to gain. Thus, the girls exchange glances, forming a united front, resolute in their determination to make Lu Fei's life miserable. "Oh, who are you? You country bumpkin, that you do not even recognize young Master Wang, young Master Dong, and young Master Chin from the central base? They possess unimaginable wealth. Even a mere fraction of it could sustain you for a lifetime. Indeed, how rude of you to disregard our handsome and affluent young Master Wang. I suspect you are a spy sent by rival forces to employ the art of seduction." Young Master Wang looks at her and instantly perceives her ill intentions. Why not tie her to the back of the car as decoration? It would surely be amusing to toss her into a zombie horde later. The girl speaking clings weakly to young Master Wang's arm, her softness rubbing against his ample flesh, a sight that makes Lu Fei feel nauseous. A wave of revulsion rising in her throat. Indeed, seeking the favor of the wealthy often comes with its own emotional toll, a task not suited for everyone. Lu Fei's nearly retching expression enrages young Master Wang. He has never encountered someone who so openly disdains him. Humph, vile woman, refusing to accept courtesy and instead inviting punishment. "My friends, seize her, let us have some fun. I wish to see if her defiance can withstand my strength." Several men approach Lu Fei with lewd grins, their skillful encirclement revealing their experience in such unscrupulous endeavors. Given the circumstances, Lu Fei feels no hesitation in taking action. "You asked for it. Do not cry for mercy later, as I shall not hear your pleas." Instead of retreating, Lu Fei charges directly at young Master Wang, raising her hand with all her might to deliver a resounding slap. With full strength, her palm connects, and young Master Wang is momentarily blinded. before being sent flying through the air. Weighing 200 pounds, he hovers for 2 seconds before crashing to the ground. Now it's your turn. Lu Fei moved her limbs, casting a glance at the couple, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Chapter 29. Bury them in the earth and sing Pleasant Goat once more. You, don't come any closer. If you do, I shall shoot. Upon witnessing Wang Xiao being sent flying, the onlookers were astounded, their eyes nearly popping out. A hefty individual weighing over 200 pounds was struck so high. Would they not be propelled into outer space? A man, his eyes shadowed with dark circles resembling a gourd, clutched a gun, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Look, an airplane. Lu Fei suddenly raised her hand, prompting the man to instinctively look up. Seizing this opportunity, she effortlessly snatched the gun from his grasp and delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending 2 of his front teeth flying. He collapsed beside Wang Xiao. Both of them now companions in misfortune. Within a minute, 2 lay incapacitated, leaving the others trembling in fear. The girl who had previously been so audacious fell to her knees with a thud, fervently bowing her head to Lu Fei. I'm sorry. We were wrong. Please don't kill us. I was just babbling nonsense. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she wept, in a fit of desperation slapping her own cheeks repeatedly, transforming her once fair visage into a swollen mess akin to a pig's head, a testament to the fervor of her self-punishment. Lu Fei was not one to bully the weak. Seeing them cower like frightened children, she found it difficult to strike them. Release those you have captured and leave at once. I do not wish to see you again. Indifferent to their plight, she contemplated the unfortunate souls still bound and, with a sense of compassion, decided to liberate them, considering it an act of kindness. Thank you, thank you. We are forever grateful for your mercy. Several individuals, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly released those confined in the rear of the vehicle, subsequently igniting the engine. Quick, run, little girl, run. They mean to crush you. Suddenly, the liberated individuals shouted towards Lu Fei as the thunderous roar of the engine filled the air. The expressions of those entering the vehicle twisted into grotesque masks of terror. You insolent wench, daring to bully us. Just watch as I turn you into pulp. The man behind the wheel glared with ferocity, his eyes gleaming with madness, while the woman in the passenger seat echoed his threats, vowing to run Lu Fei down, despite having just knelt and pleaded for mercy. The jeep roared to life, forming a triangular formation to ensnare Lu Fei, as if fearful she might escape. You forsake the path to paradise, yet dare to intrude upon the gates of hell. Lu Fei shook her head in resignation, waving at the warning bystanders, urging them to find safety, assuring them of her well-being. Ding. The system issues a task. Host. Bury those evildoers in the earth, compelling them to sing Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf 100 times. Reward. Level 1 ability to purify the land. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to deal with these miscreants. Burying them would be but a trifling task. The prospect of possessing the ability to purify the land, enabling her to cultivate crops, filled her with exhilaration, her gaze upon them akin to that of a treasure. Let the storm rage with greater intensity. I have long been parched with anticipation. With a fierce cry, Lu Fei charged forth, facing the speeding jeep not in retreat, but, instead, grasping its bumper firmly with both hands. The immense force propelled her across the ground, leaving behind 2 deep furrows in her wake. Perish, you foul harlot. The man nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor, mocking Lu Fei's futile struggle against the mighty vehicle, laughing boisterously, even taking a moment to grope the softness of the woman beside him, both regarding her as if she were already deceased. Yet, their laughter was soon extinguished, morphing into expressions of sheer terror, for Lu Fei not only halted her retreat, but steadied herself, grinning at them with a disconcerting smile. It is inconceivable. How could she possibly stop a speeding car? Amidst the incredulous screams of the 2 individuals, Lu Fei drew upon her inner strength, unleashing all her might to overturn the vehicle. The occupants within were thrown into disarray, rendered unconscious by the impact. A monster. She is a monster. Quickly kill her. The remaining 2 vehicles, paralyzed by fear, dared not approach any closer. Instead, they resorted to brandishing machine guns from the sunroofs, intent on riddling Lu Fei with bullets. Terrified of being overturned once more, they maneuvered erratically, seeking to eliminate her. However, their clumsy aim, lacking any professional training, resulted in them missing even a single strand of her hair, while one unfortunate individual succumbed to nausea, leaning out to vomit uncontrollably. The vomit cascaded down the windshield. obstructing the driver's view, necessitating the use of windshield wipers to clear it away. The pungent odor permeated the interior, provoking further retching among the occupants. What a useless bunch. Lu Fei rolled her eyes, thinking it beneath her dignity to engage with them directly. Perhaps it was best to let my pet, Mimi, deal with you instead. You foolish women, do not get too cocky. Even if it were Ultraman, I would still prevail. The gunman, finally recovering from his nausea, was enraged upon hearing Lu Fei's taunt about using a pet to humiliate them, raising his machine gun once more to open fire. In the next moment, a flash of yellow light engulfed the scene, and darkness fell as a massive leopard, clad in green shorts, landed atop his head, its dark, imposing eyes reflecting the gunman's foolish expression. Leopard, for heaven's sake, kill that monster quickly. You're dancing on the car roof, while I almost got thrown off. The driver, overhearing his companion's panic, cursed under his breath. Upon looking up, his voice was suddenly stifled. A leopard. For God's sake, drive. The person atop the car turned pale with fear, finally shouting to his companion, who had momentarily regained his composure. He slammed the accelerator, attempting to throw the leopard off. To their astonishment, the leopard remained steadfast on the vehicle, while the individual on the roof was flung off. The leopard narrowed its eyes dangerously, having witnessed these nuisances tormenting its beloved human. Unsheathing its sharp claws, it lunged towards the driver's seat through the sunroof, causing the man to scream in terror as he desperately swerved the steering wheel, hoping to shake the beast off. However, one of the tires struck a protruding rock, sending the vehicle into a spin, ultimately tipping it over. The leopard landed gracefully, trapping the occupants inside. What a splendid Mimi. Go handle that one over there. I shall take care of this. Lu Fei affectionately patted the leopard's large head, her tone of approval causing it to wag its tail with delight, before it leapt toward the last remaining vehicle. This time, without any preliminary movement, it sprang directly onto the hood of the Jeep, brandishing its sharp claws to shatter the windshield. Roar! Ah! In the face of danger, the cowardly occupants, a man and 3 women, screamed in terror, their voices reaching a pitch akin to that of dolphins. The leopard, irritated by the noise, revealed its murderous intent, extending its massive claws to swat them away. Once the area was clear, it leisurely settled into the driver's seat, whimsically maneuvering the steering wheel in a serpentine fashion, pursuing those it had cast aside like children. Lu Fei secured the incapacitated individuals, gathering those who had fled in panic. Come now, if you wish to live, dig a pit, otherwise you shall meet your demise. Those who had previously strutted about with bravado now panted like elderly, winded souls, their hands empty as they regarded Lu Fei's commands with bewildered expressions. What are you staring at? Do I have a shovel on my face? If you lack tools, use your hands to dig. I shall ensure that anyone who dares to slack off will face my Mimi's wrath. No, no, we will dig, we will dig. With no escape or means to fight back, the group reluctantly crouched down to dig. Meanwhile, Lu Fei took the opportunity to gather the victims together, inquiring about their identities and the reasons they had been tethered to the vehicles. To her astonishment, the answers nearly sent her into a fury. I am a doctor from the central base. After offending the mistress of young Master Wong, I was framed for leaking base secrets. I am responsible for agricultural studies. My experimental results were on the verge of success when I was targeted by a woman pursued by young Master Dong, who demanded I surrender all my data. When I refused, my entire family was slaughtered. My brother works at the central base. He accidentally soiled young Master Chen's shoes, and they had him beaten, limbs broken, and thrown into a horde of zombies. My parents went to the police, only to be killed as well. I am all alone now. In total, there were 16 victims, all ensnared by these privileged scoundrels, from the elderly in their 60s and 70s to children as young as 12. Most despicably, these perpetrators did not discriminate by gender and were bloodthirsty in nature. Some victims had been abducted, subjected to humiliation and abuse, and ultimately discarded to feed the zombies to prevent their secrets from being revealed. My son, who was to be married the very next day, was taken away and has never returned. A man in his 50s wept like a child, mourning not only the loss of his son, but also the torment inflicted by these individuals. Old fool, cease your whining. I have had men and women alike come to me willingly throughout my life. Your son was the one who sought me out. Humph. You merely wanted to capitalize on your son's misfortune and failed, so now you come to slander me. Speak another word, and I shall have you dismembered upon my return. As young Master Wong regained consciousness, he overheard the slanderous remarks and furrowed his brow, issuing threats to the elderly man. Yet, In this dire situation, the victims were undeterred by his intimidation, stepping forward to testify against him. It is you beasts, taking advantage of your wealth and power, who have harmed countless lives. The central base has a waste disposal site where garbage is discarded daily. They disposed of people there, leaving them to be devoured by zombies or to perish from falls or starvation. A mere dig would unearth remains. In light of these accusations, Wang Xiao and several other young gentlemen regarded them with utter disdain. Their demise merely signifies their frailty. What concern is it of ours? They are but a group of wretched souls serving as a means to amuse us. It is their immense fortune to have caught our attention. Given this, do you not perceive your own errors? Lu Fei coldly glared at these scoundrels. Even in their current predicament, Wang Xiao and his companions remained audacious and arrogant. What have I done wrong? Do you even comprehend the value of my life? You lowly wretches were born to serve me. The vile woman, you had better release us swiftly. Otherwise, when my subordinates arrive, I will have you taken back to the base, where you shall be subjected to the whims of countless others, reduced to the most debased of women. Wang Xiao had never encountered such a significant setback, unleashing a torrent of vitriol toward Lu Fei. However, in the next moment, he found himself yanked by the hair and lifted off the ground. Lu Fei's frigid gaze piercing through him, brimming with malice. Since you all revel in manipulating others, allow me to grant you a taste of your own medicine. Turning to ensure the underage were not present, Lu Fei callously stripped Wang Xiao of his trousers. Humph, you vile woman, do not think that by offering yourself to me, you shall be spared. Even if you were to grovel at our feet, it would be of no consequence. I want what I desire. The foolish swine had reached such a pitiful state, yet still harbored fantasies of being entangled with Lu Fei. Instead, he found himself forced to kneel on the ground. A cold barrel thrust mercilessly into his rear garden. The anguish that tore through him elicited screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. However, Lu Fei showed no mercy, firmly pressing down on the gun stock, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Eventually, overwhelmed by pain, Wang fainted. Lu Fei let out a chilling laugh before approaching the individual rumored to be Qin Xiao. No, please, no. Before Lu Fei at this moment, they were no different from fledglings. In less than 10 minutes, 4 men, stripped of their dignity, lay on the ground, wailing in despair. The process inside required a full 2 hours. Should they dare to emerge recklessly, I shall drive them into the depths of their own abdomens, never to be extricated. Lu Fei exchanged for a whip dipped in iodine from the system and began to strike at them mercilessly. Ah no, help, I am dying. The few young individuals now not only sing backyard flowers, but have also been subjected to a rather humiliating experience. With each strike from Lu Fei, the victims erupted in frenzied cheers. Eventually, she decided to hand over those 4 fools to them, as long as they did not incapacitate them and delay her mission. Everything else was left to their discretion. Are you merely slacking off and digging a pit for me here? Are you feeling lonely, as it seems they have only engaged with them and not with you? Lu Fei gazed upon the 4 women, who were no paragons of virtue themselves. Upon their very first encounter, they sought to incite those inept individuals to take her life. Heroes, heroines, we too are victims of circumstance. We beseech you, spare us. The women who had been arrogantly threatening Lu Fei moments ago were now trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. You're lying. These past few days, it's been you, this venomous witch, tormenting us. There were other girls here too, and you're the one who got them killed. Those young lives had perished in agony, snuffed out by nothing more than a few of her cruel words. With her lies exposed before everyone, the woman turned deathly pale. She feigned dizziness, only to be jolted back to reality by Lu Fei's chilling remark. If any of you lose consciousness, I'll feed you to Mimi. My leopard has quite the appetite for human flesh. The leopard, lazily licking its paws, cast a disdainful glance at the men cowering with their plump backsides in the air. Then at the hideous women. With a low, menacing growl, it played along. We won't faint. They shrieked in terror. Please, I implore you, do not take our lives. The woman's pleas for mercy were futile. She could only desperately dig a grave. Once the pit was sufficiently deep, she dragged those few wretched souls who were barely clinging to life into the hole and buried them. In the end, she too leapt into the grave, entombing herself, leaving only 8 heads above ground. Lu Fei finally nodded in satisfaction. Now, everyone, sing the joyous tune of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. What? You've never heard it? Never heard of it, yet you refuse to learn? A bunch of worthless individuals. Lu Fei cracked the whip with a resounding snap as she circled the man who was left with nothing but his head, compelling them to sing the name of the character Xiangyang. Forgetting the name resulted in a strike. Singing off-key earned another. Even if they sang perfectly, they were still met with the whip. Everything was subject to Lu Fei's and her victim's judgment. Your task is to keep count. Only after singing 100 times can you cease. By the time Guchanga and the others arrived, those poor souls had already sung themselves hoarse, but dared not stop. Before Guchanga could utter a word, Lu Fei quickly gestured for silence, instructing the military personnel to identify whether the pit indeed housed the so-called second-generation elite. The plump fellow was indeed a descendant of the Wang family, albeit from a collateral line, typically leveraging his family name to intimidate others. The others were similarly unremarkable, merely living off the fortunes of their illustrious families. However, despite their status, ending the lives of ordinary people was as trivial as child's play. Lu Fei recounted the earlier events, inciting Guchanga's fury to the point where he nearly incinerated them, only to be restrained. Directly killing them was far too mundane. It was far more entertaining to subject them to prolonged torment. An excellent idea struck her, and with a glint in her eyes, Lu Fei recalled a clever plan. She donned the attire from the previous fire base and approached the wretches before her. Chapter 31. The Pitiful Demise of Lu Shui, a dog-eat-dog scenario. Individuals like you, scum of the earth, ought to be devoured by zombies. However, I, out of mercy, cannot bring myself to take a life. Yet, sparing you is equally vexing. What shall I do? Lu Fei squinted at the figure of Wang Xiao, now scarcely recognizable as a human after hours of torment. The once lofty pride had evaporated, leaving only a desperate yearning to survive and return home. Hero, do as you please. My family is wealthy. I can offer you a fortune, be it crystal cores or provisions. Indeed, we also have a plethora of handsome men, each embodying different styles. Whatever your preference, I assure you they will cater to your every need. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei cast a sinister glance at Chen Xiao, who attempted to employ the allure of handsome men, her lips curling into a cold smile. Rather than being at the mercy of others, I would prefer to be the one in control. You all seem quite capable. Why not stay and attend to me? At the mere mention of this, the four men fervently shook their heads, pleading for mercy. Their lower bodies felt as though they had been crushed by a truck. And if they were truly to fall into Lu Fei's hands, they likely would not survive beyond 2 days. For the first time, the crowd was taken aback by Lu Fei's audacious remarks, and Guchanga coughed awkwardly to join the conversation. Shui, cease your nonsense. I believe it would be best to eliminate them. Otherwise, if they are discovered, our base could be implicated. Upon hearing Guchanga's words, Lu Fei stomped her foot in irritation. I have already told you, do not call my name when we are out. What if someone discovers us? What will happen to our blaze base? After saying this, Lu Fei quickly covered her mouth, glaring at the buried individuals with a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes, which was soon replaced by a smile. I know you are all intelligent individuals. You understand what should and should not be said. As long as you sing Pleasant Go 100 times, I will take responsibility and let you go. After all, I am benevolent. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the 8 buried individuals twitched their lips. She was becoming akin to a living Yama, yet she still dared to claim she was kind-hearted. Seizing the opportunity, Guchanga pretended to disagree, insisting they should be killed, and others echoed his sentiment, except for Shui, who insisted on sparing their lives. Wang Xiao and his companions nervously sang Pleasant Goat 100 times, and they were indeed dug out. All right, you may leave. Lu Fei waved her hand, gesturing for them to depart. Wang Xiao and the others were elated to return to their vehicle, but were halted by her voice. Did you not understand? I said you could leave. Lu Fei's eyes glinted with malice, emphasizing her words. But that car is ours. Wang Xiao, still confused about the situation, was cut off as Lu Fei struck him down with a whip. It belongs to me now. You have 3 counts to vacate the premises. If you do not leave, I will have my brother turn you to ashes. The faces of those released turned pale with anger. Without a vehicle or weapons, they were merely helpless individuals exposed to the threat of zombies. Before they could plead for mercy, Lu Fei had already begun counting down, while Guchanga cooperatively ignited flames at his fingertips. Faced with the choice of being devoured by zombies or being incinerated, Wang Xiao and the others gritted their teeth and fled. Allowing them to leave was too lenient. The victims felt a sense of injustice. Those scoundrels deserved far worse than death. They should be subjected to endless suffering. Do you know what it means to be cut with a dull knife? It is to give them hope time and again, only to extinguish it repeatedly, forcing them to turn on each other for survival. That is true torment. Lu Fei had, of course, intentionally let them go to witness more thrilling drama unfold. After hearing Lu Fei's words, the victims finally conceded. This girl was not only sharp-tongued but also ruthless, a true talent for murder and mayhem. Gu Chang'e, curious about their actions, volunteered to follow them with a few companions, while the others remained behind for the night. As usual, they returned with mutated chickens for Lu Fei to purify, and the victims stared in astonishment at the warm, fragrant meat in their hands. You can purify? Oh my! If you were at the central base, how many people would be fighting to keep you hidden? Such a remarkable ability was coveted by many prominent families. At that moment, Lu Fei was exchanging rewards with the system, merely smiling modestly, which further impressed the victims with her calm demeanor. This child would undoubtedly achieve great things. System, I had them sing 100 times. Why has the reward not yet been delivered? Host, the reward application has been submitted and is currently under review. Do not fret. If they dare to withhold it from you, I will eliminate them all. The little system displayed a row of sharp teeth in Lu Fei's mind. The whole of nature knew not to provoke the flat-headed brother, and the same was true in the realm of systems. Observing her spirited little companion, Lu Fei smiled with satisfaction, promising to reward it with more delicious crystal cores later. As darkness fell, Gu Chang'e finally returned, cheerfully recounting the events that transpired, confirming Lu Fei's suspicions that those individuals appeared harmonious but would quickly fracture under pressure. They had not run far before encountering several low-tier zombies, and in a desperate attempt to escape, they pushed 2 girls forward as bait. When they faced a dozen more zombies, they even dismembered one girl in advance to use her remains as a distraction, allowing them to buy time. The girl who had boasted the most ended up surviving the longest, having killed Wang Xiao, providing ample sustenance for the zombies, allowing the others to escape further. Noticing their excessive harmony, Lu Fei tossed in some items to attract the zombies, and the ensuing chaos was quite entertaining. Hundreds of zombies quickly converged, leaving only 4 who struggled to escape. The malicious girl was impaled by the man, immobilized and drawing the zombies' attention, while they took advantage of the confusion to flee. Once the zombies finished consuming the girl, they pursued the remaining survivors. As I departed, a patrol team passed by. They seemed to have rescued one person, though her arms and legs had been torn off, leaving her fate uncertain. The group showed no fear. Even if there was a survivor, they were crippled, and Xue from the Blaze base had offended them, which had nothing to do with Lu Fei from the Hongjin base. Learning of the tragic fate that befell those individuals, the victims initially laughed with glee but soon broke down in tears. The orchestrator of the tragedy was dead, and their homes were lost. Just as Lu Fei sighed, contemplating how to console them, the group suddenly approached her and knelt. Benefactor, our lives are yours from now on. We wish to follow you. Looking into their tear-filled eyes, Lu Fei could not bear to refuse. She turned to Gu Chang'e, intending to suggest that she would take care of their rations, but he laughed heartily and welcomed them instead. Although the Hongjian base was not wealthy, it would not allow anyone to starve, as long as they did not slack off or betray their companions. Hudaba and the others hesitated but ultimately chose to remain silent. Alas, they had gained a dozen more mouths to feed, making the base even poorer. At that moment, the system announced that the rewards had been allocated, and Lu Fei could commence the purification of the land. Everyone, if you wish to follow me, prepare to endure hardships. If you desire sustenance, you must cultivate it yourselves. Sister, our Hongjian base lacks arable land, as all vegetation has mutated due to radiation. Even if we manage to grow something, it would be toxic. Hudaba, thinking Lu Fei was unaware, hurriedly whispered an explanation, yet she smiled confidently. Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. With that, she waved her slender fingers across the barren ground, and instantly, the previously hardened and discolored soil became soft and moist. Chapter 32. The heavens are about to change. Persuasion through seduction. This soil. An elderly agronomist excitedly rushed over, cradling the earth in his palms, meticulously kneading it and inhaling its scent. Can this land now yield crops? Yes, it can grow anything. The agronomist, trembling with excitement, hurriedly stuffed the soil into his pockets, exclaiming that this piece of land was worth more than gold. In this apocalyptic world, finding a cultivable plot was more challenging than persuading a man to bear children. Even a small harvest could sustain several lives. Hearing the agronomist's words, everyone rushed to assist in excavating the soil, diligently clearing the 1 square meter of land, each proudly filling their pockets with earth. Girl, wherever you go, I shall follow, and I will ensure this land is cultivated properly. The agronomist, cradling the soil, had a spark of hope ignited in his previously despondent eyes. Though the world had disappointed him, his sense of duty compelled him to cherish every inch of fertile land. Of course, you all must follow me. From now on, the land I purify will be entrusted to you for cultivation. The survival of the base depends on your efforts. Lu Fei's words instilled a sense of responsibility in the victims who had previously lacked a will to survive. Indeed, they had been saved by a benefactor, and it was only right to repay her kindness. The base had provided them shelter, and they must reciprocate wholeheartedly. Rest assured, we will work diligently, the crowd solemnly promised, prompting Lu Fei to nod in satisfaction. People fear not the wounds they bear, but the absence of motivation to endure. By giving them purpose, she hoped that time would eventually heal their emotional scars. Beep, system task. The host needs to purify 1,000 square meters of land. Rewards, 3 random seeds. Beep, system task. Please purify 10 rampaging ability users. Reward, unlimited water resources. Tasks can be undertaken simultaneously. The system encourages the host to persevere. The system promptly issued tasks that aligned perfectly with Lu Fei's desires, instantly filling her with vigor. In stark contrast to Lu Fei's burgeoning hope, the personnel at the Tingsha base were mired in turmoil. Captain, what should we do? The young master from the central base came to our territory, and we only rescued half of the 4 we sent out. How do we explain this to the Wang, Dong, and Chen families? This group of incompetents. We instructed them to take more people, yet they insisted on listening to those few women and sought thrills instead. Now look where it has led them, straight to the underworld. The Tingsha base personnel grumbled, fearful that the central base would unleash their wrath upon them. It was too late for excuses. Understanding the situation was imperative. Li Lang furrowed his brows and turned to Chen Xiao, who had lost his limbs and was left with only a torso. After some treatment, the team doctor reported that his chances of survival were slim, and whether he would awaken depended entirely on his willpower. Just as he contemplated how to devise an excuse to respond to the central base's inquiries, Chen Xiao suddenly regained consciousness. It hurts. It hurts so much. His voice was hoarse, and Li Lang hurried over to inquire what had transpired. It was that wretched woman from the Lihua base, Shui Shui. She caused us this misfortune, along with a leopard. Listening to Chen Xiao's fragmented words, Li Lang painstakingly pieced together some clues. Are you saying that you encountered a woman from the Lihua base named Shui Shui, and she is responsible for your predicament? And she had a leopard with her? Wearing shorts? Chen Xiao nodded repeatedly, realizing that he had become a mere shell of himself. If not for his burning desire for vengeance against his enemies, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. I have a serum in my pocket that can save my life. If you inject me with it, I promise that as long as I return safely to the central base, I will ensure my family does not hold you accountable for your negligence. A cold glint flashed in Li Lang's eyes as he weighed the pros and cons of Chen Xiao's survival. Ultimately, he deemed it wiser to have a living witness return to deflect the anger of the 3 families. Feigning respect, he administered the serum to Chen Xiao, observing as his complexion visibly improved. He couldn't help but admire how the powerful families possessed resources that ordinary people could only dream of. They carefully lifted him into a vehicle and sped towards the central base, hoping this incapacitated man could endure the journey without implicating the Tingsha base. With the major competition looming, the recent incident threatened to plunge everything into chaos. Little did Li Lang know that on the day of the competition, it would not merely be chaotic, it would be as if the heavens themselves had been uprooted. Regardless of how many restless souls there were that night, the sun rose as usual. Lu Fei, awakened by the moist tongue of the leopard, quickly swatted at the pile of mutated chickens that had been bitten to death beside her, seemingly urging her to purify them promptly. Oh, my abilities have advanced. Wow, I haven't absorbed any crystal nuclei recently. How did I level up so silently? Oh, now that you mention it, I think my strength has also increased significantly. I haven't felt an increase in power, but I do feel particularly energetic lately, as if I have boundless vigor each day. As Lu Fei purified the mutated chickens, everyone marveled at their recent physical transformations, especially those from the Hongjian base, each experiencing some form of progress. Even the military personnel who had just joined them secretly sensed a slight enhancement in their abilities. I believe it must be the elder sister's influence. We consume the chickens she purifies daily, which is why our advancements are so seamless. Though abilities appear to be a self-rescue weapon bestowed by the heavens, they serve merely as a temporary relief from dire circumstances. To advance swiftly, one must absorb numerous crystal cores. However, excessive absorption can lead to the uncontrollable eruption of powers, ultimately transforming one into a mindless monster. This cycle instills both love and hate towards such abilities. Yet, since the arrival of Lu Fei, the troubles associated with crystal cores have vanished, even erasing previous aftereffects. Captain, we will reach the base tomorrow. Today is our last opportunity. Tonight, I will distract the others. And you should seduce Lu Fei. If persuasion fails, then perhaps seduction will succeed. With your broad shoulders, slender waist, and long legs, I cannot believe she would remain unaffected if you were to strip. The thought of parting from Lu Fei and never tasting roasted chicken again, nor enjoying the purifying powers for free, caused Hu Xingwang great distress, prompting him to urge his captain to make the sacrifice. Luo Feiyu was nearly choked by Hu Xingwang's risky suggestion, finally managing to calm himself, his handsome face tinged with a light blush, and his dark eyes glistening with a misty allure, appearing both reserved and pure. Are you certain it is me who should seduce her, rather than the other way around? They had witnessed the tragic fates of several spoiled heirs yesterday. When they were unearthed, remnants still clung to their behinds. Coupled with Lu Fei's bold remarks, Luo Feiyu felt that seduction was not a wise approach. Hu Xingwang, recognizing Lu Fei's potential uniqueness, still insisted on the countless benefits she could provide, urging with a guilty conscience, "It is normal for capable individuals to possess eccentricities. Moreover, you are a man, so why so delicate? If she truly stays at the Phoenix base for you, it would be a tremendous blessing. Sacrificing your own comfort for the welfare of thousands at the base is quite reasonable." Luo Feiyu, incensed by Hu Xingwang's provocations, used his powers to push him away, only to spot Lu Fei playing with a plush toy, her exquisite and radiant face adorned with a bright smile, her eyes seemingly filled with sunshine, warming anyone who met her gaze. In truth, seduction may not be entirely unfeasible. Luo Feiyu was taken aback by his own burgeoning thoughts of sacrifice, but ultimately restrained himself. Not only did his pride forbid such actions, but he also believed Lu Fei was not easily swayed by mere seduction. Yet, unexpectedly, before Luo Feiyu could overcome his hesitations to join Lu Fei in bed, someone else had already made their advance. Chapter 33. The leopard transforms into a man. Did you not expect this? I have my own plans. Ever since Lu Fei became attached to the leopard, she had been enveloped in its warmth each night, despite the occasional shedding causing her nose to itch. However, she relished the comfort it provided. As she drifted to sleep, she contemplated the transformation of the leopard back into its human form after purification the following day, feeling a pang of regret for the loss of such a cozy companion. Upon awakening the next day, she felt an overwhelming weight upon her, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest. "Mimi, move over a bit. I feel like I'm going to be crushed," Lu Fei mumbled, reaching out to push the stinky leopard away, only to be met with a warm, firm sensation. Mistaking it for the leopard's belly, she intended to pinch it playfully to encourage it to move. Instead, a deep, masculine voice resonated. "What the hell?" Immediately sensing something amiss, Lu Fei's eyes flew open, revealing not the cheeky leopard but a strikingly handsome, naked man with black skin and golden hair. 2 furry ears adorned his head, while a long tail coiled around her arm. Overwhelmed by shock, she found her hand inadvertently gripping his prominent features. "You pervert." Lu Fei's furious voice pierced the air as she instinctively raised her foot to kick him, only to be thwarted when the previously slumbering man suddenly opened his eyes and grasped her ankle. "Who sent you to scheme against me?" His eyes, amber and fierce, bore into Lu Fei, threatening any utterance from her lips with dire consequences. "Isn't that a question I should be asking? A naked man in my bed at dawn. Do you have no shame? Let go of my leg, or I swear I'll make you regret it." Lu Fei was so enraged her hair seemed to smoke. Fortunately, she had recently moved her mother to a distant place for fear of the leopard's antics at night. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would surely have caused her to faint. As the two glared at each other, a commotion erupted outside, and everyone rushed in. Upon spotting the naked man, their pupils dilated, and they began cursing and rolling up their sleeves to confront him. "Damn it! Who is this wild man daring to touch our sister? Just wait until I beat the crap out of you." "Exactly. Our captain hasn't even had the chance to utilize her charm. Where did this rogue come from?" The members from both bases had never been so united, exerting all their strength to confront the intruder. To their surprise, the man demonstrated unexpected agility, covering his vital areas with the blanket while evading their attacks with ease, standing tall even as the others grew weary. "My patience is limited. Tell me who you are, why I am here," and, standing still, Lu Fei finally realized just how tall he was, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his physique perfectly toned and exuding power. His golden buzz cut, far from being a disaster, lent him a wild allure, especially those light amber eyes, locking onto hers as if she were prey being hunted by a formidable beast, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Even the ears atop his head twitched slightly in rhythm with his movements and emotions, radiating vitality. Under normal circumstances, Lu Fei might have whistled in admiration. But witnessing his remarkable dexterity compelled her to adopt a cautious stance. How are we supposed to know why you are here? We are not your wild parents. Lu Fei furrowed her brow, glaring intently at the man, her mind racing as she communicated with her system, desperately seeking to acquire a tranquilizer gun or any tool that could subdue the man. Host, there is no need to feel anxious. Do you not find his sudden appearance rather suspicious? In the realm of thoughts, a small system hesitated for the first time, as if Lu Fei suddenly grasped something. Before she could express it, the sound of hurried footsteps reached her ears. Hold on. Zhao Gang burst in, breathless, carrying a mutated chicken. Upon seeing the man, his eyes lit up. Major General, you have finally regained consciousness. Major General? Leopard? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, and Lu Fei gaped, taking in the strikingly handsome man before her from head to toe. This was the foul leopard that had clung to her for 3 days? System, wait a moment. Didn't you say I had to purify him to restore his human form? How did he revert on his own? Host, it is as follows. Your purification ability can be considered a passive skill. Some of it will overflow with your emotional fluctuations, movements, and breaths. Therefore, those with abilities nearby will feel quite comfortable. The leopard, being in close proximity to you all the time, may not receive as much benefit as direct purification, but it still has an effect. With the system's explanation, Lu Fei understood she had unwittingly become a power bank. And this foul leopard had inadvertently charged himself to the passing mark. While everyone was still in shock, Zhao Gang narrated the incident to Chao Jingyu. Upon learning that he had transformed into a leopard and clung to Lu Fei without leaving, a hint of embarrassment crossed his handsome face. This is impossible. Even if Chao Jingyu could believe he had turned into a zombie, he could not accept that he had become a woman's pet. One that could not be driven away nor scolded. I knew none of you men could be trusted. You didn't expect me to have a backup plan, did you? Lu Fei laughed heartily, pulling out a thick stack of photographs from her coat. Here, take a look. This one captures you licking your rear end and vomiting from the stench. This one shows you nearly choking to death after snatching my chicken leg, and this one. She presented various embarrassing photos to Chao Jingyu, recounting each in detail, and with every word, his expression darkened further. Shut up and give me those photos. Chao Jingyu was furious, never anticipating that he had committed such disgraceful acts while unconscious, desperate to snatch the photos away to erase the evidence. But Lu Fei had anticipated this, swiftly stuffing the photos into her clothing, proudly puffing out her chest. Come on, try to take them. If you dare, I will scream harassment, and everyone will see that Major General Chao of the Central Military District is a filthy rogue. Chao Jingyu ground his teeth in anger, his amber eyes nearly blazing with fire, yet he found himself unable to act. Lu Fei tilted her chin in triumph, then seemingly struck by a thought. She raised her hand to rest on Chao Jingyu's muscular chest. Purification. Though Chao Jingyu had regained his human form, his fury levels remained high. Lu Fei believed in completing what she started. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to be fully purified. As the fragrant energy enveloped him, a wave of warmth washed over Chao Jingyu, dispelling all agitation and leaving only a sense of comfort. So soothing was the sensation that he relaxed completely. And when he regained his awareness, he found the blanket that had been wrapped around his waist had fallen away, leaving everything exposed to the onlookers. Lu Fei stood directly across from him, clearly taking in the view, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and whistle. Not a small size. Your future girlfriend is going to be quite fortunate. At Lu Fei's teasing, Chao Jingyu's handsome face flushed crimson, and he hastily wrapped the blanket around his waist and dashed outside, seemingly intent on finding a wall to bang his head against in despair. Chapter 34. Infinite resources and potatoes. I would never offer my pillow for you. Where is that filthy rogue? Who dares bully my sister? Watch me burn him alive. When Gu Chang'e returned, the situation was nearly resolved. She burst in just in time to see the shocked faces of everyone and Lu Fei, punished by Qin Huanyue. Squatting in the corner, Hu Daba pulled Gu Chang'e aside, eagerly recounting the events with animated gestures, his excitement palpable. How did it grow so long? Cough. Why is my sister squatting there? She was punished for her indiscreet remarks, Hu Daba mumbled, relaying Lu Fei's outrageous comments. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but marvel at her sister's boldness. Lu Fei, squatting in the corner, had no inkling of the impact her behavior had on others. In her previous life, she had experienced a myriad of professions, even witnessing the use of real firearms in corridors during undercover missions. Thus, despite her lack of romantic experience, she was far from naive when it came to matters of intimacy. She had merely expressed a thought, only to have it overheard by the refined mother of a young lady. Alas, it was a miscalculation. Before breakfast, Lu Fei finally admitted her fault and reconciled with her mother. The two had just emerged from their shelter when they spotted Chao Jingyu clad in Gu Chang'e's clothes, standing out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Though Gu Chang'e was a robust man over 6 feet tall, beside Chao Jingyu, he appeared much smaller. The clothing, fitting Chao Jingyu like a second skin, accentuated his well-defined chest, especially his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, prompting Lu Fei to whistle involuntarily. Perhaps due to his prolonged time in leopard form, his ears had retracted, but his tail still swayed behind him, and paired with his cool, aloof expression, he exuded a charming contrast. Oh, look who's wearing clothes now. Before Lu Fei could finish her teasing, her mother pinched her waist, silencing any further jests. Meanwhile, Chao Jingyu's face flushed again at her remarks. He felt an urge to glare at her, but remembered the purification she had provided. Otherwise, he would have remained a mindless leopard. Cough, cough. Chao Jingyu approached, enduring Lu Fei's teasing gaze, and rummaged through his pockets to produce a few candies. After years of hardship in the apocalypse, candy had become a luxury, not easily shared. Lu Fei glanced back at Zhao Gang, who looked reluctant to part with his precious treats, knowing they were recently appropriated as a token of gratitude. During this period, thank you, goodbye, Chao Jingyu said. Eager to leave, Lu Fei could discern the unspoken half of his sentence, which implied that he hoped never to see her again, lest it become a part of their dark history. However, regrettably, he found himself unable to depart. Wishing to leave, you must first fulfill the promises made to me, or I shall ensure that your fortunes turn as swiftly as they came. Lu Fei smirked coldly, a wisp of black energy erupting from her fingertips. Though seemingly trivial, it filled the surrounding individuals with a sense of danger, inciting an inexplicable irritability even in those nearby. It then dawned on Chao Jingyu that, in exchange for his purification, they owed Lu Fei a substantial quantity of supplies and firearms. With a twitch of his lips, he resigned himself to following her to the Phoenix base. For only after the supply transfer could they truly part ways. Once Chao Jingyu resumed his human form, it significantly bolstered the team's combat efficacy. Before long, he returned with a dozen mutated chickens, efficiently draining their blood and removing their entrails, even bringing back Zhao Gang's share. Occasionally, he would overhear that he had bartered these meals for a few pieces of candy. As Lu Fei inhaled the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air, she candidly admitted to herself that daily consumption had become somewhat tedious. She stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth, pondering how to procure some diverse food. Ding. Congratulations. Host, task completed. You are rewarded with a randomly selected permanent ingredient, potato. The system's sudden announcement illuminated Lu Fei's eyes. Potatoes. French fries, potato chips, baked potatoes, potato flour. Mashed potatoes, just the thought made her salivate. In these years of apocalypse, cultivating potatoes had become exceedingly challenging. Possessing such an ingredient could save countless lives. Brother Gu, let us roast some potatoes. Gu Chang'e paused, having been troubled about where to find potatoes. Yet, with a mere wave of Lu Fei's hand, a pile of round, plump potatoes appeared on the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wow, our elder sister is a potato fairy? The agronomist, Do Yuanhua, excitedly rushed over, his hands trembling with enthusiasm as he clutched the potatoes. Such excellent varieties, such large sizes. If they can sprout and be planted, the yield per moo will be substantial. Observing the old man nearly losing his composure, Lu Fei patiently reassured him, feel free to eat these potatoes. Upon reaching the base, I have plenty saved for planting seeds. Upon hearing Lu Fei's promise, the elderly Do Yuanhua reluctantly set the potatoes down. What are you waiting for? Roast the potatoes. Or do you think this is insufficient? I can conjure more. Lu Fei noticed everyone staring at her with astonished expressions, some looking perplexed. Suddenly, Hu Daba rushed over, embracing her leg and weeping profusely. Elder sister, you are my lifelong elder sister. You are my deity. If you do not settle down at Hongjian base, I shall hang myself before your eyes. Previously, Lu Fei had merely possessed purification abilities, which had already drawn eager followers. Now, not only could she purify animals and land, but she could also conjure the coveted potatoes. Such a miraculous being, forget merely aligning with a base, she could effortlessly establish her own. No, I must discuss this with the captain. We should appoint elder sister as the base leader. Otherwise, if someone offers her greater temptation, her departure would be an irreparable loss. As Hudaba took the lead, Hu Xingwang regretfully stamped his feet, turning to his captain. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward and unfastened the buttons of his shirt, revealing his muscular chest and abdomen. Pushing him in front of Lu Fei. Elder sister, at our Phoenix base, not only do you get to choose all the benefits, but you also have our handsome captain by your side. Just look at this appearance, this physique, equally adept in the hall and kitchen, a master in cooking and childcare. Watching Hu Xingwang enthusiastically promote Luo Feiyu, Lu Fei felt an uncanny resemblance to a character from a television show. Before she could respond, the two bases engaged in a heated dispute over her allegiance. The previously harmonious team, now nearly at each other's throats. Chao Jingyu, initially engrossed in his roasted chicken, was jolted from his reverie when one of his subordinates nudged him. Major General, you must recognize Lu Fei's value. As long as she is with us, we need not fear the threats from those noble families. You will no longer be forced into a frenzy of power. Even without his subordinate's words, Chao Jingyu had discerned Lu Fei's uniqueness. You expect me to self-recommend for a place in their bed? Absolutely not. He was not the type to bow for mere trifles. What is there to worry about? As long as you are handsome and capable, your subordinates will look up to you. And no one in our military district would dare provoke you if you become the one she cherishes. While his subordinate fantasized about a bright future, he soon felt the weight of Chao Jingyu's murderous glare. I would rather starve or exhaust myself than sell my integrity. If you wish for my compliance, you might as well kill me. With unwavering resolve, Chao Jingyu firmly rejected any notion of compromise. However, by evening, the group finally arrived at the Phoenix base. As they opened the base's gates, they were met with the sight of a blood-soaked cousin. Upon seeing Chao Jingyu, Chao Kai's eyes lit up. If he could purify the rampant animal form, surely his father could be saved. Jingyu, quickly, take me to that purification master. My father has gone berserk and is currently imprisoned in the base. If he is not purified soon, he will. Upon hearing his uncle's plight, Chao Jingyu's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned to grab Lu Fei, hastening towards the base's prison. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Lu Fei, bewildered, found herself swept up in Chao Jingyu's arms, racing towards the prison with full force. When they finally arrived, she nearly retched at the sight. And after managing to regain her composure, she was promptly ordered to perform the purification. Are you commanding me or pleading with me? What if I refuse to purify? Lu Fei teased, glancing at Chao Jingyu, who was standing rigidly. Hearing the anguished cries of his loved one, Chao Jingyu cast aside all notions of dignity or integrity. With gritted teeth, he tore open his shirt and pressed Lu Fei's hand against his chest. As long as you save my uncle, I will comply with whatever you ask. Chapter 35. The prison is filled with cannon fodder, utilizing every means at our disposal with a firm and well-built physique beneath her palm. Lu Fei couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Her fingers sank in, revealing a soft and resilient texture, truly a specimen of exquisite male beauty. Listening to the anguished cries emanating from within, she recognized the limits had been reached, and thus she ceased teasing Chao Jingyu, turning instead to venture deeper into the prison. My father is nearly devoid of rationality, unable to recognize anyone. In a moment, we will restrain him, and then you can enter, she instructed. Chao Kai, bloodied and pale, clearly had endured a harrowing journey, yet for the sake of his father's life and the safety of the striking young woman before him, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. He summoned Chao Jingyu and several soldiers to join him, preparing to subdue the individuals behind the door once it was opened. Logically, these individuals were all level 4 or 5 ability users, remarkable in their powers. However, they stood before the door, anxious and swallowing hard. My father possesses a level 5 mental ability, capable of controlling thoughts, compelling enemies to self-harm or commit suicide. Now, having lost his sanity, he poses a threat to all. Chao Kai patiently explained, sensing Lu Fei's confusion. Host, the individual inside is the formidable mentalist Chao Huai. In the original story, the male protagonist took advantage of his rampage to kill him, subsequently feigning loyalty to infiltrate the upper echelons of the military, ultimately causing the demise of many soldiers due to his obsession with Lu Shui, that treacherous woman. This led to countless innocent lives lost during the impending zombie apocalypse. The system informed. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Good heavens! In this narrative, characters either serve as the female lead sycophants or the male lead stepping stones, not a single normal individual to be found. Nevertheless, this realization only reinforced her resolve to keep him alive. As long as he remained, the male protagonist would be thwarted, and the female lead Lu Shui would be utterly doomed. Just as Chao Kai and his companions prepared for action, the heavy iron door unexpectedly swung open. Lu Fei, unfazed, entered the room, and Chao Jingyu, unable to intervene in time, watched as her slender figure vanished. His pupils constricted at the thought of Lu Fei meeting a grim fate at the hands of his uncle, and he hurriedly followed her. Contrary to his fears, Lu Fei calmly raised her hand and activated purification against the advancing Chao Huai, who sought to harm her. Golden motes of light danced through the air, and the murky hue of Chao Huai's eyes gradually transformed into clarity, even his pallid skin regaining a healthy glow. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, dispelling the stench of decay, prompting the newcomers to inhale deeply. All done. The purification took slightly longer than anticipated. 10 minutes later, Chao Huai opened his eyes to behold a lovely young girl, busily enjoying a bowl of tomato rice. He paused, startled, as his son's worried face loomed closer. "Father, you're finally awake." "I was so worried." Chao Kai, on the brink of losing his father, could hardly contain his emotions upon seeing Chao Huai regain consciousness. His rugged exterior softened by a glimmer of tears. Chao Jingyu, equally anxious, carefully assisted Chao Huai toward the exit of the cell. "Little you, are you all right?" Chao Huai had lost consciousness in a fit of rage, triggered by the thought of his nephew going missing while protecting those from influential families. "I'm fine. She saved me." Despite his reluctance to recall the preceding events, it was undeniable that Lu Fei had rescued both him and his uncle. He awkwardly recounted the incident, prompting Chao Huai to marvel at her extraordinary abilities. "Thank you, Miss Lu, for your life-saving grace. Had it not been for you, the Chao family would have been in grave peril." Chao Huai bore a striking resemblance to Chao Jingyu, both handsome in a ruggedly charming way. Unlike the proud demeanor of a leopard, this elder gentleman exuded a depth of charisma shaped by the passage of time. In her imagination, her father ought to resemble this figure. Alas, what a shame for the original host, burdened by such a disgraceful legacy. A fleeting expression of admiration and appreciation crossed Lu Fei's eyes, prompting Chao Huai to feel a twinge of confusion. It was not the gaze a junior typically directed at a senior, but rather one imbued with scrutiny. Chao Jingyu furrowed his brow, instinctively blocking Lu Fei's view of his uncle, feeling inexplicably unsettled, a strange itch gnawing at his teeth, yearning for something to bite. "This cell is tedious. Let us leave post-haste." With the crisis averted, Lu Fei retrieved her rice bowl, munching as she walked. After taking just a few steps, a loud gurgling sound echoed. Not from a single individual, but from several. Turning to investigate, she found the renowned generals of the Central Military District, each clutching their bellies in embarrassment. The concern for Chao Huai's well-being overshadowed any desire for food. Chao Jingyu and the others, having skipped lunch in their haste, were now painfully aware of their hunger. Realizing this, Lu Fei waved her hand, producing her stored rice and buns. "I have rice bowls here. 2 crystal cores per serving, first come, first served." The Chao family members, initially merely envious, were taken aback when their stomachs betrayed them, resulting in an unexpected boon. 2 crystal cores for a serving was practically a steal. They rushed forward to snatch their share, paying Lu Fei with every crystal core they possessed, devouring the rice without a care for the unpleasant odor of the prison. The enticing aroma of the rice wafted deep into the cell, rousing the attention of those awaiting their fate, who peered curiously through the food slot, their mouths watering at the sight of the others devouring their meals. "Could you spare me a serving?" "I have crystal cores." A raspy voice called from the depths of the cell, prompting Lu Fei to turn and peer through the food slot, catching sight of a grimy hand. All the nails had long since fallen off, and it was evident that, like Chao Huai, this individual had lost all control, ultimately left to languish in this forsaken place. Yet, the owner of that hand, despite his dire appearance, spoke with an unusual calmness, piquing Lu Fei's curiosity. She approached the food slot, and through it, discerned the man's full visage, which bore a striking resemblance to a zombie, the only difference being his ability to articulate speech. "Host, this is a level 6 wind ability user, a formidable presence." Lu Fei believed that level 5 was the pinnacle, only to discover that there was a 6th level. These individuals possessed extraordinary talents. The protagonists often required formidable figures to challenge them and create opportunities, as one might expect. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Fei understood that this person would likely transform into a powerful zombie later on, serving as a stepping stone to enhance the protagonist's abilities. A wave of sympathy washed over her for the inmates of this prison. Alas, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. In pursuit of her objectives, and to create obstacles for Lu Shuai later, Lu Fei generously purified him while delivering meals. Yin Sheng, wanting to indulge before his demise, unexpectedly found himself purified. The hand that delivered the meal transformed from a pallid hue to a healthy complexion within mere minutes, as golden light scattered throughout the cell, making his body feel lighter and diminishing the sensation of chaotic bloodlust. It was akin to soaking in a warm bath. As the fragrance dissipated, he experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind. Although Chao Huai had previously undergone purification, observing it from a third-person perspective still struck him as remarkable. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced at his nephew. This young girl was utilizing every means at her disposal for our benefit. Chao Huai recalled his nephew's aloof demeanor and turned to his son, Shao Kai, instructing him to engage with her and fulfill any of her requests. Chao Jingyu remained tight-lipped, his expression inscrutable, but his tail flicked behind him, emitting a sound that suggested mild irritation. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and Luo Feiyu arrived with others. "You have gone too far. How could you carelessly bring Lu Fei into the prison? Do you not realize the danger?" Luo Feiyu frowned at Chao Jingyu. The encounter between these two exceptional men resembled a mental duel. Just as it seemed that tensions would escalate, a cheerful voice shattered the stalemate. "Is that you, Xiao Feiyu? Hurry and let me out." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luo Feiyu was taken aback, his eyes reddening with disbelief. Following the sound, he rushed to Yin Sheng's cell, where he saw the restored figure within, his hands trembling with excitement. "Uncle Shengyu, you are well?" Chapter 36. This Clich D plot Xiao Feiyu. "Why are you so agitated? Have you been up to no good again?" Yin Sheng, having been released, affectionately ruffled Luo Feiyu's hair. To Lu Fei, this distinguished figure appeared to be in his 20s, yet he emanated a sense of generational disparity. "Uncle Sheng, please do not tease me. I have long since stopped causing trouble." Luo Feiyu's eyes brimmed with tears as he heard Yin Sheng's familiar banter. Overwhelmed with emotion at the return of the man he respected most. Half a year ago, the Phoenix base announced that base leader Yin Sheng was gravely ill and that all affairs would be managed by the vice base leader. At the time, many assumed it was a power struggle, only to discover that he had been languishing in prison awaiting death. Meanwhile, the once sheltered Luo Feiyu matured significantly overnight. Braving the perils of chaos, he desperately absorbed crystal cores, swiftly ascending from level 4 to 5, leading his team on missions to establish his reputation. All to safeguard the Phoenix base from those with ulterior motives. Listening to their reminiscences, Lu Fei sighed inwardly, realizing that the seemingly illustrious Phoenix base harbored its own hidden difficulties. "Miss Lu, I am profoundly grateful for your intervention today. Henceforth, the Phoenix base shall heed your every command." Yin Sheng earnestly attempted to express his gratitude with a bow, but she promptly supported him. "You honor me excessively, base leader. Having awakened my purification ability, it is only natural that I contribute to humanity's survival. As an elder, bowing to me would only cause me discomfort." Hearing her words, admiration flickered in Yin Sheng's eyes. To possess such extraordinary abilities while maintaining equanimity was truly remarkable. "Look at this child. She is quite impressive. Xiao Feiyu, you must protect her. Miss Lu is so delicate. Do not let anyone bully her." Yin Sheng's words caused Luo Feiyu's lips to twitch. Which delicate young lady had vanquished 4 grown men and traversed the horde of zombies without shedding a drop of blood? "Miss Lu, which base do you belong to? Do you have a boyfriend? What do you think of my Feiyu?" Lost in thought, Luo Feiyu suddenly heard Yin Sheng making an ill-fated match, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He desperately wished to inform his uncle that he and Miss Lu shared a unique connection, both being in the same situation. Lu Fei maintained a ladle-like smile, unaware of Luo Feiyu's thoughts, simply informing Yin Sheng that she had no intentions of pursuing romance at present. "Men only serve to impede my swiftness in drawing my blade, and there are countless handsome men. I refuse to become entangled with just one. Let us leave quickly. Were you not eager to inspect the supplies?" After exchanging a few words with Yin Sheng, Chao Jingyu approached and pulled Lu Fei away, his dry yet warm hand enveloping her securely. Lu Fei was unable to resist as he urged her to run, leaving the others to follow suit, while Chao Huai observed with a hint of amusement. His nephew, long regarded as a human weapon, finally displayed a response befitting an ordinary person. It was rather entertaining. Upon exiting the prison, Lu Fei felt exhausted and, once freed from Chao Jingyu's grasp, leaped to strike his chest. Are you out of your mind? What was the point of dragging me out like that? If you touch me randomly again, I shall cease purifying you altogether. Lu Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled with indignation. Her fair face flushed with anger as she unleashed a rapid-fire stream of complaints at Chao Jingyu. You clearly allowed me to touch you before, even inviting me to sleep beside you. Chao Jingyu tilted his head, somewhat perplexed. The fleeting images in his mind were of his leopard form playing and sleeping with Lu Fei, leading to his current confusion and uncharacteristic actions. His expression was open, entirely oblivious to how his words might be misconstrued. Just then, Chao Huai and Yin Shang, having just emerged, exchanged glances, their expressions varying. The former discreetly gave a nod of approval to her nephew, while the child from the Chao family acted swiftly. The latter watched Luo Feiyu with a mix of disappointment and frustration, as he was already snuggled under the covers, while this troublesome boy was still dawdling. Could he not muster a bit of spirit? Even if he could merely achieve a third place, it would still yield considerable advantages for the Phoenix base. Just as Lu Fei was about to confront Chao Jingyu with her grievances, she heard her mother calling for her. Turning her head, she saw her mother hurrying over, flanked by Gu Chang'e and others who were cautiously attending to her like devoted servants. My child, why didn't you inform us before you left? You vanished in a flash, leaving your mother in worry, Chunwanyu chided. After several days of recuperating with restorative potions, she had finally regained some strength and walked with a semblance of her former grace. Listening to her mother's admonishment, Lu Fei obediently acknowledged her fault and then shot a fierce glare at Chao Jingyu, the true instigator of her troubles. The usually stern Major General Chao now appeared somewhat sheepish as he stood beside Lu Fei, accepting the scolding with an air of sincerity that almost resembled that of a contrite child. Once her mother finished her lecture, Lu Fei quickly clung to her arm, attempting to divert her attention by making an introduction. Mother, this is Chao Jingyu's uncle, who was just trying to rescue him. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Fei noticed Chao Huai looking at her mother with a peculiar expression, one of astonishment, nostalgia, and perhaps even a hint of affection. You are Chunwanyu? He inquired. Do you remember me? Chunwanyu regarded Chao Huai with a sense of familiarity, yet she could not recall where they had met. Chao Huai smiled gently, recalling an incident from 30 years ago when a fire broke out in a marketplace. He happened to pass by while on a mission and saw a little girl huddled in a corner, desperately seeking help. She was about the same age as Lu Fei then. She was sobbing profusely, terrified yet clutching a small dog as if it would empower her to escape. I remembered you saying, Chunwanyu, you can do this. You will survive, and that is how I retained your name in my memory. Listening to his words, Chunwanyu shook her head in disbelief, murmuring that it could not be true. Just when everyone thought she had forgotten, she rolled up Chao Huai's right sleeve, revealing a grotesque burn scar. How could it be you who saved me? Wasn't he at Luzhun who was burned? The nurses said he was the one who rescued me. Chunwanyu laughed through her tears, appearing almost delirious, while Chao Huai frowned. After I rescued you, you were taken away by an ambulance. When I finished bandaging my wounds and tried to find you, a man approached me and handed me 10,000 yuan. He said it was from you, instructing me not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei connected the dots and cautiously described Luzhun's appearance to Chao Huai, confirming their suspicions. What a melodramatic turn of events, Lu Fei thought, exasperated, realizing that the cliché tropes of romance had somehow found their way into her mother's past. No wonder Luzhun, that old rogue, had acted so shamelessly. Her mother had been utterly devoted to him, driven by the desire to repay a debt of gratitude, only to discover that her heartfelt affection had been misplaced. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know it was you who saved me. I thought it was Luzhun. I never said those words. Chunwanyu lamented, overwhelmed with emotion for her misguided youth, while also apologizing to Chao Huai. He sighed and shook his head, his eyes reflecting a faint sense of regret. Observing the atmosphere between them, Lu Fei stealthily approached Chao Jingyu, beckoning him to lean down. Is your uncle currently single? Chao Jingyu smirked slightly, comprehending Lu Fei's mischievous expression. My uncle and aunt have been divorced for 20 years. He remains single to this day. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Then perhaps you could encourage your uncle to consider my mother? Well, That depends on whether my uncle is interested, Chao Jingyu replied. Leaning closer to his ear, Lu Fei's warm breath mingled with a delicate fragrance, causing him to blush involuntarily, his heart racing with irregularity. I believe the same. If your family doesn't oppose, they should be allowed to explore their feelings freely. Lu Fei did not wish for Chen Wanyu to immediately fall for Chao Huai, but rather hoped she could regain her confidence and the sense of being respected through normal interactions with men. This failed marriage, rife with schemes and oppression, had stripped Chen Wanyu of her former pride, and Lu Fei longed for her to rediscover herself. Since Uncle Chao once saved my mother, we ought to express our gratitude. Why not share a meal together? The mention of food invigorated Yin Sheng, who promptly suggested they dine at his place, as a gesture of thanks to Lu Fei. That day, as the Phoenix Base's commander returned, the entire base celebrated, and Lu Fei was hailed as a benefactor. Many approached her in the banquet hall, eager to toast in her honor. Among them were numerous talented youths, all clad in their finest attire. However, each was promptly deterred by Chao Jingyu's imposing glare, which seemed to radiate an aura of intimidation. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his mere presence was enough to instill fear. His amber eyes chilled the hearts of those who dared approach, as if they sensed imminent peril. Thus, they cast resentful glances at Lu Fei, questioning why such a formidable figure stood beside her. Meanwhile, Lu Fei remained blissfully unaware. Engrossed in learning more about Chao Huai's background, she discovered he was a commander in the military district, primarily stationed at the Central Military District, and that this outing was a rare opportunity provided by the recent incident involving the surge of abilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei pursed her lips, realizing that the Hongjian base was far too distant, and she did not wish for her mother to endure a long-distance relationship, fearing she might be mistreated without knowing. Mother, I refuse to accept your involvement in a long-distance romance, Lu Fei declared abruptly, eliciting a playful smack from Chen Wanyu. What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely grateful for Uncle Chao's life-saving assistance. As for matters of love, I shan't engage in such folly again. Pain flickered in Chen Wanyu's eyes. For Lu Zhen had wounded her deeply, and she no longer wished to be naive enough to rely on men. Hee. It would be better if you didn't get involved. That way, I could take care of you for a lifetime. Just imagine how wonderful it would be for us to live together. Lu Fei noticed Chen Wanyu's sorrow and quickly resorted to cuteness and charm to divert her attention, their mother-daughter intimacy evoking laughter from those around them. Dear niece, we've brought the supplies from Jingyu. As for my... Chao Huaigang began to speak, but Lu Fei, thinking he was in a tight spot, waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no importance. After all, she had previously saved her mother, so they were even. That won't do. As a commander of the military district, it would be disgraceful for my life to be worth nothing. I might as well give you double what Jingyu offered. Lu Fei replied, this isn't just any commander, he is my benefactor. Just as Lu Fei was celebrating internally, Yin Sheng, unwilling to be outdone, hurriedly brought over a plethora of items, from food and clothing to weapons and ammunition, nearly encircling her with his generous offerings. Miss Lu, I heard Feiyu mention you plan to go to Hongjian base. Is there a specific reason for that? If you merely seek a place to stay, I urge you to consider our Phoenix base. I assure you, the privileges I offer are unmatched by any other base. As soon as Yin Sheng finished speaking, Gu Chang'e, who had been voraciously eating, became furious, throwing down his chopsticks and rushing over. Old Yin, are you so brazen as to poach right in front of us? My sister clearly stated her intention to go to our base. Your tactics are utterly despicable. Yin Sheng merely smiled, unfazed, regarding Gu Chang'e as one might regard a child. A wise bird chooses its tree wisely. Miss Lu is no fool. I trust she has her own considerations. Hongjian base is among the poorest of the 9 major bases. During the most challenging times of the year, your base leader has to work to earn supplies, does he not? Moreover, your base is home to many elderly and infirm. If someone were to covet Miss Lu's abilities and invade, how long could your base withstand? With each of Yin Sheng's words, Gu Chang'e's expression grew dimmer, until he was utterly dejected, unable to lift his head. Observing Gu Chang'e's plight only made Yin Sheng smile warmer. He turned to Lu Fei, promising her that should she stay, not only would she receive the finest living conditions, but also the best supplies. Their base would forego any claims on the purified materials, and she would receive 1,000 crystal nuclei monthly for her cultivation. Such terms, indeed, would entice even Chao Jingyu of the Central Military District. Truly, the Phoenix base was overflowing with riches. Chang'e, I recognize the hardships your Hongjian base endures. The extreme heat is approaching in 2 months, and this year, our Phoenix base will cover your supplies. Insheng seemed to be forcing Gu Chang'e to choose between the two bases, seemingly confident of his victory. Gu Chang'e glared at the cunning old fox, realizing why Luo Feiyu was so astute. The root of it all was right here. Sister has promised to return to our base with us. She belongs to us. While Hongjin base may be impoverished, they would not abandon anyone unless the sister herself chose to stay behind. I will not yield, Gu Chang'e declared, then nervously turned to Lu Fei. Sister, Hongjin base is indeed poor. As you have seen throughout this journey, you would face hardships if you joined us. If you choose not to, I will harbor no resentment. The days spent with you have been the happiest of our lives. With so many present, Gu Chang'e stood tall, his gaze sincere, bowing deeply to Lu Fei. The people of Hongjin base, witnessing Gu Chang'e's act of respect, stopped their meals, gathering behind him to bow in unison. In that spacious banquet hall, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, all eyes awaiting Lu Fei's decision. With a deep sigh, Gu Chang'e's heart sank, and self-mockery flickered in his eyes. Indeed, how could such a poor base be worthy of a golden phoenix like his sister? Sister, please feel no burden. It would be perfectly fine for you to remain here, close to Hongjin base. We will visit when we pass by. Gu Chang'e forced a smile, transformed from his usual cheerful demeanor, resembling a forsaken puppy under a rain-soaked night. What burden could I possibly have? Lu Fei's words ignited a victorious smile on Yin Sheng's face, even causing Luo Feiyu's eyes to sparkle. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions froze. I possess a unique, purifying ability. Who can guarantee they will never seek me out? Wherever I go, it will become a coveted place. Do you still believe Hongjin base will remain poor? Are you underestimating me, or perhaps underestimating yourselves? Gu Chang'e stared at Lu Fei in disbelief, while the robust man visibly reddened, his lips trembling as he struggled to find words. Sister, do you mean you will return to the base with us? Hu Debeos, who had been crying with snot and tears, had been pleading with Lu Fei to return but remained silent earlier, fearing it might influence her judgment. Now, hearing her choice of Hongjin base, he could not contain his joy. You have shown me the first act of kindness, standing unconditionally by my side. Our bond is profound. And how could I possibly abandon you? Do not underestimate the ties that bind us. Lu Fei raised her head, adopting a dramatic expression that brought tears of joy to the people of Hongjin base, who rushed forward to embrace her. Just as they were about to reach her, Chao Jingyu suddenly hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode toward the exit. After we eat, we will tally the supplies. We leave tomorrow. Chapter 38. The tail has its own thoughts. The stick insect has gained sentience. Chao Jingyu, if you don't put me down immediately, I'll reveal all your embarrassing photos. I'll make your shoulders regret it. Lu Fei, caught off guard by Chao Jingyu's sudden action, flailed her arms in surprise. Struggling to break free, resorting to pinching the flesh on his back. This man refused to let go, so she bared her sharp little teeth and began to nibble. Are you a dog? Always biting. As memories of the past flickered through his mind, when he was still a leopard, Lu Fei clung to Chao Jingyu's neck, nibbling playfully. His handsome face flushed with warmth. Even his once cool amber eyes now glimmered with a gentle light. He found himself bemused, pondering why he had impulsively carried her away just moments ago. It was simply the sight of Lu Fei surrounded by numerous men that stirred a sense of discomfort within him, an overwhelming desire to whisk her away to a more secluded haven. As night fell, the Phoenix base remained as bright as day, a rarity unseen in other bases. When Chao Jingyu set Lu Fei down on their pickup truck, his back bore the marks of bites and scratches, resembling a furiously fluffed cat. Stop biting. I want to show you these, he said. Inside the truck was brimming with supplies and firearms. Upon seeing the bounty, all of Lu Fei's discontent vanished, her excitement bubbling forth as she eagerly opened one box after another, her eyes sparkling with delight, especially when she laid eyes on the AK-47, which she carefully retrieved, her fingers caressing it with reverence. She had handled handguns before, but this was a new experience. She was unsure how to operate it. Observing her, Chao Jingyu extended his long arm, took the weapon, and expertly loaded the ammunition, engaging the safety before guiding Lu Fei to teach her how to use it. This gun has recoil. Brace your shoulder when you fire and spread your feet apart, engaging your core, he instructed while adjusting her stance. As he did so, he suddenly became acutely aware of the intimate nature of their positioning. Lu Fei leaned almost entirely against him, her delicate fragrance enveloping him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. What is tickling my leg? Lu Fei exclaimed, her excitement momentarily disrupted by a ticklish sensation on her calf. She looked down to discover Chao Jingyu's long, furry tail. Meanwhile, the tail's owner was focused intently on correcting her posture, appearing utterly earnest. It wasn't he until Lu Fei fixed him with a peculiar gaze that he glanced down, realizing his tail had wrapped around her leg, inching dangerously close to her thigh. A rush of crimson flooded Chao Jingyu's face as he stepped back in disbelief. Attempting to retract his tail, utterly at a loss for words under Lu Fei's mischievous gaze. No, my tail usually behaves well. It's not my fault. I really can't control it, he stammered. Lu Fei, however, was unable to resist the temptation of that swaying tail and reached out to grasp it. As Chao Jingyu struggled to articulate an explanation, an electrifying sensation surged from the tip of his tail, coursing down his spine, abdomen, chest, and into his mind. He wanted to withdraw his tail, but Lu Fei's grip was unyielding. Let go, he pleaded, feeling as if his skin was ablaze, aware that his face had turned a deep shade of red. You carried me out without my consent. And you were the one who let your tail entice me first. What is wrong with me holding it for a bit? You're just being petty. Lu Fei was intentionally teasing him, seeking revenge for being whisked away earlier, but she couldn't deny the delightful texture of his tail. Noticing the discomfort on Chao Jingyu's face, she tightened her grip, causing his previously straight posture to bend, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Enduring the waves of sensations from his tail, he finally managed to utter, It has a mind of its own. I cannot control it. With that, he abruptly yanked his tail away, sending it darting off, leaving no trace behind. However, Lu Fei paid him little mind, having already deemed his leopard-like behavior as eccentric. Sister, is this all our supplies? Wow, an AK-47. My goodness, when did we ever engage in such a bountiful battle? She exclaimed, marveling at the abundance of ammunition, relieved at the prospect of no longer having to engage zombies in hand-to-hand combat. Look at all these compressed biscuits. We'll never have to fear starvation again when we venture out. Hu Debao and the others approached, brimming with joy, embracing the supplies as if they were precious partners. As for Gu Chang'e, he was busy reveling with Yin Sheng, organizing the supplies in the banquet hall, and had not accompanied them. However, it was evident that upon learning of Lu Fei's plans to visit the Hongjian base, he would not rest until he had vented the frustrations he had endured earlier. From now on, our Hongjian base will rise to prominence. Let us see who dares to call us paupers, Hu Debao exclaimed, his excitement causing his voice to rise uncontrollably, only to be met with derisive laughter from a group of young men and women adorned with the Tengshi emblem. Leading them was a gaunt man with pronounced cheekbones and narrow eyes, resembling a living stick insect, who had his arm around a provocatively dressed girl, her garish makeup failing to mask her sharp demeanor. Oh, I thought I heard a dog barking. Turns out it's just the beggars from the Hongjian base, he sneered. What's the matter? Is your base facing famine and begging for scraps? The members of the Tengshi base erupted in mocking laughter at the stick insect's taunt. We're not begging for scraps from your Tengshi base. We wouldn't deign to take your filthy money, Hu Debao retorted angrily, indignant at their derision. What does it matter if we're poor? We stand tall and proud, unlike the scoundrels from the Tengshi base, who engage in all manner of wrongdoing. To curry favor with the elite of the central base, you pillage and plunder other bases, even abducting beautiful girls to offer as tribute. Who wouldn't spit in contempt upon hearing of your deeds? Our so-called filthy money is far more respectable than your current state. Reduced to delusions while rampaging on the Central Military District's vehicles. You'd better step down before someone comes along and takes you out with a few shots. The sycophants surrounding the stick insect were undeterred, quickly retaliating with sharp words. Observe your attire. Even the dogs at our base are dressed more splendidly than you. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename your establishment from the Hongjian base to the Beggars Guild, which aptly reflects your current state of soliciting alms. No sooner had the words left his lips than a gunshot rang out, a bullet grazing past the man's ear. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the sudden thrill of mortality rendered him speechless, to the point of dampening his trousers in fear. The incessant barking of dogs was most vexing. Lu Fei blew gently at the muzzle of her gun, her eyes glinting with cold fury. So you are indeed the worm base. No wonder such a foolish name was bestowed upon you. Each of you, varying in height and girth, are unmistakably human. Were it not for that, one might presume that some mountain insect had transformed and emerged. Lu Fei, known for her sharp tongue, relished the opportunity to amplify her barbs upon encountering those she detested, prompting the opposition to draw their own weapons in response. However, When the stick insect caught sight of Lu Fei's visage, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face, and the lewd countenance of the insect momentarily displayed a dazed expression, nearly drooling. Who would have thought that such a beauty could be concealed within your beggar's den? It seems I have underestimated you, bringing her along this time. Could it be that you intend to barter with the phoenix base for supplies? The stick insect gazed upon Lu Fei's exquisite and enchanting visage, disregarding everything else. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he scrutinized her from every angle. Fair maiden, you would be far better off accompanying me than those wretches. As long as you attend to my desires, I shall ensure you are well fed and indulged. Furthermore, I can arrange for you to serve the affluent at the central base. Your life would undoubtedly be more splendid than that spent with these loathsome beggars. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fei smiled coyly, her long legs striding purposefully toward the stick insect. Earlier, Hudaba had informed her of the stick insect's true identity. He was the one responsible for delivering beautiful girls to the central base. Should he find someone appealing, he would seize her regardless of her consent, indulging in her for a time before discarding her to others for their amusement, eventually delivering her to the central base for the pleasure of the wealthy. He bore the weight of countless lives upon his shoulders. Such a man is not worthy of lamentation. As Lu Fei approached, the stick insect remained blissfully unaware of his impending doom, instead grinning widely and extending his arms, eagerly awaiting the embrace of beauty. Indeed, the beauty was astute, and I mused that following those foolish imbeciles was far inferior to basking in my presence. Soon, dear brother shall grant you a taste of the utmost pleasures this world has to offer. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Lu Fei stood before him, offering a faint smile. Seizing the opportunity while he was lost in a daze of infatuation, she swiftly pressed her gun against his most vulnerable point. Chapter 39. The serpent base is merely a name. Our fire base reigns supreme. With a resounding thud, the piercing scream of the stick insect echoed through the air. In the next moment, the creature rolled on the ground, clutching its shattered form, while the other gentlemen present were paralyzed with fear, trembling, and clutching their legs tightly. She showed no mercy, unleashing her full might without hesitation, effortlessly incapacitating her foe in such a delicate manner. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The stick insect writhed in agony, its eyes nearly bulging from its sockets as it glared menacingly at Lu Fei, roaring in fury, wishing nothing more than to rend him to shreds. The personnel at the Doomsday base, initially taken aback by the spectacle, swiftly raised their weapons, intent on eliminating Lu Fei. Yet, to their astonishment, the bullets merely clattered to the ground upon striking her, and after an entire magazine had been expended, the barrels grew hot to the touch. While she remained seemingly unscathed, a chilling thought crossed their minds. Was this a specter? At this moment, the personnel at the Doomsday base no longer harbored the earlier desire to eliminate Lu Fei. Instead, they screamed in terror and fled in haste. Damn it! A person who cannot be pierced by bullets. What could they possibly be if not a ghost? After finishing, I simply wished to depart. How could such a fortunate circumstance exist? Lu Fei let out a cold laugh, raising her gun and indiscriminately firing at them. Some took advantage of the chaos to escape, while others lay on the ground, wailing as they clutched their wounds. If you wish for mercy, it is not impossible. After all, I am not one to take pleasure in bloodshed. The individuals sprawled on the ground, believing she intended to spare them, began to breathe a sigh of relief, only to find themselves bound to a nearby pillar by Hudaba and his companions. Each bore a potato atop their heads, beads of perspiration streaming down their faces. Had they not been securely tied, they would likely have collapsed in fear. Do not move. My aim is rather unsteady. Should I inadvertently blow your heads off? Do not blame me for the warning unheeded. Lu Fei squinted one eye, casually spraying bullets among the group, with the stick insect included. He was in such agony that he felt he might faint, yet he remained conscious. You vile woman, do not presume that we will allow you to trample on us, just because we have fallen into your hands. The Doomsday base will not let your Hongjian base off lightly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gunshot rang out. The potato atop the stick insect's head exploding, swallowing all his words. Do not associate me with the Hongjian base. I am Lu Shui of the Liaohe base. In this world, I shall not permit anyone to be more arrogant than I. The Doomsday base is nothing. I can easily handle the central base's trifles. I shall summon my elder brother shortly to turn you all to ash. Upon hearing Lu Fei's proclamation, the members of the Hongjian base understood all too well. They were well versed in such matters. They swiftly turned to flatter Lu Shui, eager to extol her virtues. It is no wonder that the people of the Liehua base are so warm-hearted. Miss Lu Shui is not only beautiful but kind-hearted, truly a paragon for our generation. In the future, our Hongjian base shall certainly present Miss Lu Shui with a banner of honor. Lu Fei waved her hand proudly, continuing to aim her gun at random targets, instilling terror among the Tangsha base members, causing them to wail in despair, some even soiling themselves in fear. A foul odor permeating the air. Captain, it is they who have bullied our Tangsha base. We merely pointed out the filthy beggars meddling with the central military district supplies. And that wretched woman opened fire. A heavily made-up woman pulled a burly man over, and upon witnessing his team members bound and in such disarray, his eyes blazed with fury. My lady, do you not fear the repercussions of your arrogance, provoking our Tangsha base and endangering your Hongjian base? Bai Tao gazed at Lu Fei with a chilling, serpentine intensity, an overwhelming sense of oppression that seemed poised to shatter her in an instant. Lu Fei rolled her eyes dismissively, her expression one of indifference. What are you all from the Tangsha base? A bunch of foolish sycophants. Afraid that time will catch up with you and expose your folly. In my eyes, all bases are nothing but refuse. Only our fire base is truly exceptional. Her words caused those around her to widen their eyes in shock. Even passers-by couldn't help but cast scornful glances at Bai Tao and his group. Their gazes filled with contempt and disgust. You're talking nonsense. I'll kill you. Bai Tao, incensed by such humiliation, yelled and prepared to shoot Lu Fei. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was blasted away by a colossal fireball, landing with a thud and losing 2 of his front teeth in the process. Anyone who dares to touch my sister will meet their demise. A tall man clad in the emblem of the fire base approached, exuding an overwhelming aura despite his obscured face. Brother, you've arrived. Lu Fei quickly moved to stand beside Gu Chang'e, mimicking Lu Shui's exaggerated mannerisms to feign innocence. These Tangsha base people are trying to bully Shui and even accused me of stealing military weapons. These were meant for us to deal with these fools. Humph. I couldn't stand them, so I fired a couple of shots. I'm formidable, aren't I? My sister is indeed impressive. She is truly the daughter of our Lu family. Gu Chang'e played along. Since they have foolishly provoked you, they shall all be dealt with. Listening to their exchange, Bai Tao's frown deepened. Aren't you from the Hongjian base? As if the Hongjian base could afford such things. These were directly procured from the military district. Don't think that only you Tangsha base can gain favor with the central base. Our fire base is superior when the base competition comes. We will trample all others beneath our feet. Lu Fei completely embraced her spoiled and willful demeanor, determined to tarnish Lu Shui's and the fire base's reputation. Sensing the growing animosity, Gu Chang'e suppressed his powers to the peak of level 4, sufficient to handle these incompetent fools. In no time, he had them crying out in anguish, but just as he was about to strike the final blow, Lu Fei intervened. Brother, I cannot bear to see anyone die before me. She tugged at Gu Chang'e's sleeve. Let them leave their belongings and strip down to be tossed outside the base instead. Bai Tao and his companions were on the verge of being scorched, and upon hearing Lu Fei's suggestion, nearly spat blood. This was far more brutal than simply killing them. Yet Gu Chang'e affectionately ruffled Lu Fei's hair, exuding a fatherly affection. Our Shui is kind-hearted. Since you've said so, brother will heed your wishes. After saying this, Gu Chang'e turned to glare coldly at Bai Tao and his group. Didn't you hear my sister? Hurry up and leave your clothes and supplies. Get out now, unless you want me to burn you alive. As his words hung in the air, flames erupted around Bai Tao and his companions once more. They could either perish in the fire or be devoured by zombies later. None wished for death, so they reluctantly left behind their belongings, with the men donning only shoes and a pair of shorts, while the women managed with tank tops. Emerging from the base in a state of undress. We are from the fire base. If we survive and meet again, it will be your end. Bai Tao glared viciously at Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e before departing. I am Lu Juanhao. This is my sister Lu Shui. You little trash, get lost. He raised his middle finger at the Tangsha base members, while Gu Chang'e and Lu Fei laughed triumphantly as they returned. Without mentioning Lu Fei's jubilant celebration, Bai Tao and his men, filled with trepidation, finally encountered members of the Tangsha base after 2 days of turmoil and hastened to seek assistance. Coincidentally, they ran into Li Lang, who had just returned from the central base. Seeing his comrades in such a disheveled state, he quickly inquired about the situation. It was the fire base, Lu Juanhao and Lu Shui, who did this to us. Bai Tao exclaimed before fainting. Upon hearing Lu Shui's name, Li Lang's expression darkened ominously. Chapter 40. This comes at another price, because I am kind-hearted. Ha ha. That was so satisfying. Those scoundrels from the Tingsha base. I've longed to teach them a lesson. Today, our sister finally got her revenge, and it feels incredible. The people from the Hongjian base returned to the banquet hall, laughter spilling forth in waves. Over the years, they had endured ridicule and bullying due to their poverty, but for the sake of those in their base. They had gritted their teeth and tolerated it. Now, with their sister handling things so effortlessly, they felt liberated. Sister, they recognize you? Hudaba laughed, but grew apprehensive about retaliation from the Tingsha base. They were devoid of morals. It was Lu Shui from the fire base who dealt with them. What does that have to do with me, Lu Fei? Even if they recognize me later, what can they do? I am impervious to blades and flames. Can they outlast me? Lu Fei's arrogance left everyone speechless, their mouths agape, for they found truth in her words. Today, they witnessed Lu Fei's purification abilities and even her capacity to deflect bullets. Was she not akin to a deity? Yin Sheng regarded the self-assured Lu Fei with admiration. Yet a pang of regret stirred within him. How wonderful it would be if she were part of their base, bringing him endless joy. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Fei approached him, her bright eyes fixed on him with unblinking curiosity. Uncle Yin, I heard Fei you say you are over 45. How do you still look like you're in your 20s? Is it a family trait, or do you possess some secret formula? I would gladly exchange my purification abilities for it. Upon learning of Yin Sheng's age, Lu Fei was astonished. If there were any secret to rejuvenation, wouldn't it be a boon for her mother? Yin Sheng twitched his lips, realizing the reason for her inquiry. However, his eyes sparkled, and he tilted his head to present his most flattering angle, allowing Lu Fei to see his ageless visage. Miss Lu, what if I offered you this secret in exchange for your staying here? That won't do. That is a different price altogether. Lu Fei decisively rejected him, causing Yin Sheng's expression to stiffen momentarily. However, he soon regained his gentle demeanor and disclosed his beauty secrets. I possess wind-based abilities, allowing me to manipulate the wind to lift my skin, thus preventing the signs of aging. Lu Fei gasped, compelled to admire Yin Sheng's remarkable prowess. While others resort to Botox and hyaluronic acid, he opted for a physical lift. Wrinkles? The wind can smooth them away. Impressive. Had I known I could awaken to wind powers too, I would maintain the appearance of a 20-year-old even in my 80s. Relishing the astonished gazes of onlookers. What a delightful thought. Indeed, I share your sentiment. This method was a labor of love, truly unique in the world. Yin Sheng took great pride in his beauty techniques, yet Lu Fei promptly doused his enthusiasm. So, your outbursts occur so swiftly, then? Yin Sheng's expression faltered as he awkwardly averted his gaze, preferring death over the prospect of losing his looks. This mention sparked a thought in Yin Sheng about other power wielders nearing their breaking point imprisoned nearby, and he regarded her earnestly. My dear niece, considering your bond with Xiao Fei Yu through shared adversity, I have a favor to ask of you. We have several base individuals on the brink of losing control in our prison. Might you purify them? Of course, your reward shall not be lacking. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, recognizing the opportunity presented to her. She still required 8 more individuals to complete her task. Since Uncle Yin brought it up, she felt compelled to assist, albeit she preferred discretion and wished for minimal publicity surrounding the matter. Let us proceed quietly. Yin Sheng instantly understood her intentions. Her abilities were akin to a prime delicacy, and who wouldn't desire to keep such a treasure hidden for personal use? At present, she was far too formidable for threats or coercion, leaving him no choice but to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. Fearing a retaliatory strike from the Tingsha base, Lu Fei resolved to act swiftly. She ventured deep into the prison, where individuals from 9 bases were gathered, all reluctant to become mindless zombies facing a grim fate. They sought refuge here, at least ensuring they had sustenance and someone to collect their remains in death. Most were 5th-level powerhouses, with a few 4th-level individuals on the verge of collapse due to their physical conditions. Lu Fei approached as if perusing a market, engaging with one cell then another. Within minutes, those individuals began to recover. The astonishment on their faces was palpable, with some even bowing in gratitude. One of them, from the Liuhua base and the elder brother of the base leader, had arrived 6 months prior. After Yin Sheng's introduction, he noticed Lu Fei retract her outstretched hand. Those from the Liuhua base are on my blacklist. Even if they all perish, I shan't rescue them. Hearing this, Su Su, who had just glimpsed the hope of survival, nearly broke down in tears. I have severed ties with the Liuhua base. Please, save me. From now on, my life belongs to you. If I encounter anyone from the Liuhua base, I will assist you in dealing with them. Truly, I can fight. I possess metal-based abilities and can transform into blades or various forms of cover. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei hesitated, reconsidering her assessment of the now zombie-like Su Su, weighing the truth of his claims. To prove his worth, Su Su gritted his teeth and expended the last remnants of his rationality to conjure a sharp dagger. Just as he presented it, his body convulsed in agony. His pupils rapidly dulled with murderous intent, clearly on the edge of complete transformation into a zombie. Lu Fei delayed the purification, tossing the dagger to Gu Chang'e for inspection. After a brief examination, he confirmed its quality and nodded. Well, since you are so eager to volunteer, it would be remiss of me to forsake a life, wouldn't it? After all, I am compassionate. Indeed, the elder sister is both beautiful and kind-hearted. If I were in her shoes, I would not save even the base leader's brother, let alone those from the Liuhua base. Amidst the flattery, Lu Fei finally extended her hand for purification. Within mere minutes, Su Su returned to his former self. Before he could celebrate, a contract was abruptly thrust into his hands. Sign this contract, and you shall become my employee, severing all ties with the Liuhua base henceforth. Su Su glanced at the 20-year contract, his lips twitching. 2 minutes for 20 years was indeed a remarkable bargain. However, aligning himself with Lu Fei promised not only continued purification, but also generous compensation, far superior to his previous situation. Miss Lu, are you not concerned I might flee? A 5th-level powerhouse escaping is no trivial matter. A mere contract cannot bind me. Lu Fei smirked. Her fingertips, previously radiating warmth, now exuded wisps of dark energy, sending a palpable sense of danger to those within a 10-meter radius. This was the essence of a rampaging ability, capable of devouring everything. The fact that she could store this purification power was chilling. I can grant you life, or I can take it away. I trust you do not wish to experience that sensation, do you? Against the backdrop of the dark mist, Lu Fei's countenance flickered ominously as she gazed down at Su Su, resembling a stern and merciless reaper poised to claim his life. From now on, I, Su Su, will obey Miss Lu's commands without question. It would be foolish to delay. Even a second could be a matter of life and death. Lu Fei smiled with satisfaction and proceeded to the next cell. With Su Su on her side, their next encounter with the Liuhua base promised to be an intriguing spectacle. Chapter 41. Infinite Water Resources. I simply changed my approach out of boredom. Beep. Task completion detected. Reward, infinite water resources. To avoid suspicion, the system will provide you with 5 underground water veins. Once installed, the host cannot relocate them. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Fei was elated. In this era, possessing water is akin to having a father. With land and water at her disposal, she would ascend to a revered status akin to that of an ancestor. Ha ha ha. The system allows for unrestricted access, particularly since I must be constantly on the move. Unlike other systems, this one is quite formidable. Those who disagree shall face its wrath. The sharp-toothed entity in my mind appears fierce yet endearing, making me grateful that my system is a warrior. Had it been a coward, I would have endured its frustrations. Thus, I resolved to accumulate points diligently to bolster the system's performance, with the intention of redeeming a tangible form for it to enjoy at year's end. Upon sensing my thoughts, the little honey badger expressed its gratitude exuberantly, its fluffy tail almost spinning like a propeller. Rest assured, dear host, I shall strive to secure ample benefits for you. With that, the little system vanished, seemingly off to battle for those benefits. I felt a profound sense of ease, observing the respectful demeanor of the leaders behind me, a subtle toss of my head reinforcing my sense of superiority. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your life-saving assistance. Anyone in need of support from the Tsangyu base may seek me out. I assure you, there will be no hesitation. The same applies to us at the Qingyan base. When Miss Lu visits, she will be our honored guest. For leaders, eager to return, left behind tokens of their bases, agreeing to send their rewards to the Hongjian base before taking their leave. 2 others, originally from the Phoenix base, dashed out to celebrate as soon as they were healed. Only Su Su and a lone wolf remained, choosing to accompany me to the Hongjian base for refuge. In less than a day, I had healed 10 leaders, preserving a substantial combat strength for humanity, a feat unparalleled. Amidst the flattery of those around me, I felt myself towering, almost as if I were humanity's savior. The interdependence we share is crucial for our survival in these chaotic times. I feigned modesty in my speech, eliciting further praise. Even my thick-skinned nature felt a tinge of embarrassment, and I covered my heated face, waving my hand as I made my way out. However, just as I reached the cell door, my legs suddenly gave way beneath me, and I stumbled. No one expected me to fall, as everyone had maintained a distance. Sister, Miss Lu. In the midst of the gasps, a shadow descended from above, reaching out to catch me. Yet, propelled by my fall, I performed a forward roll, attempting to rise only to find my legs devoid of strength. System, what is happening to me? My little honey badger, just returning from a skirmish. Its white fur still frayed, eagerly tempted me to expend my points. 2,000. Why don't you just steal it? I gritted my teeth, realizing that preserving my dignity paled in comparison to the importance of those points, which I had worked hard to accumulate. Can you get up? Chao Jingyu observed my grim expression, a hint of schadenfreude evident as he reflected, is this your retribution for treating me poorly? Though he spoke with a mocking tone, concern lingered in his amber eyes, which had been fixed on me since we were in the dungeon, allowing him to react swiftly to my fall. This troublesome woman, who had earlier toyed with me, now found herself in such a predicament. Each time she received compliments, she seemed willing to offer her heart, yet failed to conserve her energy. Just as he contemplated lifting me, I shot him a fierce glare. Oof, what retribution? I merely grew bored of walking and sought a change in method. After delivering this retort, I acknowledged the bewildered expressions of those behind me and promptly began to crawl away, propping myself up on my arms and dragging my legs. Oh, you wish to see me humiliated? Perhaps in your next life, for you shall never taste victory. Like a Komodo dragon, I swiftly disappeared into the night, leaving the onlookers in disarray. Chao Jingyu, fixating on my retreating figure, appeared lost in thought, his amber eyes flickering with indecipherable emotions. At times, he felt an urge to twist off the head of that insufferable woman to uncover the nonsense within her mind, which burned with intensity yet still held an air of defiance. His expression remained unchanged, yet the tail that had not yet vanished thrashed against the ground, revealing his irritation. I paid no heed to their thoughts. By the time I crawled back to my room, I was utterly exhausted. Yet, it was at that moment that I gradually regained control of my body, allowing me to stand once more, a sigh of relief escaping my lips. No more pretentious displays. Until my level increases, I shall purify merely 5 individuals a day. After tidying myself, I rolled into bed, succumbing to sleep. Whether from fatigue or the comfort of a bed for the first time since my arrival, I was blissfully unaware of my dreams. The following morning, I appeared vibrant and lively once more. The person who had crawled back the previous day seemed a distant memory. However, I noticed with some regret that Chao Jingyu's tail had vanished. I had hoped for more opportunities to touch it, for its fluffy texture was immensely soothing. Chao Jingyu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under my gaze, constantly adjusted his grip on his tailbone, fearing it would once again emerge without his permission. This was the first time since awakening my powers that my tail had acted independently, having only managed to retract it after much effort until midnight. Cough, you're leaving? With so many supplies, surely others will take notice. Just ask me, and I shall escort you. As I busied myself gathering supplies, Chao Jingyu suddenly blurted this out, instantly regretting his words. What a ridiculous excuse. Just as I contemplated slipping away, I was caught by Chao Huai, who seized the nape of my neck. My dear niece, my nephew has never known friendship or familial care. Having been raised in a military environment, he may come off as brusque. Please don't take offense. I have also heard that you all have had a delightful journey. As it happens, Jingyu currently has no tasks, so why not accompany you for a period of respite? Consider it a way to assist Uncle Chao. Chao Huai, observing his nephew's bashful demeanor, couldn't help but feel that he finally resembled a normal person. Over the years, this child had grown up neglected by his parents and was cast into the military camp at a young age, surrounded solely by men. Without even having seen a female mosquito, it was evident that he was experiencing the stirrings of youthful affection, and as his elder, he felt compelled to create opportunities for him. Indeed, we Feiyu have no pressing matters. Joining you would be perfect. As we could return just in time for the grand competition at the base, In Sheng, unwilling to be outdone, pushed Luo Feiyu forward and winked at him, indicating that he too had a mission. Uncle, I do not require respite. I cannot abandon the military district. What will you do alone? Chao Jingyu furrowed his brow, concerned that his uncle might exhaust himself. Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lu Fei, whose amber eyes sparkled with fragments of sunlight, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. Who would dare touch me in the military district? No matter its significance, nothing surpasses the value of my dear niece. Upon my return, I shall summon other soldiers to assist in purification, and of course, we will compensate them. Jingyu, you shall remain by your niece's side to coordinate. This is an order and leaves no room for dissent. Unfamiliar with his nephew's proud nature, Chao Huai resorted to issuing a military command, prompting Jingyu to reluctantly acquiesce. You see, it is not that I wish to follow you. He attempted to appear aloof, but upon turning, he found that the others had already boarded the lead vehicle. Completely ignoring him, "Go, drive us home." Lu Fei's jubilant voice floated from the vehicle, invigorating the entire convoy, while the Hongjian base erupted in cheers. The convoy roared to life, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Chao Huai gazed at the departing vehicles, a sense of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. His once oblivious pig had finally realized the value of pursuing the cabbage. He must quickly prepare the betrothal gifts. "Commander Chao, how about a wager?" Yin Sheng's eyes glimmered with mischief as he regarded Chao Huai like a cunning fox. "What wager do you propose?" Chao Huai narrowed his eyes, fully unleashing the aura of authority before Lu Fei, akin to a tiger preparing to descend from the mountain. "Let us bet on which of those two rascals can remain by Lu Fei's side the longest. The winner shall grant the other a favor." Yin Sheng chuckled, observing that the young man he had raised was upright, kind-hearted, and composed, far more appealing to girls than that proud little leopard. Even if no spark ignited between Lu Fei and Luo Feiyu, the latter's character would ensure he was not the first to be sent back. Chao Huai smiled slightly, nodding in agreement, stipulating that they must adhere to principles of morality and refrain from committing any heinous acts. They clasped hands in a solemn oath. Before one returned to the base and the other took a vehicle back to the military district. Once beyond the confines of the Phoenix base, Chao Huai unceremoniously kicked his son out of the car. "Go inform that rascal. He must remain by Lu Fei's side, even if it costs him his life. Should he dare let me lose, I shall pull out all his catnip." Chao Kai, nursing his sore backside, watched the departing vehicle in bewilderment. "Dad, am I truly such a despicable person? Why would you abandon me?" His voice was drowned out by the roar of the engine, silence enveloping him. This evening at Kangxiao mirrored his current mood as he limped towards the Hongjian base, regretting not having boarded the vehicle earlier. Meanwhile, Lu Fei remained oblivious to the wager. As the vehicle arrived at dusk, they finally reached the fabled Hongjian base. "Quick, open the gates. We have returned." Gu Chang'e exclaimed exuberantly, hopping out of the vehicle to greet the two guards at the entrance. The two emaciated men, resembling skeletal warriors, were overwhelmed with excitement as they hurried to open the gates, banging on a nearby rusty metal basin. "Chang'e has returned. He has brought supplies." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crowd of people rushed out from various corners of the base, the elderly and infirm among them gathering around. "Chang'e, you've returned. Oh dear, you've lost weight. Hurry, Annie has provisions for you." "Uncle Gu, are you hurt? Let me blow on it, and it will feel better." "Is everyone back? No one is missing?" "Ba, at last, you have returned safely. We were so worried." A throng of frail individuals encircled Gu Chang'e, their concern for his safety overshadowing their interest in the supplies he had brought. Hu Daba also rushed over to report his safety, his face beaming with warmth and joy. "Auntie, we have struck it rich this time. Not only have we returned with ample supplies, but we have also brought back a precious treasure. With her, we shall enjoy endless blessings." With that, Hu Daba pulled Lu Fei forward, animatedly recounting their adventures along the way. When the crowd learned that Lu Fei had not only rescued Gu Chang'e, but also brought back various supplies and talents, their gratitude swelled. They knelt before her in a heartfelt display of appreciation. "Oh dear, what is this? Quickly rise. You are diminishing my lifespan. Oh no, such a large crowd. I must be losing hours. Get up quickly, or my health bar will deplete." Listening to Lu Fei's humorous words, the people of the base could no longer contain their laughter, the earlier sorrow dissipating. However, a few older individuals discreetly wiped away tears, continuously expressing their gratitude to Lu Fei. "Child, thank you for coming to Hongjian base. Chang'e and the others are good kids. Had it not been for our burdens, they would not have been reduced to such poverty." As the elderly woman spoke, Lu Fei surveyed the environment of Hongjian base. What struck her most was the sturdy walls. While everything else seemed dilapidated, lowly houses, barren land, and residents clad in tattered clothes, gaunt and emaciated. If one word were to encapsulate it all, Lu Fei could only think of poverty, the kind that would make even a rat weep upon arrival, and a thief would leave behind $200 out of pity. From the memories of the original owner, it seems that the Hongjian base was synonymous with poverty. The subsequent events unfolded with the female protagonist, Lu Shui, seeking refuge here during a quarrel with the male lead. Although the inhabitants were impoverished, they exhibited profound kindness and welcomed Lu Shui. However, when the male lead arrived, he captured everyone there to coerce her. Initially, Lu Shui resolutely refused to leave, prompting the male lead to kill one person per minute. Ultimately, all the inhabitants were slaughtered, leading her to slap him in a fit of rage. Amidst the corpses, their conflict gave way to reconciliation. The male lead set the Hongjian base ablaze, erasing his heinous crimes, while Lu Shui merely perceived him as domineering and powerful, forgetting those who perished for her sake. Alas, this was merely a gathering of cannon fodder. Lu Fei sighed helplessly, realizing her future responsibilities. She must warn them that strangers should never be allowed entry. Sister, our base leader hasn't returned from earning some extra income, but I've already disposed of his belongings. From now on, you can stay with Mom in his place, Gu Chang'e stated matter-of-factly, as if it were an ordinary occurrence. Lu Fei's lips twitched, contemplating whether the base leader would find it absurd upon his return. Yet before she could refuse, Gu Chang'e had already organized the group to begin unloading supplies. The elderly and children worked diligently, while the younger ones handled heavier items. Observing the frail and infirm, Chao Zhengyu and Luo Feiyu could not bear it any longer and joined in to assist. Lu Fei attempted to help, but was gently pushed away. They could not allow their benefactor to toil. Thus, she could only observe her surroundings and discuss plans for revitalizing the base with her mother. The houses needed proper renovations. Otherwise, they would be perilous during extreme weather. The barren land must be utilized for potato cultivation, ensuring that anyone wishing to eat potatoes would have to purchase them from their base. The thought alone brought her joy. Enthused by her daughter's vision, Chen Wanyue began to consider the areas requiring attention. We also need clothing, shoes, bedding, and medicine. What we have brought back is insufficient for so many people. The Hongjian base, housing thousands, seemed considerable, yet a large portion consisted of the elderly and disabled who could not fight. If they ventured out, they would merely serve as fodder for zombies, not to mention the unwanted orphans. The survival of the Hongjian base to this day was solely due to the relentless efforts of Gu Chang'e and his team. Thus, Lu Fei felt even more grateful for Gu Chang'e's unhesitating invitation at their first meeting. It's all right, Mom. We have weathered the toughest times. This minor obstacle is merely a drop in the bucket for your daughter. Despite its poverty, the Hongjian base filled Lu Fei with an inexplicable sense of belonging. From that moment on, it became her home. Come, children, let us go explore the vicinity. Soon, I shall perform magic for you, enabling the land to yield crops. Since Lu Fei could not assist directly, she decided to purify the land instead. Upon hearing her intention, the agronomist Dou Yuanhua hurriedly followed, not wanting to miss this miraculous moment. Su Su, intrigued, also attempted to catch up, but before he could, Lu Fei had already scanned the crowd and called out to him, "Don't just stand there. Gather 100 hoes, 100 axes, and 100 plows for tilling the soil. Fear not the powers going awry. With me here, everything will be fine. As long as we can endure, we shall work tirelessly." Chapter 43. The bolder the people, the greater the harvest. The base happened to have a first-level wood ability user. While Su Su diligently crafted hoes and farming tools, the other party was busy conjuring wooden handles, matching the pace of a production line. As he fashioned the tools, he watched Lu Fei purifying the land, inciting cheers from the crowd, who then produced potatoes as seeds. Witnessing the hopeful smiles across the base, Su Su truly believed in Lu Fei's promise to revitalize their community. What an extraordinary young lady she was. While Su Su marveled, Hu Debao scoffed. Of course, our sister is exceptional, unlike you lot at the fire base, who are blind to the jewels among you, mistaking wild chickens for phoenixes. Su Su could distinctly sense the animosity from the Hongjian base towards him, or rather, towards the fire base. Confused, he inquired with Hu Debao's, and after learning the circumstances, he nearly broke the axe he had just conjured in anger. Damn it, that bunch of bastards at the fire base. I was gone for just over half a year, and they managed to create such a mess. Had they managed to keep Lu Fei, he wouldn't be here struggling to create farming tools as a 5th-level steel ability user. He was accustomed to being treated as a guest of honor, not enduring such humiliation. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Su Su resolved to teach a lesson to anyone from the fire base he might encounter in the future, regardless of Su Su's ire. The people of the Hongjian base were deeply moved by Lu Fei's remarkable talents, on the verge of kneeling before her in gratitude. With fertile land and seeds, they finally no longer had to fear starvation. Everyone listen. The Hongjian base is our home. It requires the contribution of every member. From this day forth, in addition to distributing supplies based on need, we will also provide extra rewards for those who work hard. We will cultivate land, construct houses, lay roads, and build walls. Choose the tasks you can manage and register with my mother, then await your assignments. If we all work diligently, the Hongjian base will undoubtedly become the largest and wealthiest base. Do you believe in this? After purifying 100 square meters of land, Lu Fei felt a bit fatigued and paused to motivate everyone, while the crowd was cooperative with her plans. Upon hearing her ambition to transform the Hongjian base into the largest and wealthiest, they all looked up at the sky, puzzled as to why she spoke such fanciful words. Yes, to avoid dampening Lu Fei's enthusiasm, they responded, albeit weakly. Lu Fei found the atmosphere unsatisfactory and abruptly slammed her thigh, startling everyone. The bolder the person, the greater the potential. We must rise to the occasion. Do not be deceived by the vibrant appearances of other bases. In the face of calamity, they may betray each other. However, we are different. Despite our poverty, we are united as one. Now that we have reached the worst of circumstances, the only way forward is improvement. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed on Lu Fei, with only their slightly trembling bodies betraying their inner excitement. Seizing the moment, Lu Fei reiterated her question. Do we have confidence? Yes. This time, everyone fervently shouted in unison, their passionate voices seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Satisfied, Lu Fei nodded and urged the invigorated crowd to seek Qinhuan Yue for work assignments while she continued to purify the land. The Hongjian base was exceedingly impoverished. Regardless of the circumstances, she had to lay the groundwork before the extreme heat arrived. Ding, system task. Host must complete the basic setup of the Hongjian base. Reward: 1 randomly generated unlimited self-service vending machine. Lu Fei, a vending machine is splendid. It allows everyone to make use of it without the need for restocking. Host, you must strive harder. I have wagered with the neighboring system that I am the best by the year-end review. You must help me prove my worth. No problem. I'll go raid, cough, seek out the big shots for purification, and then exchange points for you. The little honey badger in her mind, hearing Lu Fei's promise, beamed with joy, making adorable gestures to win her favor. With a smile gracing her lips, Lu Fei gradually purified the land, pushing her physical limits amidst the continuous praises from the crowd. After purifying 500 square meters, darkness clouded her vision, and she nearly collapsed. However, before she could transform into a Komodo dragon, a strong arm swiftly lifted her and hoisted her onto a shoulder. Recognizing the familiar scent of grass, Lu Fei knew it was Chao Jingyu without needing to open her eyes. Put me down, Lu Fei protested, feeling uncomfortable with her head hanging down, and began to thump Chao Jingyu's back. He, however, walked forward as if he hadn't heard her. Let me down. I feel nauseous. Can't you change positions? Lu Fei's hands twitched, ready to scratch him if he didn't comply. I've always carried teammates like this in the military. It's convenient and swift. Without hindering movement, Chao Jingyu's words prompted Lu Fei to roll her eyes. Those men were all muscle. Of course, they could handle it. But she was a delicate young lady, far from their robust frames. Either put me down, or carry me properly. I'm going to be crushed by your collarbone. Hearing the weak protest in her voice, Chao Jingyu recognized her discomfort and genuinely adjusted his hold to carry her properly. Lu Fei lay against his back, his steady steps, combined with the scent of grass emanating from him, lulled her into a drowsy state. When they reached her quarters, Chao Jingyu unceremoniously tossed her onto a simple wooden bed. Sleep, he said coldly. Don't think I care. I merely worry you'll disturb the purification of the military district. Lu Fei rolled her eyes, disinterested in his words. But she would believe him if he didn't cover her with blankets. She struggled on the bed like a flopping fish, prompting Chao Jingyu to firmly grasp her hands and lift them above her head, leaning over her to pin her down. Sleep now. If you continue to resist, I'll fill in the land you've purified. The menacing tone in Chao Jingyu's voice made Lu Fei realize he was serious. She shot a defiant glare at him, but eventually complied and lay still. Perhaps it was due to a restless night or the exhaustion from travel, or perhaps the after effects of overexerting her abilities. But within 2 minutes, Lu Fei succumbed to sleep, pinned beneath Chao Jingyu. Listening to her even breathing, Chao Jingyu's amber eyes flickered as he gazed at the sleeping figure, lost in thought. Her delicate, fair wrist was easily controlled by one of his hands. He found it perplexing how a body so fragile could possess such vitality. Miss, are you alright? Just as Chao Jingyu contemplated poking Lu Fei's cheek, he heard Gu Chang's anxious voice, prompting him to sit up straight and remove her shoes. As he finished, Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu entered, their expressions varying upon seeing Chao Jingyu seated at the bedside. Luo Feiyu glanced at Lu Fei's serene sleeping face, and then at Chao Jingyu's nonchalant demeanor, his expression noticeably less warm than usual. Since Fei is asleep, the major should leave with us. After all, men and women should maintain a certain distance. The major frequently interacts with men and does not see it as inappropriate, but rumors could tarnish her reputation. Chao Jingyu met Luo Feiyu's gaze, an electric tension passing between them. Only narrow-minded individuals judge character based on reputation, and you are no better. Despite his words, Chao Jingyu stood up, his tall figure making the small room feel cramped, exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. Just as the two seemed on the verge of confrontation, a little boy rushed in. Uncle Gu, there are two people outside the base. Should we help them? Chapter 44. Isn't that my fourth brother? Seeking to stay behind and plead with me. Oh dear, that child looks pitiful. His leg is broken, and he has a large bump on his head. TSK, had we not rescued him, he might have perished. Upon waking, Lu Fei overheard the passing women gossiping and quickly inquired about the situation. It turned out that while she had been asleep, the base had rescued two more individuals. Why do you say again? Because over half of the people in the base were brought back. Lu Fei cautiously asked the gender of the newcomers, and, upon learning they were two males, sighed in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't Lu Shui. Had it been her, Lu Fei would have gladly sent her to meet the divine. As new arrivals graced the base, Lu Fei felt compelled to take a look. Along the way, she encountered numerous people, all of whom greeted her with warmth and enthusiasm. Each individual was engaged in tasks, their eyes gleaming with vitality, a testament to the encouragement her previous words had instilled in them. The living quarters within the base were limited, and even without guidance, Lu Fei swiftly located the residence of the injured. Big sister, you're here. We brought these two in after they collapsed outside. One has a broken leg and head injuries. The other has 2 fractured ribs. Gu Chang'e hurried to welcome Lu Fei, elaborating on the condition of the patients. Have they regained consciousness? Do they know which base they belong to? One just woke up but hasn't had the chance to answer yet. As they spoke, they arrived at the bedside. Lu Fei's previously gentle demeanor turned icy upon seeing the patient. Oh, is this not the esteemed and proud Special Forces soldier, Lu Xiaoyang? Which angelic sister broke your leg? I must extend my gratitude to her later. Lu Fei, what are you doing here? Lu Xiaoyang's instinctive frown deepened as he admonished her. Why are you wandering around instead of staying at the base? You'll only end up causing us trouble when we have to bring you back. Quit dawdling and help me up, and fetch me a glass of water. His commanding tone only served to deepen Lu Fei's disdain. Indeed, the Lu family produced nothing but the thoughtless. The water was within Lu Xiaoyang's reach, yet he insisted she fetch it, as if she were still the pitiful girl she once was. Suppressing Gu Chang'e's attempt to speak, Lu Fei scoffed and seized the glass of water, draining it in one go under Lu Xiaoyang's impatient gaze. She had considered dousing him with it, but ultimately deemed the precious water too valuable to waste on such a fool. Instead, she thought it better to drink it herself and later relieve herself on him. Lu Fei, you are outrageous. Lu Xiaoyang bellowed in anger upon realizing his water was gone. In an instant, Lu Fei's hand gripped the wound on his leg, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him, nearly causing him to faint. Lu Xiaoyang, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. This is my territory, and you, a mere wretched remnant, dare to challenge me? Do you truly believe I am the same pitiful person from before? With forceful intent, Lu Fei pressed down, causing the freshly bandaged wound to split open once more, blood seeping through her fingers as she reveled in the thrill of it. Lu Fei, I am your fourth brother. How can you treat me this way? Lu Xiaoyang's eyes reddened with pain, his vision blurring, veins bulging at his neck, his expression a mask of agony. Remember when my arm was broken by our elder brother, causing me to nearly perish from fever? You dragged me out of bed to use me as bait for zombies. Now you speak of familial bonds? Is that not a double standard? With that, Lu Fei yanked Lu Xiaoyang from the bed, deeming it a waste for him to rest in such a fine place. Gu, my dear brother, I must say, we cannot allow just anyone to be brought into the base. This is a treasure trove. If someone were to infiltrate, what would become of this collection of the old, weak, and infirm? They would merely await their doom. Lu Fei earnestly advised Gu Chang'e, leaving Lu Xiaoyang's face pale with dread. Lu Fei, I am still your brother, even if I have wronged you in the past. It was due to your selfishness and refusal to heed guidance. Have you not reflected on your own misdeeds? You should learn to be more understanding. As always, Lu Xiaoyang attempted to lecture her, but before he could finish, she struck him with 2 resounding slaps. Grasping his hair, she delivered blows that left him bruised and battered. He was no longer the formidable soldier he once claimed to be. Reflect on your own behavior. Just look at yourself. You have fallen into my hands and still dare to challenge me. Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback by her sudden aggression, and soon enough, her kicks sent him reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. At last, Lu Fei felt a sense of satisfaction, having avenged the original owner's grievances, and she seized his collar to drag him out. You, a person of such high esteem, surely wouldn't deign to linger in our impoverished base. As your sister, I shall not impose upon you. I will escort you out. Without regard for his injuries, she pulled him towards the exit. Gu Chang'e, seeing her struggle, effortlessly grabbed one of Lu Xiaoyang's feet and dragged him along with remarkable speed. Before long, they approached the base's entrance, and should he cross that threshold, his fate would be sealed. Lu Fei, I am your brother. You cannot be so heartless. Do you not fear retribution? Retribution? When mother and I were wrongfully forced out of the villa, you offered no consolation. Instead, when Lu Shui lamented the loss of her necklace, you took everything of value from me. Even during missions, when others had enough to eat, you would withhold half of my rations, only tossing me scraps like a dog when I begged you. You haven't forgotten any of this, have you? As Lu Fei recalled the suffering endured by the original owner, her fury surged against the Lu family, desiring not just their demise, but to obliterate everything they cherished, inflicting upon them an existence devoid of joy. By now, a crowd had gathered, their anger palpable as they heard Lu Fei's words, condemning Lu Xiaoyang for his cold-heartedness towards his own sister. Among them was Chun Wanyue, who, upon hearing her daughter recount her past suffering with such stoicism, felt a profound ache in her heart. All these years, had it not been for her, her daughter would not have faced such humiliation. Her sons had become tormentors to their own sister, a grave failure for a mother. Tears streamed down her face as she hurriedly left, wishing to shield her daughter from the knowledge of her son's transgressions, resolving that from this day forth, Lu Fei would be her only daughter. Lu Fei certainly noticed Chun Wanyue's figure. In fact, she was also observing her mother's reaction. If her mother still felt soft-hearted, she would have to act discreetly next time. Fortunately, her mother was discerning, allowing Lu Fei to proceed without restraint. In the midst of her distraction, Lu Xiaoyang had already been dragged to the door by Gu Chang'e. On the verge of being thrown out, he clung desperately to the door, glancing anxiously at Lu Fei. Lu Fei, please don't throw me out. I'll die? I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you so harshly. In a bid for survival, Lu Xiaoyang was forced to concede. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow and casually cleaned her ears, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. You want to stay? Beg me then. I beg you. Lu Xiaoyang uttered the words through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with humiliation. I can't hear you. Have you not eaten? You seem quite disinclined to live. Lu Fei waved her hand, signaling Gu Chang'e to continue tossing him out. Frustrated, Lu Xiaoyang could only close his eyes and shout loudly, Please, spare me. It's all my fault. His pleas echoed throughout the base, prompting Lu Fei to reluctantly nod. Well, since you sincerely admit your mistake, you may stay. After all, I am quite benevolent. After saying this, Lu Fei pointed to a makeshift shelter hastily constructed from wooden planks in the corner. You shall reside here from now on. Chapter 45. Your retribution is me. What a pitiful little dog, Lu Fei. Don't go too far. Lu Xiaoyang glared at the shabby little shelter that resembled a doghouse. His teeth clenched in anger. How could she humiliate him like this? I am not a sewer. How could I endure such filth? You, on the other hand, made me stand in the rain during a mission, soaked like a drowned rat. Compared to you, I have shown great compassion. What's wrong? You don't want to stay? Then get out. As Lu Fei raised her hand to have Gu Chang'e throw him out, Lu Xiaoyang quickly fell silent, limping toward the dilapidated shelter. Witnessing the once mighty Special Forces soldier reduced to this state brought Lu Fei immense satisfaction. Such a scoundrel would have perished long ago if not for his impressive combat prowess. Now that he was in Lu Fei's grasp, he would learn what true retribution meant. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Fei's eyes as she disregarded Lu Xiaoyang and stepped back into the room. She needed to ascertain the identity of the unconscious individual. If he was associated with that fool, she would cast him into the doghouse as well. Upon entering, she discovered that the person on the sickbed had already regained consciousness. The boy, no more than 18 or 19, bore a pale expression. his delicate features resembling those of a porcelain doll. His eyes, a brilliant blue, were as clear as the sky and the sea, captivating anyone who met his gaze. "You're awake. What is your name? Which base are you from?" Lu Fei inquired with a faint smile, but the boy remained silent, merely watching her intently. After a moment of mutual gaze, his brow began to furrow deeper. "Are you deaf? Can you hear me?" Seeing the boy's confusion, Lu Fei raised her voice, only to see him frown even more. "I can hear you. My name is Mou. You're called Mou?" Lu Fei raised an eyebrow in surprise, marveling at the boy before her, reflecting on the whimsical nature of fate. In the novels, this Mou possessed the ability to read minds, capable of perceiving the hearts of others and occasionally glimpsing future events. After awakening his powers, he had been confined within the central base's secret chamber, exploited by the higher-ups. When he eventually escaped, he was fortuitously saved by Lu Shui, who, due to her jade pendant, he could not read, making him feel she was extraordinarily special. Thus, a boyish infatuation blossomed, leading him to become Lu Shui's devoted admirer, predicting her future and discerning the hearts of others. Even after her marriage, he silently watched over her, only to be deemed an eyesore by the male lead, who found a pretext to blind him. Once Mou lost his sight and usefulness, Lu Shui lamented briefly before abandoning him to fend for himself. Truly, a tragic little sycophant. "System, can he read my mind?" "Of course not. I am an omnipotent little system. How could I allow such abilities to penetrate?" The prideful little honey badger in Lu Fei's mind puffed up its chest, its tail swaying in a haughty manner. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate, for it would be quite embarrassing for an 18 or 19-year-old to glimpse the profane thoughts swirling in her mind. "Why were you and Lu Xiaoyang unconscious at the entrance of our base? Do you know him?" Mou could evidently sense something amiss in Lu Fei's gaze, but was unable to read her thoughts, leaving him confused about her intentions. "I don't know him. It was merely a coincidence that we fainted in the same place," Mou replied, lowering his eyes to his fingers. "Someone told me to run here to survive." Clearly, Mou was unwilling to disclose his mind-reading ability, and Lu Fei feigned ignorance. However, to diminish Lu Shui's future advantages, Lu Fei decided to keep this young man close. With a warm smile, Lu Fei carefully offered him a cup of water. "Rest assured, you may stay here. Our Hongjian base may be the poorest, but it is also the kindest. As long as you do not pose a threat to the base, we will not expel you." Lu Fei thought to herself that if Mou dared to leave, she would have him crippled. Once he entered here, he would never see Lu Shui again. Having suffered broken ribs and nowhere to go, Mou found Lu Fei's proposition appealing. Even the dire conditions here were preferable to being imprisoned in a dark chamber as a human lie detector. He subtly lifted his eyes to Lu Fei, the evening sun streaming through the window, casting a warm glow upon her fair face. As she drew closer, a soothing fragrance enveloped Mou, calming his restless heart. And before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. After exiting the infirmary, Lu Fei instructed Gu Chang'e to ensure someone took good care of Mou, refraining from divulging any further details to avoid having Mou glean too much. After 2 days of effort, they finally purified 3 acres of land, though not much. It was sufficient to bring joy to everyone. Old Master Do Yuanhua personally wielded a hoe, refusing to let anyone else touch it. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, having successfully completed her purification task, received 3 random seeds: corn, chili peppers, and cabbage. These were all useful items in daily life. And when Lu Fei presented the seeds to Do Yuanhua, the old man was overwhelmed with emotion, vowing to cultivate the land diligently. Upon hearing that corn, chili peppers, and cabbage would soon be available for consumption, the others erupted in joyous cheers, expressing boundless gratitude towards Lu Fei. However, Lu Xiaoyang, unable to bear the spotlight on her sister, who had long been overshadowed, could not help but sneer. As the crowd prepared to rebut her, Lu Fei had already launched her retort. "So what? Do you want me to die?" She rolled her eyes, casting a cold smirk towards Lu Xiaoyang, suggesting that instead of seeking confrontation, he should get to work, get up and help move the construction materials, and reinforce the city walls with cement. "I'm injured, and you're being too cruel," Lu Xiaoyang protested, pointing at his wounded leg, only to have Lu Fei roll up her sleeves to reveal her own gruesome scars. "When my arm was broken, didn't you say young people must work hard to recover swiftly? Stop being lazy and get to it. If I catch you slacking off, I'll make you regret it." With a whip retrieved from her system, Lu Fei lashed out at Lu Xiaoyang. He clumsily dodged, but within the confines of the narrow shed, he was struck several times before being dragged away by the base personnel to do his share of the labor. The people at Hongjian Base, aware of Lu Xiaoyang's prior mistreatment of Lu Fei, regarded him with cold disdain. They showed no concern for his injuries, treating the women as men and the men as beasts of burden, assigning Lu Xiaoyang the role of a forklift, tasked with the heaviest labor. Lu Fei seemed to have installed a surveillance system on him. Whenever he contemplated resting, the whip was ever present. You eat my food, sleep in my shelter, use my resources, and still dare to be lazy? Just wait until I take you down. Someone like you deserves a thorough reprimand. If it weren't for me, who would care for you like this? Lu Fei swung the whip without finesse, fueled by resentment, making Lu Xiaoyang writhe in pain, much to the delight of those around them. In a matter of days, Lu Xiaoyang appeared utterly worn out, having lost considerable weight. He rose at dawn and retired late, consuming the worst rations and sleeping in the most rudimentary conditions. The moment he opened his eyes, it was time for work, and upon seeing Lu Fei, he instinctively felt a wave of pain wash over him, his eyes filled with loathing and dread. Observing his state, Lu Fei found it rather tiresome. So she sent someone to the fire base to deliver a message. Having sheltered him for so long, it was time to see some return on her investment. Chapter 46. Best to use your empty head as a trash can, big sister. This project is monumental. It seems we might not have enough time to complete the residential area before the extreme heat sets in, Guchanga remarked, having buried himself in work since his return, moving wherever assistance was needed, just like Hu Debeos and the others, all resembling old plow oxen. Despite their efforts, the construction of the housing was progressing slowly. Considering that the base housed thousands, with a significant portion being elderly, infirm, or disabled, making the pace sluggish. I understand. It's not a problem. Help will arrive in a couple of days, Lu Fei replied cheerfully, eyeing Lu Xiaoyang with a smirk, imagining how the foolish members of the Lu family would soon arrive. The thought of being able to exploit them brought a broad smile to her face. Furthermore, even if she did not go out, others would surely come seeking her. Not long after her conversation with Guchanga, a pickup truck arrived outside the base, reportedly introduced by Yin Sheng from Phoenix Base, filled to the brim with supplies. After years of borrowing resources from other bases, this was the first time someone had come knocking at their door. "Oh, sister, you are my savior," Hu Debeos exclaimed, feeling immense gratitude at the visitor's respectful demeanor. Previously, they were treated like beggars wherever they went, but now, not only had their fortunes changed, but they were also being offered packages of compressed biscuits upon opening the door. Whether Hu Debeos was excited or not, when the vehicle entered the base, two individuals disembarked. Qiu Huai, a level 5 Earth-type ability user, had immediately informed his good brother, who had suffered similarly from the rampant abilities after recovering, about the dire state of Lu Fei's side, advising him to bring ample supplies to win the future leader's favor. "Wow, this place is quite impoverished," Xiao Wu, Qiu Huai's driver, remarked, stepping out and observing the shabby construction within the base, unable to suppress his disdain. He wondered what the purification expert was thinking. Coming to this desolate location, Qiu Huai, noticing his companion's murmuring, merely nudged him to silence. "We need to ask someone for directions," he instructed. The buildings were uniformly modest, making it impossible to discern where a notable figure might reside without inquiry. Xiao Wu scanned the surroundings and spotted a man struggling to drag a piece of wood, rushing over. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the purification expert in your base is located?" Exhausted, Lu Xiaoyang instinctively turned upon hearing someone speak, only to find a naive young man gazing at him expectantly. "Old man? Me? You're calling me old man?" Lu Xiaoyang's face twitched. He was only 24. And the absurdity was infuriating. You're only 24? My goodness, you look much older," Xiao Wu blurted out, further aggravating Lu Xiaoyang. "Do you know where the purification expert is?" he inquired. "How would I know about any purification expert? In this godforsaken place, even a rat would flee. How could there be any experts?" Lu Xiaoyang thought Xiao Wu was a fool. Not only were purification experts merely legends, but even if they existed, they wouldn't be foolish enough to linger in such a barren wasteland. Wait a minute, it was clearly said that an expert was here. Xiao Wu scratched his head in confusion, recalling that the leader of Phoenix Base wouldn't deceive them. Seeing Xiao Wu flounder, Lu Xiaoyang coldly smirked. "If there were a purification expert here, I'd gladly let you kick my head around like a ball." As the words fell, a clear and bright female voice resonated. "Forget the ball. Looking at your empty head, you might as well be a dung bucket." Lu Fei, accompanied by Luo Feiyu, happened to overhear Lu Xiaoyang's words and retorted without a hint of politeness. Your limited knowledge does not imply the absence of others. A good-for-nothing who eats and drinks for free has no right to speak to others. Do you even consider your own character? What if you frighten the guests? Can you bear the consequences? Hurry back to the construction site and get to work. Lu Fei raised her whip and struck Lu Xiaoyang's back, causing him to flinch in pain. Lu Xiaoyang, tormented by Lu Fei for days to the brink of mental collapse, wished he could tear her apart. Seeing her seemingly attentive to the two newcomers, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He pretended to fall and clung to Xiao Wu's leg, pointing at Lu Fei to incite discord. Little brother, there are no purifiers here. It's all a ruse by Lu Fei. I am her biological brother. And if she can beat me to this state, imagine what she could do to you. She only wants to deceive you into coming here to seize your resources and then dispose of you. You should run while you can. Lu Xiaoyang accused Lu Fei of being utterly inhumane, luring countless people here for profit, only to have them all killed and their bodies entombed within the city walls. It was because he knew this that his legs were broken. I do not ask for your help to save me, but I hope that once you escape, you can send a message to the fire base to inform my family that I am here. Strangely enough, Lu Xiaoyang's performance was quite convincing, leaving Xiao Wu, the naive lad, momentarily stunned. He listened helplessly to Lu Xiaoyang's words and hurriedly turned to look at his base leader, who was engaged in cheerful conversation. Uncle Chiu, I knew you would come. Luo Feiyu introduced. This is Lu Fei, a purifier. Lu Fei, this is Mr. Chiu Huai, the leader of the Tsanyu base. Previously, I was saved by Lu Fei when my powers went out of control. Since the base has been quiet lately, I came to lend a hand. Upon hearing about the Tsanyu base, Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Ah, isn't this the legendary arms base? Nearly all the weaponry from the 9 major bases is manufactured here. It is an existence that cannot be shaken. Hello, Mr. Chiu, you may call me Lu Fei. I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is truly an honor for you to visit the Hongjian base today. Lu Fei and Chiu Huai exchanged a gentle handshake, and at the moment their skin made contact, he felt an inexplicable comfort, his tense nerves easing. In that instant, he knew he had made the right choice. It is my honor to purify you. Chiu Huai indicated the supplies in the vehicle, which were his offerings: clothing, medicine, food, and oh yes, 2,000 crystal cores. Do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can have more brought. Lu Fei exclaimed, the god of wealth has arrived. You must all be mad. She was a useless waste at the fire base. Unable to even kill a zombie, how could she possibly purify? I understand now. You are not here for purification at all. Lu Fei sells her body, climbing up to wealthy men under the guise of nobility while engaging in despicable acts. Before he could finish his tirade, 2 water blades pierced his arms, pinning him to the ground, blood flowing from the wounds. Before he could cry out in pain, a flurry of fists fell upon him. Lu Xiaoyang, you seek death. Luo Feiyu, eyes filled with murderous intent, struck him relentlessly, turning him into a mere rag, blood spilling from his mouth. Ha ha ha, did I hit the nail on the head? Lu Fei is just a useless person. Without our Lu family, she is nothing. You protect her so fiercely. Could it be you are also one of her underlings? She services so many men. Aren't you disgusted? He shouted wildly, his expression one of reckless ferocity. Just as Lu Xiaoyang was about to be lifted and choked to death by Luo Feiyu, a sudden brilliance illuminated the scene. Lu Fei herself was glowing. Purification. Chapter 47. Even pigs cannot become human. How did you become enlightened? Impossible. She is just a waste. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes bulged from suffocation, his face turning purple as Luo Feiyu tightened his grip on his neck, forcing him to witness Lu Fei's purification process clearly. A flash of golden light filled the air with a lingering fragrance, causing those awakening their powers around them to relax their expressions involuntarily. Lu Fei did not even touch Chiu Huai's body, yet her expression reflected pure comfort, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Lu Fei truly could purify. This undoubtedly slapped Lu Xiaoyang's face hard. He watched in disbelief as everything unfolded. Before he left the fire base, Lu Fei was merely a waste dependent on the Lu family's support. How could she have transformed into this? Impossible. This must be an illusion. Lu Fei, how could you possibly awaken your powers? Lu Xiaoyang screamed in frustration, unable to accept that his despised sister had surpassed him. Even more so that those in high positions were now flattering her. The impossible is abundant. Even pigs cannot become human, yet here you are, enlightened. How does it feel to see me so formidable? Jealous, angry, unable to accept it? Ha ha ha, this must drive you mad. Lu Fei remained unfazed by Lu Xiaoyang's vile words. In her past life as an undercover reporter, She had heard far worse, even receiving her own obituary in wreaths. So what? Did she not mock those who ended up in prison or bankrupt? I will kill you. Let us face off one-on-one if you have the ability. Lu Xiaoyang, consumed by rage, completely forgot that his life was in Luo Feiyu's hands. Lu Fei did not relent either. She drew her whip and struck him again. Look at your current pathetic state. The reason I am beating you and not others is that you are despicable and guilty. You must suffer to atone. If it weren't for your reckless actions, how could the hostages have perished? How could your team have been wiped out? It is all your fault. A person like you does not deserve to live normally. As Lu Fei continued to strike Lu Xiaoyang, she instilled in him the same kind of mental conditioning he had imposed during her moments of suffering. In the days when Lu Xiaoyang served as a special forces soldier, he led a team on a mission to rescue hostages. However, his excessive arrogance led to an early exposure of their position, infuriating the kidnappers. 4 innocent hostages lost their lives, and 20 members of the rescue team perished in a devastating explosion, leaving only this fool alive. Had it not been for the apocalypse that allowed him to escape, he would have long since faced a military tribunal and met a grim fate. These events became scars he could not touch, known to the Lu family, yet unspoken, allowing Lu Xiaoyang to believe he had forgotten. However, Lu Fei maliciously reminded him daily, subjecting his mind and body to relentless torment. No, it was not like this. Lu Xiaoyang had lost too much blood, and with Lu Fei's continuous taunts, he had lost the strength to evade, resorting to a quiet defense of himself. Lu Fei, indifferent to his plight, merely instructed Luo Feiyu to pin him against the city wall. Wasn't he it said that the walls were filled with bones? Why not let him experience it firsthand? Once he was dead, he would genuinely be bricked in. Why complicate matters? Suddenly, Xiao Huai, who had been silent, spoke up. With a casual wave of his hand, the ground rose, enveloping Lu Xiaoyang and transporting him to the city wall, where he was plastered against it, unable to extricate himself. At the gate, Hu Debao exclaimed, "What ghostly thing is this?" Witnessing the spectacle, Lu Fei remarked, "Isn't this a ready-made wall builder?" After dealing with the inconvenient Lu Xiaoyang, Lu Fei collected the crystal cores, while the rest of the supplies were unloaded. She then strolled around the vicinity with Qiu Huai and Xiao Wu, greeted warmly by everyone they passed, regardless of age or gender, all showing profound respect for her. Miss Lu is truly talented and destined for greatness. Isn't this just futile fussing? In chaotic times, ordinary people are often at the mercy of others. I merely seek a place to settle. As the two exchanged pleasantries, 2 half-grown children approached. Sister Feifei, Grandpa Do wants you to come water the plants. The cafeteria is out of potatoes. Lu Fei affectionately ruffled the children's hair and invited Xiao Huai to join her. This was a splendid opportunity to promote their farming efforts, as they would become potential clients in the future. Xiao Huai, equally curious about what Lu Fei could accomplish in this barren base, followed along with Xiao Wu. What? This is arable land? Xiao Huai's eyes widened, his heart racing. It had been years since he had seen fresh soil, and he was astonished to find it here. Xiao Wu, equally amazed, rushed over with a handful of soil, urging Xiao Huai to feel it. Base leader, this soil is truly cultivable. Had this been a few years earlier, Xiao Huai wouldn't have even glanced at it. But now he touched it gingerly, as if it were a treasure. Before they could fully absorb their astonishment, Lu Fei approached the farmland. And as her hand brushed the surface, water flowed forth, nourishing the earth. The soil eagerly absorbed the moisture, radiating vitality, and Xiao Huai was genuinely stunned. Miss Lu, do you possess dual abilities? In the long duration of the apocalypse, he had never encountered someone with such powers. Oh no, aside from summoning water. I have no other functions. Lu Fei humbly smiled, leaving Qiu Huai speechless. Just this one ability could incite frenzy among all bases. Such ostentation was not fitting. After irrigating the farmland, Lu Fei led the group to the cafeteria. Upon entering, they spotted a robust man crouched down peeling potatoes. Hearing their footsteps, he turned, and his distinctive amber eyes, coupled with his golden buzz cut, left Qiu Huai breathless. Major General Chao? Chao Jingyu acknowledged Qiu Huai's recognition with a stoic nod. But when his gaze fell upon Lu Fei, he huffed disdainfully and resumed his struggle with the slippery potatoes. What is the Major General doing here? Qiu Huai recalled hearing about Chao Jingyu's abilities spiraling out of control, fearing the worst, yet here he was. Military order. Chao Jingyu uttered these words with a palpable bitterness. Here was a formidable war machine, lauded by all, reduced to this wretched situation, not even treated with the dignity of a guest. He was merely a laborer, a bricklayer, a cement worker, and now, He was peeling potatoes as if he were drowning in starch. I want meat. I want roasted chicken. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Standing under Qiu Huai's complex gaze, Chao Jingyu rose, his towering figure casting a shadow over Lu Fei. He appeared imposing and authoritative. Yet in Lu Fei's eyes, he resembled a disgruntled cat, sulking for a fish treat. Perfect. Since we have distinguished guests today, take a few people to catch some mutated chickens and let us feast tonight. How about roasted chicken and chicken stew with potatoes? Really? I'm on it. Chao Jingyu's eyes lit up at her words, and before Lu Fei could respond, he dashed out, leaving behind only a blur that bewildered Qiu Huai. Lu Fei chuckled at his retreating figure. Busy with base construction, the food situation had indeed been poor. Although this temperamental fellow was difficult, he was invaluable. She couldn't afford to let such a naive fool slip away without coaxing him when necessary. Meanwhile, Qiu Huai watched their interaction, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. This girl was remarkable. She could make the aloof Major General Chao obediently peel potatoes. Base leader, there are so many potatoes. It's all potatoes, Xiao Wu exclaimed, his eyes glued to the spuds on the ground. How long had it been since he had eaten potatoes? Just the thought of chicken stew with potatoes made his mouth water uncontrollably. If not for the onlookers, he would have stealthily pocketed a few. Though Qiu Huai maintained a facade of composure, his astonishment was evident as he turned to Lu Fei. Miss Lu, I wonder if you are selling these potatoes? Chapter 48. Doubts about Lu Fei's pretentiousness, yet no evidence of course. I sold them. Uncle Qiu, how much do you need? I can only offer you a maximum of 2 tons. 2 tons? Xiao Wu's mouth dropped open in astonishment, resembling a rectangular shape. I too find it a bit insufficient, but we must keep some for our own base. In a few months, when the harvest comes in, we can sell even more. Lu Fei's humble demeanor left Xiao Wu speechless, twitching his lips in disbelief. He had reasonable suspicions that Lu Fei was being pretentious, yet he lacked evidence. However, he thought to himself, had he possessed such an abundance of potatoes, he would undoubtedly be even more ostentatious than Lu Fei. So what price do you propose? 2 tons may not be much, but it offers a change of flavor for the people at the base, especially for those who have not tasted potatoes in ages. It would undoubtedly be a delightful surprise. Lu Fei was uncertain about the pricing, so he decided to defer the matter to Qiu Huai, letting him set the price. After all, if it was too low, they would simply refrain from selling to them again. As Qiu Huai pondered over the appropriate price, Lu Fei's gaze fell upon Gu Chang'e, who was passing by while carrying logs, and an idea struck him. Uncle Qiu, perhaps the goods are not as important as manpower in exchange. He pointed to the housing area under construction and the walls that needed reinforcement. If you send over 20 able-bodied young men to help us for a month, I will provide you with 5 tons of potatoes. They will be fully taken care of here, and if they desire meat, they can catch some mutated chickens, which I will purify for them. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qiu Huai's eyes lit up. This was indeed a feasible plan. After all, the base was populated, with many individuals on rotation for rest. Gathering 20 to come work in exchange for potatoes was certainly advantageous. The two quickly reached an agreement, planning to head back after dinner. Before long, Chao Jingyu returned, laden with over a dozen mutated chickens, resembling a Christmas tree with all the birds hanging from him. The 10 individuals who followed him were also not empty-handed. Each wore expressions of joy, thrilled at the prospect of eating meat again. Lu Fei glanced at the pile of mutated chickens, his lips twitching. Goodness, these people must have caught every chicken in the vicinity. Purification. With a flash of golden light, the mutated chickens regained their original forms. The crowd immediately surged forward, some plucking feathers while others prepared the birds, their teamwork seamless and enjoyable. Chao Jingyu even took 2 prepared chickens to Gu Chang'e, asking him to roast them first. The cafeteria buzzed with excitement, and the cheerful atmosphere spread outside, where everyone anticipated the arrival of chicken meat. Their spirits lifted as they worked harder. As evening approached, a rich aroma wafted through the air above Hongjian Base, causing everyone within to salivate in anticipation of dinner. Many intentionally strolled past the cafeteria door, relishing the scent. Feeling blissful enough to float. Let us finish these tasks quickly so we can queue for our meals. Miss Lu Fei is treating us tonight, having purified a number of mutated chickens for us to enjoy. I never imagined I would eat meat in my lifetime. Truly, the heavens have been kind to me. What do the heavens have to do with it? It is Miss Lu Fei's capabilities that have made this possible. Look at the other bases. Do they dare to consume mutated chickens? It is only because she can purify them that we are able to eat. Thank the heavens. You should be thanking Miss Lu Fei instead. Yes, I was mistaken. I will definitely express my gratitude to her when we collect our meals. Those working below the walls inhaled the rich aroma, discussing their appreciation for Lu Fei. Their words were overheard by Lu Xiang, who, in his current state of agony, had not had a drop of water all day, his lips cracked and barely clinging to life. The alluring scent filled him with envy. Why had he fallen so low? While that useless Lu Fei received adoration from all, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Yet, despite his resentment, Lu Xiang could only hang there as others finished their work, eagerly rushing to the cafeteria for their meals. Even though many mutated chickens had been caught, with thousands of people present, it amounted to merely a piece of chicken per person at best. Nevertheless, everyone remained content. The potatoes soaked in the chicken broth filling their bowls, providing immense comfort. As a guest, Qiu Huai naturally received more chicken than the others, yet even so, he still felt unsatisfied. If he had not abstained from meat for so long, it would have been one thing, but now that he had tasted it, he could not shake the craving. Gazing into his empty bowl, he smacked his lips and suddenly stood up, hurrying outside with Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Luo Feiyu quickly followed, assuming they were leaving. However, after more than half an hour, they returned, and Qiu Huai entered alongside several more mutated chickens. He had gone hunting. Oh, if only we could raise mutated chickens ourselves. They would lay eggs and breed, and we would never have to worry about a meat shortage again, Hu Daba casually suggested. And Lu Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, why couldn't they? Since mutated chickens were fierce, everyone had been killing them outright to bring them back. But what if they caught them alive? Once Lu Fei purified them, they would simply be ordinary poultry. I have an idea, but I am unsure of its feasibility. As soon as Lu Fei spoke, the others grasped her meaning, and Xiao Zhengyu was the first to dash out, with Gu Chang'e close behind. Luo Feiyu, usually composed, sprinted after them. That night, the leaders of Hongjian base mobilized, and the sounds of roars from beasts and the commotion of their efforts echoed throughout the night. By the following morning, when the base inhabitants awoke, they discovered a large chicken coop had been erected at the edge of the vegetable field, containing over 100 plump, round Luhua chickens. Ah, chickens. So many chickens. We have chickens now. Uncertain of who first beheld the spectacle, a sharp, piercing cry erupted, resonating even higher than that of a rooster. In less than an hour, nearly everyone at the base had gathered at the scene, captivated by the lively, oversized reed chickens, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. Miss Lu Fei has indeed purified the mutated chickens. This means we can enjoy chicken eggs and meat once more. Moreover, we could even hatch chicks, ensuring a lineage without end. How delightful. Yes, indeed, with our arable land and the ability to raise chickens, our future days will surely improve. The crowd cheered with jubilation, rushing to express their gratitude to Lu Fei. After a long night of toil, Lu Fei had just fallen asleep when she was roused by a knock at the door. Groggy and still half asleep, she was about to answer when a beastly roar sent everyone fleeing in terror. Then, a lithe figure leaped through the window, its soft, furry touch bringing Lu Fei immense comfort. She happily embraced it before drifting back into slumber. It was not until Gu Chang'e knocked, announcing that someone from the fire base had come to redeem Lu Xiaoyang, that she finally awakened, only to be greeted by a wild yet alluring visage. Qiao Jingyu, you scoundrel, how dare you invade my bed again? Chapter 49, the latest guardian of our base. Your sister will serve you meals. The three brothers of the Lu family waited for a full hour at the base entrance before Lu Fei finally made her appearance. Oh, we meet again. Have you brought what I requested? In stark contrast to Lu Fei's nonchalance, Lu Juanhao, Lu Tianqing, and Lu Jiamu were evidently not faring well. Their faces were haggard, with stubble gracing their jaws, their clothes appearing as if they had not seen a wash in ages, wrinkled and resembling wilted vegetables. Lu Fei, don't you think you are being excessive? Lu Juanhao's expression was grim. After all, he is your fourth brother. How can you treat him as a bargaining chip for supplies? It seems you still fail to recognize your place. Lu Fei indifferently dug at her ear, stating, that dog is your kin, not mine. I provide for his sustenance and shelter. Were it not for me, he would have already succumbed to becoming a mindless zombie, and yet you dare to confront me here? If you cannot bear it, then be gone. Do not sully my sight. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Fei turned to leave, inciting Lu Juanhao's fury to the point where he felt his teeth might shatter, yet he remained powerless. Wait, the goods are in the vehicle. Open the door, and we will give them to you. Only after witnessing Lu Juanhao display the supplies did Lu Fei relent and agree to unlock the base gate. Once the vehicle was inside, Before the three brothers could utter a word, they spotted Lu Xiaoyang, barely clinging to life against the city wall. Lu Fei, you beast! He is your own brother. How can you do this? Lu Juanhao's pupils constricted in disbelief at the sight of his usually fierce fourth brother, now reduced to a pitiful state against the wall, filled with a desire to strangle Lu Fei. Yet, Lu Fei merely laughed heartily, pointing at Lu Xiaoyang without a shred of guilt. Behold, our base's latest guardian, not priced at 98,000 or even 9,800, but merely 998, and you can take him home. Seeing your agitation, are you envious? Would you like to take a turn up there for a couple of days? Lu Fei's words turned Lu Juanhao's face ashen, and he raised his hand to strike her. But before he could make contact, a burst of flames erupted around him. The muscular man, towering at nearly 6 feet, was sent flying 3 or 4 meters before crashing to a halt. The remaining 2, startled, rushed to assist him, casting wary glances at Gu Chang'e, who stood behind Lu Fei, seething with anger. Humph! Let anyone who dares lay a hand on my sister at the Hongjian base meet their fiery demise. Gu Chang'e's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he regarded the 3 foolish Lu brothers, resembling lifeless beings. Lu Fei, do not overstep. You have already brought us to such ruin. Why must you pursue our annihilation? Lu Tianqing clenched his teeth, enraged, reflecting on how their once exalted lifestyle had become the subject of scorn and ostracism due to Lu Fei. Were it not for their family's abilities, they would likely have been expelled from the base by now. Now, in their desperate attempt to gather ransom, they had depleted their resources and would need to labor for the base for a year without compensation to repay their debts. Spare me your nonsense. I have already spared your lives. Consider it a mercy. Otherwise, do you wish to speak to those behind me? While Lu Fei spoke, Gu Chang'e, Luo Feiyu, and Chao Jingyu, bearing the marks of a scuffle, approached. The 3 formidable level 5 abilities standing behind Lu Fei were not to be underestimated, even at the central base, let alone against the Lu brothers. Lu Juanhao realized that no good would come from this encounter, gritting his teeth and swallowing his anger, urging his younger brother Lu Jiamu to hasten and rescue Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Tianqing assisted his elder brother, retreating towards the gate. Observing the 3's demeanor, Lu Fei sensed something amiss and pondered before grinning and pointing at the supplies in the vehicle. Since we are here, let us not rush away. Let us first inventory the supplies. As her words fell, Lu Xiaoyang was unceremoniously released. Despite his grievous wounds, Lu Jimu hastily carried him towards the vehicle, revealing a palpable sense of guilt. Without Lu Fei needing to utter a word, a powerful wave surged, forcefully slamming the 4 against the gate. The resounding crash drew a crowd, eager to witness the spectacle, and the disheveled state of the 4 was laid bare. Look here. The people of the fire base are traitors. I kindly saved their lives, and it is only natural to expect a token of gratitude, yet they dare to shortchange me. TSK, I have never encountered such wretched character. From now on, I shall not save even pigs or dogs from the fire base. Lu Fei proclaimed loudly, exposing the misdeeds of the Lu family and escalating the conflict between the bases, earning the unanimous disdain of those surrounding her. Lu Jimu gazed at his sister, now a stranger, filled with both urgency and resentment. Lu Fei, even if we have misunderstood you in the past and committed wrongs, we are still siblings. Why must you be so heartless? The notion that only through such means can we capture your attention and earn your approval was abruptly interrupted when Lu Jiamu was struck hard by Lu Fei. She even shivered and rubbed her arms, feeling that the previous words were quite harsh to the ears. Spare me your trivialities. How could you utter such words without fearing the wind might betray your tongue? I do not require your attention or your validation. If you do not gather sufficient supplies for me today, not only will Lu Xiaoyang be unable to leave, but you shall also remain here with me. With a sharp crack, the whip left a mark on the ground, causing Lu Xiaoyang to tremble instinctively. Before they could refute, Lu Fei summoned Su, who crafted rose gold bracelets and anklets for the 4 of them, even connecting them for added elegance. Learning that it was because of them that Lu Fei had to leave the fire base and settle in this desolate place, Su was driven to the brink of despair, for only he knew the hardship he had endured in recent days. As he departed, he kicked the 4 of them fiercely, vowing to bring them down at the next opportunity. Upon inspection, it was discovered that half of the supplies they brought were missing, the remainder merely stones and rags masquerading as goods. The veil of deceit had been torn away, leaving the 3 foolish members of the Lu family in a very poor state, while Lu Fei was both furious and amused. Is this what you call brotherly affection? To so casually dismiss a life, Lu Xiaoyang, it seems your status in the Lu family is not as secure as you believed. What suffices today may lead to your demise tomorrow, as you could easily be reduced to fodder for the zombies. Such a tragic spectacle, a profound decline in morality. Lu Fei's provocation was simplistic, yet for the self-serving individuals of the Lu family, it was sufficient. Particularly Lu Xiaoyang, with his arrogant demeanor, who would rather see the world turn against him than to be wronged. This would certainly sow seeds of discontent among the brothers, waiting patiently to sprout. Once the provocation reached its peak, Lu Fei instructed Gu Changge to assign them the most arduous and menial tasks, wielding the whip mercilessly against any who dared to slack off. Within a single day, the 4 Lu brothers were utterly exhausted, their hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. As they watched others in the base enjoying sumptuous potato meals, their meager rations of coarse bread ignited their frustration. Lu Junhao hurled his provisions to the ground in a fit of rage. Lu Fei, these scraps are unfit even for swine. You clearly wish to humiliate us. Lu Fei regarded the flustered Lu Junhao with a smirk. Do you consider this an insult? My mother and I sustained ourselves on this for 3 years. I had previously mentioned our poor diet, and you dismissed it as mere whining. But now that it's your turn, it becomes a matter of humiliation? The 4 brothers exchanged guilty glances, unable to fathom that the wicked Feng Tian he would treat a sister and mother in such a manner. Before they could concoct a counterargument, Lu Fei approached, crushing the coarse bread underfoot, mixing it with dirt before retrieving it. Someone hold them down, since they refuse to eat. I, as their sister, shall ensure they consume it. Chapter 50. As long as the money is in place, one can sleep on the construction site, catching the thieves. The people at the base had long known of the mistreatment Lu Fei endured at the hands of the Lu family. Previously, they had subtly encouraged her to make them suffer, and now the opportunity had finally arisen for a blatant act. They all lunged forward. Initially, Lu Jiamu and the others resisted, attempting to use their powers, only to find Gu Changge standing guard, prepared to incinerate them should they dare retaliate. They were compelled to grit their teeth and hold back. With a broken leg and 2 gaping wounds in his shoulder, Lu Xiaoyang was reduced to a pitiful state. Devoid of combat capability, the other 3 fared no better, outnumbered and swiftly subdued. Lu Fei, clutching the muddy coarse bread, targeted Lu Junhao first. He had always taken advantage of being the eldest brother, acting as the de facto head of the household, and whenever the original owner sought his help, he would feign reprimand, urging her to empathize with the family's struggles and not to be willful. Even as the original owner grew increasingly emaciated, he remained oblivious, thinking it was Lu Shui who suffered. Such a person could never understand their wrongs unless they experienced the same pain. With a forceful grip on his hair, Lu Fei compelled Lu Junhao to raise his head, stuffing the coarse bread into his mouth. The mixture of dirt and bread was nearly impossible to swallow, leaving him choking and bleeding, his eyes rolling back in agony. If you dare spit this out, I will make you eat 1,000 more. My mother and I endured this for 3 years. Why should you not suffer the same? As long as you are at the Hongjian base, this will be your daily fare. After forcefully feeding the 4 brothers, Lu Fei relished their bloodied expressions. Meanwhile, Lu Junhao and his brothers glared at her with hatred, and Lu Fei smugly patted his face. I relish how you despise me, yet are powerless to harm me. Now, get back to work. I possess both the strength and means to keep you in line. Once she had dealt with them, Lu Fei turned to see Qiu Huai and Xiao Wu preparing to take their leave, intending to return for supplies to exchange for potatoes. Uncle Qiu, since you are here, why not stay a few more days? Let Xiao Wu handle the messaging. Qiu Huai felt a chill at Lu Fei's smile. Just as he was about to decline, Lu Fei approached, sighing as she recounted the hardships of the Hongjian base. We are all unfortunate souls, finally finding a place to land. Yet the walls here are low, and the equipment is subpar. We rely solely on our fervor to keep us afloat, never knowing when disaster may strike, and we might perish. My death is inconsequential, but for significant figures like you, Uncle Qiu, if no one is left to purify you, it would truly be a great loss. While speaking, Lu Fei regarded Qiu Huai with hopeful eyes, as if to imply that failing to respond would be impolite. The Hongjian base indeed requires more assistance. Miss Lu, how might we be of service? As Qiu Huai adeptly navigated the tasks at hand, Lu Fei's smile widened with delight. She eagerly suggested that they require the fortitude of a formidable earth-based supernatural being to reinforce the city walls and to fortify the skeletal structures of the houses already erected. I was more than willing to lend a hand, yet the excessive use of supernatural powers concerned me. Uncle Chiu, fret not. As long as you contribute to our base, I shall purify you for free before your departure. Furthermore, I can also provide you with 20 live mutated chickens to take with you. The mention of complimentary purification piqued Chiu Huai's interest, and the prospect of receiving 20 live chickens implied that the Tsunyu base would soon enjoy the luxury of chicken meat and eggs. Considering that his little ones had yet to experience the taste of chicken or eggs, he ultimately steeled himself and agreed. After all, it was merely a matter of working as a laborer. As long as the remuneration was adequate, he could sleep on the construction site without qualms. Brother Wu, could you kindly gather the young and strong individuals from the base? They must be diligent, for if the tasks are completed ahead of schedule, I shall reward you with a roasted chicken. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could not help but salivate at the thought. Oh, the roasted chicken is of little concern. What truly delights me is the opportunity to assist others. Imagining himself savoring an entire roasted chicken, he wished he had wings to fly back. Before Chiu Huai could even suggest bringing a few changes of clothes, Xiao Wu had already driven off in a sprightly manner. Witnessing Xiao Wu's single-mindedness for a roasted chicken, Chiu Huai felt a long-forgotten expletive bubble to the surface. Once the vehicle departed from the base's gate, Chiu Huai resigned himself to labor. Who would have predicted that a formidable figure known for employing earth-based powers for destruction would one day toil at wall construction? Given his level 5 powers, a task that would typically require a dozen individuals several days to complete, he accomplished alone in a mere afternoon. Lu Fei, too, was unrelenting, offering roasted chicken, French fries, and tomato egg rice to those contributing significantly to the base. She even established a bathing area for those who made notable contributions, a rare luxury during a time when water resources were exceedingly scarce. Many had gone without bathing for a year or two. Only those with water-based powers were usually afforded such privileges, and yet Lu Fei dared to provide it, filling 2 large water barrels so that those reeking of sweat could enjoy a refreshing wash. This incentive electrified everyone, who gathered around the massive water barrels, eagerly preparing to prove their worth. This series of actions dissipated the last remnants of Chiu Huai's resentment, and the continuous flattery from the Hongjian base personnel brought a smile to his face. Seeing the leader of Tsunyu base working so diligently, we have no cause for idleness. Brothers, let us strive. The Hongjian base personnel, invigorated, joined forces with fervor, creating a stark contrast to the Lu family of 4, who were suffering in silence. They endured their torment until nightfall, when the entire base descended into an eerie stillness. Apart from the occasional patrolling guard, no one paid heed to the 4 individuals residing in the doghouse. The time has come, we must depart. Lu Juanhao exerted considerable effort to break the shackles binding his brothers, his gaze dark as he surveyed the inadequately guarded base entrance. He could hardly believe Lu Fei could be so heartless as to compel them into such labor. If they remained any longer, they might face even greater humiliation. If we do not leave today, we shall be unable to escape once the Tsunyu base arrives. The 4 stealthily evaded the patrols and approached the jeep. Lu Juanhao possessed the car keys, instructing his younger brothers to open the gate while he attempted to start the vehicle discreetly. However, to their astonishment, as they touched the gate and the car door, a putrid substance suddenly rained down upon them from above. Alas, someone has come to steal our fertilizer. Quick, apprehend the thief. Lu Fei's piercing cry shattered the silence of the base, causing many to rush out in a panic. Gu Chang'e conjured numerous fireballs, illuminating the night sky. Before them lay the sight of the 4, covered in filth, retching on the ground. Why did they choose to steal our compost? Are they truly that desperate? Indeed, even excrement? Have they lost all dignity? Listening to the jeers from the crowd, the 4 brothers realized Lu Fei had orchestrated this. With contempt, Lu Fei gazed upon them, relishing their predicament. Uncle Chiu, please assist me in hanging these 4 on the city wall, so that all may witness the disgrace of these dung thieves. The lively night passed, leaving the 4 Lu brothers hanging on the city wall, reeking of filth until the sun rose. Lu Xiaoyang, covered in wounds and now soiled, had begun to fever and fester. By the time everyone rose to begin their work, he was already rambling incoherently. Yet, not a single person from the base expressed sympathy for their plight. Instead, as they passed by, many spat in disdain and hurled insults. After having breakfast, Lu Fei ambled over, checking to see if the 4 were still alive. Lu Fei, do you not fear divine retribution for such humiliation? Lu Juanhao's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, likely from a night spent contemplating their dire situation. If there is to be divine retribution, Should it not fall upon you first? I recall during our last mission, when Lu Shui lost your protective bracelet, you pushed me into a pile of rotting flesh. You wouldn't permit me to leave until I had been infected with corpse poison, nearly costing me my life. Lu Fei's tone remained even. Yet her words struck Lu Juanhao like a hammer, reigniting memories he had long buried, reminding him that, while the flesh of zombies was repugnant, it could hardly be compared to excrement. How long has it been, and why do you hold such a grudge? Lu Juanhao, instead of reflecting on his own actions, chose to blame Lu Fei. After only a few words, he found himself silenced by the derisive expression on her face. You are the beneficiary of the situation, so you can easily forget, but I endured a night of despair that I will remember until my dying breath. Of course, I will also remember today's events. I will forever recall your foolishness, laughing at the thought each time. Ha ha. Lu Fei laughed wildly, while Lu Juanhao could do nothing but clench his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Luo Feiyu arrived, raising a high-pressure water gun, drenching the four against the wall as if they were tossed into a car wash. Cold water pouring into their eyes and noses, causing them to cough in agony. It wasn't until she confirmed they were clean that Lu Fei instructed Luo Feiyu to cease. If it weren't for the guests arriving today, I would have relished the sight of you hanging here in your stench. The resources wasted on cleaning you will be deducted from your labor over 3 days. Lu Fei's words nearly choked the four brothers of the Lu family. Thinking she should not bear the Lu surname, but rather that of Zhou, the skinflint. Regardless of their desire to strangle Lu Fei, she was rather pleased. After checking on the lively Lu Hua chickens in the coop, she merrily set about purifying the land. Initially, she could purify only 1.5 acres a day, but as she grew more adept and her physical endurance increased, she now had no trouble purifying 3 acres daily. Witnessing the base expand to over an acre filled her with immense satisfaction. While she purified the land, the elderly Do Yuanhua was busy cultivating and planting. Eventually, when the workload became too much, she insisted on assigning 3 helpers to assist him. Big sister, the people from Tsangyu base have arrived. Just as Lu Fei finished irrigating the land, she heard Hu Daba shout for her, rushing towards the base's entrance. This time, it was still Xiao Wu leading the group. Upon seeing Lu Fei, he waved enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Following him were 20 robust men, their muscular physiques and towering statures eliciting a similar sparkle in Lu Fei's eyes. Men, all men, she exclaimed. Welcome. I trust Brother Wu has briefed you on your tasks. Although Hongjian base is impoverished, we will not shortchange you, as long as you refrain from slacking off. I can guarantee unlimited drinking water daily and evening baths. I will also purify any mutated chickens you hunt. While Lu Fei's initial terms did not spark much enthusiasm, the mention of eating mutated chickens made them salivate uncontrollably, as they had come solely for this benefit. To validate her claims, they even produced a few mutated chickens from their vehicle. Lu Fei did not hesitate to purify them, prompting cheers from the crowd. We can really eat them. Let's go hunt some more, and then we can each enjoy one, huh? Seeing Lu Fei truly deliver as Xiao Wu had promised, the group cast aside their reservations, dispatching 10 individuals to hunt while the others entered the base to drop off their belongings. Despite having heard about the conditions at Hongjian base, seeing it firsthand was still a shock. It was indeed destitute. It was baffling that so many resources were devoted here, when they could simply have sought refuge at other bases, which would be far easier. Arriving at their assigned dormitory, the low ceilings were a source of discomfort for the tall men. Hey, Feiyang, why so quiet? Are you intimidated by the dismal conditions? Ha ha ha, after all, your Chen family is wealthy and influential. It's only natural you haven't encountered such sights before. Chen Feiyang, lost in thought, was nudged by a companion, and though he offered a vague nod, his brow furrowed as he recalled Lu Fei, a complex glint flickering in his eyes. Before the group could settle in, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Wait, we're here to assist, not to be treated like slaves. Is there really no time to catch our breath? Someone complained, grumbling as he approached the door. What else with all the knocking? Can't we even take a breather? Is the base commander that desperate? Before he could finish, his voice rose sharply, the last 3 words shouted with such fervor that it nearly broke. Upon hearing the mention of the base commander, the others hurried over, their throats tightening as they beheld Qiu Huai standing at the entrance, a bemused expression on his face. Once you've rested enough, come out to work. With the base commander's order, they dared not dawdle, each bowing their heads and following him out. Upon reaching the construction site, they spotted the missing Su, transforming steel bars. While their own base commander mixed concrete, Gu Chang'e utilized his abilities to craft bricks and cut glass, and the renowned military district general was hauling timber. Even if the Bull Demon King came, he would have to plow 2 acres before leaving. Indeed, even celestial beings would be compelled to labor here. Alright, since so many prominent figures are laboring diligently, what excuse do we have to slack off? Let us roll up our sleeves and get to work. The people from Sangyu base resigned themselves to their fate, eagerly rolling up their sleeves to find tasks. After a while, Chun Feiyong's gaze fell upon the Liu family brothers displayed on the wall, his curiosity growing insatiable. Unable to resist, he approached a base worker to inquire. "Oh, you've come to the right person. I've been following this gossip closely." The base worker, finally having an opportunity to share the juicy details, eagerly pulled Chun Feiyong aside, animatedly recounting the feud between Liu Fei and the Liu family brothers. When he learned of Liu Fei's escape from the fire base with her mother and the ongoing vendetta against the Liu family, Chun Feiyong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 52. The Snack Vending Machine and Liu Xiaoyang's Revenge. The Liu family truly is a wretched bunch, willing to wreak havoc upon their own flesh and blood for the sake of a mistress's daughter. How deserving they are of their fate. If it were I would have dismembered them and fed the pieces to the zombies. Just as the people of Sangyu base finished speaking, Liu Fei approached with a whip, casting a glance at the visibly exhausted Liu family's 4 brothers before mercilessly striking them. The sharp crack of the whip echoed throughout the base, and the muffled groans of the 4 men sent shivers down the spines of those who heard. Did they not see that guests had arrived? Why did they not smile? As the gatekeepers of Hongjian base, they were failing to uphold their duty to present a welcoming facade, instead wearing faces of despair. Smile for me. If you cannot muster a smile today, I shall beat you to death. Previously, when Liu Shui snatched the necklace my mother gifted me, you did not help me. You even forced me to give it away with a smile. Now why are you not smiling? Are you inherently incapable of joy? Yet you could smile like love-struck fools in front of Liu Shui. Liu Fei continued to lash out at them until Liu Xiaoyang lost consciousness, at which point she doused him with a bucket of dirty water to revive him. It is a tremendous blessing that I have allowed you to rest against the wall. If you dare to feign unconsciousness and vex me further, I shall sever your 3 legs and cast you out to feed the zombies. At this, all the men present felt an inexplicable chill in their loins. The man who had earlier remarked on Liu Fei's mercy awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that she was not soft-hearted but rather relishing in the slow torment of her victims. Unbeknownst to Liu Fei, the thoughts of those around her were far from her mind. She was simply fulfilling her daily ritual with great satisfaction before returning to her task of purifying the land. Thus, a week swiftly passed, and one side of the base had been entirely transformed into arable land, with the seeds sown beginning to sprout. With chicken manure as fertilizer, everyone was filled with optimism for a bountiful harvest. Not only was the farmland thriving, but with collective effort, the residential area of the base had finally been completed. Even the dilapidated city walls had been reinforced to a height of 3 meters, with gun emplacements added. They no longer feared the arrival of a zombie horde. The elderly and infirm would no longer rush to their demise, as they beheld the rows of tidy houses and the clean, smooth roads. The inhabitants of the base were overcome with emotion. They were survivors of the apocalypse, fortunate to be sheltered by Hongjian base, clinging to life. And never had they imagined they would one day reside in such fine homes. Oh, thank you, Miss Liu Fei. Without you, we would not enjoy such a good life. Indeed, without you, we would not have meat to eat, water to drink, or crops to cultivate. The crowd bowed in gratitude towards Liu Fei, who was startled and retreated, ultimately climbing onto the rooftop. This base is a product of everyone's hard work. It is impossible for me alone to achieve this. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards yourselves. Thank yourselves for not giving up hope for life. Liu Fei's words were also meant for the original owner of her body, as she too had persevered against the cruel oppression of her family, clinging to hope for the future. However, when her brother bound her to the city wall to feed her to the zombies, she had truly despaired. Why was it that she, the true sister, could be so easily disregarded, while a love child could sway her brothers with mere words? She could see no future, no hope, and thus resigned herself to death. Now, Liu Fei not only sought her own happiness, but also wished to rekindle hope in others who felt equally despondent. Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt invigorated. Yes, this base had been built brick by their collective efforts, and now that they could live in decent houses, perhaps, as Miss Liu said, they could truly become the largest and most prosperous base. Long live Miss Liu. Long live Hongjian base. They cheered joyfully. Even those who were not residents of Hongjian Base felt the contagious spirit, with the typically expressionless Chao Jingyu faintly curving his lips, acknowledging his contribution to the base. Xiao Huai, having weathered many storms, smiled proudly as well. Although he managed Sangyu Base, he knew that the construction efforts were mostly attributed to Hongjian Base. The walls, the houses, the concrete roads, all bore his mark. Despite many areas of the base still needing work, it had already begun to resemble a grand base. And everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Even the reclusive Mou silently stood in a corner, observing the lively atmosphere, his eyes flickering with confusion and complexity before returning to his usual cold, refined demeanor. Ding. Host has completed the basic construction task of the base. Rewarding a snack vending machine. It contains lollipops, chocolates, jellies, spicy strips, potato chips, and rice crackers, each requiring 1 crystal core for redemption. Once the vending machine's location is determined, it cannot be altered. Please choose wisely, host. The system's voice in her mind made Lu Fei even more elated, for it contained all her favorite treats. Heaven knows, upon arriving in this place, her palate had grown weary. Now, she would finally have snacks to enjoy. With her spirits lifted, she decided to undertake another task, suddenly realizing that the exterior of the base was too barren. Why not purify some land there and plant flowers? Or even potatoes? Without hesitation, after allowing everyone to rest, she continued her work, venturing outside the base to purify the land along the city wall. Fearing for her safety, Chao Jingyu and Luo Feiyu followed closely behind. For the first time, the other inhabitants of the base saw the gates wide open and, emboldened by the presence of their formidable protectors, cautiously stepped outside to behold the long-missed scenery. However, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. Just as Lu Fei finished purifying the surrounding land and was about to wipe the sweat from her brow, she noticed someone running towards her from a distance. Oh, a serpentine gate. Why does that figure seem familiar? With some distance between them, Lu Fei squinted her eyes, increasingly convinced that the person in front appeared hauntingly recognizable. Unlike Lu Fei, Chao Jingyu, endowed with animalistic vision, quickly discerned the identity of the approaching figure, his cousin, Chao Kai. Chao Kai, equally excited to see Chao Jingyu, gasped out a warning. Hurry, return to the city. There's a wanted criminal behind me. No sooner had he spoken than several peculiar figures emerged behind him, launching fireballs, water projectiles, and wind blades, forcing him to evade with great difficulty. Observing his cousin in peril, Chao Jingyu swiftly transformed into a leopard to provide assistance. While Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu also sprang into action, with members from Sangyu Base joining the fray to support. They managed to rescue Chao Kai just before disaster struck. Recognizing her inadequacy and strength, Lu Fei promptly retreated alongside other ordinary civilians from the base, leaving the battlefield to those more formidable. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang unexpectedly stumbled to the entrance. Upon spotting Lu Fei, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he exerted all his strength to shove her away. Die. I have endured humiliation these days just to find an opportunity to rid myself of the wretched Lu Fei. What a pathetic sister. Her insults make her my enemy. Lu Fei was thrust far away, landing perilously at the edge of the battlefield. A desperate fugitive, battered and unable to retaliate, suddenly noticed the woman who had fallen at his feet. What luck! Don't anyone move. If you dare come closer, I will kill her. Chapter 53. You didn't expect this, did you? I can generate electricity. Release her, you scoundrel. As the battle raged on, the crowd's attention shifted abruptly to Lu Fei, now held hostage by the fugitive, their expressions turning pale with fury as they prepared to strike. Song Mang laughed malevolently, glancing at Lu Fei's exquisite face. What is this? Is she your little lover? How considerate of you to care. Hurry and provide us with a vehicle and a month's worth of supplies, or I will kill her now. Chao Kai's face tightened, his jaw clenched. These were the very fugitives known for slaughtering squads from various bases. Those who fell to their hands numbered no fewer than 80. Their cruelty was notorious. Anyone captured by them faced a dire fate. Lu Fei, with her beauty, would undoubtedly meet a grim end if taken. Hearing Chao Kai's words, the crowd's expressions grew even more sinister, particularly Chao Jingyu, whose amber eyes brightened, his body hinting at the distinctive patterns of a leopard. Rest assured, with such a lovely girl in our grasp, we would never kill her outright. My brothers and I will ensure she experiences ecstasy before her demise, Song Mang taunted, pressing the blade against Lu Fei's neck and lewdly inhaling the scent near her ear, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Realizing Lu Fei's elevated status, Song Mang's cohorts ceased their attacks, gathering around him with laughter, demanding that the vehicle and supplies be delivered promptly. I advise you to act quickly. My brother's patience is wearing thin. If you wish to avoid witnessing this delicate girl dismembered, do not provoke me. Song Mang's eyes, devoid of life, brimmed with malice as he reached out to caress Lu Fei's face. Despite her calm demeanor, the tension spiked among the onlookers. Chao Jingyu revealed his fangs, ears sprouting from his head, his golden gaze fixated on Song Mang's hand, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. Gu Chang's hair stirred as if caught in an unseen wind, the air around them growing heated. At that moment, Chao Kai fervently wished for his father to be present. A psychic ability would have turned this situation into a bloodbath among the assailants. Hidden among the crowd, Chen Feiyong focused intently on Song Mang's group, quietly placing his hand on the ground as green vines began to surge towards Lu Fei. As thoughts of rescuing Lu Fei filled the air, Lu Xiaoyang staggered forward, adding fuel to the fire with malicious intent. Brothers, don't give them time to think. Those are all level 5 ability users. A single misstep could lead to your demise. I suggest we incapacitate that girl, making her unable to escape, thus ensuring she remains under your control. Lu Xiaoyang's words struck a chord with Song Mang and his companions. Yes, the woman in their grasp was a hostage. Should she flee, their lives would be forfeit. However, Song Mang remained skeptical of Lu Xiaoyang, suspicious of his sudden emergence. Sensing Song Mang's doubts, Lu Xiaoyang gestured to his numerous wounds, glaring at Lu Fei and those around her. All these injuries were inflicted by that wretched woman. These people are accomplices. I yearn to consume her flesh and drink her blood. Hearing Lu Xiaoyang's words, Lu Fei smirked in derision. Indeed, the original owner's fourth brother was a self-serving lunatic. He relished the sight of Lu Fei in captivity, his crimson eyes gleaming with madness. Do not be deceived by her pristine facade. Her essence is more tainted than anyone else's. All the men here have a past with her. If I were you, I would simply deal with her here. Watching these high and mighty figures witness their cherished woman being toyed with would surely be exhilarating. Before he could finish, Chao Jingyu teleported and struck Lu Xiaoyang, sending him flying. Before he hit the ground, Chao Jingyu's grip clamped around his neck. You shall perish. Wait. Just as Chao Jingyu was about to end Lu Xiaoyang's life, Lu Fei interjected. Don't kill him just yet. I want him for my amusement. Lu Fei's nonchalant demeanor infuriated Song Mang, who tightened his grip on her chin, pressing the blade harder against her neck. You insolent harlot. Even on the brink of death, you dare to flirt before me, revealing your true nature. Since you are so impatient, let my brothers relieve you of your burden. With those words, Song Mang lowered the knife, effortlessly slicing through Lu Fei's collar, exposing her delicate, fair collarbone. In the presence of such exquisite beauty, Song Mang could not help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with lewd desire. As the blade threatened to tear away Lu Fei's clothing, exposing her, the onlookers tensed with rage, shouting for him to cease. At that moment, Lu Fei heard a voice in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the purification task. You have now ascended to level 2 of purification abilities, with a range of 5 square meters and an additional lightning attribute. Within this domain, you can eliminate your enemies. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Fei finally exhaled in relief. While she was impervious to blades and bullets, she found herself unable to struggle free. Just as she contemplated whether to exchange for a powerful pill to eliminate those fools, the system upgraded itself. In her newfound elation, Lu Fei could not suppress a laugh, which astonished Song Mang, who then grinned even more lewdly. Haha, indeed, a wanton woman. Even as I threatened to strip you bare, you still laugh with excitement. In that case, let everyone witness your lewdness. With that, Song Mang's underlings prepared to exert force, but in the next moment, Lu Fei grasped the blade firmly. Everyone gasped at her audacity. Was she truly willing to risk her fingers? Release my cousin. Seizing the opportunity while Song Mang was distracted by Lu Fei's bold move, Chen Feiyong shouted, and from the ground emerged several vines that swiftly ensnared the hands and feet of the assailants. Concurrently, Lu Fei acted decisively, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the desperate men, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Heaven's punishment. The sound was mundane and unchanging, yet as several bolts of lightning descended simultaneously, the once arrogant men were instantly reduced to charred remnants, convulsing on the ground. Those outside the barrier stared in disbelief, witnessing Lu Fei dispatch her foes in mere moments. Rendered speechless, although those men were not the pinnacle of skill, their combat experience was formidable, and even 5th-level ability users struggled to defeat them with such ease. Yet Lu Fei, without uttering a word, had simply ended their lives. Surprised, are you? I can wield electricity. Feel the wrath of this pathetic lot. Lu Fei discarded the blade onto the ground, gazing at the still twitching Song Mang without a hint of hesitation. Heaven's punishment. The lightning surged toward the most vulnerable spots of the remaining men. Even with the barrier in place, the air was thick with the scent of charred flesh. Did you not wish to play with me? I have obliterated your tools. Let us see how you prance about now. Heaven's punishment. As long as you live, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. With Lu Fei's voice, the barrier crackled with relentless electricity, illuminating the faces of the onlookers in a strobe-like effect. This continued until all but Lu Fei within the barrier were reduced to ash. Ah, how delightful. Stepping out of the barrier, Lu Fei set her sights on Lu Xiaoyang, who was held immobile by Chao Jingyu, revealing a wicked smile. Now it's your turn. Chapter 54. Many wish to kill me. Who do you think you are? Impossible. Why are you still alive? Lu Fei, you are a monster. A monster. Lu Xiaoyang had believed Lu Fei to be doomed, yet who could have foreseen that those fools, with their abominable start, would be turned to ashes? As Lu Fei approached, the warmth of familial affection was absent from her gaze. Not even hatred lingered. For witnessing death required no such emotions. An unprecedented fear surged within Lu Xiaoyang, growing ever larger. Stay away, you monster, he bellowed. I am Lu Fei's elder brother. If she can kill me, you all shall meet the same fate. She is merely using you. Once you serve no purpose, you will be discarded like I was. Do not hesitate to eliminate her. As Lu Fei drew nearer, her mind devised several methods of annihilation, strangulation, death by blunt force, hanging him amidst the horde of zombies, or forcing him to choke on sand. Perhaps she would indulge in a bit of each before delivering the final blow. The thought of Lu Xiaoyang's terrified and wailing countenance brought a smile to her lips, akin to a vengeful specter. Do not approach, Lu Fei. You cannot kill me. I am your 4th brother. If you slay me, you will be reviled by all. Should I perish, I shall haunt you even in death. Before Lu Xiaoyang could finish, Chao Jingyu, having lost patience, furrowed his brow, tightened his grip, and with a resounding crack, Lu Xiaoyang's neck snapped. The man who had just been shouting fell silent. What a nuisance. Chao Jingyu disdainfully discarded Lu Xiaoyang's lifeless body to the ground, as if it were mere refuse. How could you have killed him? Lu Fei exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Chao Jingyu. Are you reluctant? Chao Jingyu's words drew a scoff from Lu Fei, who promptly spat in disdain. Do not utter such revolting phrases. I had already envisioned 10 different ways to end his life, and was about to execute my plan when you took it upon yourself to kill him first. Ah, I shall gnaw your head off. Lu Fei felt as though the sumptuous feast she had prepared was snatched away by Chao Jingyu, leaving her infuriated. She leapt onto his back, beginning to bite at his head. Chao Jingyu, while vocally denouncing her as a madwoman, nonetheless held her securely, fearing she might fall. He even signaled to Gu Chang'e to dispose of the corpse. 4th brother. 4th brother. The remaining 3 members of the Lu family finally arrived, only to find Lu Xiaoyang's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, struck by devastation as if hit by lightning. They rushed forward. But as soon as their fingers brushed against Lu Xiaoyang's body, a massive fireball erupted, sending Lu Juanhao flying 2 meters away. In an instant, his hair and eyebrows were singed away. Do not. 4th brother. Lu Juanhao, ignoring the burning sensation on his body, fixed his bloodshot eyes on Lu Xiaoyang's charred remains. Lu Fei, you beast. He is your 4th brother. How dare you kill him? Lu Fei was engrossed in biting into Chao Jingyu when she heard Lu Juanhao's accusations. With a cold snort, she was about to retort, but was silenced by a hand over her mouth. Are you all blind? Lu Xiaoyang was killed by me. It has nothing to do with Lu Fei. When Lu Xiaoyang was out committing violence, where were you to stop him? You tacitly allowed him to harm Lu Fei, and now you dare to complain because he was killed in return? How disgusting. Mr. Leopard, typically a man of few words, surprised everyone around him with his sudden outburst. Especially Chao Kai, who nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Is this really my cousin, who hardly speaks a word in an entire year? I can't believe he has become so articulate around Lu Fei. Truly, one is influenced by their company. My cousin has turned a shade darker. Lu Juanhao glared at Chao Jingyu with immense hatred. Chao Jingyu, don't think that just because you are a major general in the military district, we cannot deal with you. One day, I will kill you. Chao Jingyu's eyes flickered with disdain. There are many who wish to kill me. Who do you think you are? Lu Fei paused her biting and gave Chao Jingyu a thumbs up. Not bad, Not bad. Your sharp tongue resembles my former self. Lu Juanhao realized that the three brothers together could not overpower Chao Jingyu, especially with so many formidable figures around, including the high-level fighters from Sangyu base. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger. He removed his jacket and collected the ashes of Lu Xiaoyang. His trembling hands and reddened eyes would lead anyone to believe he was heartbroken. But Lu Fei understood that the men of the Lu family were cold-hearted. If Lu Xiaoyang's death would inconvenience them, they would have unhesitatingly cast him aside. Seeing them, Lu Fei felt a wave of irritation but did not wish to let them leave so easily. Even if Lu Xiaoyang was dead, they still owed her a debt. Brother Gu, please take these three and deliver them to the Liuhua base, so they can repay the supplies they owe us. If they dare to default, burn them to ashes. Rest assured, I know what to do. Gu Chang'e, having spent the most time by Lu Fei's side, understood her intentions well. He summoned Su Su to bring oversized handcuffs and shackles for the three, and with several team members, they drove towards the Liuhua base. Lu Fei, I will not let you off. Lu Juanhao glared at Lu Fei fiercely before leaving. Do you think I would spare you? If it weren't for the need to give Mom some time to adjust, do you really think you would still be alive? Lu Fei's words nearly drove Lu Juanhao to madness. However, the vehicle had already started moving, and all his curses dissipated into the air. With the unpleasant individuals gone, Lu Fei intended to return to the base when a sudden flash of insight struck her. She felt as if she had forgotten something. Looking around, she spotted the unconscious Chen Feiyong and finally recalled his earlier words. Hastily walking over, Lu Fei knelt beside Chen Feiyong, who had maintained a low profile since arriving, rarely speaking and having a very minimal presence in her vicinity. Had it not been for his earlier shout during the abduction, she might not have even recognized him. Chen Feiyong had delicate, gentle features, his eyes resembling those of Chen Wanyu, exuding a gentlemanly and tender character. His plant-based abilities were rare and coveted in this apocalyptic world, and even the people from Sangyu base knew very little about his awakened powers. It was likely that he would not have revealed them had it not been to save Lu Fei. Purification. The system's electrical power should prove useful for her purification. Indeed, as the golden light dissipated, all of Chen Feiyong's electric wounds healed, and he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. As he gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found Lu Fei's face magnified before him. Hello, cousin. Chen Feiyong blinked in surprise at Lu Fei's sudden enthusiasm, unable to fathom how she recognized him. Cousin, I truly apologize for earlier. I didn't expect you to intervene, and I inadvertently shocked you too. Lu Fei sincerely apologized, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier coldness towards the Lu brothers. And no problem. Chen Feiyong was uncertain how to interact with his cousin, as their grandfather had advised against showing kindness to any member of the Lu family. Yet, he had observed that his cousin was different. Lu Fei helped him to his feet and called for everyone to return to the base and resume their tasks. She still needed to find Chen Wanyu to deliver the tragic news. Recently, due to the arrival of the Lu brothers, Chen Wanyu had not stepped outside her room, unaware of the harrowing events that had transpired. At that moment, she was busy mending clothes for the base's residents. Surprised to see her daughter approach, as she usually busied herself during the day. Mom, Lu Xiaoyang is gone. Chen Wanyu paused, then smiled faintly. If he's gone, then he's gone. I prefer not to see them. No, it's not just gone. Lu Xiaoyang is dead, reduced to ashes. Lu Fei's expression remained impassive as she recounted the earlier events, seeming almost detached. Upon hearing of Lu Xiaoyang's death, Chen Wanyu felt as though she had been pierced by a needle, recoiling as she brought her trembling fingers to her mouth, unable to speak. Mom, I previously told you that I would not spare anyone from the Lu family. Even if I did not kill Lu Xiaoyang, his death is still on my hands. If you find me cruel or regret coming with me, I will send you to our grandfather at Sangyu base. After speaking, Lu Fei knelt beside Chen Wanyu, awaiting her judgment. What nonsense are you talking? Chen Wanyu looked at Lu Fei with red-rimmed eyes. How could I blame you? I blame myself. I lament my inability to discern character, having mistakenly wed that brute. Even the sons I bore resemble him, a reflection of my failure to nurture them properly, which has driven you to this desperate point. It is entirely my fault. Oh, woe is me, it is indeed my fault. Chen Wanyu clutched Lu Fei, her cries piercing the air. She had long suspected her daughter's intentions to eliminate members of the Lu family, yet she had not anticipated such swift action. Despite her profound disappointment in her sons and her wish to never see them again, those 5 were born from her own flesh, after enduring the agony of childbirth. Particularly, Lu Xiaoyang, who was a difficult birth. Chen Huanyue suffered severe hemorrhaging afterward, losing 2/3 of her blood before miraculously surviving. He had once sweetly called her mother, had once reserved the best candies from preschool for her. Yet as he matured, he increasingly mirrored Lu Zhan, growing colder and more indifferent. Lu Fei gently embraced Chen Huanyue, allowing her to vent her sorrow, until the latter cried herself into exhaustion. Only then did she offer her a vial of restorative liquid before taking her leave. Upon reaching the doorway, she spotted Chao Jingyu standing there. Has Aunt blamed you? Let me go in and explain. Lu Xiaoyang is the one I killed. Lu Fei grasped Chao Jingyu's hand and shook her head. There is no need for that. My mother does not hold me accountable. Even a dog develops feelings over time, let alone a piece of flesh that came from her. She merely feels guilty. Hearing this, a flicker of light crossed Chao Jingyu's eyes as he sought confirmation. You truly need not worry. My mother does not blame me. In fact, I am somewhat grateful to you, for I understand that your actions in eliminating Lu Xiaoyang were to spare me distress. I do not concern myself with others' opinions, after all. I do not depend on them for my existence. Yet, Chao Jingyu shook his head, cautioning her that while she may not care now, as discussions intensified, they would inevitably become weapons aimed at her. If it were indeed Lu Fei who had slain Lu Xiaoyang, the stigma of fratricide would follow her for life. As for Chen Huanyue, while she bore no animosity towards Lu Fei at present, who could predict whether she might harbor resentment in the decades to come? For a fleeting moment, Lu Fei fell silent upon hearing Chao Jingyu's words. This foolish leopard had quite the insight into human nature. Regardless, I have killed so many. The death of one Lu Xiaoyang is inconsequential. It is better that such a villain be dealt with by me. You truly have a penchant for meddling, Lu Fei remarked. Her gratitude sincere, yet she added, but I still thank you. Chao Jingyu regarded her, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. You cannot fathom the anguish of being despised by one's own mother. With that, seemingly fearing her inquiries, he hastily departed, leaving her in a state of confusion. How could a victorious major general be loathed by his own mother? What grievances could exist? Curiosity piqued, Lu Fei sought out Chao Kai, and under the pretense of purifying 5 mutated chickens for free, she divulged Chao Jingyu's circumstances. His parents had entered into a familial union devoid of affection, seemingly repulsed by one another. After his birth, they each pursued their own interests, neglecting their parental duties. The child grew up in solitude, his demeanor frigid, retreating into the shadows where no one could reach him. At the tender age of adolescence, he was cast into military life, where he endured trials that eventually shaped him into a semblance of a person. Years prior, Chao Jingyu's uncle had been arrested for betraying state secrets, an act that he himself had orchestrated. Subsequently, the apocalypse erupted, and zombies invaded the prison, devouring the inmates, including his uncle. Since that harrowing event, Chao Jingyu's mother had descended into madness, resenting her son for failing to rescue her brother and for sending family to prison. Oh, do not be deceived by Jingyu's tough exterior and foul temper. He simply struggles to express himself. Ever since he met you, I sense a change within him. You cannot imagine the life my cousin has endured these past years, constantly on guard against zombies and internal threats, while also remaining wary of potential assassinations from his own mother. Each day, she curses him to death, poisons him, and has even stabbed him with a dagger, all while denouncing him as a monster until his powers awakened. As Chao Kai recounted these events, Lu Fei envisioned the torment Chao Jingyu faced at the hands of his own mother. The thought of Chen Huanyue unleashing her wrath upon her, wishing her dead, made Lu Fei's heart ache, especially knowing that Chao Jingyu had endured such treatment for 4 long years. It became clear why he had taken it upon himself to eliminate Lu Xiaoyang. Indeed, he had wished to spare Lu Fei from experiencing the same fate. Do not breathe a word of this to Jingyu. He would surely seal my lips. He despised being regarded with pity. With a mischievous smirk, Chao Kai scurried away, glancing back at Lu Fei, lost in contemplation, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Hey, cousin, if you and Lu Fei succeed, you must thank me for my assistance. In the days that followed, Chen Huanyue fell ill, bedridden for an entire week. Aside from Lu Fei's frequent visits, Chen Feiyang also came by to converse with her. Perhaps due to the presence of loved ones, Chen Huanyue finally managed to rise from her bed on the 8th day. During those 8 days, the base had undergone a remarkable transformation. Tidy residences, clean streets, and sturdy walls emerged as residents organized cleaning teams to maintain the public areas. The Hongjian base had ceased to be a place reliant on charity for survival. When did those soldiers arrive? At the construction site. In addition to the personnel from Tsangyu base, There were now several in military uniforms, their imposing presence markedly distinct from others. "Oh, they are here to seek purification from me," Lu Fei explained to Chun Wanyue as they strolled through the base. "Since they expressed no urgency to leave after purification, I allowed them to take on some tasks to offset their meal costs." Upon overhearing this, the soldiers exchanged subtle glances. It was not their desire to remain. Rather, the commander had ordered them to assist the major general in winning Lu Fei's heart. Yet, during their stay, they had witnessed the major general laboring with zeal, toiling as if he were a rustic laborer, making it difficult to believe he could capture Lu Fei's affection, let alone that of the elderly. Continuing down this path is untenable. By the time Lu Fei's child is running around, my cousin will still be in a foolish daze. Chao Kai observed the industriousness of Chao Zhengyu and Lu Fei at the construction site, feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation. Recently, in an effort to assist that simpleton, he had lost count of how many strands of hair he had shed. Contemplating the task assigned by his father and noticing that his cousin had finally begun to act like a decent person around Lu Fei, Chao Kai desperately slapped himself, urging his stagnant mind to devise a strategy. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, Chao Kai's anxious musings were overshadowed by the collective effort that had allowed Hongjian Base to complete its construction just in time for the upcoming grand competition. The team gazed at the rejuvenated Hongjian Base, smiles of appreciation illuminating their faces, to celebrate the rebirth of Hongjian Base and express gratitude for everyone's assistance. Lu Fei declared that water would be unlimited today. Whatever amount they could collect, she would provide. Upon hearing her proclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers. This bold promise was one that even the adept Luo Feiyu would hesitate to make, yet she did so with confidence. Under the astonished and excited gazes of the crowd, Lu Fei selected a convenient spot to plant a water vein. In no time, a steady stream gushed forth from the deep pit. Lu Fei heard the collective intake of breath around her. Water, actual water? Could it be that she was some kind of celestial being, possessing knowledge of this hidden resource? She had become their deity. Everything they now cherished had come to be with her arrival. Henceforth, she would no longer just be their sister, she was their ancestor. The sudden emergence of water left everyone astounded, including the well-traveled Qiu Huai, who felt his heart racing uncontrollably. In this apocalyptic era, everyone understood the value of water resources. Yet Lu Fei had miraculously unearthed a water vein for Hongjian Base, and there was the vast expanse of arable land. Qiu Huai thought with excitement that perhaps he was witnessing the rise of a premier base. Once the water was flowing, Lu Fei was the first to drink, assuring the others of its safety for consumption. "We have water. Our base has water." The people of Hongjian Base joyfully danced with their buckets, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. If someone had told them 2 months prior that they would live without worry, inhabit spacious homes, and enjoy an endless supply of water, they would have thought that person was delirious. Yet, here they were, this group of survivors, unexpectedly blessed with such abundance. Observing this scene from the Tsanyu Base and the military district, envy coursed through them. If only Lu Fei were to join their ranks. How much brighter and happier their little boys would be. Sensing their gazes, Lu Fei sauntered over. "Thank you all for your efforts in building Hongjian Base. I have decided, in addition to providing you with free purification for the mutated chickens, to offer you extra benefits." "Oh, this is merely our duty. There is no need for such formalities." "Dear niece," Qiu Huai replied, having already transitioned from calling her Miss Lu to Lu Fei and now to dear niece. One could only speculate that the next title would be adopted daughter. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a familiar yet novel object appeared before them. Does the Tsanyu Base not desire snacks? I had planned a generous distribution for everyone after these exhausting days. Since you do not require them, I shall retract my offer." "Oh no, I never said we didn't need them. I merely meant that dear niece need not trouble herself," Qiu Huai exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the treats in the vending machine. After 4 years of apocalypse, everything in the shops had long expired, and despite immense cravings, they were unable to indulge. The moment Lu Fei unveiled the snack vending machine, everyone rushed forward, unable to contain their salivation at the sight of the goodies. "Is that spicy strips? They were my favorite. Chocolate. My son adores it. I must bring some home for him. Potato chips and crispy rice. My absolute favorites. No one better dare snatch them from me, or I shall bite." Before Lu Fei could utter a word, they had begun to divide the snacks among themselves. Had it not been for the glass barrier, they likely would have thrust their heads into the machine. "Is dear niece truly giving us this vending machine?" Qiu Huai's words made Lu Fei twitch her lips in bemusement. How much could one drink to make such lofty claims? The vending machine itself cannot be given to you, but the items within are available for purchase. 1 crystal core per item, without limit, and in the future, Sangyu Base will have priority access for purchases. 1 crystal core? Initially, the crowd felt disheartened when Lu Fei stated that the vending machine could not be given to Sangyu Base. But upon realizing that a single crystal core could secure the coveted snacks, they erupted in exclamations of delight. Goodness, this is akin to receiving a gift. Miss Lu Fei, you are indeed my deity, my ancestor. One speaker, overwhelmed with excitement, produced a small pouch containing around 50 crystal cores, pouring them into the exchange slot before selecting his desired snacks and quantities on the touchscreen. A cacophony of sounds erupted as snacks began to tumble from the dispensing slot. That individual, ecstatic, quickly retrieved the items, tearing open the chocolate wrapper and stuffing it into his mouth. So delicious. The burly man, enraptured by the taste of chocolate, twisted his body in delight, prompting a frenzy among the others. The ability to exchange for snacks was real. It was truly unlimited. Get out of the way. I'm first. I have no crystal cores. Can someone lend me one? I want to eat spicy strips. Who wants to team up to hunt zombies for crystal cores? Tonight, I will not sleep until I have potato chips in my mouth. In an instant, those with crystal cores jostled to exchange for snacks, while those without organized themselves to venture out. The formidable abilities of the awakened were unleashed as they eradicated nearby zombies, driving the creatures further away. For an extended period, the Hongjian base has been an epitome of safety. Lu Fei gazed at the lively and flourishing atmosphere within the base, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. With the introduction of this vending machine, the inhabitants of the Sangyu base would continually flock here, thus ensuring the security of Hongjian base. This would allow her to confidently participate in the upcoming base competition. Chapter 56. My lips are sealed. Is there any ease in favorable winds? Fei Fei, must you attend this competition? With the dangers of battling zombies and testing strength, it's quite perilous, expressed Chen Wanyue, who was notably concerned. While everyone else anticipated Lu Fei's participation in the base competition, her mother wished for her daughter to live a tranquil and happy life rather than engage in such risks. Mother, you need not worry. Have you forgotten that I am impervious to harm? The one who can end my life has yet to be born. It is I who shall deal with them. Lu Fei embraced Chen Wanyue, who had been grieving over Lu Xiaoyang's death, after finally regaining some composure. It pained Lu Fei to add to her worry. I will only be gone for a month and will return before the scorching heat sets in, at which time I will be by your side. The sweltering heat lasts a month, claiming many lives each year. However, this year, with Lu Fei's prior arrangements for water sources, they should navigate through it smoothly. During this expedition, she intended to thoroughly scavenge resources from other bases. Lu Fei needed only a few changes of clothes, as the others, including Gu Chang'e, were eager to gather supplies. Representing Hongjian base were Lu Fei, Gu Chang'e, Hu Daba, Su Su, Chao Jingyu, Chao Kai, and the masked Mou. Yes, the exceptionally handsome boy was also set to join. A decision Lu Fei had initially been reluctant to make. She feared that should he encounter Lu Shui, he might become ensnared in the original plot and turn into a mere sycophant. To her surprise, however, the boy was quite stubborn and insisted on accompanying her. Someone informed me that following you would lead to significant events. Mou's piercing gaze fixed upon Lu Fei, as if he could see through the cycles of life and death, a tempest of emotions simmering beneath his calm exterior. What if I refuse to take you along? Lu Fei felt a rebellious spirit, particularly since this boy was a potential sycophant of Lu Shui, making her even less inclined to grant his wish. I can read minds, Mou declared, and upon noticing Lu Fei's unchanging expression, he perceived that she had sensed his ability. He then added, if you allow me to join the competition, I can divulge their plans to you, even the locations of their hidden treasures. Lu Fei remarked, is this truly mind reading? It seems more like a pathway to wealth. Oh, how you flatter me. Since you have entered the gates of Hongjian base, it is only right that you contribute to the collective. Very well, I shall take you along. However, aware that Mou's mind-reading ability could cause him distress, Lu Fei exchanged for a blindfold for him to wear during their journey, to be removed only when necessary. Upon learning that Mou would accompany them, Gu Chang'e and the others expressed their disapproval. The lad, while handsome, bore a physique so slender that his arms resembled thin reeds, and his thighs were no thicker than their arms. As Mou merely glanced at them, he quipped, you dreamt of kissing a woman last night for half the night, only to wake up to the foul stench of your own socks. Hu Daba was caught off guard. his eyes nearly bulging out as embarrassment flushed his face. You envy Chao Jingyu's muscular physique, secretly working out daily and recording your measurements. This morning you measured an increase of half a centimeter and joyfully indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice. Gu Chang'e, initially skeptical, found himself blushing after Mou's revelation. Clutching his chest in guilt, you pilfered roasted chicken from the cafeteria and buried the bones underground. Chao Kai, who had been grinning widely moments ago, quickly withdrew his smile in light of Mou's exposure. As Mou vocalized the hidden thoughts of those who questioned him, they fell silent, fearful of further revelations of their indiscretions. When he turned his attention to Chao Jingyu, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, but before he could speak, his neck was seized. "Shut your mouth if you wish to live," Chao Jingyu warned, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, leaving no doubt that uttering even a single word would lead to dire consequences. Mou sensed that Chao Jingyu meant business. Blinking innocently, he turned to Lu Fei. "Sister, he is bullying me." His cerulean eyes quickly filled with tears, and the soft, plaintive call of sister melted Lu Fei's heart. Particularly when paired with his breathtakingly beautiful visage, he was a natural enchantment. "Ahem, you are already an adult. No more pouting." Lu Fei, unable to bear the sight of those lovely eyes shedding tears, reluctantly intervened despite her feigned disdain. "This is a gathering of our own. You may act freely, but outside, keep a low profile. Otherwise, you might not know how you meet your end." Lu Fei reprimanded Mou sternly, then leaned in to whisper softly. "Next time you unearth a thrilling secret, just let me know quietly. My lips are sealed." Observing Lu Fei's animated demeanor, Mou smirked. Everyone claims to be tight-lipped. The two exchanged whispers, appearing quite intimate, while Chao Jingyu's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. The more he observed, the more he found that pretty boy irksome. Tagging along was convenient, as he would seize any opportunity to dispose of him. Mou, acutely aware of Chao Jingyu's menacing glare, felt no fear. Having gleaned the latter's vulnerabilities, he found the situation increasingly amusing. After painstakingly arranging everything and soothing her mother, Lu Fei finally departed, amidst the reluctant gazes of the base inhabitants. Accompanying them were Luo Feiyu and members from Sangyu Base, all of whom were also attending the base competition. "Sister, with only this few of us, should we not recruit more?" Gu Chang'e, driving, felt a twinge of anxiety, given that their base had significantly upgraded. Gathering a few formidable allies should not pose a problem. It is quality over quantity. A horde would only be a burden. "Do you remember our goal for this competition?" "To strive for first place, without a doubt." In the passenger seat, Hu Daba shouted, startling Lu Fei, who immediately gave him a playful thump on the head. "What do you think this is, a sports meet? Competing for first place?" Lu Fei rolled her eyes at the upcoming base competition. Surely, they would showcase all their best resources. At that point, she could quietly make her move, taking advantage of the situation, ensuring that nothing would go to waste. Although the base competition will influence the allocation of resources, it is always easier to seize an opportunity when the wind is at your back. "I intend to stir the waters. Once the chaos ensues, I shall thrive within it." "Ha ha ha. Truly, you are remarkable, sister. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river." Hu Daba was in the midst of mindless flattery when suddenly he noticed thick smoke billowing in the distance, suggesting a fierce conflict was underway. "I'll go see what's happening," Gu Chang'e declared, preparing to drive towards the source of the commotion, but Lu Fei stopped him. "Who knows what dangers lurk within? Let us wait a moment." The unknown perils of the apocalypse were too great to risk venturing forth. As if responding to Lu Fei's words, the smoke began to drift leisurely in their direction. Once it drew nearer, the occupants of the vehicle could finally discern the scene within. Goodness, what a coincidence. It's indeed the protagonist, a true embodiment of the narrative's halo. "She seems invulnerable amid this chaos," Lu Fei exclaimed. As she spoke, the others also spotted a slender, graceful figure amidst the smoke, being fiercely guarded by several men. It was none other than Lu Shui, the leading lady of this tale. Despite Lu Fei having claimed the opportunity for her own abilities to awaken, Lu Shui still managed to emerge unscathed, a testament to the strength of her narrative aura. "Look, there's someone over there. Let us go offer assistance." Lu Fei had no intention of rescuing anyone, but Lu Shui had already caught sight of their vehicle and was rushing towards them, her eyes lighting up. Meanwhile, the smoke pursued closely behind, eager to engulf all in its path. "Quick, drive away. We mustn't encounter that jinx." Lu Fei's disdain for Lu Shui was palpable. Yet she recognized that the current situation did not warrant a confrontation. Without hesitation, Gu Chang'e floored the accelerator, reversing swiftly to put distance between them and Lu Shui before she could reach them, fearful of catching a plague. Lu Fei could clearly see the stunned and furious expression on Lu Shui's face, which sent her into fits of laughter as she vigorously nudged Mou beside her. Did you see that? Such a woman is a true jinx. Misfortune follows her wherever she goes. We must be vigilant in the future, lest we fall prey to her schemes. With thoughts of Mou's endearing nature in mind, Lu Fei spared no effort in attempting to influence him. Fear not. I trust only in my sister, he replied, blinking his innocent blue eyes, resembling a fallen angel. His striking beauty striking a chord in Lu Fei's heart. What a captivating creature. Just as she was lost in admiration, her vision was suddenly obscured as Lu Fei found herself embraced by a warm, fragrant figure. Sister, is that how casually you address others? Chao Jingyu glared at Mou, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirring within him, his wild gaze filled with wariness. I am younger than my sister, so it is only natural for me to call her that. Besides, she is beautiful and youthful. Addressing her as little sister wouldn't be inappropriate either, Mou challenged. His rivalry with Chao Jingyu palpable. As the two exchanged tense words, a sudden bang echoed as a tire burst, sending the vehicle into a wild spin. Gu Chang'e quickly slammed on the brakes, the screech of rubber piercing the air. Lu Fei, pulled into Chao Jingyu's sturdy embrace, remained unharmed, while Mou, having offended a certain leopard, was left to fend for himself, struggling to maintain his grip on the vehicle as it jolted violently. Finally, when the vehicle stabilized, Mou was the first to leap from the car, collapsing onto the ground to retch uncontrollably. What just happened? Lu Fei freed herself from Chao Jingyu's hold and observed Gu Chang'e's tense expression, sensing that this was no mere accident. That wretched woman must have punctured the tire. Gu Chang'e bit down on his teeth, his experience preventing a catastrophic rollover. I swear I'll send her to her demise right now. He stormed away, his fury palpable as he approached Lu Shui, who had initially been pleased to see the vehicle halt. However, upon noticing Gu Chang'e stepping out, panic flashed across her face, and it was too late for her to plead for mercy. With a resounding crash, the smoke-enshrouded figures were suddenly engulfed in flames, the cries of the trapped growing louder, providing Gu Chang'e with a sense of satisfaction. No, you can't be so cruel. There are living souls inside. Lu Shui wept dramatically, collapsing at Gu Chang'e's feet, her act of desperation falling flat. Finding her theatrics repugnant, Gu Chang'e seized her by the throat and hurled her back into the smoke, shouting, "Begone!" Hearing her panicked screams brought him a sense of relief. At last, the world felt tranquil again. After this commotion, all the vehicles that had arrived together came to a halt, their occupants bewildered by the sudden appearance of smoke, especially since this season was not known for dust storms. Lu Fei, equally puzzled, decided to inquire with her little system. To her astonishment, the revelation was shocking. Lu Shui, the true protagonist, despite Lu Fei consuming the jade pendant, still managed to awaken her powers. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune, Lu Shui had awakened a rare gaseous ability, capable of utilizing gas for attacks. The good news was that such abilities were exceedingly rare. The bad news was that the source of this gas was entirely unsuitable. Oh, are you implying that for Lu Shui to launch an attack, she must resort to flatulence? Lu Fei laughed heartily. Oh my. So it turns out that the phrase passing gas can be lethal is not merely metaphorical. She will become a veritable skunk. Lu Fei was laughing uncontrollably, pondering whether the female protagonist was indeed favored by the heavens, for how else could she awaken such a convoluted ability? Yes, she too was reluctant to wield it. Yet she was loath to forfeit the opportunity for recognition at the base competition and the chance to cultivate her admirers. Thus she chose to reveal her newfound powers. This incident stemmed from her impulsive greed for merit, as she dared to provoke a lone wolf, only to discover that he was a formidable level 5 smoke ability user, ready to unleash his powers upon them. The little system spoke plainly, and recalling Lu Shui's miserable state only served to amuse Lu Fei further. She found the unfolding drama with Lu Shui to be almost ludicrous. Yet, it must be said that Lu Shui's protagonist halo remained intact. Despite the dual onslaught of the level 5 smoke ability and Gu Chang'e's fire ability, she emerged from the chaos relatively unscathed, albeit in a somewhat disheveled state. As the dense smoke cleared, the individuals within became visible. To her surprise, the 4 foolish members of the Lu family had all appeared, including Lu Zhan. who bore not only the mark of the fire base, but also that of the free base. Lu Fei recognized a few familiar faces from the free base. But before she could ponder further, Lu Shui rushed towards one of the young men, sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. Brother Mingyuan, I was terrified just now. I thought you were in danger. It's all my fault. If only I could have persuaded Fei Fei to help, we wouldn't have suffered so much. Lu Fei, you are still as malicious as ever. Why do you always seek to harm Shui Shui, who is so kind? It was I who called off the engagement with you. If revenge is to be had, it should be directed at me, not at her, you vile woman. As Lu Fei faced the man who was now shouting at her in a frenzied manner, she finally recalled that his name was Hua Mingyuan. Not only was he the original protagonist's fiancé, but in the novel, he was also Lu Shui's devoted admirer. After Lu Fei's engagement to Hua Mingyuan, Lu Shui had deliberately drawn near, undoubtedly ensnaring him and winning his unwavering affection. He had heeded Lu Shui's provocations, causing the original protagonist endless distress, even publicly berating her for her lack of shame, as if she were a mere plaything for anyone who fancied her. In the narrative, Hua Mingyuan squandered his wealth for Lu Shui and, during a brawl, sustained multiple gunshot wounds while attempting to rescue her. After being saved, he became disabled and could never rise again. Yet, Lu Shui never visited him after his injury, and when the camp evacuated, Hua Mingyuan was left behind, ultimately devoured by zombies, thus concluding his hapless existence as a devoted admirer. Memories of this couple's tormenting antics before the original protagonist flooded Lu Fei's mind, and observing Hua Mingyuan's current pitiful demeanor shattered her remaining restraint. Oh, everyone heard that. He asked me to hit him, so I shall not hold back. Lu Fei rolled up her sleeves and charged forward. Chapter 58. Strike Father, and we are untouchable. Lu Shui is a harbinger of misfortune. Like a cannonball, Lu Fei lunged forward, seizing Hua Mingyuan by his collar and delivering swift slaps to his face. I wouldn't even want you if you were a rotten cucumber begging for my affection. You belong with Lu Shui, the green tea BTCH. You are a harbinger of misfortune, you are blind, and the two of you make a perfect pair. Lu Fei's hands moved too quickly for anyone to react, transforming Hua Mingyuan's visage into that of a pig's head. Let go of Brother Mingyuan. If you wish to strike, then strike me. All of this is my mother's fault. As her daughter, I must atone for her sins. Lu Shui cried as she rushed to hug Lu Fei's leg, tears streaming down her face like pearls that had come undone, wailing incessantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei tossed Hua Mingyuan aside, tilting her head with a mischievous grin. At least you possess some self-awareness. Given that you offered your face so readily, I shall reward you with a few more slaps. Lu Shui, taken aback by Lu Fei's audacity to strike in front of so many, gasped and attempted to flee, only to be yanked back by her hair. Earlier at the fire base, Lu Fei felt she hadn't sufficiently vented her frustrations. Now, encountering Lu Shui's eagerness to offer herself as a target was simply too tempting to resist. The sound of slapping echoed once more. Hua Mingyuan attempted to intervene, but having inhaled too much smoke, he was rendered weak and helpless, forced to watch as Lu Shui was pummeled into a pig's head. Lu Fei, release Shui Shui. Strike me instead. You needn't hold back. I can join in. As Hua Mingyuan and Lu Shui feigned self-sacrifice, Lu Fei, ever the benevolent soul, decided to indulge them and instructed Gu Chang'e to bind them side by side. With this arrangement, one slap could deliver punishment to both, making it more efficient than striking them twice. Lu Fei, you have already killed your fourth brother, and now you dare strike your sister? Are you planning to slay your own father next? Lu Zhan's voice dripped with rage as he glared at Lu Fei, his eyes reddened with fury. I truly regret bringing you into this world. I should have suffocated you at birth. Seeing Lu Fei so brazenly trampling upon the dignity of the fire base, he lost all sense of reason, seemingly forgetting the lessons of their last encounter. However, his words reminded Lu Fei that she had yet to deal with old Deng, prompting her to abandon her current targets and turn toward Lu Zhan. With a whip in hand, she approached him without hesitation, swinging it with reckless abandon. You truly have no shame. I came from your loins, and you dare to boast for a fleeting moment before dismissing me? What right do you have to threaten my life? You are nothing but a toad in a bar, ugly and unworthy. I loathe men like you, living off others. If lightning were to strike, I would hold you close and perish together. As Lu Fei berated him and lashed out, she sent Lu Zhan rolling about, reminiscent of a fish flopping in a chaotic frenzy. Lu Zhan never anticipated that Lu Fei would truly dare to strike him in front of so many people. Initially, he cursed at her, but as the pain intensified, all that remained were his anguished cries. By the time Lu Fei had had her fill, Lu Jun was left barely clinging to life. How dare he challenge me with such feeble combat prowess? Lu Fei rolled her eyes and delivered a kick to Lu Jun. Don't provoke me. When I go mad, I can even harm myself. After saying this, she turned her attention to the 4 foolish members of the Lu family sprawled on the ground, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It appeared the Lu family was truly foolish, mobilizing the entire clan for such a perilous event as the base competition. Clearly fearful of missing the chance to eradicate their foes, Lu Fei raised her whip, executing a beautiful flourish in the air that produced a sharp crack. This familiar sound echoed in the ears of Lu Juanhao and his companions, undoubtedly stirring memories of their most humiliating days, causing them to involuntarily shudder at the recollection of Lu Fei's daily lashings. You can't strike us after hitting Dad, Lu Jiamu said, gazing at Lu Fei with a complex expression. We didn't curse you this time. Despite Lu Fei having killed their 4th brother, Lu Jiamu found it hard to harbor hatred towards her, reflecting on the past few years and realizing that even death multiple times wouldn't suffice to make amends. Come on, hitting you is merely a matter of convenience, Lu Fei replied, raising her whip without hesitation. Why do I strike you and not others? Because you deserve it. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your secret desires to eliminate me. Such thoughts are forbidden. Observers from the fire base and the free base merely watched as Lu Fei unleashed her whip upon them, their initial intentions to defend themselves swiftly extinguished. After all, they were not masochists, and it was clear that this was merely an old grudge. Why should they involve themselves and invite a beating? Once Lu Fei had finished administering her punishment, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She unleashed a series of playful punches at the sky. This feels great. Given that you are here for the base competition, I shall spare your lives, for I am merciful. However, your presence has soured my mood. Thus you owe me compensation for emotional distress. With a wave of her hand, she instructed Gu Chang'e and the others to strip the individuals she bore grudges against of their belongings, even taking 1/6 of their supplies, which conveniently matched the number of their heads. See, I only took what I rightfully deserve, leaving everything else untouched. But if you choose to share with them later, that is none of my concern. If you find yourselves hungry, blame Lu Shui. Had she not sabotaged our tire and then turned the tables to provoke me, we would have left long ago. She is a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who gets close to her is doomed, and this time, you fire base and free base will surely come in last. With that, Lu Fei laughed heartily, ignoring Lu Shui's disgruntled expression as she hopped into her vehicle, waving goodbye as several cars sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Lu Shui watched Lu Fei's retreating figure, her eyes filled with envy, her expression twisted with malice. How could Lu Fei have grown to such heights in just a few months? Not only had her beauty flourished, but the number of men trailing behind her had also multiplied, all seemingly recognizing her as their leader. Was it merely because she had awakened her purification abilities? All of this should have been hers. That jade pendant should have been seized back then. If it had been, she wouldn't be in this predicament now. The position of being the center of attention should have been hers. During this base competition, she was determined to eliminate Lu Fei, otherwise, her future would be fraught with unease. Lost in her own thoughts, Lu Shui failed to notice the shifting gazes of those around her. The people who had previously praised her for her gentleness now instinctively recoiled. Regardless of the truth in Lu Fei's words, it was prudent to maintain a distance. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and her companions sang merrily as they drove straight to the expansive Yaowang base, the starting point of the base competition. Chapter 59. Is youth not defined by impetuosity? Even given a chance, you fail to deliver. Oh, so this is the legendary Yaowang base, the largest in terms of area? It looks so desolate. Lu Fei observed the vast, sparsely populated base before her, understanding why it was said that Hongjian base was the poorest and Yaowang base the most useless. Yaowang base, nestled between Tengsha and Tiangang bases, was caught in a struggle with both sides, each indifferent to the plight of others. The reason it had not been swallowed up was simply due to the reluctance of the more powerful bases to take on so many people. Thus, Yaowang base had been stripped of various resources over time while remaining too weak to stand on its own, resulting in the grim situation it faced today. This year's base competition, held here, likely signified the schemes of Tengsha and Tiangang bases, both vying for the top 2 spots. As the third-ranked Phoenix base, Luo Feiyu's eyes glinted with irony. Had it not been for the machinations of these 2 bases last year, he would have undoubtedly emerged victorious. Feiyu, you've participated many times, Could you enlighten us about what the base competition entails? The base competition occurs annually, spanning a month of contests to determine the rankings among bases, which in turn dictates the allocation of resources from the central base. The competition consists of 3 parts. The first involves survival in the wild, with tasks set by the event organizers. The second is a team competition where the last base standing is deemed the victor. And the third is the individual competition, the most thrilling segment of the year, showcasing the full power of level 5 elites and providing the weaker bases a final chance to reclaim some dignity. Lu Fei listened intently, convinced she could excel in these events, especially the final segment, with her abilities unleashed. She would smirk even if facing them all at once. Tengsha and Tiangang bases were no match for her, even if they joined forces. What a grandiose claim. Aren't you afraid your bravado will backfire? As soon as Lu Fei's voice fell, a mocking tone echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see a group marked with the emblem of the Tiangang base. At the forefront was a man with piercing white eyes, whose cold gaze scrutinized Lu Fei multiple times before finally settling upon the emblem of the Hongjian base, his smile growing increasingly audacious. I thought it was a prominent base making such arrogant claims. Huh, you, a mere pauper from the Hongjian base, dare to assert that we are no match for you? What do you intend to use to defeat us? Don't tell me you plan to strip down and seduce us during the team competition? Ha ha. If you kneel and bark like a dog for 3 days to serve us, perhaps I might allow you to keep your whole corpse. The man with white eyes laughed boisterously, his companions joining in the mockery, even whistling lewdly at Lu Fei. You seek death. Chao Jingyu was about to confront them when suddenly a group emerged from the Yaoguang base. Who is causing such a ruckus at the entrance? Are you unaware that private fights are prohibited before the competition? The newcomers were mostly in their 30s and 40s, some even older, exhibiting composure, dominance, and a deceptive charm, alongside a few who appeared sinister and untrustworthy. The man with white eyes brightened upon spotting a particularly menacing figure and hurried to him. Base leader. A woman from the Hongjian base claimed that our Tiangang base is merely her underlings, asserting that even if we allied with the Tengsha base, we would not stand a chance against them. We have solidly secured second place. How could we allow such disrespect? I merely retorted a few words. Upon hearing Lu Fei's brazen denouncement, the Tiangang base leader frowned slightly, his cold eyes locking onto her. Young lady, do not let your youthful fervor lead you astray. There will inevitably come a time for you to weep. In the face of this overt threat, Lu Fei shrugged, lifting one leg to shake it playfully, resembling a street urchin. If not being fervent is what it means to be young, then what are we even talking about? She surveyed him with the same treacherous gaze. Just wait and see how we from Hongjian will send you Tiangang tumbling down. Hearing her audacious words, the Tiangang base leader narrowed his eyes dangerously, ultimately finding the situation laughable. How absurd. When did beggars gain the audacity to shout here? If you can cross through this gate today, I, Wu Tian, will read my name backward. Before Lu Fei could respond, several individuals emerged from the base, including Chao Huai and Xiu Huai. These 2 base leaders had anticipated their arrival and, upon noticing the dispute at the entrance, rushed over. My dear niece, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Come in quickly. Uncle Chio has prepared your favorite roasted chicken. Oh, what's so great about roasted chicken? My dear niece, I have just acquired 2 Gatling guns that emit blue light. Come see. The 2 approached Lu Fei as if she were their own daughter, pushing aside Wu Tian to usher her inside. However, Wu Tian blocked their path. What do you mean? I just said not to let this woman in, and you invite her inside? Are you not openly opposing me? We have known each other for several years. Is it truly worth it to fall out over her? Wu Tian frowned, his gaze towards Lu Fei filled with malice. Before so many people, he could not lose face. Lu Fei must perish. Relations? What relations do I have with you? Xiu Huai scoffed, placing himself protectively in front of Lu Fei. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on my dear niece. Do you believe I can simply wave my hand and have you buried? Xiu Huai showed no respect for Wu Tian, while Chao Huai merely snorted. Fixing his gaze on Wu Tian, a glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. The air grew stifling. At that moment, Wu Tian suddenly clutched his nose, gasping for breath, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he dared not release his grip. The Tiangang base members hurried to revive him, but regardless of how they called out, he refused to let go, only shouting that the air was suffocating. We were wrong, Commander Chao. We should not have disrespected this lady. Please spare our base leader. The man with white eyes watched as his leader was on the verge of suffocation and quickly knelt in supplication. Chao Huai snorted lightly, gesturing towards Lu Fei. You must apologize to her. The man with white eyes glanced at Lu Fei, gritted his teeth, and bowed thrice. Miss Lu, I apologize for my ignorance in offending you. May you forgive me, and let Commander Chow lift this spell. Seeing the sincerity in his apology, Lu Fei finally nodded for Chow Huai to dispel the hypnosis. The mentalist truly was impressive. Once Wu Tian regained his breath, he gasped as if he had just emerged from the depths of the sea. Observing his disheveled state, Lu Fei gleefully approached and patted his head. Oh, Wu Tian, I did offer you a chance, but you proved useless. I have entered the Yaowang base. I have exited, and I have entered again, and I have exited once more. Ha ha ha. Lu Fei gleefully jumped around at the entrance, causing Wu Tian to seethe with rage until she had her fill of amusement and finally led everyone into the base. Upon reaching the resting area, Lu Fei turned, her eyes glinting mischievously at Chow Huai and Xiu Huai. Dear uncles, since Tengsha and Tiangang are resorting to tricks, shall we indulge in a little insider maneuver as well? My dear niece wishes to become the champion? Chow Huai gazed at Lu Fei's mischievous eyes and instantly sensed that the girl was concocting yet another whimsical scheme. The championship holds little significance for me. What truly irks me is those base rascals. As long as they are unhappy, I find joy in that. Lu Fei humbly waved her hand, and just as she spoke, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding! The system has issued a task. Please assist the Hongjian base in securing the championship. Reward: 1 protective shield for the base, capable of defending against zombies and any physical attacks. Ding! The system has issued another task. Please uncover clues regarding zombie mutations. Reward: the skill of the thousand-faced person, allowing the user to alter their appearance, gender, height, and form at will. Both tasks can be completed simultaneously. Please do your best, host. Upon hearing the first task, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled. A protective shield would indeed be splendid. She had been concerned about provoking the Tiangang and Tengshi bases, who might later retaliate against her base. With this shield, not even a fly could infiltrate, alleviating her worries about their ulterior motives. It seemed imperative that she secured that championship. However, what on earth was this clue regarding zombie mutations? Wasn't mutation the result of being bitten by a zombie? System, enlighten me. Do you know something? Why do your tasks always arrive so timely yet perplexing? Host, I am merely an ordinary little system. The tasks are issued by the main system, and I have no involvement. Ever since I joined you, I have been diligent. I have fought countless battles with the neighboring system, and look at my bald head. How could you doubt me? The little voice in her head transformed into a pitiful creature, rolling about in distress. Lu Fei frowned at it for a moment, unable to discern any deception, and reluctantly decided to let it be. I suppose I misjudged you. Next time, if you have any insider information, do inform me in advance so that I can prepare. All right, host. Hearing Lu Fei forgive it, the little system promptly stood up, raising its front paw in a gesture of gratitude. Its adorable demeanor rendering it difficult to chastise, despite the flicker of guilt in its eyes. With the tasks assigned, Lu Fei could not afford to slack off. Ahem. I do have a keen interest in the championship. If I encounter... Lu Fei found herself stumbling over her words, regretting her earlier bravado. However, before she could finish, Yin Sheng approached with a smile. Dear niece, feel free to take the championship. We merely came to tag along and enjoy the spectacle. Fei Yu, stay close to Lu Fei during the match. Ensure she remains unscathed, or you shall bear the consequences. Yin Sheng's approach prompted Xiu Huai to remind the young men hastily. You all, remember, the match isn't of paramount importance. Your primary duty is to support Lu Fei. Should I witness any mistreatment towards her, you shall be expelled from the base, never to return. Fei Ong, as Lu Fei's cousin, you must be particularly attentive, understand? Xiu Huai concluded, casting a provocative glance at Yin Sheng, as if to say, surprised, are you? Our base has true kin. Rest assured, base leader. Aside from the prospect of enjoying roasted chicken and a bag of crystal cores, I will treat Miss Lu as a revered ancestor, replied a member of the Tsangyu base. They had genuinely benefited from their aid to the base, and in light of future appetites, none dared to offend Lu Fei. Chow Huai, witnessing his opportunity to speak thwarted, could not help but roll his eyes internally. He turned to his nephew, hoping for some good news. Yet, Chao Jingyu lowered his head, preoccupied with his nails, indicating his disinterest. This nonchalant attitude spoke volumes. You useless child. You are on the verge of gaining an advantage. Why not take the initiative? If you could merely charm Lu Fei, our military district would be unstoppable. Chow Huai gazed at his nephew in exasperation. wishing he would transform from a lazy leopard into a stubborn donkey. Rather than rely on me, why not win over Lu Fei's mother? The outcome would be equally effective. Chao Jingyu's words left Chao Huai momentarily speechless, a rare flush of embarrassment crossing his handsome face. Once he regained composure, he playfully jabbed his nephew. The Chao family did not ascend through the exploitation of women. Such tactics would render them no different from that scoundrel, Lu Zhen. It was evident that his nephew would disdain such an approach. Observing the tension between his father and cousin, Chao Kai hurriedly leaned towards Chao Huai to whisper. Having heard that his cousin had committed murder for Lu Fei, who had inquired about his background, Chao Huai's eyes lit up. Ah, there is potential. Love often blossoms from curiosity. Today, she may inquire about his lineage, tomorrow about his measurements, and the day after about the names of their future children. Chao Jingyu noticed his uncle's scheming thoughts and took a step back, bemused. He was merely accompanying Lu Fei out of boredom. He harbored no genuine feelings for her. At that moment, Mou, standing beside Chao Jingyu, caught sight of something amusing and could not help but laugh. Her azure eyes beneath the eye mask fixed upon his retreating figure, while the uncle and nephew engaged in their banter. The collaborating factions for the competition were fervently discussing strategies, unanimously deciding to follow Lu Fei, believing she would lead them to victory. Very well. Since my esteemed uncles place such trust in me, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Lu Fei assented, and upon her agreement to let the Feng Huang and Sangyu bases join. The leaders of several bases rejoiced, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. Onlookers from other bases were left perplexed. After all, was she not just a pretty woman? Was it truly worth it to prioritize the entire base's ranking in pursuit of her favor? Ignoring the complex and scornful gazes of others, the group arrived at the rest area, where the leaders of the 9 major bases had gathered, with the participants almost all in attendance, eagerly awaiting the competition. Come, dear niece, sit here. Behold the gift your uncle has prepared for you. A Gatling gun shimmering with blue light. Chao Huai clapped a box held by a guard, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he enthusiastically explained the gun's features to Lu Fei. Chao Huai, unwilling to be outdone, quickly twisted a drumstick from the roasted chicken and passed it over. Oh, what is so fascinating about those broken guns? Food is of utmost importance to the people. Just look at our aromatic roasted chicken. Seeing the impending clash between the two, Insheng discreetly pulled Lu Fei aside. Fei, while Uncle In couldn't procure the roasted chicken and Gatling gun for you, I'm aware your base is in need of supplies. I've arranged for the convoy to deliver clothing and shoes, along with a batch of robust young men for you to command at your discretion. Observing the noticeable sparkle in Lu Fei's eyes, it was evident that Insheng emerged victorious in this contest. Chao Huai and Chao Huai couldn't help but roll their eyes, muttering, what a cunning old fox. No one can outsmart him. Humph. What is so impressive about being a purifier? No matter how formidable she is still just a woman, dependent on the protection of men. How can the esteemed base leader demean herself like this? Is she your father? As they watched the disdainful expression of the leader of the fire base, a figure suddenly dashed forward before Lu Fei could respond. Chapter 61. The beaten leader of the fire base. Born from your father's kidney stones, the newcomer moved swiftly, delivering a resounding slap across the face of the leader of the fire base. The onlookers watched in astonishment as he, along with his chair, was sent flying, followed by a chorus of slaps. Su Ming, I've entrusted the base to you, and this is how you manage it? Miss Lu is such a fine person, and you couldn't even keep her around? How dare you continue to prattle on while I'm about to beat you senseless? Since aligning himself with Lu Fei, Su had been itching to thrash his own brother. If it weren't for this fool, he wouldn't be working for others. Just look at how Lu Fei stands there, the Gatling gun glowing blue, the perfectly roasted chicken leg, and even people rushing in to assist. If Lu Fei were at the fire base, he couldn't even fathom the high status she would hold. Now, not only did he have to work for Lu Fei, but he also felt embarrassed to face the talented individuals of the fire base. Indeed, as the saying goes, a bare soldier is just as clumsy. The root of all this lay with Su Ming. The more he thought about it, the angrier Su became, grabbing his brother's face and delivering 2 sharp slaps. From confusion to recognition of his elder brother, Su Ming experienced shock followed by cries of despair, quickly begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I wasn't at the base at the time and truly didn't know such outrageous events were occurring. If I had been there, I wouldn't have let Miss Lu leave so easily. Hearing Su Ming's insincere apology, Lu Fei approached, pouting in grievance. Oh, I'm sure if you had been there, You would have locked me up to squeeze out every last ounce of my usefulness. I've seen you many times when collecting supplies, and I once had the audacity to seek your help, only for you to dismiss it as a family matter beyond your control. Even when those fools from the Liu family stole my supplies, you merely smiled. Ah, I know, this world is a vast Edinburgh, and as a girl, I can never compare to the weight of 2 liang of meat in someone else's trousers. Liu Fei's words darkened Su Su's expression further, while Su Ming, noticing his brother's blackened face, realized he was in for it. Indeed, the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag began to rain down upon him, causing him to wail for his mother. The people of the fire base attempted to intervene, but as they approached, Su Su exuded a metallic aura, resembling a futuristic warrior. Who would dare step forward? Ultimately, Su Ming endured a one-sided beating for 5 minutes before Liu Fei intervened. Otherwise, the leader of the fire base would likely have been the first to be carried away today. The Liu family members were not to be trifled with. If you provoke a tiger, you will be the one to suffer in the end. After finishing, Su Su left behind a final remark before returning to Liu Fei's side. Liu Fei had assumed Su Su would return to the embrace of the fire base and no longer follow her, but she was pleasantly surprised by his choice. At first, Su Su did indeed contemplate returning when the opportunity arose. However, witnessing Liu Fei's exceptional leadership and her purifying abilities over these past few days, along with the revitalization of the Hongjian base, he realized this girl was extraordinary, especially with the frequent roasted chicken and those snacks that money couldn't buy. Liu Fei could sell a crystal core for a feast, distinguishing between meals. Thus, he felt increasingly that his brother was foolish. Otherwise, the fire base would have been the one to rise. Oh dear, what is happening that requires such commotion? We should all be amicable and prosper together. It seems most have arrived. Why not announce the competition rules? The leader of the Tangsha base, a charmingly deceptive individual, appeared friendly in speech while secretly engaging in vile deeds. As the leaders of Tiangang and Tangsha took their seats, all the base leaders settled into their respective positions, except for the Hongjian base, which remained empty. By the way, where is our base leader? Liu Fei had long wished to meet their leader, but alas, he had yet to return from his money-making endeavors. He was likely taken away by someone he owed a favor to. After all, the Hongjian base was impoverished. Gu Chang'e sighed, reminiscing about the days when they barely scraped by. I wonder if we can proceed without our base leader? Shouldn't Gu be the one to take the seat? Just as Liu Fei finished whispering with Gu Chang'e, she felt the gaze of many people fixated upon her, leaving her puzzled as she scanned the room. Before she could comprehend the situation, Gu Chang'e pulled her down into a chair. From now on, you are the commander of the Hongjian base, and we shall heed your every command. The members of the Hongjian base nodded cheerfully. Even Luo Feiyu and others joined in agreement. It's evident that the Hongjian base is in dire straits, resorting to appointing a woman as their leader. Do you truly believe anyone can sit in that chair? If you do not respect the competition, then leave. The appearance of the commander of the free base bore a striking resemblance to that of a mantis, and he gazed at Liu Fei with an expression filled with disdain. It was evident that he embodied extreme male chauvinism, looking down upon women. In his view, women should return to their roles of childbearing and serving men, their existence reduced to mere public display, which he deemed utterly inappropriate. Upon hearing such remarks, Liu Fei could hardly contain her laughter, incredulous that such antiquated notions still persisted centuries after the fall of the Qing dynasty. What was wrong with being a woman? Was not your mother a woman? Was not your wife a woman? She found such individuals utterly infuriating, questioning whether he had sprung forth from a kidney stone. Rolling her eyes, she felt no fondness for the mantis-like man, especially since Hua Mingyuan and others were also present at the free base, which only intensified her disdain. You are outrageous. The mantis-faced commander seemed taken aback by Liu Fei's bold retort. He slammed the back of his chair and barked orders to those behind him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and throw this presumptuous girl out. The personnel from the base, who had arrived early, rushed forward. But after only a couple of steps, they found themselves blocked by the members of Tsangyu Base and Phoenix Base. Chao Jingyu, towering at nearly 2 meters, stood out in any crowd. With a swift motion, he pulled Liu Fei's chair back behind him. His commanding presence, honed from battles fought, was palpable, and even his amber eyes could instill fear in those who inadvertently met his gaze. Who dares to touch my sister? Gu Chang'e's fiery red hair was particularly striking, and flames flickered in his palm, raising the air temperature in the lounge significantly. It was unimaginable how painful it would be if one were to come into contact with them. With several level 5 masters providing protection, Lu Fei lounged comfortably in her chair, teasingly beckoning the mantis-faced man with a finger. You, come here. The mantis-faced commander ground his teeth in frustration. Despite the numerical advantage of the free base, they were no match for Lu Fei's side in terms of combat prowess and had no choice but to retreat. Humph. I shall not stoop to the level of an ignorant child. However, esteemed commanders, the significance of the base competition cannot be overstated. It is a serious matter that should not be marred by such frivolities. I propose we remove Hongjian base from this competition. Raise your hands if you agree. The free base's suggestion garnered support from Tengsha and Tiangang, while the commander of the fire base hesitated to raise his hand, only to retract it under Su Su's piercing gaze. Meanwhile, Yin Sheng, who had been sitting leisurely, watched the mantis-faced commander with a smile. I advise against your suggestion, for we shall not heed it. Lu Fei possesses both capability and courage. We all support her sitting here. But that is a position meant for a base commander. And as a woman, her claim is illegitimate. I oppose it. The mantis-faced commander seized upon Lu Fei's identity, causing the atmosphere to grow tense, as if a brawl could erupt at any moment. Who says her claim is illegitimate? As the conversation unfolded, a weathered old man approached, appearing both thin and dark. Yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. Lu Fei had never seen him before, but Gu Chang'e immediately turned to flee, only to be caught by the collar in the next moment, leaving Lu Fei astonished at how swiftly he had moved. Lu Song cast a glance at Lu Fei, offering her a warm smile as he presented her with the badge representing the base commander, who says her claim is illegitimate. From this moment onward, she shall be the commander of Hongjian base. This position is rightfully hers. The badge of the base commander was issued by the central base, with each base possessing only one, making it impossible to forge. Lu Fei had merely intended to show off, never expecting to assume the role of base commander. Upon receiving Lu Song's decisive endorsement, she found herself somewhat bewildered. Without waiting for Lu Fei to decline, Lu Song pressed the badge into her palm. From now on, the Hongjian base is in your capable hands. I foresee a new dawn for the base. You have done exceptionally well, and I believe no one else could have achieved this. Reflecting on the revitalized state of the base brought a warmth to Lu Song's eyes. Finally, someone had taken on this challenging responsibility. My dear niece, I am confident you will lead Hongjian base to greater heights. Here, take these IOUs owed to various bases. The matter of repayment is now yours. Lu Song hurriedly thrust the IOUs into Lu Fei's hands, anxious that she might change her mind. With a significant sigh of relief, Lu Song then retreated to enjoy a roast chicken and sip some tea brought by Yin Sheng, delighting in the moment. In just a few minutes, the transfer of leadership at Hongjian base was completed. The cacophony that had previously erupted now fell silent, as everyone shifted their attention between Lu Fei and Lu Song. Oh my! Lu Fei tossed the badge in her palm. I too wish to remain low-key, but my strength does not permit it. Who is it that had claimed my position was illegitimate? What further objections do you have now? With the badge in hand, Lu Fei grew even bolder, slouching in her chair as if to disdainfully gaze down upon the mantis commander. The commander of the free base was so enraged that his face contorted. Yet he was powerless to act, glaring fiercely at Lu Song, who had arrived at the worst possible moment. Do not be overly arrogant. The position of base commander is not easily attained. The mantis commander uttered this with evident frustration, his teeth clenched. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and nonchalantly crossed her legs. Do you think you can control me? My father cannot. So what makes you think you can? As the commander of the free base looked ready to snap the armrest of his chair, Lu Fei provocatively whistled. Just as she was about to lead everyone away to rest, two familiar figures appeared. Lu Shui was being hurriedly carried in by Huang Mingyuan, appearing injured. Quickly, Shui has fainted. Someone get a doctor. Huang Mingyuan rushed in, shouting for a physician, creating such a commotion that one might think she was on the verge of death. Lu Fei furrowed her brow, recalling that they had been walking just fine. Logically, they should have arrived much sooner. Little system, do you know what is happening? Please wait, I will investigate. In a matter of moments, the system grasped the intricate details of the situation. After Lu Fei and her companions departed, the morale of the group plummeted, particularly for Lu Shui, who felt the weight of discontented glances from her peers. However, being the protagonist, she quickly shed a few tears and feigned vulnerability, leading most to forgive her. Not long after, they encountered another team out on a mission, which fortuitously had a vehicle available. Initially, the group had intended to walk, believing they had ample time. But Lu Shui, feeling fatigued, pretended to stumble and halted the convoy. As per her usual tactics, She played the coy damsel, sweetly calling out to the members of the vehicle, who were quickly enchanted by her charm. Yet, persuading them to take her along proved difficult, and they were unwilling to make the effort. Observing no one suggesting a ride, Lu Shui began to feign distress, tearfully declaring her willingness to share in their plight, even if it meant facing death. Subsequently, she collapsed to the ground. Seeing her in such a state, Huo Mingyuan, the devoted admirer, grew anxious. But the team had neither medicine nor a doctor, leaving him no choice but to plead with the vehicle's crew for assistance. Unwilling to exert themselves for free, the crew hesitated, but upon seeing the unconscious Lu Shui, Huo Mingyuan gritted his teeth and offered all their supplies as compensation. This decision incited widespread discontent, as the supplies had already been diminished by Lu Fei, leaving them in a precarious position. Some voiced their disagreement, yet Huo Mingyuan, a level 4 ability user, was not easily challenged. Although the Lu family no longer doted on Lu Shui as before, they preferred to turn a blind eye rather than let her come to harm. Ultimately, he surrendered the supplies, carried Lu Shui onto the vehicle, and left the remaining members behind. As Lu Fei conversed with the system, Lu Shui finally regained consciousness. Blinking to find herself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Brother Mingyuan, weren't we with father? Where are we now?" She feigned confusion, while Huo Mingyuan, unable to comprehend her act, gently explained that they were at the Yaowang base and reassured her that the others would arrive the following day. "As long as father is safe, I am grateful to you, Brother Mingyuan, for bringing me here," Lu Shui replied with a shy smile, slowly rising to her feet. "I am Lu Shui from the Liehua base. It seems I made a fool of myself upon our first meeting. Please forgive me." As she spoke, Lu Shui tilted her head to showcase her most flattering angle, secretly puffing out her chest to ensure her curves were noticed. Lu Fei observed her with a bemused expression, having noted the cold, calculating gaze of the individuals from the Tensei base. It appeared that her earlier impersonation had yielded results. In this apocalyptic era, delicate and fair young women like Lu Shui were a rarity, leading the surrounding men to gaze at her with fervor. She reveled in the attention, preparing to further entice her audience when her peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Fei's imposing figure. A flash of resentment crossed Lu Shui's eyes. Why must she feign unconsciousness to gain attention while that useless girl basked in admiration? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, and soon her expression shifted to one of sorrowful despair. She approached cautiously, appearing hesitant, as if Lu Fei were a formidable threat. "Fei, I know you despise me, but regardless of our differences, you shouldn't abandon us. Woo, and you took our supplies, leaving us to perish on the road? Brother Mingyuan is your fiancé. Setting aside the matter of your broken engagement, don't you bear any responsibility? Why can't you be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones? Instead of causing a scene that leaves everyone in an awkward position? If you truly cannot tolerate me as your sister, I would rather die than see you torment those around us." With tears streaming down her face, she clutched her chest and wore an expression of deep sorrow. Her words shifted all blame onto Lu Fei, and the onlookers regarded her with disdain, as if she were indeed a merciless, self-serving woman who bullied her own sister. Before Lu Shui could finish her performance, a gun clattered to the ground before her. Startled, she looked up to find Lu Fei with a grim expression, her eyes filled with icy menace. "In that case, why not end it yourself?" Chapter 63. Lu Shui's mother was the one she killed with her own hands. "It has nothing to do with me. Lu Fei, you are going too far. Shui is already in such a pitiable state. Why do you continue to torment her? She lost her mother because of you. Do you have any idea how miserable her life has been? If you hadn't attacked her today, she wouldn't have fainted from weakness." Huo Mingyuan, seeing Lu Shui's pale countenance, angrily kicked the gun aside and confronted Lu Fei. However, he had underestimated Lu Fei. She was no longer the submissive figure she once was. As Huo Mingyuan's mouth moved in protest, Lu Fei drew a whip and lashed out. Anticipating her move, Huo Mingyuan dodged, a smug grin on his face, thinking she must be foolish to believe he would forget such a lesson. Yet before his smile could fully form, a shoe came crashing down upon his face, effectively silencing him. "Did you think I only had one trick? Fool." Lu Fei wiggled her bare foot, her eyes dancing with mockery. Lu Shui's mother was indeed murdered by her own hand. What does that have to do with me? Why don't you say she deserves divine punishment for her crime? I've already warned her not to show her face around me, or I might just kill her. Yet, she refused to listen, and it was she who spoke of death, not me forcing her. "If you come barking at me, do you have rabies?" When Lu Shui heard Lu Fei reveal her dark secret, She froze in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. How could that useless girl know such a thing? No one witnessed that day. Not only was Lu Shui paralyzed, but the others also stared at her in astonishment. Despite the collapse of many laws in the apocalypse and the devaluation of human life, one would think that committing matricide would still remain unthinkable. Lu Fei, cease your defamation of Shui Shui. It was you who set the villa ablaze, leading to her tragic demise by fire. How could she possibly have been murdered? It seems you cannot bear to see Shui Shui thrive, for how else would you possess knowledge of such a concealed affair? Hua Mingyuan steadfastly refused to believe that Lu Shui could have killed her mother, glaring fiercely at Lu Fei. How could I not know? It was that old mistress who informed me, she retorted. She claimed Lu Shui strangled her mother, who suffered greatly in her final moments, filled with anguish. Lu Shui, do you not sense the chilling winds at times? Your mother is ever present, perched upon your shoulder, observing your every action. Stop. Please, do not say any more. Lu Fei lowered her voice deliberately, casting an eerie atmosphere. Lu Shui recalled the twisted visage and furious gaze of Feng Tianhe as she perished, feeling as though she were right beside her. Overwhelmed, she covered her ears in refusal to listen further, prompting Hua Mingyuan to hastily embrace her in comfort. Yet, Lu Fei continued her torment. Lu Shui, even if you refuse to acknowledge it, your mother will always follow you, draining your vitality, rendering you weak and unfortunate, until ultimately leading to your demise. The only way her resentment will be quelled. Do not speak of this. I do not believe it. My mother would never do such a thing. Lu Shui screamed. Her previous calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a cacophony of cries that drew disapproving glances from many. Finally, after a time of shouting, she dramatically fainted once more. Hua Mingyuan frantically called for a doctor, as Lu Fei rolled her eyes in disdain. Truly, the quintessential protagonist's maneuver. Whenever faced with insurmountable difficulties, they simply faint, drawing a devoted admirer to resolve the situation. I wager that within 10 seconds, Hua's sycophant will come to confront me. No sooner had Lu Fei uttered these words than Hua Mingyuan approached, seething with rage. His eyes reddened as if he were ready to slay her. Lu Fei, how can you be so malicious? Not only did you assault your own father, but you also murdered your brother, and now you dare to lay hands on your sister? Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Fortunately, I called off the engagement back then. Had I married a venomous woman like you, I would have been doomed to a lifetime of misfortune. You ought to keep one eye open while you sleep, or I shall surely end your life. Such impotent bluster had reached Lu Fei's ears countless times, and she had no desire to endure Hua Mingyuan's barking. She picked up a gun and aimed it between his legs. With a loud bang, the bullet grazed his trousers, striking the ground beside Lu Shui, who immediately rolled and sat up, displaying no signs of the previous faintness. Hua Mingyuan, clutching what he nearly lost, fell to the ground in disbelief, gazing at Lu Fei, astonished that she could truly fire a weapon. Ignoring the coward, Lu Fei tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Lu Shui. Oh, weren't you just overwhelmed and fainted? How is it that you are awake so swiftly? It seems my gun is not only capable of castration, but also has medicinal properties. I must carry it more often. Witnessing Lu Fei's brazen demeanor, a deeper hatred simmered in Lu Shui's eyes. She trembled with anger, her concealed hands clenched tightly, reminding herself to remain calm. Just before entering, she had overheard Lu Fei arguing with someone, indicating that beneath the surface tranquility lay discord. If she could pinpoint a flaw, support would surely emerge. With this thought, Lu Shui's expression of disdain softened. She quickly surveyed the room and finally discerned Lu Fei's vulnerability. Fei, I know you resent me, and I can endure your blows and insults as penance for being an illegitimate child. Yet, that is a family matter. How can you act so brazenly in front of so many during the base competition? You cannot afford to disregard your elders and stand on equal footing with other base leaders. Since leaving the base, Lu Fei had behaved tyrannically, and Lu Shui was convinced that her position was undeservedly self-assumed. She stole a glance at Lu Fei, who merely raised an eyebrow in silence, which further confirmed her suspicions, lending weight to her words. Perhaps it is a matter of upbringing. I refuse to allow so many esteemed elders to stand while I sit in the leader's chair. Even if you possess unique abilities that grant you preferential treatment, such arrogance is unwarranted. A woman ought to be virtuous and nurturing. Back at the fire base, the brothers only wished for you to temper your stubbornness to avoid suffering, yet you remain oblivious to their good intentions. Lu Shui lectured, positioning herself on the moral high ground, attempting to draw the elders and seniors into her narrative, igniting their discontent toward Lu Fei. Su Ming, covering his face, observed Lu Shue's scheming tactics, wishing to remind her not to further tarnish the reputation of the fire base. However, before he could speak, several sharp steel spikes sprouted from the chair, signaling that should he dare to utter a word, he would be met with a painful fate. Su Ming cast a resentful glance at his elder brother, ultimately choosing silence. The reputation of the fire base had already been sufficiently tarnished. What difference would a little more make? The Tangsha base and Tiangang base watched Lu Shue's theatrical display with amused smiles, finding her foolishness a rare sight. Perfectly suited to irk Lu Fei. In pursuit of their individual goals, everyone oddly chose silence, and Lu Shue felt increasingly confident that they supported her stance, growing bolder and more assured as she spoke. Fei, were I in your position, I would stand and relinquish that seat. There are so many capable individuals present. Why indulge in such vanity? The utmost priority for us women is to safeguard our rear, ensuring that men can focus without worry. I believe this is the essence of a woman's virtue. After modestly delivering her speech, Lu Shue felt numerous gazes upon her face. She assumed she was being acknowledged and took pride in her words. Recalling her mother's teachings about men's inherent misogyny and their desire for women to be dependent to showcase their strength. Surely, such sentiments would earn her their favor. Yet, before her fantasy could fully unfold, she witnessed a round emblem drop from Lu Fei's pocket. Alas, is this not my base leader's badge? How did it end up here? Chapter 64. Even if your Lu family is entirely wiped out, I could still dance upon your graves. Lu Fei pinned the badge to her chest, then leisurely lifted her head, gazing at Lu Shue with a smirk that seemed to mock her audacity. Ever since Lu Shue laid eyes on the emblem representing the base leader, her expression had soured as if she had tasted something vile. No wonder she had prattled on so much. That wretched girl had been waiting for this moment, smiling all the while. What did you just say? Upon hearing Lu Fei's deliberate question, Lu Shue nearly ground her teeth to dust. She forced a semblance of a polite smile, maintaining her nagging tone. Fei, even if you are the base leader now, as a newcomer, you should be humble and cautious. It is unseemly to flaunt your status. Everyone has their unforeseen circumstances. Before she could finish, a shoe was hurled at Lu Shue's face with lightning speed, leaving her no chance to evade. Before the shoe even touched the ground, Lu Fei was upon her, pressing her head down and shoving it into the shoe. You foul-mouthed wench, let me teach you a lesson. You wish for me to meet an untimely demise. Even if your Lu family were to perish, I would still dance upon your graves. You are merely envious of my esteemed position as base leader, while you, a bastard child born of a mistress, remain unworthy of the spotlight. I will infuriate you. What will you do about it? The stench emanating from the shoe made Lu Shue roll her eyes back in disgust, unsure if it had trodden upon something foul. The odor was overwhelming, a true assault on the senses. As Lu Fei continued her rampage, Hua Mingyuan attempted to intervene, but with a mere glance from her, Hu Daba swiftly removed the other shoe, even offering up 2 standing, odorous socks as an added bonus. Ugh, let me go, ugh. Hua Mingyuan's mouth was stuffed with socks, forced to endure the stench of the fermenting shoes, making him feel nauseous. He contemplated using his abilities to eliminate Hu Daba, but was restrained by several level 5 elites behind him. As a mere level 4, he was utterly suppressed, devoid of his powers. Hua Mingyuan was as vulnerable as a fish on a cutting board, easily crushed and rolled by Hu Daba. Once Lu Fei had finished dealing with Lu Shue, Hu Daba finally ceased his antics. Unsurprisingly, both women had succumbed to the overpowering stench, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth as they fainted. Daba, your shoes are truly a treasure. This will be the best tool for torture in the future, far more effective than anything else. Lu Fei returned the shoes to Hu Daba, admitting that they were akin to biological weapons. Merely holding them was an assault on the nostrils. Not to mention the experience of the 2 unfortunate women. Don't worry, as long as you need them, I can remove my shoes at any time. Hu Daba cheerfully slipped the shoes back on, never having imagined his foul footwear could serve as a weapon. Next time he found himself in a brawl, he would surely wield them with confidence. Ignoring the 2 unconscious figures on the ground, Lu Fei returned to her chair. All right, with the superfluous chatter concluded, what needed to be said has been said. You may disperse. We have a competition to prepare for tomorrow. Yes, indeed. My dear niece has traveled a long way and deserves a good rest. Pay no mind to those lunatics. If they provoke Uncle Chow, they might just find themselves stripped and dancing the pole in front of everyone. Chao Huai cast a cold glance at the leaders of Teng, Shi, and Tian Gang, noting their displeasure. But what could anger do? They were still no match for Chao Huai. The two ground their teeth in frustration. Typically, the central base would send representatives for the grand competition, but why was the military district commander here, especially alongside that insufferable Lu Fei? Once Lu Fei departed, a significant portion of the crowd followed, including the leader of the Flame Base, who was dragged away by his older brother, leaving only the leaders of Tian Gang, Teng Shi, and Free Base. That Lu Fei has gone too far. The Hongjin Base, you say? Tomorrow, when they embark on their mission, I shall ensure they never return. The leader of Tian Gang's expression turned frigid, akin to a venomous serpent. The other two base leaders nodded in agreement. That woman was far too arrogant and must be dealt with, regardless of her purification abilities. They would not allow anyone to disrupt the base rankings. Ignoring the murderous intent of those around her, Lu Fei was escorted to the resting area of the various bases. To be honest, aside from having walls and a roof, the facilities here were not as good as those at the previous Hongjian base. The conditions at our Yaowang base are rather inadequate. I hope you can be understanding. The leader of Yaowang base was a middle-aged man with a simple demeanor. Lacking any significant powers, he was merely chosen to manage the people here. Thanks to the support of Tian Gang and Tengshi bases. For years, he had been like a puppet, barely keeping the base's inhabitants from starvation, surviving on the meager resources trickling down from the two other bases. It's all right. After all, we won't be staying long. Lu Fei was not particular about her accommodations. During missions, they had often slept under the stars. Selecting a room at random, Lu Fei entered and lay down to rest. After comforting her weeping mother earlier and enduring a lengthy journey, not to mention dealing with Lu Shui, she was indeed quite busy. Not long after lying down, Lu Fei fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of entering a cat safe to enjoy the affectionate services of several ragdoll cats, when suddenly, a loud bang reverberated as her door was kicked open. Lu Fei, get out here. Who gave you the audacity to bully your sister? You heartless wretch. Lu Zhen's furious voice echoed from outside, accompanied by Lu Shui's sobbing. Dad, please don't be angry at me or Fei Fei on my account. Well, we are family. And even if she were to kill me, it would be my misfortune. Family matters should not be aired in public. We must not give others the chance to laugh at us. Seemingly attempting to mediate, Lu Shui was, in fact, stoking the flames of animosity between her father and sister. The death of Lu Xiaoyang was their sore spot. The mere thought of it intensified their hatred toward Lu Fei. Moreover, Lu Zhen's anger was not solely for Lu Shui. He was also furious that Lu Fei had stripped him of any semblance of paternal dignity, publicly humiliating him and seizing their resources. Heaven knows how many disdainful glances he had endured on this journey. Shui, you need not plead any further. It is my fault as a father for failing to properly discipline that wild child. Lu Zhen was consumed by the theatricality of Lu Shui's performance, his face marred by regret as he struck himself in frustration. In the past, I had observed her unruly and selfish nature. Had I imposed stricter discipline, she might not have devolved into the scum who now assaults her father and slaughters her brother. The failure to educate her lies with me. Her upbringing has transformed her into a beast. While his words implied blame, they were clearly directed at Lu Fei. Lu Zhen and Lu Shui, in their unspoken collaboration, sought to continue their veiled criticisms. However, in the next moment, Lu Fei emerged with disheveled hair, brandishing a pistol. Her countenance was dark, radiating a chilling aura, and her gaze towards Lu Zhen was as lifeless as that of a corpse. The failure to educate you is my fault. Is it? I shall take a life now, and you will bear the consequences. With that, she fired a shot at the gleeful Huo Mingyuan. Chapter 65. The failure to educate lies with the father. I shall take a life, and you shall pay. A madman. The base leader is killing. The bullet pierced Huo Mingyuan's arm, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Lu Fei, without a moment's hesitation, approached him and fired 2 more shots, both striking his legs. The excruciating pain left Huo Mingyuan drenched in sweat, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. The gunfire attracted a crowd, and upon witnessing Lu Fei standing there like a vengeful spirit, they dared not approach. I will kill you, Lu Fei. Huo Mingyuan, on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain, had initially intended to take revenge on Lu Fei for past humiliations while she was alone, but instead found himself shot 3 times. Anger, resentment, and humiliation swirled within him. If looks could kill, Lu Fei's gaze would have pierced him through. Why would I kill you? Seek out that old man instead. The failure to educate lies with the father. In a moment, I will take a life, and Lu Zhen will pay for it. At these words, Lu Zhen's face turned a sickly green. He had never witnessed such blatant insubordination from a daughter. How dare you? I am your father. You cannot defy me like this, you ungrateful girl. If only you were more like Xue Xue, I would not hold you in such disdain. You and your mother are alike, both as foul and hard as stones in a cesspit. Before Lu Zhen could finish, Lu Fei thrust the heated barrel of her gun into his mouth, threatening to blow his head off should he utter another word. Lu Zhen, do not presume that your biological connection grants you the right to trample upon my boundaries. Do you believe I would hesitate to pull the trigger? What good is Lu Xue? I do not murder my mother, nor do I covet my sister's fiancé, nor do I bring ruin to the base. I do not feign fainting to seize other supplies as fair. Lu Fei's tone was frigid, her finger poised on the trigger, sending beads of cold sweat down Lu Zhen's forehead. Onlookers were unaware of the intricacies of Lu Fei's grievances, yet some who understood began to share the tale. In no time, whispers circulated about the peculiarities of the Lu family in the fire base, stirred into turmoil by an illegitimate daughter. Furthermore, those who arrived from the free base, harboring resentment, seized the opportunity to recount the events leading to this chaos. Lu Xue's fainting spell, Huaming Yuan's generosity in relinquishing supplies. Had they not fortuitously encountered a convoy from their base, they might have starved for an entire day. It seems Lu Xue truly is a harbinger of misfortune. None around her seemed to fare well. Indeed, I heard she even committed matricide. TSK, she appears quite lovely, yet possesses a heart of malice. To be on her team could very well cost one their life. Hey, you may not know, but Lu Fei was initially thriving at the fire base until she was driven out by this mistress's illegitimate daughter. Before leaving, she awakened her powers and befriended many powerful figures. If I were part of the fire base, I would be utterly despondent. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, yet their words were audible to all. Su Ming, upon hearing of the confrontation between Lu Fei and Lu Zhen, approached, only to overhear these remarks, his expression darkening ominously. Since Lu Fei's departure, the fire base had indeed seen a decline. Not only were they targeted, but even excursions to gather resources required utmost caution. For one could never anticipate when treachery might strike. Lu Zhen, can you not manage your daughter? If she continues to cause such havoc, she should not be brought out again. As the words fell, everyone instinctively turned to Lu Fei, who merely rolled her eyes. As if I care. I am not his daughter. That harbinger of misfortune is. Lu Xue, infuriated by the relentless taunts of harbinger of misfortune, felt her face contort in rage. If it were possible, she would have loved to strangle Lu Fei on the spot. Yet, with so many eyes upon her, she had to maintain her innocent facade. Fei, you misunderstand. My father and I only wish to prevent you from making further mistakes. Even though you are the leader of the Hongjian base, you are still of the Lu bloodline. Regardless of the circumstances, we will never abandon you. Before Lu Xue could finish, Lu Fei slapped her across the face. At that moment, Lu Fei held Lu Zhen's mouth at gunpoint with her left hand, while her right hand struck Lu Xue, her foot pressing down on Huaming Yuan's wound, as if she were an indomitable force. Cough. Su Ming, witnessing his comrades being so thoroughly beaten, wished to interject. But before he could speak, Su seized him by the neck and dragged him from the crowd, likely to engage in another round of friendly dialogue among brothers. As other bases passed by, unaware of the situation, they attempted to reprimand Lu Fei for her bullying, only to be chased and beaten by the Hongjian base's people. By dinner time, everyone in the Yaoguang base was aware of two pieces of news. First, Lu Fei had a foul temper. It was best not to disturb her, lest one find themselves on the receiving end of a bullet. Second, reasoning with her was futile. In her madness, she would strike her own father and slay her own brother. Upon hearing these reports, the leader of the Tangsha base crushed his cup in his grip, casting a cold glance at the several individuals in the room who had fallen silent. Their meticulously laid plans had been disrupted by the unforeseen emergence of Lu Fei. Her purification abilities were too formidable. In just a few months, she had gathered numerous skilled allies. If left unchecked, her growth would undoubtedly threaten the existence of the remaining bases. The commander of the Tiangang base was equally troubled, squinting as if lost in thought. We absolutely cannot allow her to participate in the competition. Otherwise, with the conduct of the Phoenix and Sanyu bases, if the three bases collaborate, our chances of victory would be minimal. I will not allow Lu Fei to have her way. Once we drive them away, we shall send someone to bind that woman and confine her in a secret chamber. After that, We shall no longer fear the overuse of abilities. The three commanders exchanged sinister glances, effortlessly deciding the fate of a young girl. However, they were mistaken. Lu Fei was not a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse, but rather a gas canister brimming with potential for explosion, capable of detonating not only in madness, but also in tranquility. As night deepened and all plots fell into a deceptive calm, several figures stealthily emerged within the base. Among them, one slender and agile figure stood out, shielded by others who were clearly wary of potential danger. Since Lu Fei had already devised her means of revenge when Lu Shui and Lu Zhen disturbed her slumber. The dark moonlit night was indeed the perfect time for mischief. We shall split our efforts. I will deal with Lu Shui, while you handle Lu Zhen and the four useless members of the Lu family. After agreeing on a rendezvous time with Gu Chang'e and Chao Jingyu, Lu Fei turned and entered Lu Shui's room. Sprinkling the sleeping pills she had exchanged from the system, Lu Shui remained oblivious, even if she were being roasted like duck. Yet, Lu Fei was not there to take her life. She had come to conduct an experiment. Humph, so you think you can act so arrogantly as the female lead? Just wait and see how I transform you, so you can shine brilliantly tomorrow. Lu Fei caressed Lu Shui's now rough visage, drawing forth a chilling razor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 66. Who would pity a salted egg? The halo of the female lead is quite dazzling. Ah, my hair. Early in the morning, a piercing explosion echoed above the base, accompanied by a wailing scream from Lu Shui's house that resembled a ghostly lament, rousing everyone from their slumber. Damn it, is the fire base insane? Not only did they bring a woman out to be beaten, but they also had to wail at the break of dawn. The houses in the Yaoguang base had absolutely no soundproofing. Even a whisper could be heard throughout the entire row of houses. Upon hearing Lu Shui's voice, many nearly leapt from their beds in fright, with some hot-tempered individuals charging out, ready to confront. The people from the fire base were also startled awake by the scream and hurriedly emerged in confusion, as did the Lu father and son. However, as soon as they showed their faces, they were met with gasps and muffled laughter. Uffed. Ha! After just one night, how did everyone become bald? Listening to the laughter around him, Lu Zhen suddenly felt a chill on his scalp and curiously touched it, his eyes widening in shock. Where's my hair? Not only Lu Zhen, but also the four brothers of the Lu family had transformed into bald monks, with even a line written on their faces that read, I am a fool. It must have been Lu Fei's doing. Lu Jimu gritted his teeth, unsure whether to cover his face or his head. Utterly humiliated as a member of the Lu family. What do you mean I did this? Don't make baseless accusations. Lu Fei's languid voice rang out from behind the crowd. If you cannot provide evidence, I could very well sue you for defamation. Oh dear, how did you all end up like this after just one night? I suspect it must be because you have committed too many wicked deeds and someone has retaliated against you. How terrifying. Thankfully, the culprit merely shaved your heads. If they were truly malicious, you might all be lining up in the underworld by now. With this thought, the onlookers instinctively took a step back from Lu Fei, who was not only eccentric but also backed by powerful allies. They could neither scold her nor fight against her. We clashed with you yesterday. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Lu Zhen's face bore the marks of a leech and a phoenix man, though he himself could not see it. His son wasted no time in pointing it out. Faced with Lu Zhen's murderous glare, Lu Fei shrugged, feigning confusion. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Who knows if you have been taking advantage of the kindness of a certain innocent woman over the years, using her for your gain, and then discarding her. TSK. Those women are certainly not as kind as my mother. They would likely come back to settle the score with you. Lu Fei unveiled the hidden truths of Lu Zhen's years, leaving even his four sons astonished. Dad, didn't you say that you nearly died saving my mother? Was this all part of your plan? The most naive, Lu Jimu, directly inquired, while Lu Zhen's expression darkened to an ominous degree. Lu Fei did not spare this old fox, exposing how Lu Zhen had taken credit for saving his life, married a beautiful woman, had an affair, usurped his wife's wealth, and ultimately forced his legitimate wife into a slum to fend for herself, revealing his disgraceful deeds. Sigh, my mother was just too naive, allowing this leech to bully her. If it were me, I would have wiped out his entire family to quench my thirst for vengeance. Contemplating the tragic fate of the original protagonist and Chun Wanyue from the novel, Lu Fei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The Lu family must perish. Ignoring the grotesque expressions of the Lu father and son, Lu Fei entered Lu Shui's room, tugging out a cocoon-like figure wrapped in a blanket. Regardless of Lu Shui's struggles, Lu Fei tore the blanket away, revealing a bald head beneath. Don't look, don't look. Ah, get away. Lu Shui, in despair, covered her head, but could not escape the mocking gazes of the crowd. Oh, it seems you have committed even greater sins than Lu Old Deng. Otherwise, how could you be completely hairless? Indeed, you, a bastard daughter, have framed me, a legitimate daughter, seized my mother's rightful wealth, and even choked your own mother to death. Truly a harbinger of misfortune. If it were me, I would carve big tortoise on your face. Lu Fei once again ripped away Lu Shui's shroud of modesty, as she struggled to defend herself, tears streaming down her face like a rain-soaked pear blossom. In times past, one might have felt a modicum of sympathy, yet now, who would extend compassion towards a mere pickled egg? Lu Fei, it is you who has reduced my father, my brothers, and me to this state. Your jealousy over my paternal affection stems from your belief that you and your mother have suffered. Yet, a single hand cannot create a sound. If not for your obstinacy and inability to adapt, this predicament would not have arisen. Before Lu Shui could finish her sentence, Lu Fei rushed over, seizing her collar and delivering sharp slaps across her face. I'll show you that a single hand can indeed create a sound. Let us see if this echoes, if it's crisp. Lu Fei's typical madness manifested as she struck Lu Shui, an act to which everyone had grown accustomed, yet she harbored ulterior motives. Noticing the faint mark on Lu Shui's neck, Lu Fei's gaze darkened. Yesterday, her seemingly mischievous act of shaving Lu Shui's hair and eyebrows concealed a more sinister intention. Strangely, despite the severity of the injury, Lu Shui had scarcely bled, and by morning, the wound had healed. The system reflected on this. Pondering how to contend with such a formidable protagonist, Lu Fei silently raged. The once invincible system now shrank into a timid ball, unable to face her fury. Host, after all, she is still the protagonist. However, you are not lacking either. I believe if we dig well at the corner, Lu Shui's sycophants will follow us. Just as that little sycophant has come to us. The system referred to Mou, who clung to Lu Fei like a devoted shadow. Moreover, though you cannot vanquish Lu Shui, you can deal with those around her. Look at how you dealt with Lu Xiaoyang. Others should pose no challenge. Hearing this, Lu Fei's ire diminished somewhat. Indeed, Lu Shui was the darling of the narrative, indulged and adored. If she were to eliminate her sycophants, she would be left isolated, devoid of affection. The thought amused her. With this in mind, Lu Fei's gaze shifted to the Lu family, her murderous intent causing them to tremble involuntarily. Why were they loitering here instead of attending to their affairs? The commander of the Tangsha base approached, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lu Fei. Why is it that you are always at the center of the chaos? Even though you are the commander of the Hongjian base, your temperament is too volatile. We have reasonable suspicions regarding your capability to undertake the tasks of this base competition and have decided to disqualify your team. Chapter 67. As long as they are all mad, I shall be normal, a collective infatuation with peach blossoms. Indeed, Lu Fei, as a junior, you disregard the hierarchy before us, feigning madness. We shall not allow you to disturb this sacred event. The commander of the Tiangang base echoed in agreement. They had resolved to cause trouble for Lu Fei and remove her from the competition, and such a splendid justification would not be overlooked. If you do not wish for me to participate, just say so. Why resort to such excuses? You are all of an age, yet still engage in such scheming. Lu Fei retorted, showing no respect and directly exposing their pretense. Today, even if she merely stepped out with her left foot, they would find fault. Nonsense. Our competition is fair and just. How could we seek excuses? It is clearly you who are unhinged, and we fear you may endanger all teams through your uncontrollable behavior. The few in high positions had seldom encountered such direct accusations, their faces darkening as they were resolute in barring Lu Fei from competing. Lu Fei rolled her eyes at the hypocritical moralizers. Just then, she spotted Chao Hui approaching, and her eyes brightened. Oh, so you believe my mind is unfit for the competition? Well, I think you are unfit for the role of base commander. Nonsense. When have we been unfit? The commander of the Freedom Base glared at Lu Fei, furious that she not only defied him, but also turned his subordinate, Huo Mingyuan, into a punching bag. He vowed to capture her later and exact a thorough revenge to quell his resentment. Though Lu Fei appeared unfazed, Mou quietly read the thoughts of those around her. Upon realizing they intended to imprison her for their own purposes, Lu Fei's lips curled into a sardonic smile. After this competition, who would imprison whom remained uncertain. Your previous normalcy does not guarantee you will not succumb to madness now. Would you not agree, Uncle Chao? Lu Fei smiled sweetly at Chao Hui, who, being a cunning old fox, understood her implication all too well. With a snap of his fingers, the next moment, the commanders of the Tangsha and Tiangang bases suddenly turned crimson, their eyes glimmering as they bit their lips and writhed. "Oh, darling, why did you only arrive now? Have you been with another lover, neglecting your sisters?" The commander of the Tangsha base, with his wrinkled face, clung tightly to the commander of the Freedom base, attempting to plant a kiss with his thick lips. "Get away from me." The commander of the Freedom base, disregarding all notions of rank, erupted in a furious shout. He was horrified to find that, although his thoughts remained lucid, he had suddenly lost control over his limbs, unable to move a muscle. "Why are you so fierce? We are your most beloved little sycophants." The commander of the Tiangang base, wearing a gloomy expression, forced a servile smile as he rubbed against the commander of the Freedom base. The sight of three middle-aged men engaging in such antics was truly an eyesore. "Get away. All of you, get away." Ignoring the commander of the Freedom base's protests, the two sycophants showered him with affection, even rubbing against him in a most inappropriate manner. Their provocative movements, alluring expressions, and greasy gazes were a mental assault on all bystanders. "No, stay away from me." The chief of the Freedom base was, by nature, quite a traditionalist, unaccustomed to such explosive scenes, and soon enough, he was rendered nauseous by the antics of the two individuals. The mantis, in its refusal, seemed to shed a tear, its dignity compromised. TSK, judging by the symptoms exhibited by these two, they must be afflicted with a case of romantic madness. Just moments ago, they had labeled me as mentally ill. How much more sane can they claim to be? Lu Fei, it must be your doing. How else could our chief have transformed so drastically? The personnel from the Tangsha base and the Tiangang base were no fools. Upon witnessing this chaos, they naturally sought to denounce Lu Fei. Yet, they overlooked the extent of her madness. She tilted her head innocently towards them. "You must present evidence when making claims. How can one prove that they are not insane? What if they have merely concealed their condition, and by mere chance, it has now manifested? This world is, in truth, a vast asylum. Do not assume you are entirely sane, for you may be afflicted without your own awareness." As her words lingered in the air, Chao Huai snapped his fingers, and the leaders of the Tangsha base and Tiangang base instantly broke away from the Freedom base chief, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they rushed towards their own team members. "Men, so many men. Ha ha ha. Not a single one of you can escape. Come here. My little treasures, let us revel in delight." In an instant, they resembled wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, pouncing eagerly. The members of the two bases, suddenly overtaken by lewd glances, could not hide their lascivious intentions. "My word, where did these brazen little minxes come from? Let us have some fun." The impoverished Yaowang base unexpectedly harbored such remarkable specimens. How admirable! The crowd, indifferent to their surroundings, hoisted the two base leaders, lavishing them with kisses and bites. Those who retained a semblance of normalcy recoiled in disgust, some even retching audibly. "Ha ha ha. Yes, this angle is splendid. I must capture this moment, so that everyone may witness the leaders of Tangsha and Tiangang behaving like two old fools." TSK. Oh dear, these kisses resemble the gnawing of pig trotters. I must document this to send to the central base as flyers. From the moment the two began their outrageous display, Lu Fei had produced her prepared camera, initially intended to capture an unflattering image of Lu Shui, but fortuitously, it found its true purpose here. "Lu Fei, release us at once. You are courting death." The Freedom base chief, immobilized and dripping with saliva, glared at Lu Fei with murderous intent. "Oh, still daring to challenge me? It appears your madness is not yet sufficient. Conveniently, there are two lovely ladies over there. Why not join them?" "No, you mustn't." Before he could finish, with another snap of Chao's fingers, the chief's demeanor transformed into one of unrestrained flirtation, clutching a mantis-faced individual and twisting his way into the fray. TSK. He usually presents himself with such gravity. Yet when unleashed, he surpasses the other two in audacity, his movements so exaggerated they seem almost celestial. While Lu Fei critiqued and photographed those from other bases, who had regained their senses, grew increasingly alarmed, their wariness of this newly emerged leader of the Hongjian base escalating. Collectively, they concluded that while one might offend the King of Hell, it would be unwise to provoke Lu Fei. Angering the King of Hell might cost one their life, but offending Lu Fei could result in losing both face and life. After allowing Lu Fei to capture enough footage, and recognizing that the revelry could soon spiral out of control, she finally raised her hand to call for a halt. With Chao Huai clearing his throat, the revelers froze, their expressions shifting to clarity. Upon witnessing the disheveled and feeble base chief cradled in their arms, horror spread among them. Ah, a ghost. Chapter 68. A resounding slap in the face, sowing discord. Ah ha ha ha. I thought I was eccentric enough, yet you all surpass me. How now? Can you still use my mental state as an excuse to bar me from competition? Ignoring the chorus of retching around her, Lu Fei fanned herself with a stack of photographs. She was not far from them, and those in a frenzy were able to see the content of the images, which were remarkably clear, igniting their fury. Lu Fei, the Tongsha base chief, having just expelled the contents of his stomach, lamented the loss of his esteemed reputation and was about to charge at her, intent on tearing her apart. Oh, please, calm down. You've just regained your clarity. Surely, you wouldn't want to exacerbate your condition, would you? Perhaps it would be best to exit the fray? As Lu Fei spoke, Chao Huai coughed lightly, indicating his readiness to cooperate. Commander Chao, our base competition is hardly a matter of great significance. Your esteemed presence is not required. Your psychic abilities have suffered severe backlash. It would be wise to refrain from exerting them unnecessarily. The Tongsha base chief clenched his teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing Chao Huai for being a nuisance. Everyone was on equal footing, yet he insisted on causing trouble. What a calamity. Do not concern yourselves. My abilities have long been purified by my esteemed niece. I possess ample strength and means. Controlling everyone in the base would pose no challenge. Upon hearing Chao Huai's veiled threat, the crowd hastily retreated, clutching their garments tightly, fearful that he might indeed unleash chaos upon them all. Imagining such a grand spectacle, they would rather leap into a horde of zombies to be devoured. Very well. Very well. The Tongsha base chief, incensed to the point of twitching, found himself at a loss. Using the excuse of a mental state was clearly insufficient. So he sought another rationale. Even if her mind has cleared, do you truly believe that those few from the Hongjian base could possibly contend with our team of over 100? It would be far simpler to withdraw from the competition altogether. No sooner had he spoken than the personnel from the Tongsha base and Tiangang base were encircled by an overwhelming wall of flames, several meters high, rendering them immobile. With a constricting function. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Gu Chang'e inquired, feigning ignorance to the cries for help and wails of despair. Observing the Tongsha base chief with an innocent expression, the inferno ensnared 200 to 300 individuals, with not a single one able to escape. The Tongsha base chief gasped for breath, gritting his teeth once more. Fine, considering your individual combat capabilities, I shall allow you to compete. As the words fell, the fiery circle vanished, and the individuals within finally exhaled in relief, each of them sitting on the ground, still bewildered, believing their lives were on the brink of demise. The commander of the Tongsha base found himself devoid of any excuses to further impede their progress and could only cast a sidelong glance at the commander of the Tiangang base, silently urging them to continue their nitpicking. Cough, cough, you lack supplies. Are you suggesting that during the zombie onslaught, you will resort to robbing other teams? This clearly lays a perilous trap for the other teams. We cannot agree. Before he could finish his statement, Lu Fei emptied a plethora of snacks from her bag, potato chips, chocolates, crispy rice, and large jellies, each item causing jaws to drop in astonishment as she produced an entire bag full. Moreover, Gu Chang'e presented 2 well-prepared mutated chickens, sparks dancing at her fingertips. And soon the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted chicken. Gulps resounded, apart from those who had accompanied them from the Tsanyu base. Most had not tasted such mutated chicken before. Many had gone over 4 years without indulging in fresh meat. The scent was undeniably tantalizing, causing mouths to water. Oh dear, who on earth devised this delightful treat? Eating it is pure bliss. It feels utterly invigorating. Lu Fei munched on the chips with a satisfying crunch and occasionally bit into a spicy strip to balance the flavors, her already plump lips becoming even more alluring under the sheen of red oil. The crowd watched her lips move incessantly, uncertain whether they were merely hungry or infatuated, their own mouths watering profusely. By the way, who was it that claimed they lacked supplies? The commander of the Tiangang base felt a slight itch in his molars. Far from lacking supplies, one could only wonder how they had acquired such delicacies. Those from the central base probably hadn't seen these in ages. Cough, cough. Since your supplies are adequate, then there's nothing more to discuss. The 2 base commanders conceded defeat in succession, their last hopes resting on the shoulders of the commander of the free base. The commander with the praying mantis-like face seemed to be grappling with constipation. struggling to muster all conceivable justifications. Yet, he refrained, fearful of being slapped back into reality. So, you intend to lay an egg? Speak freely. Ah, I see. You cannot fathom the reasons behind our suspension. If we participate in the competition, you cannot apprehend me, and if you cannot apprehend me, you cannot confine me to cleanse me for you, correct? Lu Fei's words sent shockwaves through the trio, their expressions shifting dramatically. This was a discussion they had only had the previous night. Who had leaked this information? Observing the growing suspicion among the three, Lu Fei smirked mockingly, realizing that the so-called top-ranking bases were nothing extraordinary. This matter was originally quite confidential, so I shan't disclose who informed me. However, rest assured, I shall not treat any information that proves useful to me unfairly. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Mantis? With that, Lu Fei tossed a large chicken wing towards the mantis-faced commander, her amiable demeanor suggesting an unusually close relationship. What do you mean by this? My surname is Zhao, not Tang. Why are you giving me this? We hardly know each other. The mantis-faced commander was taken aback by Lu Fei's unexpected gesture, clinging to the chicken wing in a bid to clarify. Indeed. We are not familiar. You targeted me yesterday, so this is certainly not a ploy of desperation. The commander of the free base interjected. But for every word Lu Fei uttered, the commanders of the Tengsha and Tiangang bases wore a look of murderous intent, nearly convinced it was this old fool who had leaked the information. It wasn't me. I swear, it was that girl who sowed discord. The commander of the free base was in a panic, well aware of the methods employed by the other two. If they retaliated, he would find it impossible to leave the Yaoguang base alive. Ah, yes, it was I who incited discord. You mustn't believe me. Lu Fei sighed, returning to her position. By the way, have you reached a consensus on whether or not to allow us to participate? Don't blame me for my harsh words. I'm not feeling well. If you deny me, I'll ensure you all become mental cases. If you all lose your sanity, I shall appear entirely normal. Dear niece, you jest. We were merely teasing you. Of course, you may participate in the contest. With your capabilities, I am confident you will achieve remarkable results. The commander of the Tengsha base forced a benign smile, yet his tone was laced with the bitterness of someone biting down on a hard tooth. No one anticipated Lu Fei would prove so obstinate. Not only were her companions formidable, but her audacity was unparalleled. With satisfactory answers finally in hand, Lu Fei beamed with delight, leading her team away for breakfast. As she departed, she paused before the commander of the Tiangang base. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall protect the members of the Tiangang base during the competition. After all, you have given me so much. The commander, who had just been glaring furiously at the free base commander, now stared in disbelief at Lu Fei. Who gave you anything? Do not speak unfounded accusations. When did I ever ask you to protect the Tiangang base personnel? The commander of the Tiangang base was nearly beside himself, feeling the weight of two lethal glares upon him. Yes, you did not request it. You merely commanded me to eliminate every last one of the Tiangang base members, leaving not a single soul behind, and then merge them into our Hongjian base. You're talking nonsense. I never said that. The previous comments had only offended two individuals. Now, this statement had effectively alienated his entire base. Ignoring the two commanders who were practically hopping in frustration, Lu Fei shook her head and led her team away. Even after they had walked a considerable distance, Lu Fei could still hear the raucous argument behind her, her eyes glinting with coldness. This was merely the beginning. After breakfast, Lu Fei assembled with the other 8 major bases at the entrance, her heart brimming with joy as she beheld the 3 base commanders, bruised and battered. Chapter 69. What? You wish to present me with a grand gift? Lu Fei stood at the forefront as a commander, holding her ground with the other base leaders, her imposing presence inciting envy in Lu Shuya. Why should this wretched girl rise above? Today, so many had failed to hinder her, and she had even shaved her hair. Lu Shuya, donning a headscarf and perfectly drawn eyebrows, appeared mysteriously delicate, an aura of soft beauty surrounding her. Yet, despite her rage, she felt on the verge of madness. Were it not for her inability to overpower Lu Fei, she would have surely dismembered that despicable woman. Cough. Allow me to interject. Regardless of the disdain directed at her by the others, Lu Fei remained composed, humbly acknowledging her modest fortune in taking over the Hongjian base and inadvertently achieving a modicum of success. Of course, this was also attributable to the unwavering support and assistance from many. Should there be any need for purification in the future, do not hesitate to speak. As long as the funds are sufficient, all can be negotiated, with the notable exception of the Liu family. After all this time, she found herself inadvertently promoting her own agenda, without even offering a grand opening discount. The leader of the Freedom Base, nursing a bruised eye from a previous altercation, felt increasingly exasperated and, unable to contain herself, took a jab at Liu Fei. Humph, now that you have awakened your purification abilities, you ought to benefit everyone without charge. To seek advantages now is quite the folly, as if you have fallen into a pit of greed. What? You intend to present me with a grand gift? Liu Fei's surprise interruption nearly caused the leader to choke with anger. Who said anything about a grand gift? What? You wish to drag others into this as well? Liu Fei spun around in delight, her eyes brimming with emotion as she grasped the leader's hand, shaking it vigorously. Senior, I always knew you cared for me. You cannot imagine the hardships I faced when I first assumed control of the Hongjian base. The residents, living on meager rations devoid of oil, were as thin as mere skeletons. I emptied my savings to build it up. As she spoke, she sang, her emotions spilling over as she shed crocodile tears. I merely wished to be an unassuming builder, yet unexpectedly found myself in the position of base leader, advancing alongside all of you. Surely, you are all delighted by the accomplishments of this young leader, which is why you wish to present me with gifts, am I right? Oh, how can I accept such generosity? The sound of Liu Fei's incessant chatter filled the room, while the leaders of Tengsha and Tiangang bases stood before her, trembling with barely contained rage, on the verge of an outburst. Get out of my sight. Why would I present you with gifts? Do I look like a gift? The leader of Tengsha could no longer maintain his facade of a friendly demeanor, glaring at Liu Fei with a look that suggested he wished to silence her for good. His pent-up frustration transformed into a torrent of national pride, and just as he was about to unleash his words, he saw Liu Fei pull out a stack of photos and fan herself. Oh dear, it's rather warm. I wonder if the others feel the heat. Perhaps I should share these as fans. The leader's eyes nearly bulged out of his head upon seeing the photo of himself kissing a man passionately, his blood pressure soaring dangerously high. Despite his desire to eliminate Liu Fei, she held the most humiliating evidence against him, forcing him to grumble in reluctant compliance. After hearing the words of my dear niece, my heart ached for you. Therefore, I shall grant you 500 crystal cores as a congratulatory gift. 500 crystal cores? You might as well be tossing coins to a beggar. I would be better off selling these photos to the central base, where many would eagerly pay a handsome price. Liu Fei fanned herself more vigorously, while the leader of Tengsha, repeating stay calm in his mind, extended a finger. 1,000 crystal cores. Additionally, erase our previous debts and provide us with an off-road vehicle and 10 barrels of gasoline. Liu Fei audaciously made her demands, and the leader felt his hair standing on end, yet he had no choice but to concede. Fine, after the base competition, I will provide you with what you seek. The leader's eyes glinted coldly as he outwardly agreed, while Liu Fei insisted on seeing the arrangements post-first round, lest the damning photos be widely disseminated. What had begun as an event to showcase prowess descended into chaos thanks to Liu Fei, and the leader of Tengsha, fearing an imminent explosion from his mounting frustration, hastily agreed before taking his leave. With the departure of the Tengsha leader, Liu Fei turned her attention to the leaders of Tiangang and Freedom bases. Lacking the cunning of their counterpart, they readily agreed to similar terms, frowning as they hurried away, their steps quickening as if to escape any further entanglements with Liu Fei. Unable to best her in combat or out-crazy her, Liu Fei had become their eternal rival. In the absence of any discontented parties, the remaining base leaders either sought to befriend Liu Fei or maintain neutrality, allowing the representatives of each base to come forth and draw lots to determine the starting locations for their tasks. Liu Shui, as the protagonist, even in her current state, managed to charm the foolish group from the fire base, securing a favorable draw. It must be said, she was favored by fortune, drawing the most advantageous entrance, not only in a secure area but also against low-level zombies, making it nearly effortless to engage them. Liu Fei, however, was not as fortunate, drawing a location rumored to be perilous, characterized by treacherous terrain and the presence of high-level zombies, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Oh, Fei Fei, how unfortunate you are to have drawn such a hazardous location. You must exercise caution and avoid any harm from the zombies. If you find yourself in dire straits, do not hesitate to call for help. My father and brothers will surely come to your rescue. Liu Shui, reveling in Liu Fei's misfortune, approached with feigned sympathy, her insincere demeanor captivating the hearts of many naive young men. Liu Fei rolled her eyes dramatically. Whether or not she would require assistance was uncertain, but it was clear that Lu Shui had skillfully maneuvered to win over the masses with mere words. Well, since you are so benevolent, why not trade me your entrance? Lu Fei reached for the slip of paper in Lu Shui's hand, who quickly recoiled, fearing the loss. Having recognized Lu Fei's audacious and shameless nature, Lu Shui ceased any further dialogue and hurried into the ranks of the fire-based team, becoming a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Before long, all lots had been drawn, as the Tsanyu and Phoenix bases were somewhat distanced from Lu Fei's designated location. They agreed to quietly develop their strengths for a while before reconvening at a predetermined juncture halfway through the competition. Well then, I wish everyone a safe journey and valiant victories against the enemies. Chao Huai unleashed his mental powers, his words resonating with fervor, igniting excitement among the crowd as they shouted in unison, for the base. A multitude of individuals boarded the vehicle, eagerly heading toward the challenges that awaited them. Lu Fei could sense the murderous intent lurking among the crowd. They intended to seize the opportunity during the ensuing chaos to eliminate her. Yet, she too harbored desires of extermination against them. Gazing into the unknown distance, Lu Fei excitedly licked her lips. Let the hunting commence. Chapter 70. Do you look down upon my abilities, desiring me to call you father? Their destination was quite distant, and even while en route, they were already receiving reports of various bases successfully slaying zombies. Particularly notable was Lu Shui, who, true to her role as the protagonist, managed to achieve an impressive kill shortly after entering the fray. Lu Zhan's boastful voice over the intercom was clearly aimed at Lu Fei, proclaiming her prowess. Lu Shui had not even activated her abilities yet, relying solely on her physical skills to dispatch the undead, which was truly remarkable. The intercom buzzed with the adulation of Lu Shui's admirers, all proclaiming her future capabilities would surely soar, and that the firebase would take pride in her achievements. Though my dear Shui is still honing her skills, I hope everyone will continue to support her. Lu Zhan's voice brimmed with uncontainable pride, eliciting an eye roll from Lu Fei. In the next moment, the intercom crackled to life with news of Luo Feiyu's triumph over 2 mutated level 2 zombies. Moments later, another announcement came from Chun Feiyang of the Tsanyu base, who had also dispatched a mutated level 2 zombie, while simultaneously neutralizing a cluster of toxic mutated plants. Wow, my cousin and brother Feiyu are amazing. They've taken down such formidable zombies. I've yet to see a level 2 zombie core. Lu Fei chirped playfully into the intercom, aware that both men would typically refrain from reporting their kills, but were vocal this time to undermine Lu Shui. The moment her voice broke the silence, the previously lively channel fell quiet. Ahem, Luo Feiyu's somewhat awkward voice emerged, if you desire it. I will gift it to you when we meet again. I, her cousin, should be entitled to her core, Chun Feiyang quickly added. Just wait. I'll slay many more level 2 zombies, and we'll give you the cores. All right. Thank you, cousin. Thank you, brother Feiyu. You're both wonderful. Lu Fei gleefully concluded, then cut off the intercom. Despite the silence, she could easily envision Lu Shui's clenched teeth, which only heightened her satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, she failed to notice the fluctuating gaze of Chao Jingyu beside her, or the bemused expression of Mou in the corner. Indeed, following them had proven to be the right choice. The amusement of these few days surpassed the entirety of the past 4 years. Upon spotting the marker of their destination, Lu Fei and her group became the last team to enter the hunting grounds. As soon as they stepped in, Lu Fei sensed an unusual aura. It seemed they were being watched. The task of hunting zombies ranked participants based on the number of cores collected, and Lu Fei's strategy was to develop cautiously in the early stages, then strike decisively in the central area to obliterate the teams of Tangsha, Tiangang, and the free base. Naturally, should they encounter members of the fire base, she would not hold back. Lu Fei eagerly anticipated witnessing the despair in the eyes of the Lu family. Sister, why didn't you let Su Su join? He possesses steel abilities. It would be much safer to have him build a shelter at night. Gu Chang'e expressed his confusion. Lu Fei merely smiled slyly. What need have I for him? Even if he were to leave the fire base, he would still harbor attachments. While I am merely targeting the Lu family, he would likely feel discomfort. It is better for him to remain at Yaowang base to deal with Su Ming. I have tasks for him as well. Lu Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Mou, hinting at an unspoken secret. Observing their interaction, Chao Jingyu snorted disdainfully and abruptly darted off. Moments later, the growls of zombies echoed in the distance, and before Lu Fei and her group could rush to aid him, he returned, bloodied and holding a radiant zombie core in his palm. You managed to slay a level 2 zombie in such a short span? Mou's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Chao Jingyu was formidable, but he had not anticipated such prowess. Had he not disregarded his inner voice, this man would have proven to be exceptionally powerful. It's just a level 2 core, Chao Jingyu remarked, casting a glance at Lu Fei. You desired it, right? I have plenty. Consider this a gift. Why would you gift me anything? I can handle it myself. Lu Fei retorted, glaring at him like an irate cat. Do you look down upon my abilities? Wishing for me to call you father? I'll tell you, that is not happening. Not only is that not happening, but I've also shut the window on that notion. As she spoke, a small mound erupted from the ground, rapidly expanding until, when it finally breached the surface beneath her feet, it transformed into a towering, grotesque, man-faced mutated carnivorous plant. These plants thrived on decaying flesh, whether from zombies or humans, and over time developed human-like faces, some even capable of mimicking the cries of infants to lure in their prey. Typically concealed beneath the earth, they would suddenly emerge upon sensing noise, opening their gaping maws to bite through the necks of unsuspecting victims, injecting them with toxins before savoring their meal. This time was no different. However, as soon as it burst forth from the soil and attempted to let out a fearsome roar, it was abruptly stunned by a swift slap. Damn it, you scared me, Lu Fei exclaimed. With such an ugly face, how dare you flaunt yourself before me? Do you believe I 1T smash your head into a pulp and have you remade? While others might fear the mutated flora, Lu Fei was undaunted. She seized the plant by its stem and began to strike its grotesque face with forceful blows. I was already irked to be in this desolate place. And now you dare to frighten me? Watch as I bring you to your end. The plant emitted pitiful whimpers as Lu Fei relentlessly pummeled its face. In mere moments, she uprooted the mutated plant, holding its grotesque head in her hands and shaking it vigorously before incinerating the remaining roots. Not only that, Lu Fei raised her voice, calling out to the grotesque beings hidden underground. Listen up, you ugly creatures. If you wish to live, stay buried beneath the earth, otherwise, I shall uproot each and every one of you and leave you to dry, your bones ground to dust. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, it seemed that after Lu Fei uttered those words, the ground beneath her feet trembled slightly. The others involuntarily twitched their lips, while only Chao Jingyu clenched the crystal core in his palm tightly, the sound of grinding his molars echoing. After tidying up the restless plants around them, Lu Fei and her companions began their trek towards the center. With Gu Chang'e wielding his 5th-level fire abilities, Chao Jingyu utilizing his animal manipulation powers, and Hu Debao's exceptional combat skills, Lu Fei and Mou simply followed behind, occasionally delivering a finishing blow, securing an effortless victory. Before they knew it, 6 days had passed, and the surrounding zombies had been nearly eradicated. Through the walkie-talkie, Lu Fei learned that Lu Xue had begun to shine with the aura of a protagonist, captivating many into becoming her devoted admirers. Moreover, upon hearing of the enmity between Lu Xue and Lu Fei, some even vowed to take vengeance on her. Come at me if you dare. If not, I shall look down upon you. Lu Fei, not one to back down, provocatively challenged them, feeling bored after days of idleness, her palm itching with a desire to strike someone. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. Don't leave us. Help. Chapter 71. Father, I was wrong. I am a fool. The group turned towards the sound, discovering dozens of individuals surrounded by mutated plants, struggling desperately. Among them, some zombies were drawn by the scent of blood, launching a pincer attack, leaving the group utterly defenseless. Noticing the insignia of the Qingyan base on those individuals, which posed no threat to them, Lu Fei approached. Gu Chang'e unleashed a conflagration, reducing both the zombies and plants to ash, leaving only a few grayish crystal cores as evidence of the fierce battle. With the threat neutralized, the group of survivors finally caught their breath, turning to express their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would have perished today, said the leader, wiping his hands before extending them. I am Li Luo from the Qingyan base. I am Gu Chang'e from the Hongjian base. I am Lu Fei from the Hongjian base. Just as Lu Fei finished speaking, a figure burst forth from the side, glaring at her with fury. You are that wicked woman who bullied Xue Xue, killed her mother, and even shaved her head. Watch how I deal with you. The individual, with thick brows and large eyes, appeared to be around 23 or 24, his clear, foolish gaze filled with anger as he attempted to charge at Lu Fei. However, before he could reach her, Chao Jingyu seized him by the neck and lifted him effortlessly. Do you seek death? Chao Jingyu subdued the adult male with ease, his muscular physique accentuating his allure, causing Lu Fei to nearly drool. If he were to model, She would certainly arrange a champagne tower to boost sales. Coughing, Lu Fei thought, the wicked must be eradicated. Even if you kill me, she will not fare well. Li Chun's face turned crimson, yet he stubbornly held his ground. Unwilling to relent, as Li Luo rushed to apologize. I sincerely apologize. My brother lacks sense and has been easily swayed. Please forgive any offense. Cold sweat dripped from Li Luo's brow. It seemed his brother thrived on causing trouble. Chao Jingyu ignored Li Luo, maintaining his grip on Li Chun with an intent to squeeze the life out of him. Meanwhile, not only was Li Chun resolute in his defiance, but a few other hot-headed youths also rallied to condemn Lu Fei. Humph, Chengge did not speak falsely. Shui is such a good person. Yet this venomous woman has mistreated her. They say she even killed her fourth brother and assaulted her father. No matter the grievances, such treatment is inexcusable. Indeed, she is even the leader of the Hongjian base. I scoff. She must have relied on a few men to rise to power. Listening to their words, Lu Fei felt both amused and infuriated, glancing at the now pale-faced Li Luo, unable to suppress her applause. They say the Qingyan base is home to many talents. Today, I see it is indeed true. Since you do not appreciate me, the so-called venomous woman, as your savior, consider it as though we never came. Despite Lu Fei's radiant smile, Li Luo felt a chill at the back of his neck. Humph, who asked you to save us? Had I known it was you, I would never have sought help. I would rather die than accept your assistance. Remarkably, even as Li Chun neared death's door, he still managed to speak defiantly. Lu Fei had not encountered such blatant sycophancy in some time, and waved for Chao Jingyu to release him. Though slightly displeased, Chao Jingyu obeyed, tossing the man to the ground before stepping beside her and letting out a soft grunt. Li Chun coughed for a moment. Believing Lu Fei had released him out of fear, his confidence soaring. You've been exposed, Lu Fei. I advise you to accompany us to apologize to Shui. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rough with a woman. He reveled in his thoughts, thinking, she is just a woman. How terrifying can she be? A few words have already frightened her. Miss Lu, Li Luo gritted his teeth, eager to apologize again. Just as Lu Fei pulled out the head of a mutated plant from her backpack, its green liquid congealing on the grotesque face, increasing its repulsiveness. Listen here, you hideous creatures lurking below. Now, immediately, come forth, or I shall dig you out and incinerate you. Lu Fei stamped her foot, swinging the head in her hand. Her bizarre actions appearing utterly insane to Li Chun, who burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you insane? If you can summon those monsters, I will call you father and do whatever you ask. Not only Li Chun, but others also regarded Lu Fei as slightly unhinged, some even feeling a tinge of sympathy. If she truly is mentally unstable, perhaps her malicious deeds are beyond her control. What a waste of such beauty, only to be afflicted with madness. I will count to 3. If you do not emerge, I shall unleash my wrath. Lu Fei activated the purification domain, transforming a 5-meter radius into her sovereign territory, where a mere snap of her fingers could summon a deluge of lightning to nourish the land. 3, 2, ha ha ha, if this can scare them out. I'll admit I'm a complete fool. Li Chun laughed breathlessly, having not witnessed such unfiltered madness in quite some time. However, before he could savor the moment, he felt the ground beneath him tremble, and in the next instant, numerous mounds of earth erupted around him. Li Chun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he recognized this scene all too well. Roar! Boom! A multitude of gigantic mutated plants spread forth, surrounding the Qingyan base. One of the plants, encroaching closer to Lu Fei, emanated a foul stench that made her feel nauseous, prompting her to slap it aside. Did you not see me here? Your targets are those fools ahead. Lu Fei's icy voice made the menacing mutated plant tremble, as if it bore a semblance of grievance upon its grotesque visage. In ordinary circumstances, witnessing someone command mutated plants would be a marvel, but now, they had become the prey, and the situation was decidedly different. Li Luo gazed at the swarming mutated plants that threatened to blot out the sky, feeling his blood pressure surge. He turned and delivered a resounding slap to Li Chun. Damn it, how could I share the same parents with you? How could I have such a foolish brother? I just want to rip your head off and shove it up your backside, given that your brain is filled with dung. Li Chun stood there, stunned, covering his face as he beheld the clawing mutated plants, some of which had extended their tongues, eyeing him hungrily, drool dripping onto his face. This cannot be. How can she control these hideous creatures? She is not human. She is a monster. Without allowing Qingyan base any chance to react, Lu Fei commanded the mutated plants to ensnare them. The sturdy vines, as unyielding as steel, bound them in midair. Li Chun, in particular, was ensnared like a silkworm in its cocoon, with no opportunity to escape. Lu Fei approached him with a radiant smile, observing the incredulity in his eyes, and elegantly raised her middle finger. Come now, it's time to fulfill your promise. Li Chun understood that Lu Fei wanted him to proclaim himself a fool, yet he stubbornly refused to concede to this woman. Humph, you hide your strength. That's not true victory. You think I care about your notions of victory? Hurry and call me daddy, and admit you are a fool. Otherwise, for every count I make, I will kill one person from your base. With her words, the vines tightened, and the people of Qinyan base could not suppress their groans of pain. Realizing the gravity of the situation and understanding that it was of his own making, Li Chun could only shout hoarsely, accepting his fate. Daddy, I was wrong. I am a fool. I am a fool. He repeated it over a dozen times, and Lu Fei felt a refreshing sense of satisfaction. Are you not a fool? Allowing yourself to be used as cannon fodder? You came here because you were enticed by Lu Shui, right? Hearing her words, a flicker of guilt passed through Li Chun's eyes, for he could not fathom how she knew. Chapter 72. I'll call your mother. The eerie man-eating flower becomes an adorable man-eating flower. You're talking nonsense. It wasn't Lu Shui who enticed me. Left with no other recourse, Li Chun could only harden his resolve, glaring at Lu Fei, who seemed to have lost her murderous intent. Indeed, she wouldn't explicitly tell him to come over. She would have said how she was bullied and mistreated, yet she still held no grudge, merely wishing for him to awaken to reality. Then she would implore him to seek her out, right? During the lottery, Lu Fei had noticed Qinyan base's position, which was utterly divergent from theirs. Even if they moved toward the center, it was improbable they would intentionally divert to this area. There must be a purpose behind it. In this vicinity, the only ones left breathing were Lu Fei and her companions, making it hard not to associate this with Lu Shui's machinations. Upon witnessing the astonished expression on this fool's face, Lu Fei smirked disdainfully, feeling triumphant. Yet, I came here of my own volition. This has nothing to do with Lu Shui. Li Chun remained unconvinced, suspecting Lu Fei was deceiving him. Yes, this is evidently the most perilous area. You, the great sycophant, came here yourself. Being devoured by zombies or gnawed by mutated plants has nothing to do with her. Even if you miraculously survive, you will only harbor more hatred toward me. If you all perish, I can easily shift the blame for your deaths onto myself. It's a win-win situation for me. After Lu Fei explained, the people of Qinyan base suddenly realized, oh, that's why. Li Chun found himself at a loss for words, instinctively wanting to retort but unable to find a counterpoint. Meanwhile, Li Luo, upon hearing this, was enraged to the point of gnashing his teeth. Ignoring the bindings of the mutated plants, he kicked at his brother. You absolute fool, you pathetic sycophant. Just because Lu Shui said a single word, you led everyone to their doom. I wondered why you suddenly became so eager to hunt a tier 2 zombie for points. Turns out you came here to throw away your lives. Let me go. I'll kill this bastard. With his long legs, Li Luo swung on the vines like a swing, locking his feet around Li Chun's neck, clearly poised to enact familial justice. No, Lu Shui wouldn't do this. She is so kind. Li Chun, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation, sought excuses, insisting that this woman was deliberately sowing discord. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh, charmed by his fervent devotion. Since you trust her so much, let us make a wager, she proposed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You claim Lu Shui is kind-hearted. So if she learns you are in danger, she will surely come to your rescue, right? Here's the deal. Use the intercom to say you are in peril and request her assistance. If she comes, you may do as you please. If she does not, I'll call your mother. Sound fair? Li Chun held an inexplicable faith in Lu Shui, blindly believing she would undoubtedly come to his aid. Do not call me mom. It is too excessive. Just call me godmother instead. Lu Fei cheerfully handed over the walkie-talkie, kindly pressing the button for Li Chun to speak. He glared at Lu Fei in frustration before pretending to be in a panic and shouted, "Help. We are under threat from mutated plants in Zone 4, Shui Shui, requesting assistance." To ensure that Lu Shui pretended not to hear, Lu Fei instructed Li Chun to shout every few minutes, even encouraging their teammates to scream to heighten the atmosphere. Li Chun, you must remain strong. Though I wish to help you, we are currently trapped as well. Once we escape, we will definitely rescue you. Lu Shui's voice came through, sounding helpless and delicate, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's expression immediately shifted to one of delight, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. It's all right, shue shue, I'll wait for you. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and cut off the call, thinking that this hopeless romantic was beyond saving. Since they had made a bet, there had to be a time limit. 2 days from Lu Shue's location to theirs was sufficient, so she granted them 3 days, during which they were forbidden from using the walkie-talkie to disclose any information. As soon as Lu Shue arrives, I will concede. How does that sound? Listening to Lu Fei's words, Li Chun found them reasonable and agreed. They would not stray far, remaining in the vicinity to take down some zombies, which was quite agreeable. Despite laying out the terms, Lu Fei still kept them hanging for some time before finally releasing the mutated plants. Recalling the system's suggestion that she could purify flora and fauna, she was uncertain if it would work in this case. Purify. As golden light shimmered, the grotesque visage of the mutated plant quickly sprouted flesh and skin, even hair emerging. In an instant, a terrifying carnivorous plant transformed into a creature with an adorable doll-like face. Chirp chirp, heart gesture. The doll-faced carnivorous plant clumsily formed a heart shape with its leaves for Lu Fei and wiggled its thick vines to get closer, only to be swatted away by Chao Jingyu, who then sat sulking in a corner. Seeing this technique effective, Lu Fei applied it to the others that had emerged. Initially, those were repulsive mutant plants with skull-like features or half-faces, but they suddenly transformed into charming little sweethearts, proud young lads, and cute baby dolls, all wriggling and forming heart shapes for Lu Fei. All right, the toxins in your bodies have been eliminated. From now on, you must refrain from consuming humans. Observing the high-spirited appearance of the carnivorous plants, Lu Fei's demeanor visibly softened. The plants seemed to comprehend Lu Fei's words, first nodding, then shaking their heads while emitting chirping sounds, though it was unclear what they intended to convey. Mou stealthily approached Lu Fei from behind, translating the plant's intended message. It turned out they could abstain from eating humans, but they needed to consume meat to survive, which meant they would have to eat zombies. However, consuming zombies would gradually revert them to their previous mutated forms, hence the nodding and shaking. Well, that is fine. From now on, follow me, and you can feast on zombies at will. I will purify you. Upon hearing Lu Fei's assurance, the plants became even more animated, wanting to get closer, only to be driven away by Chao Jingyu, who ultimately made them retreat back into the ground, awaiting her summons. Chao Jingyu vigilantly watched the plants disappear, intending to warn Lu Fei to be cautious, as they appeared normal but still required vigilance. However, before he could speak, he noticed Lu Fei gazing at Mou with a look of delight, pinching his face and pulling it sideways. Impressive. Not only can you read human thoughts, but you can also understand plants. How remarkable. From now on, you shall be my official translator, and I shall handle your purification. I can only read human thoughts. After being purified, they gain a semblance of human consciousness, albeit not sophisticated, which is why I can understand them. Mou winced slightly from the pinch. Yet his bright blue eyes sparkled with joy. Being needed by Lu Fei meant he could stay by her side, extending his own lifespan. Furthermore, being near her made life seem incredibly enjoyable. At that moment, Mou felt a gaze upon him, one that seemed intent on annihilating him. As long as I can be with you, I am content. As for purification, you may call upon me whenever you wish. After uttering these words, the menacing gaze transformed into one that appeared ready to obliterate him. How satisfying. Chapter 73. Using the radius of 18 generations of ancestors, obedient son. Call me godmother. Although the two parties were temporarily united, past grievances rendered collaboration impossible. Whether battling zombies or resting, they operated independently. At noon, the two groups were not far apart, sharing their meals. The Qingyan base observed Lu Fei and her group had brought no supplies. They would surely be begging for food soon. At that moment, I shall thoroughly humiliate them. However, they watched in astonishment as Lu Fei purified a vicious mutated chicken, subsequently releasing water for everyone to wash up. The members of the Qingyan base stared wide-eyed. Wait, isn't she a purifying type? How can she produce water too? Gu Chang'e was roasting chicken, while Lu Fei seemed to conjure a plethora of snacks from nowhere, munching away contentedly. Gulp. I had heard from others at different bases that Lu Fei could purify flora and fauna, but I was skeptical. Now, I must admit, she is truly remarkable. I haven't eaten chicken in 4 years. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. The members of the Qingyan base munched on compressed biscuits while sipping their rationed water, their senses filled with the aroma of roasted chicken and the crisp sounds of Lu Fei crunching potato chips. I'm not envious. That roasted chicken must taste sour. Li Chen stubbornly refused to back down, akin to a mule, even as he choked on the compressed biscuit. Li Luo watched his younger brother's obstinacy, wishing he could knock some sense into him. Sister, come eat the roasted chicken. Here's a giant drumstick for you. Gu Chang'e offered the first roasted chicken to Lu Fei, and only after she was satiated did the others share the remaining roasted chicken. As they watched the others devour their meals with grease dripping from their mouths, the people from the Qingyan base felt drool pooling in their mouths. This was not the most agonizing part. The real torment lay in the incessant chatter over the intercom, praising the prowess of the Liehua base, recounting how Lu Shui had heroically rescued others, and how considerate and understanding she was, as if they had forgotten all about the Qingyan base and their plight for assistance. From the outset, Li Chun had deceived himself into believing that Shui Shui was simply too preoccupied to remember him. However, as he listened to her exchange the same comforting words with other men, his heart began to sink deeper. Days passed, and it seemed as though Lu Shui had entirely forgotten his existence, while other bases, with whom they had good relations, were actively calling for help. Noticing the lack of response, they even started planning to come to their aid. Li Chun could not believe that Lu Shui had not heard any of this. Yet she remained silent. As Li Chun grew increasingly irritable, Lu Fei appeared to find amusement in his distress, mimicking Lu Shui's manner of speaking to provoke him. Oh dear brother Li Chun, why so glum? Is it that your Shui Shui has forsaken you? Look at the clouds above. Do they not spell out I am your godmother? She taunted. Wow, brother Li Chun, you are so formidable, able to vanquish such powerful zombies. Surely your intellect must be equally impressive. Shui Shui wouldn't be able to deceive you to the point of being lost, would she? How could one eat such adorable chicks? I am not like that vicious woman Lu Shui, who secretly wishes harm upon others while sending the innocent to their doom. Why not just feed them to the man-eating flowers? With each of Lu Fei's jests, the veins on Li Chen's forehead became more pronounced, as he harbored a suffocating hope that Lu Shui would indeed come. Until the very last moment, he refused to concede defeat. Thus, he endured the torment until the third day, his face reflecting the pain of a month-long constipation. The resentment he bore could scare even the fiercest of zombies away or kick a passing dog. Over these 3 days, Lu Fei relentlessly brainwashed the people of the Qingyan base. They were told that if Lu Fei had not claimed the zombie kills, it would have been Li Chen's fault. If not for him, the Qingyan base would not be suffering here. When their water supply ran out, they watched Lu Fei blissfully sipping from her own stash. And she would blame Li Chun, claiming that if it weren't for him, they would have reached the supply station long ago. They were constantly ambushed by mutated man-eating flowers. Lu Fei would purify them while insinuating that it was Li Chen's fault for acting arrogantly, thus inciting the wrath directed at them. Repeating this daily, the people of Qingyan base began to harbor a fair amount of resentment towards Li Chun, especially Li Luo, who would want to beat him up at the mere thought of him, for his not-so-bright head was now further burdened. No, Shui Shui would never abandon me. She has said that I am the man who embodies the most masculinity, the one who gives her a sense of security, Li Chun insisted, still countering Lu Fei's provocations. She merely smiled coldly, turning to her own team members to flirt. Brother Gu, you are the best fire player I have ever seen. Zheng Yu, you are the fastest man I've ever known. Mo Yu, you are the most handsome boy I have ever encountered. Brother Chao, you are the most upright man I have ever met. Dabao, you are the smartest man I know. Lu Fei playfully continued, turning back to taunt Li Chun. So, are you still waiting for me to say more? I've never seen someone so lovesick, willing to risk everything for a few sweet words. Lu Shui is indeed clever. One phrase can make a man fight for her, whereas I, with just a single sentence, can curse their ancestors back to the 18th generation. Lu Fei glanced at her watch, realizing that the agreed time was fast approaching, and Li Chen's wager was destined for failure. Just then, a mixed sound of footsteps drew Li Chen's attention. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Footsteps. It must be Shui Shui and the others coming to rescue me. I told you, Lu Fei, Shui Shui is not that heartless. I will bring you before her and bow down to apologize. Li Chen cheered, ecstatic and even performing a few somersaults. His agility reminiscent of a monkey. This long wait of 3 days had nearly led him to believe Lu Fei's deceptive words. Finally, he could hold his head high, rushing forward to greet them. However, he failed to notice the mocking glint in Lu Fei's eyes. Indeed, the next moment, Li Chun gasped in shock. Luo Feiyu. Why is it you? Where is Shui Shui? She must be right behind you, correct? Li Chun, are you out of your mind? We came here with good intentions to save you, and instead of gratitude, you lament that it isn't Lu Shui who has arrived? Did a zombie feast on your brain? Members from the Fenghuang base, who had a good relationship with Li Chun, berated him. They had hurried over, their legs weary from the journey. And this fool was still pining for that insufferable green tea. Don't blame the zombies. They wouldn't even touch his lovesick brain. How unlucky. You all must tell me where Xue Xue has gone, or I will become a stone waiting for my wife. Lu Fei exchanged a secret smile with Luo Feiyu, who looked at her with adoration, pulling out several photographs. She had been too busy to come over in the past few days. 2 days ago, she and the people from the Tengsha base had fallen into a trap, and yesterday, she had gone with the Tiangang base to search for supplies. Today, it was said that she had been proposed to by someone from the free base. The glaring photographs depicted Lu Xue in intimate poses with various men, whether nestled in their arms, shyly adjusting their collars, or dancing passionately around the campfire, igniting fervor among the onlookers. The joy in her eyes suggested that she had completely forgotten about Li Chun. No, why is she doing this to me? Li Chun clutched the photographs, collapsing to the ground, wailing in despair. Lu Fei watched this spectacle and mused that if snow were to fall, it would be reminiscent of a sad ballad. After enduring over half an hour of heart-wrenching sobs, Li Chun finally ceased his lament. Yet before anyone could offer comfort, Lu Fei approached him with a sweet smile. Come now, my dear son, call me godmother. Chapter 74, Between Mother and Son, Forgiveness and Its Absence. The therapy of collapse. Oh, why has it come to this? I adored Xue Xue so much. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Li Chun wept inconsolably. His face a disheveled mess of tears and snot, transforming his once handsome visage into something grotesque. Lu Fei, irritated by his lamentations, snapped her fingers, and from the ground emerged a small, cherubic man-eating flower, binding Li Chun and suspending him in midair. The abruptness of this turn of events caused him to momentarily forget his weeping, though he still could not suppress his sobs. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Lu Fei rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, aren't you the one who believed in your Xue Xue? Why then do you weep so sorrowfully? Alas, Li Chun, your Xue Xue not only forgot you, but has also taken up with another man. Why has Xue Xue treated me thus? He lamented, his cries echoing through the air. Lu Fei continued to prod at his heart, exacerbating his sorrowful wails. Li Luo, witnessing his younger brother's disgraceful display, felt an urge to intervene and silence him. But Lu Fei held him back. Let him cry. Is this not the best bait for drawing out zombies? She sighed, her expression one of feigned compassion. Men do not shed tears lightly. They do so only when their hearts are truly wounded. Shouldn't he be allowed to mourn his crushing heartbreak? Li Chun, moved by her words, sobbed even louder, feeling understood for the first time. Overwhelmed by guilt for his previous disrespect towards Lu Fei, he stammered out an apology. Lu Fei, I misjudged you before. I owe you my sincerest apologies. I shall no longer target you. Please forgive me. Lu Fei was taken aback by his prompt admission of guilt, having thought him too stubborn to relent. Oh, between us mother and son, what is there to forgive? If you dare raise your voice again, I shall deal with you myself. Lu Fei adopted a maternal demeanor, leaving Li Chun with a stunned expression as the grievances he had just quelled resurfaced. I regarded Lu Fei as a comrade, yet she wishes to assume the role of my mother. Yes, let those emotions flow, weep freely. Everyone, remain hidden. Today we shall surely take down a few titans. Lu Fei urged Li Chun to maintain his state of lamentation before joining the others in concealment. Before long, the sound of Li Chun's mournful cries attracted a horde of zombies. As they approached, Li Chun's wails grew louder. You are too cruel. I have suffered heartbreak. Yet you use me as bait. In the midst of the chaos, Li Chun writhed helplessly, while his brother, eager to engage the zombies, paid him no heed. Frustrated, Li Chun emitted a sound akin to a pig's squeal. Enough of your whining. Cry louder, or I shall make you cry. The zombies have only just arrived. We have yet to satiate our hunger. Lu Fei, dissatisfied with Li Chun's lack of enthusiasm, instructed the man-eating flower to nip at his thigh, prompting an involuntary yelp from him that echoed through the air. As the number of zombies increased, Lu Fei's satisfaction grew. Had the tools to attract zombies not been taken away, she would not have needed Li Chun. His noise was quite bothersome. Suddenly, the ground beneath Li Chun transformed into a battleground, limbs and heads of zombies flying in every direction. The group, consumed by the frenzy of battle, vied for the precious course. Li Chun, captivated by the scene unfolding below, recalled his initial purpose of entering, to claim glory for the base and protect the innocent from the undead. How had he so unthinkingly followed Lu Xue instead? Lost in his thoughts, a zombie's hand struck his face. Li Chun, why have you stopped crying? Has Xue Xue's influence diminished so greatly? Humph. You men are all the same. A heartbreak of such magnitude, and you weep for but a moment. Lu Fei mimicked Lu Shui, striking a painful chord within Li Chun. The visage he had sought to forget resurfaced, compounded by the mocking glances from those around him. With a loud cry, he succumbed to tears once more. Lu Fei utilized his sorrowful cries to lure approximately 400 or 500 ordinary zombies, including 2 of a higher tier. While such zombies might pose a threat elsewhere, within Lu Fei's formidable group, they were akin to lambs lost in a den of wolves. Without delay, the 2 higher-tier zombies were swiftly dispatched. Do not take my kills. Watch my crows take flight. The group clamored, and the 2 zombies, trembling, huddled together, scarcely able to utter a sound before their heads fell to the ground, and their cores were extracted. TSK, is that all a higher-tier zombie amounts to? Lu Fei maintained her watch, though unafraid of various attacks. She lacked their finesse in combat. To prevent them from being distracted by her safety, she remained in a secure location. Thus, the battle raged from dawn till dusk, piles of zombies accumulating. As all fell exhausted, Li Chen's voice hoarse from his forced tears, unable to shed another drop. Especially when Lu Fei imitated Lu Shui's exaggerated mannerisms, he felt numb. Devoid of any emotional response, even instinctively nauseated by the act. Dear mother, I was wrong. I shall no longer look down on others. Please, do not make me cry again. Li Chen's voice resembled that of a beleaguered esports commentator, straining to produce any sound as he knelt before Lu Fei in utter despair. Li Chen, do you truly comprehend your error? Without Shui's beckoning, would you not revert to your old ways? The mere thought of Lu Shui made Li Chen feel nauseous. Ugh, do not mention her. Observing Li Chen's reaction, Lu Fei raised an eyebrow in triumph. Glancing at Li Luo, my therapy of collapse is rather effective, wouldn't you agree? Li Luo, watching his brother endure such torment, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, recognizing that without some lessons, he might one day lose his life, he found himself admiring Lu Fei all the more. He bowed and apologized to Lu Fei on behalf of the entire team, formally expressing regret for their previous reckless actions. Youth, making mistakes is entirely natural. After a couple of beatings, one learns their lesson. In the future, if you have any issues, just speak to Annie, and she will specially tailor an unforgettable corrective package for you. The people at Qingyan Base observed Li Chun, who was in a dazed state after being tormented, and then gazed at the man eating flowers crawling out of the ground, exhibiting a morose demeanor. Although they were not particularly wise among the 9 major bases, it did not imply they lacked intelligence. Based on their interactions over the past few days, they unanimously concluded that while one might provoke the King of Hell, one should never provoke Lu Fei. Once the man-eating flowers had tidied up the zombies, Lu Fei effortlessly purified them and allowed them to retreat underground. She had completed purifying the nearby man-eating flowers, and soon she would have a delightful and benevolent entourage. Anyone who dared to bully her would face dire consequences. The mere thought of this filled Lu Fei with excitement. With the addition of Qingyan Base and Phoenix Base, the lineup for tonight was particularly formidable. Lu Fei instructed them to procure some mutated chickens, while she would handle the purification and indulge in a feast as a means of celebration. As the enticing aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the base, creating a relaxed atmosphere, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Everyone, save for Lu Fei, suddenly collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Sister, how can I survive without you? You are the fragrant leopard, they exclaimed in confusion. While Lu Fei gnawed on a chicken leg, she noticed the abnormal behavior of her companions and initially suspected it might be a prank by the foolish Li Chun. However, upon reflecting on Li Chen's limited intellect, she dismissed the notion. Observing Chao Jingyu and Luo Feiyu lying on the ground, Lu Fei furrowed her brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Are you all right? What is happening? Lu Fei inquired, wishing to assess their condition. Utilizing her purification power seemed to have some effect, as their bodies appeared less feeble than before. Chao Jingyu, extend your hand. Just as Lu Fei was about to purify Chao Jingyu, she felt a tremor beneath her feet. As she looked down, the once even surface suddenly caved in, creating a large pit. A pale, decayed hand emerged from the earth, violently grasping her ankle and yanking her into the abyss. Lu Fei barely had time to utter a word before she vanished without a trace. Before anyone could react, they heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Turning their heads, they were astonished to see Chao Jingyu straining to jump down after her. When the others crawled to the edge of the pit and peered down, they could only see Chao Jingyu stumbling in a disheveled manner. Sister, wait for me. I'm coming down too. Gu Chang'e had just been purified by Lu Fei and was feeling relatively agile, determined to follow suit. However, just as he leaped high into the air, the pit bizarrely sealed itself, causing Gu Chang'e to crash awkwardly to the ground, face first into the dirt. No, sister, how can I live without you? Gu Chang'e desperately attempted to claw at the earth, but it felt as if it had been welded shut, presenting no gaps. If it weren't for the undeniable absence of two individuals, one might think this was merely a dream. Worrying would yield no results. Lu Fei had a unique constitution, impervious to zombies and attacks, so she was likely not in mortal peril. Their task was to locate her and rescue her. Luo Feiyu shared the same concerns, but forced himself to remain calm, rapidly organizing his thoughts. He finally recalled Lu Fei's remarkable defensive abilities. Given that it was dark and their bodies were still recovering, recklessly wandering about would only result in further casualties. Fortunately, the zombies had been sufficiently intimidated in this area, ensuring relative safety for the night. As they listened to Luo Feiyu's reasoning, the others found it logical. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fei had become their guiding light. Her sudden disappearance had thrown them into a state of panic, leaving them somewhat embarrassed. We're all fine. We're just giving Lu Fei a break. And didn't Major Chao jump down with her? When Luo Feiyu mentioned Chao Jingyu, a flicker of discontent crossed his eyes. Wasn't it merely a matter of advantageous positioning that allowed him to leap first? He secretly wished to have jumped alongside them. Achoo! Chao Jingyu, struggling to support himself against the wall, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. The underground was pitch black, filled with the scent of earth and an unidentifiable stench of decay. Had he not fallen today, he would have never imagined such a sight existed beneath the surface. As he continued to move cautiously, he inadvertently stepped on something. Bending down to pick it up, he discovered it was a fragment of human bone. The thought of Lu Fei being captured by zombies, possibly surrounded and devoured, ignited a surge of murderous intent within him, compelling him to wish for the annihilation of every living creature in his path. Determined to find Lu Fei quickly, Chao Jingyu desperately activated the powers within him. If he could restore his animalistic abilities, his sense of smell would become exceptionally acute, making it much easier to locate her. However, in his eagerness, he was met with backlash, causing him to spit out blood. This exacerbated his already weakened state, and his vision blurred. Had it not been for his steadfast willpower, he would have likely collapsed at that moment. I must persist. Chao Jingyu gritted his teeth and pressed on. Though he incessantly cursed Lu Fei under his breath, his heart continually prayed for her safety. The underground offered no glimmer of light, and Chao Jingyu had lost track of time. Perhaps it had been 15 minutes, or perhaps an entire night. The only indication of reality was the searing pain in his legs, which had become too painful to lift. He attempted to pull himself up to continue searching for Lu Fei, but his body unexpectedly signaled its surrender, collapsing without warning. With a muffled thud, Chao Jingyu hit the ground, momentarily stunned by the pain. Just as he began to regain his composure and contemplated rising to continue, he suddenly heard a series of sounds. Thud, thud, thud. Is anyone out there? If you are, make a sound. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, You think you can bind me? You think you can just appear? Just wait and see if I dazzle you or not. How dare you confine me in this wretched shell? Let me out. As Chao Jingyu listened to the vigorous voice, his underlying concerns finally dissipated, and he found himself smiling brightly, a realization he was unaware of until that moment. Lu Fei, where are you? Knock a few more times so I can hear you. After uttering those words, Chao Jingyu was momentarily taken aback. When did his voice become so gentle? However, before he could ponder too long, Lu Fei's delighted laughter reached his ears. Ah, is that you, stinky leopard? I knew you'd come to rescue me. Upon hearing Chao Jingyu's voice, Lu Fei hastily banged on the surrounding walls, asking if he could determine her location. I seem to be in a tomb, surrounded by nothing but stone walls. Chao Jingyu attentively listened to Lu Fei's voice, and after discerning the direction, he finally located a section of the wall. He kicked with all his might, but it did not budge, leaving him breathless from the exertion. Lu Fei, evidently aware of the situation, reassured him not to worry. She was safe, while he needed to be cautious of the treacherous individual who might appear at any moment. If I ever catch that rascal, I'll give him a good thrashing. How dare he imprison me? Chao Jingyu, are you okay? How did you fall? Where are the others? It's just me. They're up above. Chao Jingyu was tirelessly analyzing which section of the wall was the weakest, his frustration growing as he listened to Lu Fei still worrying about others. He felt an overwhelming desire to swallow her whole, just to silence her incessant chatter that was beginning to irritate him. As he felt around the obstructive wall, His eyes filled with anger. He thought that if only his abilities were still intact, he could easily break through that thickness with a single kick. Since brute force wouldn't suffice, Chao Jingyu resorted to digging with his bare hands, soon turning his fingers bloody and raw. Lu Fei, realizing his actions, quickly urged him to stop, stating she would seek assistance. Just then, Chao Jingyu felt the ground tremble, initially thinking it was the mysterious person returning, only to discover a swarm of carnivorous plants emerging, chirping and croaking. Previously, he had found these creatures bothersome, but now he was in desperate need of their help. Indeed, with Lu Fei around, anything could happen. The narrow passage was tightly blocked by their massive vines, preventing them from entering the stone chamber, forcing them to mimic Chao Jingyu and use their hands and leaves to dig. In the dark world, the passage of time felt less significant. All he could hear was the rustling sound of the soil being scraped away. Finally, after excavating a small section of the wall, progress accelerated. To his surprise, there was light within the stone chamber, greatly aiding his efforts. When he finally dug out an opening large enough for a person to pass through, he beheld Lu Fei chained by iron shackles, chirping, croaking. The carnivorous plants, upon seeing Lu Fei, began to twist and sway, using their leaves to form hearts, nearly causing a collapse due to the narrowness of the passage. "You're all good treasures. Once I'm out, I'll treat you with crystal cores." Despite her confinement, Lu Fei's chatter remained incessant as Chao Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief and crawled through the opening. "Wow, bro, you're amazing. You managed to dig through this. From now on, I won't call you Stinky Leopard anymore. You're a fragrant leopard, the smartest and most capable one." Lu Fei dashed toward Chao Jingyu, ready to shower him with compliments when suddenly a solid mass fell upon her, causing her to tumble to the ground uncontrollably. "Wah, help! Chao Jingyu, you're crushing me." Chapter 76. I will take responsibility for you. Don't overdo it. Lu Fei found herself fortuitously buried in Chao Jingyu's muscular chest. Although the soft yet firm sensation was pleasant, she felt overwhelmed by the weight. "Stinky Leopard, get up. You're going to crush me." Gasping for air, Lu Fei added, "If you don't move, I might have to resort to special measures." Chao Jingyu was too heavy for her to budge, and in a fit of frustration, she bit down on his chest. A muffled grunt reverberated in her ears as Chao Jingyu finally shifted, but not entirely, causing Lu Fei to feel even more constricted. With no other option, she continued to nibble away until she tasted blood, prompting Chao Jingyu to laboriously roll over, losing consciousness once more. "Phew, that was close. I almost suffocated." Lu Fei gasped for breath, grateful for the freedom to inhale deeply. "What else with this stinky leopard? Why does he need to be so muscular?" she mused, then quickly turned her attention to Chao Jingyu's condition. With the aid of the light, she noticed he was covered in dirt, his hands bloodied and raw, and despite this, he remained silent. The normally fastidious Chao Jingyu must be in considerable discomfort to be in such a state. With a sigh, Lu Fei placed her hand on his arm and began to purify him. As the golden light spread, she could visibly see his complexion improving. This time, Lu Fei could distinctly sense the depletion of his abilities, as if they had been forcibly extracted. It seemed this purification process would require more time than usual. During the purification, Lu Fei lost herself in thought, gazing at Chao Jingyu's face, unable to deny how strikingly handsome he was. With his healthy dark skin, amber eyes, chiseled features, and muscular physique brimming with primal strength, he exuded an intoxicating masculine charm just by standing there. Moreover, due to their earlier tussle, his collar was torn, exposing patches of skin, revealing deep and shallow bite marks on his chest. Ahem, I assure you, this was entirely unintentional. I'm not being indecent. Even Lu Fei, with her thick skin, felt her cheeks flush. In her previous life, she had been too preoccupied with studies, work, and undercover missions to have time for romance. This was her first time causing a man to look like this, and surprisingly, there was a certain beauty in the brokenness. As her imagination conjured images of Chao Jingyu with tears glistening in his eyes, Lu Fei revealed a sly smile, only to quickly retract it. Coughing lightly, she reminded herself that he was her savior, and such thoughts were inappropriate. She hastily dismissed the fanciful images from her mind and closed her eyes to concentrate on her purification efforts. "Please, don't drive me away," she heard Chao Jingyu muttering, his brows furrowed as if trapped in an infinite nightmare. Recalling Chao Kai's earlier words, Lu Fei realized that Chao Jingyu must have been dreaming about his mother, causing him distress. He often appeared indifferent, but now it seemed that his emotions were pent up, ready to erupt into overwhelming sorrow. "It's just a dream. Don't be afraid," Lu Fei wished to smooth the creases on his forehead, but her hand was firmly grasped by him. Mom, it hurts so much. Don't hit me. You only love Uncle. Don't you love me, Mom? Why have you never noticed me? I am your son. Why don't you love me? The heavy nasal tone and plaintive pitch made Chao Jingyu resemble a dejected kitten, ears drooping and curled into a ball. Initially, Lu Fei intended to withdraw her hand, but seeing his bloodied fingers softened her heart. After all, he had come to save her without any special powers. What harm was there in allowing him to hold her hand? With this thought, Lu Fei felt a sense of relief. The more skin contact, the better the purification effect. So she resolutely focused on her task. Perhaps due to Chao Jingyu's nightmare, his emotional fluctuations made her purification considerably challenging. After finally completing her task, she felt utterly exhausted and summoned a carnivorous plant to guard them before lying down beside Chao Jingyu. Thus, they held hands and drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, as she succumbed to sleep, Chao Jingyu quietly opened his eyes. He gazed at Lu Fei's serene and pure sleeping face, the sweet fragrance enveloping him, and cautiously nestled closer, resting his head against her neck, sinking back into dreams. Yet this time, he was no longer haunted by painful visions. Lu Fei was unaware of how long she had slept. Upon awakening, she felt invigorated, though she noticed the coolness of the ground beneath her. She had grown cold midway through her slumber, but somehow felt warm again. I slept so well. Stretching, she turned her head only to be startled by the enlarged, handsome face of Chao Jingyu, causing her to shiver and then feel a surge of anger as she poked his face. Get up, you rascal. Just because you saved me yesterday doesn't mean I'll tolerate your lewd behavior. Chao Jingyu, roused from his sleep, blinked drowsily. His amber eyes lacked their usual sharpness and instead held a hint of languor, resembling a beguiling fox rather than a fierce leopard. He listened to Lu Fei's words without alarm, leisurely sitting up. Pointing at the ground beneath him and then at hers, he said, I've been lying here all along. It was you who snuggled up to me in the middle of the night and held on tightly. I couldn't shake you off. Lu Fei expressed her disbelief, glancing around and realizing that he was indeed correct. The marks on his side were minimal, while her area seemed to have endured a whirlwind of chaos. Ahem, I apologize. I was mistaken, she quickly admitted, realizing her error. How are you feeling? Has your ability returned? Upon hearing this, Chao Jingyu's expression grew serious. He closed his eyes to gauge his condition and discovered that his body had nearly returned to its optimal state. Even the injuries from the previous day had healed significantly. I'm fine otherwise, but my chest hurts a lot. As he moved, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he looked down to find a row of neat bite marks, his lips twitching. Before he could speak, Lu Fei knelt formally before him and bowed her head. Chao Jingyu, I'm sorry for inadvertently ruining your reputation. It was just that you were too heavy. I felt like I was suffocating under your weight, and I had no choice but to bite you. I'm truly grateful for your rescue, and if you seek compensation, I will grant your request. If you're still unsatisfied, I'll let you bite me back. With a determined grit, she raised her arm, embodying the spirit of a warrior ready to make a sacrifice. Hearing her words, Chao Jingyu felt a tingling sensation in his tailbone, his tail wanting to mischievously escape. All right, I'll hold you responsible. You must never chase me away, groom me weakly, and aside from me, you cannot harbor any other furry creatures. If there is food, aside from Andy, it must come to me first. Also, when we rest outdoors, you can only sleep beside me and must not converse with Luo Feiyu or Mou. Chao Jingyu rattled off a series of conditions, disregarding whether they were excessive, thinking that once the opportunity was gone, it would not return. What if she agreed to them all? Lu Fei initially consented to his demands, but balked at the last two. Don't go overboard. Even if I'm carefree, I'm still a woman. There is a difference between men and women. How can I sleep beside you? Moreover, they have done nothing wrong. Why can't I talk to them? I haven't sold myself to you. On what basis? Lu Fei prepared to retort further when Chao Jingyu suddenly grimaced, clutching his chest where the bite marks throbbed painfully. Ugh, my chest hurts so much. I hope it's not infected. I wonder if being bitten could lead to rabies. Listening to Chao Jingyu, Lu Fei's teeth itched with the desire to toss him out, but remembering that his disheveled state was all for her, she forced herself to endure. If you're not afraid I'll sleepwalk and choke you, you may sleep as you wish. But the last condition is non-negotiable. Feiyu and Mou have treated me well, and I have no reason to act against them. Seeing Lu Fei's resolute stance, Chao Jingyu realized she would not budge. So he settled down. After all, with the injury on his chest, it was only a matter of time before he drove Luo Feiyu to madness. With such thoughts in mind, Xiao Jingyu finally felt invigorated. He reached out and broke the chains binding Lu Fei. Just as he was about to lead her back the way they came, he suddenly heard the sound of the stone chamber being opened. Chapter 77. Cared for by a zombie? Mr. Leopard in a skirt with a loud clang. The heavy tomb door swung open, and a gaunt figure swiftly crawled in, clutching something in hand that appeared to be bulging. As the figure drew closer, Lu Fei finally discerned its appearance. The tattered clothing, barely recognizable as a military uniform, hung loosely on a skeletal frame. The skin sagged grotesquely, with patches of flesh even peeling away. If one could say there was anything human left, it was that this zombie lacked the agility of a living being. At that moment, the figure's grayish-white eyes stared vacantly at Lu Fei and Xiao Jingyu, its lips devoid of flesh, emitting only incoherent growls. Seeing that the two did not respond, it became agitated, shouting louder. And Lu Fei noted with horror that it had no tongue. "Stay behind me. I will handle him." Xiao Jingyu watched helplessly as Lu Fei was taken away, his frustration boiling within him. Now that he had found the source of his troubles, he transformed into his leopard form, revealing sharp claws, poised to tear the intruder apart. Hiss! The figure tilted its head, observing the poised Xiao Jingyu, as if trying to decipher something, producing an unintelligible sound from its throat. Without wasting time, Xiao Jingyu growled and lunged forward, but as he leapt, a familiar sensation washed over him, draining his strength once more, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Fei watched as Xiao Jingyu flickered between human and leopard forms, realizing his abilities were waning again. She rushed over to assist him with purification. As golden light flickered, Xiao Jingyu managed to stabilize in his leopard form. Roar! What the hell? Initially intent on eliminating the figure, Xiao Jingyu's roar was laced with frustration at being thwarted. Yet, he dared not leave Lu Fei's purifying range, fearing the loss of his last shred of dignity if he could not maintain his leopard form. Seeing that Xiao Jingyu had ceased his attacks, the figure finally began to move, swaying the bulging package towards Lu Fei. Hiss! Lu Fei was focused on purifying Xiao Jingyu when she suddenly caught sight of the package, momentarily taken aback, but then she frowned and swatted it away. "Stay away from me." Her cold and vigilant demeanor caused the figure to pause, and though it could not express emotion, the disappointment and dejection it exuded were palpable. A zombie can feel dejected? Lu Fei eyed the creature with suspicion. "Xiao Jingyu, do you think he is human or a zombie? If he is a zombie, he seems to possess some cognition. If he is human, how can he still move in such a state?" Roar! Roar! How would I know? The two, one speaking human language and the other in leopardese, had no communication barriers, intensely focused on devising a strategy regarding the figure. Hiss! The figure sensed Lu Fei's gaze upon it, and quickly extended the package again. This time, Lu Fei did not refuse. She hesitantly accepted it, and opened it to find several dresses and some food. There were not only compressed biscuits, but also 2 bottles of water. The figure seemed to know she would be hungry. Lu Fei glanced at the man, who was nearly a zombie, then down at the food and clothing in her hands, and felt a pang of emotion. She was being cared for by a zombie. Hiss! Hiss! The almost zombie man pointed at the food and then at Lu Fei's mouth, urging her to eat. Lu Fei turned and placed the items under Xiao Jingyu's nose to let him sniff them. Seeing him nod, she finally felt reassured enough to eat. Crunch! Seeing Lu Fei finally consuming the food, the nearly zombie man clapped his hands joyfully, mumbling in an unintelligible tone. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Lu Fei seemed to choke, coughing violently as she collapsed to the ground, rolling in distress. Help! Help! Lu Fei reached out to the nearly zombie man for aid. He was evidently alarmed by her state, frantically searching for something useful, and finally rushed over to her. The moment he touched her, a cunning glint flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. Purification. Golden light enveloped the man, rendering him immobile, unable to resist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Huh. Spare yourself the futile resistance. Accept purification willingly. If you are human, I will save you. If you are a zombie, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Although Lu Fei felt a twinge of gratitude for his care, she knew that if he were truly a complete zombie, she would have to eliminate him. After all, it was her invulnerability that allowed her to survive. Any ordinary person would have either suffocated or died from fear. The man would take some time to be purified, and Lu Fei glanced at the sizable leopard occupying most of the stone chamber, slightly frowning. She pulled out a flowery long skirt with an elastic waist from the package and tossed it over. Put this on and turn back into a human. You are taking up too much space. Roar! Roar! I don't want to. Lu Fei could clearly see the disdain in the leopard's eyes. Chao Jingyu even swatted it aside with his paw. Wearing something is better than nothing. If I finish purifying and he is still a zombie, we will have to flee. It would be more convenient for you to turn human. Otherwise, I won't have the time to keep purifying you. They both understood that the root cause of Chao Jingyu's waning powers was this nearly zombie man. If a confrontation were to ensue, his speed was remarkable, and he possessed strange abilities that could render opponents powerless. Lu Fei and Chao Jingyu were well aware that they stood little chance. If he transformed back into a man while running, the situation would become chaotic. With such thoughts, Chao Jingyu ultimately relented. Lu Fei heard the rustling of fabric, and without needing to turn, she could imagine the expression of someone whose face was nearly the color of a soot-covered pot. I'm done. Chao Jingyu's voice, now somber, reached her ears, and when Lu Fei turned to look, her eyes brightened. With a sigh of admiration, one cannot help but acknowledge that a handsome man can look striking even draped in a burlap sack. Chao Jingyu donned a dress, which he subsequently tore to cover his torso. Even so, Lu Fei could still discern his well-defined pectorals and chiseled abdominal muscles. The dress he wore was slit, revealing his strong, elongated thighs with each step he took. His legs, akin to the spring waters of the Seine, defied expectations, rather than appearing effeminate or unattractive. He exuded a unique charm. One could only wish that such attire would remain permanently affixed to him. Lu Fei absent-mindedly scratched her itchy nose, anxious to avoid a nosebleed. Her unabashed compliments caused Chao Jingyu's face to flush, though his darker complexion masked the blush, nonetheless. The exhilaration in his heart made his tail and ears yearn to manifest outward. Just as he was about to speak, a peculiar sound resonated, signaling the completion of a purification process. Both of them turned to regard a figure whose appearance had not significantly changed. His eyes remained a pale gray, and his form was emaciated. Fortunately, his tongue and lips had reappeared, and even the bony fingers were now covered by skin. What on earth is this creature? Lu Fei found herself utterly perplexed, her mind inundated with questions. Sister, eat, eat. Suddenly, the figure directed his raspy, halting voice towards Lu Fei. Hey, don't mistake kinship. My brother is not a good person. I barely managed to get rid of one, so please don't add to my troubles. Lu Fei rolled her eyes in exasperation at the man's assumption of sisterhood, for she had no inclination to recognize a brother. Sister, eat, eat. The zombie man seemed oblivious to Lu Fei's rejection, persistently gesturing towards the food. I refuse to eat such unpalatable fare. I want meat. I want roast chicken. Seeing that he did not comprehend her words, Lu Fei's mind raced, devising a plan to dismiss him and thus facilitate her escape. No, no meat. Meat is foul. Illness. Death. The zombie man shook his head vigorously, his stiff features contorting into a mask of concern. At the mention of death, a flicker of pain flashed in his gray eyes, and he clutched his head, howling in anguish. Do not die, Fei Fei. Upon hearing his desperate cries, Lu Fei hesitated, scrutinizing the writhing figure on the ground. Neither her memories nor those of the original owner revealed any knowledge of him. How did he know her name? It could not be mere coincidence. Quickly, while he is in a state of madness, let us flee. Lu Fei tugged at Chao Jingyu, and they hastily crawled out of the cave, navigating the underground passage at a rapid pace. Sister, do not leave. You will be captured. The zombie man's headache intensified as he watched Lu Fei escape, rendering him unable to pursue. Staying put is akin to being a turtle. I am a fierce eagle of a woman. Farewell. While escaping, Lu Fei could not resist her sharp tongue, yet her joy was short-lived. The darkness of the tunnel disoriented them, and they soon found themselves lost, utterly exhausted. Damn it, let me out. You scoundrel. Fearing the zombie man's approach, Lu Fei muttered curses under her breath, never having felt so constrained. Had she been able to overpower him, she would have taken action. Enough with the curses. Focus on resting. We must continue searching for a way out. Chao Jingyu, his powers not yet fully restored, was equally fatigued. Sweat trickled from his forehead to his chin, cascading down into the fabric of his clothing. His muscles heaved rhythmically with each labored breath, exuding an irresistible allure. Especially in that slit dress, like a lotus unfurling. It accentuated his long, slender legs, which were exposed to the air, a vision of temptation. Of course, Lu Fei remained unaffected, as she could not see. Instead, she leisurely produced a collection of snacks to offer Chao Jingyu, reasoning that they might as well fill their bellies since they could not escape. After what felt like an eternity, she called for her little system, only to receive an automated response indicating that the system was undergoing an upgrade, and to please be patient. Frustrated, she vowed to obliterate the area once she managed to ascend, for the grievance in her heart was insatiable. Lu Fei savagely bit into a chocolate bar, envisioning it as the zombie man, for if it were not for him, she would not be scuttling about like a groundhog underground. They haphazardly filled their stomachs and were just about to depart when they heard a rustling sound nearby, accompanied by mumblings. Sister, sister, your sister, my foot. How did you find me again? Lu Fei felt on the verge of tearing her hair out, having no time to choose a path. She hastily seized Chao Jingyu and fled down a random passage. Sister, do not run, or you will be caught. The intermittent voice grew closer, echoing eerily in the dark underground. I beg you, do not pursue me. Wherever you fancy, just let me be. Lu Fei, drenched in sweat from the chase, shouted in desperation. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell forward. Chao Jingyu, sensing something amiss, instinctively reached out and caught her, but in doing so, he fell onto the unforgiving surface of the pipe. The sound echoed, betraying their location, yet Lu Fei was astonished to discover they had stumbled upon a sewer. If we follow the pipe, we can find a manhole cover and ascend. Quickly follow me. In the sewer, Lu Fei felt a surge of confidence, transforming from her previous clumsiness into swift determination. Sister, do not go. Lu Fei's brief moment of elation was shattered as the zombie man's voice echoed ominously, now alarmingly close, propelling her to crawl even faster. Chao Jingyu observed Lu Fei, who had already climbed quite a distance, and then turned his gaze to the approaching zombie man. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as his towering figure lunged forward, seizing the skeletal frame with unwavering determination. Run. Go find someone to save me. Just as Chao Jingyu finished speaking, an involuntary groan escaped him. There was no doubt that the zombie man had once again stripped him of his abilities. You think you can escape from me? Impossible. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body and the dizziness clouding his mind, he gritted his teeth and persisted, declaring, I am Major General Chao Jingyu of the Central Military District. No enemy can evade my grasp. Upon hearing the mention of the Central Military District, the zombie man's body visibly stiffened, but he soon seemed to become even more ferocious, continuously howling Lu Fei's name. Come back. Come back. Don't go out. Although the zombie had once moved swiftly, his speed had significantly diminished with Chao Jingyu clinging to him. Stripped of his powers and utterly drained, Chao Jingyu fought to bite his tongue, summoning the last remnants of his strength to avoid losing consciousness, gripping the zombie man's waist with all his might as he was dragged along. You cursed wretch! Lu Fei had already fled, and with her absence, the zombie man could no longer see her figure, instantly filled with rage. He lowered his gaze to the impediment before him, and a murderous intent flickered in his pale gray eyes. Extending his bony fingers, he tightened his grip around Chao Jingyu's neck, the suffocating pain causing the latter's handsome face to flush crimson. Yet, he would not relent. If you possess the strength, strangle me, but I will not allow you to capture Lu Fei. Chao Jingyu's defiance only fueled the zombie man's fury, his grip tightening further. Just as Chao Jingyu felt the oxygen in his body dwindle and the edges of consciousness began to fade, a flurry of images flashed through his mind. A crazed and malevolent mother, a heartless and cruel father, and the curses of those he had killed. In truth, perishing in this manner might not be so bad. Yet, at the very moment he was about to surrender, he caught sight of a radiant girl approaching from the distance, glowing with golden light. Ah, you skeletal wretch, take this. With a fierce cry, Lu Fei brandished a net, ensnaring the zombie man within it, and exerting all her strength to hurl him aside. The zombie man, caught off guard, crashed heavily against the drainage pipe, producing a thunderous sound. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei rushed to Chao Jingyu's side, cradling him in her arms and initiating the purification process. Chao Jingyu, they say calamity lingers for 1,000 years. You must not die. Cough, cough. I have a strong constitution. I shall not perish. Enveloped in golden light, Chao Jingyu felt his discomfort gradually alleviate. Did I not tell you to run? Why have you returned? Never abandon. Never give up. We are good friends, and I cannot let you face danger alone. Lu Fei gently patted Chao Jingyu's head, turning to glare fiercely at the zombie man with her bright, expressive eyes. In the next moment, she knelt down and bowed her head 3 times before the zombie man. Please, let us go. I truly do not know you. Chapter 79. Do you allow people to ascend? The deceased military district commander. I am your elder brother. Fear not. Fear not. The zombie man, seeing Lu Fei's sorrowful expression, disregarded the net ensnaring him and hurriedly approached. Do not come any closer. If you do, I shall take my own life before you. Lu Fei, unwilling to endure the cycle of capture and escape again, grasped her own neck, feigning intimidation. Though it was a half-hearted threat, the zombie man appeared genuinely frightened. Hastily gesturing for her to release him, he stumbled backward, looking rather comical, like a freshly caught clam. It works, it works. Let us escape while we can. Lu Fei nodded, and as soon as Chao Jingyu regained his footing, she maintained her threatening posture and followed him forward. The pipe was shrouded in darkness, so Lu Fei chose to envelop herself in golden light, resembling a large light bulb illuminating their surroundings. Eventually, Chao Jingyu, finding her pace too slow, scooped her into his arms. The zombie man trailed behind, keeping a watchful gaze on Lu Fei. Whenever she showed signs of relaxation, the zombie man would take a step closer, prompting Lu Fei to reassert her threatening stance, causing him to retreat once more. Thus, the three of them engaged in a peculiar game, moving in this manner for an indeterminate time. Why is this pipe so long? Not even a manhole cover in sight. Chao Jingyu lamented. If you haven't located the exit, then where did you acquire that net? Isn't it just something one picks up? I initially considered using a plunger, but it smelled too foul. I feared it might spray on you, so I abandoned the idea. However, let me tell you, back in school, when I was bullied, I once wielded a plunger to give that person a thorough cupping treatment, and everyone in the class ended up vomiting. Lu Fei recounted with pride, reminiscing about her past exploits, while Chao Jingyu felt a pang of sympathy. He realized that Lu Fei must have been bullied by her brothers, which led to her being tormented in school, intensifying his resentment towards the Lu family. He resolved that the next time he encountered them, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Fei excitedly pointed ahead, frantically beating against Chao Jingyu's chest. Hurry, hurry. There's a ladder leading upward. There must be a manhole cover. Upon hearing this, Chao Jingyu looked up to find indeed a row of ladders. Their color strikingly similar to that of the drainage pipe. Hard to notice unless one looked closely. How did you spot that? Nothing special, just familiarity. After traversing drainage pipes so often, one becomes adept. The two swiftly reached the base of the ladder, but just as they were about to ascend, the zombie man blocked their path. No going out. I will seize you. It is dangerous. The zombie man grasped Chao Jingyu, preventing him from moving, and naturally, Lu Fei in his arms could not advance either. As for leaving Lu Fei behind, she could not bring herself to abandon her companion, resulting in a stalemate. Lu Fei could even hear the sound of her own teeth grinding, wondering why this relentless adversary had fixated on her. Very well, if it comes to this. Do not blame me for unleashing my trump card. At her words, Chao Jingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly awaited her next move, contemplating whether it would be the lightning strike or her transformation into a powerful force capable of halting a vehicle. Please let me go up. There's no sunlight here, and I might perish from a calcium deficiency. You're so formidable. Just go up and protect me, I beg you. Lu Fei's charming voice startled Chao Jingyu, causing his legs to weaken, nearly throwing her away. For a brief moment, Chao Jingyu thought Lu Fei had been possessed by a spirit. Earlier, Lu Fei had deliberately mimicked Lu Shui's speech, adopting a tone that was both eerie and mocking, but now her voice was purely sweet, making him want to stifle her with a sock. Chao Jingyu was about to argue that the zombie man wouldn't fall for such antics, when the man surprisingly tugged at the corners of his mouth, his expression turning conflicted. Seeing this flicker of hope, Lu Fei quickly hopped down from Chao Jingyu's embrace and, suppressing her disgust, gently tugged at the tattered sleeve of the zombie man. Please, just let me go up. I dislike living underground. If you force me to stay here, I will be very sad, and sadness brings illness. Illness leads to death. Do you really want to watch me die? Not dead. Not dead. Fei will not die. Brother, protect. Upon hearing the word die, the zombie man frantically shook his head, gripping Lu Fei's hand with great strength, as if fearing she would vanish at any moment. The pain in his gray-white eyes was palpable, and when he looked at Lu Fei, there was a sorrow that was difficult to decipher. Then please take us out. Would you? With your protection, I will be safe. Lu Fei persisted, shaking the zombie man's sleeve. However, given the age of his clothing, it couldn't withstand her force, and she accidentally tore it away, revealing a tattoo on his arm. Upon seeing the tattoo, Chao Jingyu's pupils constricted, staring at him in shock. You. How do you have that tattoo? He approached the zombie man, examining his arm closely. This is the mark of our deceased military district commander, Rong Qi. You are Rong Qi, but I thought you were dead? Upon hearing the name Rong Qi, the zombie man visibly panicked, clutching his head and beginning to convulse. No, I am not Rong Qi. I am worthless, a sinner who deserves to die. After uttering these words, he disregarded Lu Fei and Chao Jingyu, swiftly merging into the darkness until he vanished completely. Lu Fei exclaimed, "Is he leaving just like that? What was all that crawling and pretending for? Was it just a joke? Don't go. Come back." Chao Jingyu called out, rushing to pursue him. "Tell me who you are." The dynamics had shifted from him fleeing to them chasing him, prompting Lu Fei to halt Chao Jingyu. The underground passage was intricate, if he wished to hide. One could search a lifetime without success. It was better to regroup above. Moreover, he was so fixated on me. I believe he will return. Listening to Lu Fei, Chao Jingyu finally calmed down, taking a deep breath to suppress his tumultuous emotions. "Let us go." His low voice revealed his unrest. As he climbed up, Lu Fei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With each movement upwards, the slit of her skirt swayed, exposing not only her long legs, but also other things that were hardly concealed. Chao Jingyu felt a chill beneath him, finally realizing he was unadorned beneath his clothes. If he were above, Lu Fei would be able to see everything. Ahem, perhaps you should go first. Remarkably kind, Lu Fei refrained from teasing him further, fearing this proud creature would tear his skirt and run out in a panic. With victory in sight, the two moved swiftly. Finally, upon opening the manhole cover, they beheld the long-lost sky. Just as Lu Fei was about to express her relief at returning, she was abruptly met with a voice that filled her with irritation. Chapter 80. Kill Gu Chang'e. Help Xue Xue retrieve the crystal core. Wa, big brother, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not guarding the crystal core. And it got stolen. If you need to punish someone, punish me. Lu Xue cried, huddled behind Lu Juanhao, tears streaming down her face. What does that have to do with you? You, a frail girl, faced so many people. It's a miracle you survived. Although Lu Juanhao was not as kind to Lu Xue as before, he couldn't harbor resentment towards his caring sister, especially given Lu Fei's ruthless nature. Wah, I still feel so useless. During these days without Lu Fei's interference, and with Lu Xue basking in the glow of the protagonist, she quickly garnered a fair number of admirers. Seeing her cry, the crowd behind her hastened to console her, indignantly pointing at Gu Chang'e and the others. Has the Hongjian base gone mad? How could you steal from such a good girl like Xue Xue? Indeed, just look at them, covered in dirt. They must be hiding because they're scared. Are they trying to dig like rats? Humph. I've heard that Lu Fei from the Hongjian base curses her father and kills her brother. With such a person as the base leader, how can the others be any better? Facing the crowd's accusations, Gu Chang'e and his companions were bewildered and enraged. You're talking nonsense. We just crawled out of the sewer. How could we steal Lu Xue's crystal core? Don't force me to kill. Gu Chang'e and the others were filthy and exhausted. Lu Fei had been missing for 2 days, and they had searched tirelessly for her. Their abilities had been stripped away, and after spending 2 days underground looking for Lu Fei, they were utterly drained. They had only hoped to surface for some supplies when they encountered Lu Xue. Before they could react, Lu Xue rolled on the ground, tore her clothes, and ran away crying. Within 2 minutes, a large group rushed toward them, glaring with hostility, accusing them of stealing the crystal core. These fools. Gu Chang'e sneered. Humph, don't think we fear you just because you have a level 5 elite. If you took Xue Xue's crystal core, you better hand it over. Yes, don't think your level 5 elite means anything. We have numbers. If you dare, kill us all, and then your Hongjian base is weak, and it will have no chance to escape. Listening to the crowd's support, a gleam of triumph flickered in Lu Xue's eyes. She had deliberately chosen this moment, knowing that Lu Fei was absent. As long as that wretched girl was not present, no one could escape her charm. Oh, thank you, dear brothers, for speaking on my behalf. I feel so useless. Despite possessing so many crystal cores, I couldn't protect them. I have squandered the trust bestowed upon me by my father and my brothers. I am truly worthless. Perhaps it would be better if I were to die. Lu Xue wept bitterly, her tears cascading like rain, wishing to collapse in despair. She had a remarkable talent for winning hearts, and seeing her in such a pitiable state prompted the crowd to rush to comfort her, igniting their masculine bravado. Coupled with her repeated calls for brother, they felt their resolve weaken, and even Gu Chang'e, a formidable level 5 powerhouse, found himself compelled to act. Gu Chang'e quickly produced the crystal cores, or else we will fight to the death. You cannot escape. One cried. We did not steal your crystal cores. You are slandering us. Gu Chang'e bellowed, his eyes glaring fiercely at her. Though he felt on the brink of collapsing, he persevered, determined not to reveal any weakness. The others behind him mirrored his resolve, though some might have noticed their trembling legs. Lu Shui, upon hearing this, refrained from retorting. Instead, she cried even harder, shaking her head repeatedly, biting her lip to suppress her sobs. I have no evidence. I possess nothing. I feel so useless. So many crystal cores have been lost. Oh, dear brothers. Perhaps it is best to let me atone with my death. I have dragged down the ranking of the fire base. I have held everyone back. Having spoken, she feigned a move to dash against the wall, only to be firmly grasped by a member of the free base nearby. She fell into his embrace, sobbing mournfully as if she were burdened by a tremendous injustice. The man, caught in her embrace, was overwhelmed by her fragrance, feeling an uncontrollable heat surge through him, his thoughts clouded by desire. Oh, brother, do not hold me back. Let me die? I cannot even protect the crystal cores. I am but a waste. Lu Shui's small hands lingered on the man's chest, gradually sliding downwards, igniting a fire within him, overwhelming his senses with thirst and a singular desire to cherish this enchanting girl before him, punishing all who dared to offend her. Thus, with a murderous glint in his eyes, he turned to Guchanga and the others. You scoundrels! How dare you bully Shui Shui? I shall make you pay. Coincidentally, the man was a level 4 fire ability user and hurled a massive fireball towards Guchanga with all his might. In previous encounters, Guchanga would have effortlessly consumed such an attack, but this time, he was grievously burned, spitting blood. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Guchanga's powers are gone. Cough, cough. What are you staring at? I merely underestimated my opponent and got burned, Guchanga retorted, his expression darkening as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Feeling a searing pain in his chest, he had attempted to summon his powers, but the more anxious he became, the more his body rebelled, and he struggled to maintain his footing. Observing their plight, Lu Shui's eyes gleamed with a cunning light. A quick survey confirmed Lu Fei's absence. Had their situation unraveled? Based on previous interactions, had they not swiftly suppressed any dissent? This time, they had endured until now, even sustaining injuries. Something was undeniably amiss. Lu Shui scrutinized the others, noting that even Luo Feiyu, a staunch defender of the Hongjian base, wore a pale, silent face. Having reached a conclusion, a cold smile crept onto Lu Shui's lips. They had laughed at her misfortune before. Now that the tables had turned, she would not let them live. Brother Gu, I know you are injured. How about this? Return half of the crystal cores to me, and I shall have the medic treat your wounds, shall I? Lu Shui exposed Guchanga and his companion's fade of endurance, and the eyes of the others grew increasingly malevolent. I heard over the intercom that your Hongjian base has acquired quite a number of crystal cores. Why then must you steal mine? Even without ours, you must have at least 1,000 cores, right? A group of severely injured individuals, clutching over 1,000 crystal cores, was akin to a herd of young maidens falling into the hands of ruffians. Sensing the greed stirred among the crowd, Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with derision. Humph, Lu Fei, when you return to witness the tragic demise of your comrades, will you still be able to smile? All who had tormented her, Lu Shui, must perish. Oh, Guchanga, how delightful it is to see you incapacitated. You deserve this. This is the fate that befalls those who bully us. Brothers, let us strike while he is down. In Guchanga, and claim their crystal cores for Shui Shui. Seeing the atmosphere escalate, Lu Jun hastily fueled the flames of discord, and indeed, in the next instant, the foolish mob charged forward, unleashing their abilities upon Guchanga and his companions. Guchanga, feeling despondent and immobile, closed his eyes in despair as he awaited the onslaught. He had yet to express his gratitude to his sister. Had it not been for her words, he wouldn't have been blessed with such a fortunate life. He braced for pain as he murmured, divine retribution, purification. Yet, instead of the anticipated agony, he heard Lu Fei's voice. Startled, Guchanga opened his eyes to see those charging at him engulfed in lightning, collapsing to the ground in charred heaps. As golden light enveloped him, his lost abilities returned to him. Oh, sister, you have finally returned. Hu Debeal, having narrowly escaped death, crawled to Lu Fei's legs, clinging to her tightly, recounting the events that had transpired. Across the throng, Lu Fei fixed her gaze upon Lu Shui, a cruel smile forming on her lips. Surprise, little girl. Did you think I would not return? Chapter 81. You claim we have seized your crystal core, yet we shall not suffer this injustice in silence. Lu Fei, do not presume that your return alters anything. They have stolen Shui Shui's crystal core and must face the consequences. They are gravely wounded now, and you need not resist obstinately, lest we decide to eliminate you as well. Lu Zhan glared at Lu Fei, his countenance darkened with fury, as if he wished to rend her to pieces. They were so close to claiming those crystal cores for themselves. With only a handful of them left, all injured, Lu Fei's meager defenses were merely a ruse. Our numbers are great, and we could easily outlast them in a war of attrition. Lu Zhan took the lead, unleashing his fire-based abilities to assault Lu Fei's protective barrier. Flames roared, crackling menacingly against the shield. Lu Fei watched this scene, her expression darkening. Lu Zhan, do not think that because you are my biological father, I would hesitate to end your life. Humph, you are already at your wit's end. Otherwise, with your temperament, you would have attacked long ago. Why are you not as brazen as before? I see you cannot hold out much longer, clinging to your pride. As Lu Zhan's words sank in, the others began to understand. Indeed, Lu Fei, who typically exuded confidence, was now cowering within her shell. The more they observed, the more convinced they became. Those who had been frightened away by the sudden appearance of lightning now stirred with renewed aggression. Fei, I advise you to heed your father's counsel and come out to admit your faults. You are quite attractive, and I am sure the numerous fine gentlemen here would be more than willing to accept and forgive you. Lu Shue's words successfully ignited a spark of desire in the men, who gazed at Lu Fei with lewd eyes. Indeed, they had only considered Lu Fei's fierce demeanor, forgetting her astounding beauty. To embrace such a captivating woman for a night would be a pleasure worth dying for. Brothers, charge. I want this woman. Many lewdly laughed as they rushed toward Lu Fei, who, in a welcoming gesture, lowered her protective barrier to allow them entry. Once they were mostly inside, Lu Fei tilted her head, a cruel smile creeping across her face. She had been contemplating how to deal with these fools, unaware that they were foolishly inviting their own doom. Heaven, punishment. In an instant, those who had entered her 5-meter protective barrier were struck by a lightning tribulation. They had not cultivated to the level of Yuan Ying or Jin Dan. Instead, they received a swift and brutal end, their charred bodies collapsing to the ground, silent and lifeless. Meanwhile, Guchanga and the others, teeming with murderous intent, rose from their positions, expelling the foul air from their chests and bursting into laughter. Not only had they survived, but they had returned to their peak strength. Sister, you should lower the barrier. It's time for us to take our revenge. Lu Fei had dispatched dozens with her divine punishment, yet it was still insufficient for their vengeance. Seeing the fervor in their eyes, Lu Fei nodded and withdrew the barrier. Having unleashed 2 consecutive bolts of lightning and simultaneously purified her companions, she had indeed reached her limit. Charge! They have wronged us. Let us eliminate these bastards. Just moments ago, it was Lu Zhan who had set her ablaze. Now she was determined to incinerate him in return. You fools, being used as pawns by a woman. You are even worse than I am. Watch me obliterate you. The aggrieved party surged forth like wild stallions into the fray. Their extreme fury unlocked every ounce of potential within them. Even the lesser-ranked Hu Debao became a force to be reckoned with, slaying all who stood in his way. As for the mastermind, Lu Shue, sensing the tide turning against her, attempted to flee with the Lu family. However, in the next moment, she was confronted by the imposing figure of Chao Jingyu, who blocked their escape. Where do you think you're going? Chao Jingyu grinned, revealing sharp, predatory teeth as he cast a wicked glance at the father-daughter pair. It wouldn't be so simple to escape the consequences of their misdeeds. He seized both Lu Shue and Lu Zhan by their throats and hurled them toward Lu Fei. Lu Fei, catch them. They had split their forces upon emerging, determined not to allow a single enemy to escape. Chao Jingyu, clad in flamboyant attire, engaged in a bloody battle, while Lu Fei, receiving her comrade's unexpected gift, beamed with delight. Lu Shue, I warned you not to provoke me. Why do you never learn? As Lu Fei advanced toward her, Lu Shue retreated step by step until her ankle was trapped, causing her to wince in pain. Fei, you've misunderstood me. It was your team members who stole our crystal cores, prompting this conflict. Even if you are powerful, such actions are unwarranted. Lu Shue attempted to argue, but Lu Fei spat in her face, eliciting a shrill scream from her as she forgot her own justifications. Very well, since you claim we stole your crystal cores, we shall not allow this grievance to go unavenged. Grasping Lu Shue by her collar, Lu Fei yanked her upward and slapped her several times to vent her frustration before shouting to her teammates. Brothers, since we cannot clear our names regarding the crystal cores, let us solidify our claim to them. Everyone listened intently as she declared, hand over the crystal cores, and we want to kill you. Anyone who dares to hide them will be dismembered and fed to the zombies. Guchanga and the others suddenly grasped Lu Fei's intent. Indeed, After enduring so much humiliation, merely killing was insufficient. They needed to reclaim some interest. Thus, Gu Chang'e and his companions shifted from a slaughtering spree to a more calculated approach of extortion. Hand over the crystal cores. No more words. Anyone wishing to keep their life must comply. Turn over those cores or face the consequences. If I find any hidden, I'll shove them where the sun doesn't shine. Do you still dare to resist? I will personally ensure you meet your end. Despite the overwhelming numbers against them, most lacked the strength of Lu Fei's group. With their fury bolstering their resolve, within half an hour, the opposing force lay defeated upon the ground, unable to rise. The Lu family was forced to kneel in the front row, with Lu Shui being knocked unconscious multiple times by Lu Fei, lying on the ground, battered and bruised. It would be difficult for anyone to identify her species had she not been clothed. Despite her desperate attempts to fight back, Lu Shui simply could not perish. Listening to the anguished cries around her, Lu Fei felt her anger dissipate somewhat. Esteemed guests, this unfortunate incident has caused quite the unpleasantness. However, as we are all part of the 9 great bases, there is no need for such animosity. You may feel wronged by us, but we have taken from you as well. In the grand scheme, it balances out. I am a proponent of peace and prefer to avoid bloodshed. Therefore, if you kneel and apologize, we can put this matter to rest. Initially, the crowd assumed Lu Fei was about to humble herself and offer an apology. They had prepared their accusations, eagerly anticipating the moment to unite in demanding the crystal cores and compensation from the Hongjian base. Yet, in the end, they not only suffered significant losses, but also found themselves in a position of subjugation. If only they had refrained from excessive indulgence in drink, these words would never have been uttered. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, a man clutched his chest and voiced his opposition. Lu Fei, a soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. You go too far. We, as honorable men, do not kneel easily. If you have the ability, then kill me. With a thunderous gunshot, the man fell, a bullet piercing his forehead, blood splattering onto those nearby. Lu Fei coolly blew on the still warm barrel of her gun, her detached gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals. Kneel or not kneel. This time, her voice, though low, struck a chord in the hearts of her audience, each word making them tremble. Lu Fei, do not think you can act with impunity. I will expose you to the base. Another gunshot rang out. Lu Fei executed her killings with the same ease as one would slaughter a pig, her youthful face radiating fierce determination, her eyes unwavering. The dead do not file complaints. And Lu Fei surveyed the crowd once more. Kneel or not kneel. This time, no one dared to speak out further. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed, as even those who had been beaten down struggled to kneel before Lu Fei. Chapter 82. Thank you for listening. A gluttonous girl, drinking brain matter and smacking her lips. Lu Fei, are you not afraid of inciting public wrath? Lu Zhen, forced to kneel, regarded Lu Fei with eyes full of ancestral enmity. This rebellious daughter had come to collect debts. Huh, you wish to kill my base's citizens, and I should care about inciting public anger? My restraint in not executing you is a testament to my mercy. Ignoring Lu Zhen's impotent outcry, Lu Fei placed her foot on Lu Shui's swollen face, pressing down with her shoe. Lu Shui, who was supposed to be invincible, was indeed not immune to pain. Lu Fei, with ample strength and means, relished in tormenting her. Hand over your crystal cores, or I shall break your legs. Lu Fei was well aware of Lu Shui's selfish nature. Despite her outward generosity, she was capable of killing her own mother and had undoubtedly hoarded some cores. I have none. I do not possess a single crystal core. Lu Shui's face, distorted under Lu Fei's foot, made her words indistinct. Without acknowledging Lu Shui's feeble attempts at denial, Lu Fei fired a shot into Lu Shui's thigh, the sound sending shivers through everyone kneeling in terror. Ah, help! It hurts. Blood flowed from the wound as Lu Shui arched her body in agony, yet Lu Fei held her down, forcing her back to the ground as her shrill screams pierced the air. Produce the crystal cores. Lu Fei's expression remained impassive, her icy gaze fixed on Lu Shui. The still warm barrel of her gun pressed against her head, leaving no doubt that it could explode at any moment. My crystal cores were taken. I do not have a single one left. Lu Shui glared fiercely at Lu Fei, vowing in her heart that one day she would tear this wretched girl apart. With another gunshot, Lu Fei fired at Lu Shui's other leg without so much as a glance. Ah, Lu Fei, if you have the courage, then kill me. You're merely envious of the love I receive from our father and brothers. A cruel and arrogant woman like you will never earn their acknowledgement, even if you kill me 1,000 times. Lu Fei, you wretched child, she is your sister. If you dare to kill her, I will not let you off easily. You have already killed your fourth brother. Must you ensure the Lu family dies out? Lu Zhen glared at Lu Fei, his righteous facade betraying a fear that Lu Shui might reveal something under duress. Yet, this remark sparked a sudden realization in Lu Fei, her eyes lighting up as she slapped her thigh. Ah yes, you, the man who lives off others, prioritize family honor and bloodline above all else. Always boasting about the superiority of the Lu family genes. What if I were to cripple your four sons, ensuring that the Lu family could never produce another child? Would that not bring you great anguish? Indeed, thank you for your words. It is because of you that the Lu family will vanish without a trace. Lu Fei expressed her delight to Lu Zhen, her gestures only tightening the anxiety of the four brothers. They believed that with Lu Fei's erratic temperament, she would follow through on her threats. Lu Juanhao shot a reproachful glance at Lu Zhen. At such a critical moment, their father still clung to external matters. Did he truly value these over his own sons? Father, do not provoke Lu Fei further. Do you truly wish for the Lu family to be left without heirs for the sake of Lu Shui? She is merely the daughter of a mistress. If she were to die, so be it. If it weren't for her foul schemes, we would not be in this predicament. The priority now was to remove Lu Fei swiftly. Otherwise, they would all meet their demise. Lu Juanhao grit his teeth as he looked at Lu Zhen, realizing that Lu Fei targeted Lu Shui. If they were truly castrated, would they still have a chance to survive? Upon hearing Lu Juanhao's words, Lu Zhen contemplated. Losing a daughter was preferable to losing four sons. His gaze flickered towards Lu Shui, who, despite her pain nearly causing her to faint, could still sense the calculating stares of her father and brothers directed at her. A dreadful premonition washed over her. Indeed, the next moment, she heard Lu Zhen's voice. My dear daughter, this was truly a misunderstanding. We were all deceived by Lu Shui when she sobbed about the crystal core being stolen. Our anger and anxiety led us to act impulsively. Look, you have also taken many lives and seized numerous crystal cores. Why not just let us go? Father, how can you say this about me? This plan was ours. Lu Shui was thrown under the bus by Lu Zhen, her fury causing her to lose her composure. Just as she was about to reveal everything, a fireball struck her mouth, causing her to cough up blood, her throat burning painfully. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? I shall teach you a lesson so you understand the distinction of respect. Lu Zhen swiftly silenced Lu Shui, clearly intending to sacrifice her. He turned to Lu Fei, his demeanor obsequious. My daughter, this is how it is. We have knelt and admitted our faults. So why not simply let us go? Seeing Lu Fei's lack of response, he assumed her silence was acquiescence. Just as he attempted to rise, a gunshot rang out. The bullet striking the ground between his legs. Had it been a mere centimeter closer, he would have suffered a grave injury. Do you think a few words will persuade me to release you? You must be delusional. My comrades nearly lost their lives. Lu Shui's life is insufficient to quell my fury. As Lu Fei spoke, she toyed with the crystal core handed to her by Gu Chang'e, the sunlight reflecting a myriad of hues from the beautifully luminous cores. Lu Zhen gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing Lu Fei intended to strip them of their dignity. He glanced at the silent, sorrowful Lu Shui and then at the indifferent Lu Fei, recognizing the stark contrast between Lu Shui's usual filial piety and Lu Fei's rebellious nature, causing a fleeting pang of conscience. Just as he contemplated glossing over Lu Shui's actions, he witnessed Lu Fei raise her gun and execute a man attempting to flee. The warm splatter of brain matter mixed with blood struck Lu Zhen's mouth, leaving him in shock as he processed the horrifying reality of consuming human brain matter. I. Lu Zhen clutched his head, helplessly licking his lips, appearing on the verge of a mental breakdown. Yet Lu Fei remained unfazed. Oh, what a gluttonous girl you are, relishing the taste of brain matter. Clearly you enjoy it. Here, as your daughter, allow me to help you indulge even more. It is said that you become what you consume. Perhaps after drinking this, you will no longer be a fool. As Lu Fei's words lingered, Gu Chang'e grasped Lu Zhen by the collar, dragging him towards the lifeless head. He gazed into the man's unblinking eyes, the terror etched upon his face, and the blood mingling with brain matter flowing from the wound. Ugh, no please, I won't drink. Lu Zhen's neck was firmly held by Gu Chang'e, and as he faced the impending doom of being smeared with brain matter, he finally broke down. Chapter 83. Sergeant Major, bring over my Italian cannon. Let me go? I will confess everything. It was Lu Shui who incited me. It is all her fault. The second button on her attire is actually a spatial artifact. concealing all the crystal cores. We had long conspired that if an opportunity arose, we would tarnish your reputation. Not only to steal your crystal cores, but also to elevate our base's ranking, ultimately ousting you. Lu Jin closed his eyes and spilled the truth, terrified that Gu Chang'e would plunge him into the brain matter. After uttering the final word, Gu Chang'e indeed released him, but without support. Lu Jin's head plunged into the mess. Overwhelmed, he found himself gagging on the contents, and as he finally regained his senses, he lay on the ground, retching violently. Meanwhile, those kneeling were struck with realization upon hearing Lu Jin's admission. Damn it, Lu Shui, did you toy with us? We sought justice for you, and you led us to the flames. Lu Shui, you vile wretch, I shall ensure your demise. The angered crowd, previously believing they were heroes coming to her aid, realized they had merely been pawns in a larger game. They surged forward, unleashing a torrent of blows upon Lu Shui and her family. Lu Fei observed with crossed arms, choosing not to intervene until she noticed someone attempting to seize Lu Shui's button amidst the chaos, igniting her fury. How dare you attempt to steal from me? You truly seek your end. Raising her weapon, she swiftly dispatched the thief, instilling fear in the now frenzied crowd. Calm yourselves, return to your knees. Disobedience will result in the next corpse being yours. Her commanding words restored order, and the crowd complied, terrified of becoming the next target. Satisfied with the stillness, yet aware of the smoldering resentment in their eyes, Lu Fei bent down and yanked the button from Lu Shui's chest, revealing her soft, pale skin. Despite her legs being pierced and her face bruised, Lu Shui's figure remained striking. Coupled with her alluring voice, many could not help but glance her way, swallowing hard. With a cold snort, Lu Fei plunged her hand into the button's depths, retrieving a handful of crystal cores. After several attempts, she finally extracted all the hidden cores Lu Shui had hoarded. As the cores emerged, the expressions of those kneeling grew increasingly grim. It was Lu Shui who had claimed the cores had been stolen, prompting their violent intervention, only to discover they had been manipulated into a trap. Do you see? You fools. With a mere flick of her finger, you rushed to become her lapdogs. You deserve this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, thinking you could exploit us at Hongjin base. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, we have been wronged. Tell me, how will you make amends? Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, the kneeling crowd was left in disbelief. What? Even Zhou Baipi wouldn't exploit like this. Not only had they been beaten and robbed of their crystal cores, but Lu Fei had the audacity to demand compensation? Our crystal core has been taken from us. How can there be any compensation? Someone, unable to contain their anger, muttered their grievances aloud. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the individual. Are you foolish? We seized your crystal core to rectify the injustices we endured, and how is that related to your so-called compensation? We, the coalition of several bases, were merrily hunting zombies and singing when you vile scoundrels falsely accused us. Shouldn't you be the ones compensating us? The person, clutching their stinging face, recognized their guilt and dared not utter another word, hastily kneeling upright, fearful of Lu Fei's wrath. The others, listening to Lu Fei's words, felt bitter. Some slapped their own faces in regret. They realized it was their own foolishness that had led them to this predicament. And had it not been for that wretched Lu Shui's deceit, they would not have entangled themselves with the wrathful Lu Fei. Yet, they found themselves completely stripped of resources, unable to offer any compensation. I am a compassionate person, unable to bear excessive bloodshed. Since you are sincerely remorseful, I shall devise a method for you. Lu Fei feigned softness, granting them a glimmer of hope. Signal for help from the base. This way, you can communicate via the intercom and have them send compensation. But if we do that, we will be eliminated. While it is true that you have every right to take the crystal core, it is excessive to force us to withdraw from the competition. Some were unwilling to accept this fate and attempted to resist, only to be swiftly kicked down by Lu Fei. Soon, Gu Chang'e and Hu Debo joined in, encircling and kicking him. So what if you withdraw? Had I not arrived in time, your team would have been annihilated. Who would I vent my grievances to? I have shown mercy by sparing your lives, and you dare to bargain with me? 2nd Battalion Commander, bring over my artillery. Let's obliterate these scoundrels. Lu Fei's anger escalated. Had she arrived even a moment later, she could not bear to imagine the chaos that would have ensued. The thought of them still daring to negotiate compensation infuriated her. If you do not compensate, I shall end your lives right now. As Lu Fei rolled up her sleeves, readying her weapon, those kneeling rushed to join in the collective kicking of the defiant individual. You fool, if you don't compensate, don't drag us down with you. We willingly accept our punishment from Miss Lu. If you wish to die, do so far from us. In less than 5 minutes, the individual was left in a pitiful state, and soon, others began to signal for help, contacting their base. However, upon learning they intended to offer items for the return of their comrades, their base was initially furious. Just as they were about to confront Lu Fei, they heard the team members insist that the compensation was voluntary and had nothing to do with Miss Lu. Are you all out of your minds? Why on earth would you voluntarily compensate Lu Fei? A furious voice erupted from the intercom, and Lu Fei recognized it as the leader of the Tangsha base. Seizing the intercom, she responded sweetly, "Oh, dear base leader, there's no need to be so angry. Your people nearly cost us our lives. Seeking some compensation is only fair. However, I'm not insisting on it. Since everyone is here, I have some photographs I'd like to share with them." Lu Fei could almost feel the fury radiating from the other end as the leader realized those photos were a source of shame that must not be revealed. Reluctantly, he instructed his team to prepare supplies for the ransom. Following this pattern, Lu Fei effortlessly persuaded the leaders of Tangsha, Tiangang, and Zhou bases. While waiting, Lu Fei handed the unruly individuals over to Gu Chang'e and his team, instructing them to leave them alive for the sake of the ransom. As the pleasant sounds of combat echoed nearby, Lu Fei donned a sweet, innocent smile and approached Lu Shui. Since she had survived the last throat-slitting attempt, perhaps it was time to devise another method? What are you planning to do? Lu Shui felt uneasy under Lu Fei's gaze, a chill coursing through her. In the next moment, 2 gunshots rang out, piercing her arms. Ah, now it's symmetrical. How satisfying. Lu Fei exhaled contentedly, admiring her handiwork. Then turned to the Lu family, waving her gun. Dig a deep pit and bury Lu Shui alive. Chapter 84. If not her, then you. Internal conflict. Lu Fei. Snow has already given you the crystal core, yet you still want to bury her alive? Are you truly so heartless? Lu Juanhao frowned at his sister, who had become a stranger in his eyes, yet he maintained the facade of an elder brother admonishing her. Heartless? You all know that Brother Gu and Brother Feiyu are innocent, yet you incited so many to surround and attack them. Who do you think is more heartless here? I have no moral obligations towards you. My only question is, will you bury her or not? If not, then it will be you who is buried. Lu Fei eagerly awaited Lu Juanhao's nod, ready to pull the trigger. Though furious, Lu Juanhao ground his teeth in silence, ultimately turning away in a huff, resolved to stage a nonviolent protest. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen and the other 3 fools seemed to share the same unspoken agreement, exchanging glances without making a move. Unbelievable, Lu Laoding. Just moments ago you were clearly articulating your betrayal of Lu Shui, and now you feign the role of a caring father? And you all. When I was punishing Lu Shui, you did not intervene. When she was being beaten, you stood idle, yet now you act as if you are the concerned relatives. Truly a group of hypocrites. Lu Fei chastised them mercilessly, berating the Lu family until they were left speechless. The onlookers, waiting for the ransom, found solace in witnessing Lu Fei's treatment of her own kin. Her restraint in not killing them was indeed a sign of mercy. Sister, please don't be angry. If they refuse to dig, I will do it myself. I'll make a larger pit to bury them all, to spare them the trouble of constantly provoking Zai. Mou approached, wielding a shovel of unknown origin. With her deep azure eyes glistening, she gazed at Lu Fei with a dampened expression. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fei realized that perhaps it was indeed feasible. Observing Lu Fei's evident excitement, Lu Zhan's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. This audacious girl truly dared to entertain such thoughts. No, you cannot do this. I am your father. You cannot take my life. Lu Zhan, in a state of alarm, retreated hastily, only to be seized by Gu Chang'e, who hoisted him by the collar as if binding a large crab. Ugh, these bald fellows are quite tricky. There's no hair to grasp. Hudaba, somewhat disdainful, continued to bind Lu Jiamu, and upon witnessing their futile struggles, he removed his shoes, allowing each to take a whiff, which promptly caused them to retch, leaving them utterly compliant. As they settled down, Gu Chang'e and the others commenced digging a pit. No, we don't want to die. Fei, I was wrong. Please spare me. I merely wished for the fire base to triumph. Lu Shui, bleeding profusely and feeling faint, lay helplessly watching as they excavated the pit. Despite her inner rage, she feigned sorrow and begged for mercy. Oh, very well, seeing your heartfelt concern. Lu Shui did not anticipate Lu Fei's prompt acquiescence. Just as relief washed over her, she was nearly struck dead by the next words. Then let us bury the entire fire base alongside you for companionship in the afterlife. Upon hearing Lu Fei's proclamation, the fire base members immediately protested. No, Lu Fei. We do not wish to be buried with her. We have gained nothing from this journey. Lu Shui took all the good things for herself, leaving us with mere crystal cores as compensation. Initially, the fire base members had not perceived the situation, but upon reflection, they realized that Lu Shui had indeed treated them as mere pawns. Previously, Lu Shui's pitiful demeanor and honeyed words had deceived them into compliance. As the truth dawned upon one, the rest of the fire base awakened to reality as well. Indeed, they had not only failed to gain any benefits, but had also been stripped of their crystal cores, awaiting ransom from their base. The more they contemplated, the more resentful they became. One member, fueled by indignation, charged at Lu Shui, unleashing a flurry of blows. Damn it! If I'm to be buried alive, I must at least vent my anger first. As one person struck, others joined in, targeting not only Lu Shui, but also Lu Zhen and the rest. Damn it! I've never felt this oppressed in my life. You reap the rewards while we are relegated to the grave. Watch as I take you down first. Yes. Let us deal with this wretched woman. She acts all high and mighty, as if she owns the world. The remaining members of the fire base pummeled the Lu family until the ground itself seemed to smolder. Lu Fei observed their righteous fury without intervening, merely gesturing with a hint of amusement. Oh dear, what is the point of this? You're striking rather fiercely. Do carry on. Why nibble when you can hit? Lu Zhen hasn't washed his head in days. You ought to fear the risk of infection. Lu Zhen, seeing stars from the blows, wished fervently for his ancestors to come and whisk him away. His gaze, dazed, fell upon Lu Fei. It was clear she intended to eliminate them, and if they continued to resist, they would surely meet their demise. Ultimately, in a bid for survival, he resolved to abandon Lu Shui. Resolving this, Lu Zhen finally could no longer contain himself and roared, I consent. I agree to bury Lu Shui. With Lu Zhen's capitulation, the four brothers of the Lu family sighed in relief, nodding in agreement. They had begun to feel regret for their earlier actions, realizing that if not for Lu Shui's instigation, Lu Fei would not be so merciless now. Ultimately, it was Lu Shui's fault. Being buried alive would serve as atonement. Upon hearing the Lu family concede, the fire base members reluctantly ceased their assault, casting disdainful glances at them. To barter one's own sister for a chance at survival was truly repugnant. Since you agree to bury Lu Shui, let us hasten to dig the pit. Should I witness any laziness or mischief, I shall have you castrated before killing you, ensuring you remain eunuchs even in death. Lu Fei scoffed as she assigned the fire base members to wait for ransom, while she oversaw the operation, leaving the injured Lu Shui sprawled on the ground, tears of despair welling in her eyes. She watched her father and brothers digging her grave, a tidal wave of hatred surging within her. Why does everyone oppose me? Especially Lu Fei? Why can't she just die? Dad, brothers, are you truly going to kill me? We are family. Lu Shui cried out in desperation. Under normal circumstances, they would have rushed to comfort her, but now, they did not even pause their digging. Just as she was about to utter more, the hunters led by Li Chun returned. Having endured 2 days without proper sustenance and recently engaged in battle, they were ravenous. They immediately dispatched a group to gather any mutated chickens they could find, and Li Chun cheerfully approached Lu Fei, presenting her with the chickens for purification. After 2 days of scant food, he was nearly driven to cannibalism. Li Chun, please, I beg you to save me. Chapter 85. If you cherish her so, then accompany her to the grave. You wish for me to save you? Li Chun regarded the prostrate Lu Shui with a complex expression. Previously, she had been surrounded by men, akin to stars encircling the moon, and he had to exert considerable effort merely to catch her attention. Now, she was so directly addressing him. Seeing that Li Chun remained silent, Lu Shui assumed he was upset over her earlier failure to come to her aid, and quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading with him. Li Chun, my dear brother, I was compelled by circumstances not to rescue you. We were besieged by zombies, and alas, our walkie-talkie was crushed underfoot. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Yet here you are, safe and sound. My heart is filled with joy. Lu Shui lowered her head, attempting to present her best angle, but she forgot that she now appeared so battered that she was hardly distinguishable from a mere animal, devoid of any semblance of pity. Is your walkie-talkie truly broken? Li Chen's expression twisted as he observed Lu Shui, clearly wavering. Just as she was about to plead further, Lu Fei interjected with a sarcastic tone. Indeed, Li Chun, you must believe her. Her walkie-talkie is broken, and so is everyone else's. Which is why she couldn't reach you. Moreover, while so many were off battling zombies, she was busy posturing to entice men. Naturally, she had no energy left to seek you out. Li Chun, now that you have become her loyal follower, you must serve her. Don't just think about saving her. Even if it means dying for her, you must do so with a smile. As Lu Fei's words reached Li Chen's ears, he involuntarily shuddered, his mind flooding with memories of the torment he had endured. Reflecting on Lu Fei's remarks jolted him back to reality. Indeed, if Lu Shui truly cared for him, how could she allow their communication to lapse merely because her walkie-talkie was lost? She maintained excellent relations with others. Surely she could have borrowed one. Ultimately, it seemed she believed him to be dead and of no further use. Lu Shui could clearly see the change in Li Chun's expression and shot a glare at Lu Fei before looking up at him again. Summoning all her strength, she tugged at the hem of Li Chen's pants. Brother Li Chun, if you save me, I will do anything you ask. I do not wish to be buried alive. I am only 23. Please, I have so much life yet to live. Help me. As soon as Lu Shui finished speaking, Lu Fei chimed in. Yes, Li Chun. She is only 23. She must not die. You all deserve to be surrounded and slaughtered, but since you like her so much, why not go die with her? Lu Fei's words caused Li Chun's face to shift dramatically, and he shook his head vigorously. He did not wish to be buried alive, having narrowly escaped death. He had yet to enjoy enough roasted chicken. I don't know you well. Please do not involve me. Li Chun fully regained his senses and stepped away from Lu Shui. When he turned back, he noticed Guchanga and the others had rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike should he falter, intending to throw him into the pit to serve as a cushion for Lu Shui. Li Luo nearly knocked his head against the ground in desperation before exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, Li Chun, when you were born, did you lack oxygen to your brain? Have mercy on him this once. I will go and castrate him so he will never have to chase after women again. Please, spare him a life." Lu Fei regarded Li Chun with a knowing smirk. You may disregard life and death due to your infatuation, but forgiving Lu Shui would be a betrayal to your brothers who fought alongside you. They are utterly innocent, forced to endure the consequences simply for associating with our base. Li Chun, if you had begged for mercy during the ambush, I might have considered letting you off. But in light of your earlier cowardice, I would gladly bury you myself. Listening to Lu Fei's merciless reproach, Li Chen's face flushed with shame. How could he have forgotten the hatred he felt just moments ago when life and death hung in the balance? Why did he suddenly forget everything upon seeing Lu Shui? Looking at the disappointed faces of his comrades and the pleading figure of Li Luo on his knees, he felt he deserved the harshest punishment. Raising his hand, he struck his own face repeatedly until it was red and swollen before finally stopping. I'm sorry, I was blinded by infatuation. I let everyone down. Seeing that Li Chun had not completely lost his senses, Lu Fei let out a huff, considering it a form of forgiveness. If he were to stubbornly pursue Lu Shui, she would not hesitate to see them both as a pair of ghostly lovers beneath the earth. No, brother Li Chun, I didn't see you here earlier, otherwise I would never have allowed you to be in danger. I care about you so much. Have you forgotten that I saved you from a zombie ambush? Listening to Lu Shui's words, Li Chun narrowed his eyes. While everyone assumed he was merely succumbing to love once more, he suddenly leaped up in excitement. How dare you say that? I could have evaded it, but you tricked me. If it weren't for you, would I have lost all my crystals? Furious, Li Chun cursed loudly. Initially, he had been enamored with Lu Shui, but after being chastised by Lu Fei, he quickly regained clarity. That wretched Lu Shui had stolen his crystals and now bore the title of savior. What a fool he had been to let her manipulate him into confronting Lu Fei. No, I did not trip you. Lu Shui attempted to defend herself, but before she could continue, Lu Fei produced the crystals, scattering them across the ground. Here are all the crystals Lu Shui has hoarded. Let us see if any of them belong to you. Typically, when zombies were killed using abilities, everyone would instinctively mark them for easier distribution of spoils later. Li Chun, possessing wind abilities, quickly found his mark among the crystals. Lu Shui, how dare you? I wondered how my crystals just vanished. It turns out you were the thief. Li Chun's fists tightened in anger. Had it not been for his upbringing, which taught him never to lay a hand on women, he would have beaten this wretched person to a pulp. Seeing her lies exposed, Lu Shui's face became increasingly awkward, yet her desire to survive urged her to try once more. Brother Li Chun. This time, Li Chun hesitated not at all and dashed behind Lu Fei. Get away, you shameless creature. I am not your brother. I'm your ancestor. With that, he turned his back on Lu Shui and took Li Luo to help prepare a mutated chicken for cooking. His heart was thoroughly broken. and he sought comfort in roasted chicken. Once Li Chen departed, the pit was nearly finished. Regardless of Lu Shue's cries and pleas, no one cast her another glance. She was personally cast into the pit by Lu Zhan, while her 4 loving brothers took up their shovels, burying her layer by layer. As she watched the earth fill in the hole, Lu Fei understood that Lu Shue would not perish so swiftly. She was, after all, cloaked in a certain aura. Yet, she found herself curious about how Lu Shue would resurrect after being buried so completely. Would she sprout from the ground like a seedling? Fei Fei, we have buried Shue Shue. Surely you can spare us now? Although Lu Zhan seethed with anger within, he managed to force a sycophantic smile, contemplating the future opportunity to rid himself of this unfilial daughter. Rest assured, I, Lu Fei, am a woman of my word. Since you have buried Lu Shue, I shall release you. However, should you meet your demise due to hoarding another's crystal core, that shall not be my concern, she declared. Lu Fei, do not push your luck. Time and again, you toy with our lives. It must be quite amusing for you. If you possess the courage, then end my life directly. Lu Jiamu retorted, his temperament the most volatile among them. He charged forward, only to be sent flying by a kick from Chao Jingyu, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. Were it not for the fear of our mother grieving too deeply at your demise, do you think I would have permitted you to linger until now? Lu Jiamu, if you wish to die right now, I shall grant you that wish. Lu Fei scoffed, gesturing towards Lu Zhan. Go, dig another pit, and bury your 5th son as well.